Does this bastard think she really enjoys riding in horse-drawn carriages? She doesn't like riding in a carriage at all. She just has no choice but to. Shen Tang glared at Xia Guimo, who looked at her innocently. Shen Tang gave in, but after she had dealt with Xia Guimo, she forgot about the servant. Sure enough, the servant obediently drove the carriage around in a circle. Shen Tang. The gatekeeper of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion saw the carriage approaching from afar and went down the steps to help move a footstool, but the carriage just walked right past them. The servants were dumbfounded, wondering if they had just seen things and that it wasn't the Marquis' carriage. It's clearly true. The servant was completely bewildered. Seeing that the carriage hadn't stopped for a while, Shen Tang asked, "Why haven't we arrived yet?" The servant said, "Aren't we supposed to go around again?" Shen Tang. Chapter 193. Kneeling. Whose servant is this? She's not even married yet, and she's already listening to Xia Guimo. Even if she gets married, shouldn't the servants of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion follow her lead? Shen Tang was caught in a dilemma, whether to be angry or not. The carriage made a small loop, and just as it was about to reach the side gate, Xia Guimo left in the same way he had entered. When the carriage stopped, Shen Tang punished the servant, saying, "You'll lose half a month's wages." The servant wasn't angry at all, because when a certain gentleman jumped out of the window, he gave a reward of 5 taels of silver. He earned less than 1 tael of silver in half a month. That is, he earned 4 taels of silver by driving the carriage around once. How could he be in a bad mood? Feeling great. Yinxing and Xiaodong got off the carriage behind and came over to help Shen Tang. As she stepped up the stairs and entered the mansion, Xiaodong, who was walking behind her, asked, "Miss, why is one of your earrings missing?"
Shen Tang raised her hand and touched it. "The earring on my left ear is missing." Yinxing said, "It must have fallen into the carriage. I'll go get it." Yinxing went after the carriage and quickly returned, saying, "It's not in the carriage. Could it have been left at the Jiang family's house?" Xiaotong said, "I saw the girl wearing it in the carriage." Thinking of something, Shen Tang blushed slightly. Just now in the carriage, that bastard buried his head in her neck, which was on the left side. It was highly likely that she fell on him. It was just an earring, and Shen Tang didn't want to ask Chen Shan to go to Xia Guimo to get it for such a small matter. Maybe he hadn't noticed and it had already fallen off. Shen Tang didn't take this small matter to heart and walked back to Qingyi Garden. As for Xia Guimo, after getting out of the carriage, he rode back to the Jingyang prince's mansion. When he passed through the bustling street, he happened to run into Chu Yi, the heir of the Marquis of Shuani, and Xiao Sun, the heir of the Prince of Duan, who were coming out of a restaurant. Chu Yi waved his folding fan and looked at Xia Guimo. "Your outfit is far too flashy." Xia Guimo frowned slightly. "What's so flashy about this? He doesn't usually dress like this." Xiao Sun asked, "You came from the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence, right?" Xia Guimo asked, "Are you so sure?" Chu Yi laughed, "Not only am I sure, but I also know that she was wearing a pair of gold earrings with rubies today, didn't she?" Xia Guimo simply said, "Didn't notice." Chu Yi. Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun coughed lightly. "You've been showing off Miss Shen's earrings all over the streets, and you didn't even notice what she was wearing?" Seeing Chu Yi looking at his hair, Xia Guimo raised his hand and touched it, then took off an earring. Xia Guimo. Xiao Sun covered his face with his folding fan, looking very curious. "How did you manage to snag Miss Shen's earring without either of you noticing?" Xia Guimo didn't want to say anything and simply rode away on his horse. Chu Yi and Xiao Sun watched him walk away, both of them thinking that it was impossible. But deep down I'm still envious. This is true mutual affection and love. Unlike them, one of them isn't even engaged yet, and the other is already engaged. Let's not even mention it. Thinking that his parents and the right Prime Minister's mansion were already discussing the wedding date and it would be finalized in the next couple of days, Chu Yi felt a little desolate. Which young master from a prominent family in the capital had a matchmaker who was a toad? At the wedding banquet, the groom is supposed to offer a toast to the matchmaker. Should he offer a toad instead? The image of himself toasting a toad flashed through his mind, and he shuddered, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden. As soon as she entered her room, Seer came in and said, "This morning, the old lady asked the second young master to go back 3 times, but he refused to leave. He's still kneeling in Songha Hall right now." Xingu was unwilling to move out of the Marquis's mansion, probably because he still harbored the idea of staying to inherit his father's title. However, the old lady knew that the second branch of the family had no hope whatsoever, and that even if Xingu knelt until he fainted or died in Songha Hall, it would be of no use. After all, he was the grandson she had watched grow up. These things were done by the second master and second mistress, and had nothing to do with Xingu, at least not on the surface. The old lady felt sorry for him, but she couldn't say it outright. This self-inflicted suffering will be of no use whatsoever, except for bringing trouble upon oneself. Xingu had been kneeling since he returned from the academy that morning. Wang Mama had tried to persuade him countless times, but Xingu stubbornly remained kneeling. Wang Mama was so eager to have him dragged back to the south courtyard that she couldn't bear to do such a thing, even though she was trusted by the old lady. By evening, Xingu finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted from kneeling. After he fainted, Wang's mother sent someone to take him back to the south wing. The next day, Xingu went and knelt down again. He didn't make it to evening, he collapsed from kneeling at noon. The third day. This time, Xingu didn't even go inside the courtyard gate, he knelt outside the gate. This time, the time was even shorter, he fainted after only an hour. "I knelt on and off for 3 days, and my knees were almost worn out." Xingu knelt until he fainted 3 times, but the old lady still didn't budge, and neither did Shen Sui. The second master and second mistress were heartbroken. Shen Sui told them to move out of the Marquis's mansion within 3 days, which was the final deadline. Manager Li led his men to the south courtyard to watch them move out. Everything in the south courtyard could be taken away before this evening. After the curfew tonight, everything left in the south courtyard would be recorded in the public account. The bruises from Shen Sui's beating were still on the second master's face. He knew that Shen Sui was serious this time. Even the old madam had the heart to let Xingu kneel until he fainted 3 times, let alone him. The second master and his wife, with long faces, moved all of the second family's belongings away. In the evening, Shen Tang was feeding the fish in the lotus pond when Seer came over and said, "The south courtyard has been emptied out, even the artificial hill and Lingbai stone in the courtyard have been moved away." The second wife's rockery cost 1,000 taels of silver, and the Lingbai stone even more. They had been removed from the family genealogy, and not a single copper coin was given to them. They still had to make a living, and the second master and mistress wouldn't sacrifice substance for face, especially since they had already lost all face. The thought that she would never see them in the Marquis's mansion again made Shen Tang feel relieved. "I slept well all night." The next day, Shen Tang went to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady as usual. "When I arrived, I happened to run into the third and fourth wives. Although the old lady said these past few days that we didn't need to go to pay our respects, everyone still went anyway, as it's never wrong to be overly polite." However, she hadn't run into Shen Tang on those previous occasions. Now that she had, the third madam said, "The second household has moved out, so it's just the third and fourth households now." Shen Tang said, "Third aunt, the second branch of the family didn't move out, they were kicked out." Although there is only a one-word difference, the difference is huge. Third madam hurriedly said, "Third aunt is wrong. I was just worried that the Marquis and the old madam would separate the third and fourth households as well." Shen Tang said, "As long as our parents are alive, we won't separate the family. As long as the third and fourth branches of the family don't cause trouble for our grandmother, our father won't bring up the matter of separating the family casually. Although the third and fourth branches of the family have separated, the whole family will have fewer affairs. Neither branch is the type to cause trouble. In addition, this time, they have been made an example of someone to warn others. The third and fourth branches will only be more cautious in the future. The fourth branch of the family is loyal to the eldest branch. In addition, their grandmother is getting old and no longer has the energy to manage the household affairs. When their eldest brother gets married, the Marquis' mansion will need to prepare betrothal gifts and wedding banquets, which will require people. Although they can ask people to come back and help after the family is divided, it is still not as convenient as staying in the mansion. Moreover, there is no reason to divide the family at present. The second branch is the one who made the mistake and should not implicate the third and fourth branches. Chapter 194. Betrothal. The third and fourth wives also felt that Shen Sui wouldn't separate the third and fourth wives' households, but they weren't sure. Now that Shen Tang said this, they felt relieved. Although they were now separated from the main family and no longer restricted, they could discuss everything with their husbands. However, they had lived in the Marquis' mansion for over a decade and were used to it. The thought of separating the family made them feel uneasy. Besides, it was good to have a powerful backer. After separating, they would become a branch of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. Now, they would be known as the third or fourth wife of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion, which sounded better. Shen Tang, along with the third madam, the fourth madam, and Shen Luo, entered Songhe Hall together. The old lady saw them, but only greeted them and said a few words before taking her leave without disturbing the old lady's rest. The old lady fell ill, but not seriously. After all, Shen Tang was still filial. Knowing that the old lady could not accept the result of Shen Sui expelling the second branch from the Marquis' mansion, she told her the truth. Compared to the entire Pingyuan Marquis' mansion being implicated and wiped out by the second branch, it was much easier to accept that only the second master was driven out. When faced with two evils, choose the lesser one. The old lady was ill and wanted to save the second branch of the family, but she was powerless to do so. Shen Han had already become the second prince's wife, and the cuckold's horns were firmly on the second prince's head. She wanted to warn the second master, but she was worried that the second master and his wife were ruthless and might kill Shen Tang to silence her in a moment of panic. So she could only keep it to herself and not utter a single word. After paying her respects, Shen Tang did not return directly to Qingyi Garden. She stood by the lake for a while, enjoying the breeze. Just as she was about to leave, a maid came over and said, "Second miss, Princess Jingyang has arrived." Shen Tang was stunned. Siagimo said yesterday that he was supposed to come to the Marquis' residence today to deliver the betrothal gifts, but because of an incident at the residence, it would be postponed for half a month. So what is the princess consort of Jingyang doing at the residence? When Princess Jingyang came to the Marquis' residence, Shen Tang, as the prospective daughter-in-law, was obliged to pay her respects. However, Shen Tang remembered that day at the Dazhao temple when she blurted out the words "mother consort" in her haste, and her face burned with embarrassment. She was afraid to go see Princess Jingyang. Not daring to go, yet unable to not go, Shen Tang walked at a snail's pace. Even Yinxing couldn't bear to watch and urged, "Miss, please hurry up. The old lady is still ill, and the eldest branch of the family has no mistress. Princess Jingyang won't stay at the Marquis' residence for long. If they walk so slowly, by the time they get to Songhe Hall, Princess Jingyang may already be gone." Princess Jingyang came to the mansion to visit the old lady after hearing that she was ill. Fourth Madam went to greet Princess Jingyang and met her at the second gate. She then led Princess Jingyang directly to Songhe Hall. Inside the room, the old lady leaned against a large pillow as a maid brought in the medicine. "I've been in a bad mood these past few days, haven't eaten much, feel weak all over, and am especially afraid of taking medicine." Madame Wang urged, "Madam, please drink the medicine while it's hot, it won't be as effective if it cools down." The old lady feared taking medicine the most. She knew her illness was psychological and that medicine wouldn't be very effective, but she still took the medicine. Just as she was about to drink it, a maid came in and said, "Old madam, the princess consort of Jingyang has come to see you." The old lady said, "Quickly invite Princess Jingyang in." The maidservant left, and a short while later, the fourth madam led the princess of Jingyang in. The old lady put down the medicine bowl and said, why has Princess Jingyang come? I've carefully examined your body for any signs of illness. Princess Jingyang stepped forward and said, I heard that my mother-in-law is unwell, so how could I not come to visit her? I brought some tonics with me, hoping that she will take care of herself. A maid brought over a chair, and the old lady said, Princess Jingyang, please sit down and let's talk. Princess Jingyang sat down, and the old lady said, it's just a minor illness, why has it alarmed Princess Jingyang? The family isn't angry that Tanger refused to marry, and the young master has even helped our Pingyuan Marquis family a lot. Princess Jingyang knew a thing or two about Siagimo helping Shen Tang. The two had a good relationship, which pleased Princess Jingyang. However, Shen Tang had not yet married into the Jingyang prince's mansion, so it was unreasonable for her to meddle in the affairs of the Pingyuan Marquis mansion. Princess Jingyang said, it was the old prince who proposed the wrong marriage, causing so many unnecessary troubles. I just hope the Pingyuan Marquis residence isn't upset that Emor is meddling in their family affairs. The old lady said, we are too grateful to be angry with the young master. Although the marriage proposal was wrong and caused some trouble, the fact that they were able to come together in the end after all these things shows that their fate is very strong. Princess Jingyang smiled and said, what the old lady said makes sense. It's just that there have been so many twists and turns, and I'm still a little unsure. I hope to marry the crown prince's wife soon so I can feel at ease. I originally planned to send the betrothal gifts to the manor today, but I had some concerns. Although good things often come with difficulties, some things just fall apart as time goes on. Princess Jingyang was worried, and so was the old lady. Rumors about Shen Tang have been circulating for a while now. If she still can't get married this time, then no one will dare to come and ask for her hand in marriage. The sooner Shen Tang marries, the sooner the old lady can rest easy. She was terrified by the audacity of the second branch of the family, which would inevitably implicate the Marquis' mansion. With Shen Tang becoming the heir apparent of the Prince of Jingyang, she can still help the Marquis' mansion to some extent. The old lady said, if it weren't for Tanger's sisterly affection, she would have married the young master long ago. It's normal for the young master to be eager to marry Tanger. I gave birth to a wicked child. Tanger's father has already expelled him from the family to uphold family tradition. I'm just having a hard time accepting it for a while, but it's nothing serious. The household affairs of the Marquis' mansion will be temporarily managed by the fourth madam. The fourth madam will be in charge of discussing the betrothal gifts and dowry. The two mansions should do as they please without worrying about me. Shen Tang walked to the screen and overheard the old lady saying this. Her face turned red, and she didn't dare to go forward. Princess Jingyang smiled and said, I also look forward to the second young lady of the manor marrying into the family soon, so that there will be another person to call me mother consort. I have also brought the betrothal gift list with me today. Is there anything you are not satisfied with? I will discuss it with the fourth madam. The day after tomorrow is a good day, so I will send someone to deliver the betrothal gifts to the manor. After Princess Jingyang finished speaking, the maid standing to the side presented the betrothal gift list, which Princess Jingyang took and then handed to the old lady. Although it was supposed to be discussed with the fourth wife, the old lady was in good spirits, so it was handed directly to her for review. The old lady opened the list, glanced at it, and said, it's increased quite a bit compared to last time. Princess Jingyang smiled and said, last time was rushed and we were not well prepared. This time, we absolutely cannot let our second young lady suffer. The old lady glanced at the list and closed it, saying, the Prince of Jingyang's mansion has increased the betrothal gifts by 30%, and my Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion has also increased Tanger's dowry by 30%. However, these are just icing on the cake. The important thing is that they are in love and their hearts are in harmony. Many women never see their husbands before marriage, and many spend their lives sleeping in the same bed but dreaming different dreams, their relationship only superficially harmonious. Shen Tang and Siagimo went through so many twists and turns before finally getting together, which is both enviable and touching. Princess Jingyang nodded repeatedly in agreement. The old lady asked the maid, where is Tanger? Why hasn't she arrived yet? The maid covered her mouth and laughed. The second young lady is behind the screen. She's too shy to come in. Chapter 195. Bride Price. The old lady looked towards the screen and indeed saw a graceful figure. She smiled and said, "Why don't you come over and pay your respects to Princess Jingyong?" Shen Tang wished she could slip away unnoticed, but she had no choice but to go in with her face as red as a monkey's bottom. It's normal for a girl to be shy, but does her face have to turn this red? Princess Jingyong wasn't surprised. After all, it wasn't the first time she'd seen Shen Tang blush so much. The thought of Shen Tang calling her mother consort brought a smile to Princess Jingyong's face. Shen Tang was extremely embarrassed. I've met Princess Jingyong. She still preferred to hear her call her mother consort. But that day is not far off. Princess Jingyong put the jade bracelet she was wearing on Shen Tang's wrist and said with a smile, "It's good that you didn't get married that day. After all, you only get married once in your life, so it's better to have a grand and joyous wedding." The day was supposed to be a wedding to bring good luck, and although the house was full of guests, it was shrouded in a shadow. "This time you don't need to worry." Shen Tang's face was burning hot, as if she had spilled a rouge box on her face. Princess Jingyong sat for a while, not wanting to disturb the old lady's rest. The fourth madam saw her out of the mansion and took the opportunity to discuss the betrothal gifts. The old lady was very satisfied with the betrothal gifts sent by the Prince of Jingyong's mansion last time, and this time she increased them by at least 30%. Not to mention, otherwise the old lady would not have decided to increase Shen Tang's dowry by 30%. Neither of the two sons of the eldest son's family has been found. Now, there is only one daughter, Shen Tang. The family has contributed more dowry, and the third and fourth son's families have nothing to say. 2 days later, the Prince of Jingyong's mansion sent over the betrothal gifts, a total of 88 loads. On the day the Prince of Jingyong's family sent the betrothal gifts to the mansion, Madame Jiang also came to the Marquis's residence to visit the old lady. Because of the second branch's wolfish ambitions, Madame Jiang became depressed and died with resentment. The Pingyuan Marquis's mansion and the Jiang family almost severed ties, and Shen Tang was not allowed to go to the Jiang family. The Jiang family was still angry. But the past is the past. Madame Jiang believed that the old lady was unaware of what the second branch of the family had done. In addition, the old lady did not obstruct the second branch of the family much this time. From a mother's point of view, it was already very difficult. After a few days, Madame Jiang's anger subsided. She thought that people cannot always live in the past. After all, the old lady was Shen Sui's mother and Shen Tang's grandmother. The old lady is unwell, and as in-laws, we should come to visit her. Now that the two families have resumed their relations, such social interactions are inevitable. Mrs. Jiang came to visit the old lady on behalf of the Jiang family. She brought a lot of gifts for visiting the family, which made the old lady feel ashamed. She hadn't forgotten how the second wife had secretly sabotaged her when she asked Shen Tang to bring gifts to the Jiang family, forcing Shen Tang to borrow money from Shen Sui to buy a new set of gifts. Upon seeing Madame Jiang, the old lady praised the two young masters of the Jiang family. Madame Jiang said, "This is all thanks to Tanger. Otherwise, not only would Ming Xiu and Ming Yuan not be on the list, but the entire Jiang family's reputation would also be ruined." "What do you mean by that?" The old lady looked at Shen Tang. "Has something happened again that your grandmother doesn't know about?" Shen Tang said, "On the day my eldest and second cousins went to the examination hall, I went to see them off. When I entered the examination hall, I suddenly felt uneasy and asked my two cousins to check the things they brought into the examination hall. They found cheat sheets that had been stuffed into their hands, and some pastries that had been drugged." The old lady was shocked. How could such a thing happen? Who would want to bring disaster upon the Jiang family? Shen Tang said, "At that time, Shen Han went to Jingxi Nunnery to reflect on her actions, and she also went to see her off during the exam." The old lady's face stiffened. Shen Tang didn't say that Shen Han was responsible for the Jiang family's downfall, but without needing to say more, everyone in the room knew. Shen Han had always known that she was not the eldest daughter of the main branch, and that the second master and second mistress were her biological parents. So, even though the old lady tried to stop her, Shen Tang would still go to the Jiang family. However, she would only go once in a while. Shen Han never went. The first time she went to ask the old master of the Jiang family to plead for the second mistress and brought back a lot of things given by the Jiang family. Back then, Madame Jiang almost strangled Shen Han to death. The second wife hated Madame Jiang, and by extension, the Jiang family. When the eldest daughter went to see the two young masters of the Jiang family off to take the exam, something almost happened. Who would believe that it had nothing to do with the eldest daughter? The old lady felt a deep unease, as if she had swallowed a fly. No wonder Shen Tang insisted on removing the second branch from the family genealogy. Shen Han wanted to destroy the Jiang family, and Shen Tang caught her red-handed. How could she not be furious? Tanger is so young, yet she can keep such things to herself. The old lady felt a lump in her throat and was even more ashamed.
It wasn't that Shen Tang was good at keeping secrets, but rather that she, as the grandmother, hadn't gained her granddaughter's trust and was unwilling to tell her. Madame Jiang knew that the old lady had figured it out and said, "These things are all in the past. Those with wicked intentions will be punished by heaven." The old lady nodded slightly, and Madame Jiang only said a few words, saying, "Please rest well, madam. I will come to visit you another day." Shen Tang saw Madame Jiang out. After they left, Shen Tang asked, "Why didn't my cousins come with my aunt?" Madame Jiang smiled and said, "The imperial examination is the day after tomorrow. Ninger and Lear went to the Dazhao temple early this morning to pray for your two cousins. They didn't know I was coming to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, otherwise they would definitely have come with me." She knew it. Her aunt was here, so there was no reason for them not to come together. It turned out something had kept them apart. She didn't know they were going to the Jiakhang temple, otherwise she would have gone too. It's too late now. Shen Tang had just visited the Jiang family. Madame Jiang had other things to attend to and had already left. Shen Tang saw her off at the mansion, and then saw the betrothal gifts sent by the Prince of Jingyang's mansion. 88 loads filled the front yard. Madame Jiang smiled and said, "It's rare for a betrothal gift to be carried in 88 loads, which shows how much the Prince of Jingyang's family values Tanger. Generally, it takes 48 lifts, but this depends on the actual situation. 64 lifts is considered a lot. After all, the betrothal ceremony is only one of the 3 letters and 6 rites. There are other rites to be given later." Shen Tang's cheeks flushed. Knowing that Shen Tang was shy, Madame Jiang stopped teasing her and said with a smile, "Your aunt will go back first. Your maternal grandmother will be very happy for you when she finds out." Shen Tang saw her off at the mansion and watched her leave in her carriage. As the carriage drove away, Shen Tang turned around and Yinxing said, "Miss, the servants from the second branch of the family are acting suspiciously over there." Shen Tang looked in the direction Ginkgo pointed and sure enough, she saw the second servant peeking there. Once discovered, the servant took off running. Shen Tang didn't care. It would be good to pass on a message to the second madam so that she would know how much betrothal gifts the Prince of Jingyang's mansion had sent. She would definitely be furious. She brought this on herself. The second branch of the family lived not far from the Marquis' mansion, just 3 streets away. Upon learning that the Prince of Jingyang's mansion had sent 88 loads of betrothal gifts, the second madam was so angry that she clenched her molars loose. When they wanted Shen Han to marry into the family to bring good luck, the Jingyang prince's mansion only sent 64 loads of dowry. Now that they're asking to marry Shen Tang, they have sent 88 loads. Shen Tang's dowry was already more generous than Shen Han's, and with the addition of the betrothal gifts from the palace, it looked impressive, but in reality, it wasn't as substantial as the dowry from the Jingyang prince's mansion. Now, the Jingyang prince's mansion has added even more, and all of this should have belonged to her daughter. Hatred contorted his face into a grimace. The maid said, when the servant returned, he saw something unbelievable. The second wife asked, "What is it?" The maid said, "The Prince of Ning's heir met old Master Jiang on the street and actually bowed to him." Chapter 196. Rumor. The Prince of Ning bows to old Master Jiang? How is that possible? Is it the Prince of Ning's heir who has gone mad, or is it old Master Jiang who has gone mad? The Prince of Ning's heir would not do something so beneath him. If he were to marry Shen Tang, it would be barely acceptable for him to pay respects to old Master Jiang as a junior. However, Shen Sui had not promised Shen Tang to him, and old Master Jiang was the most law-abiding of the family. He would never accept the Prince of Ning's heir's courtesy. For some reason, the second madam always paid extra attention to anything related to the Prince of Ning's heir, even though the second branch of the family had now been expelled from the Marquis's residence. The second madam asked, and then the maid said, old Master Jiang was somewhat apprehensive, but he accepted it. He wanted to help the Prince of Ning's son, but dared not. In short, the servant said it was very strange. If he hadn't found it strange, he wouldn't have told the maid. The servant couldn't describe how he felt when he saw that scene, and the maid couldn't find the words to describe it either. The maid told the second mistress everything she knew. The second mistress sat there drinking tea, feeling that there was something she had overlooked. Although Prince Ning's heir is the only grandson of the old Prince Ning, he rarely stays in the capital. This time, he returned to the capital to select a consort for him. For this purpose, the emperor even held a special palace banquet. Shen Tang ordered Prince Ning's heir to save Princess Rugia of Prince Duan's mansion on the street. Prince Ning's heir was injured while saving Princess Rugia, but no one blamed Shen Tang. On the contrary, Shen Han's scheme against the Prince of Ning's heir was stopped in time by Shen Tang's men. After Shen Han returned to the manor, Shen Tang slapped her twice, and the Marquis punished her by making her kneel in the ancestral hall as well. From that day on, the old lady's attitude towards the Jiang family changed completely. Given the old lady's personality, she should never have changed her attitude towards the Jiang family unless the missing heir was found due to the Jiang family's negligence. But she did change. The second wife felt her head was in a complete mess, and she had a splitting headache. Just as she was about to give up, the face of the Prince of Ning's heir flashed into her mind. Thinking of the Prince of Ning's son and Shen Sui's identical eyebrows and eyes, the second wife was completely numb. Could Prince Ning's heir, Xiao Huan, be Shen Yan? No, won't. That's the grandson of the old Prince Ning. How could he possibly be the heir of their Pingyuan Marquis mansion who has been missing for more than 10 years? She must have guessed wrong. But once this speculation started, it sprang up like mushrooms after rain, making everything irrational seem reasonable. Since the heir apparent of Prince Ning is Shen Yan, it is only natural for Shen Tang to order him around, and his younger sister and her own elder brother naturally do not need to be polite. Since the true identity of the Prince of Ning's heir is Shen Yan, it is only natural for his grandson to pay respects to his maternal grandfather, old Master Jiang. Because the heir of Prince Ning was Shen Yan, the old lady's grudges with the Jiang family disappeared, and the two families resumed their exchanges. The second madam still remembered that on the day the Marquis's mansion held the wedding banquet, the old lady asked the maid who from Prince Ning's mansion would be attending the wedding banquet. When she heard that it was the old Prince Ning, the old lady did not show any joy on her face. The old lady probably thought that the person attending the banquet at the Marquis's mansion was the heir of Prince Ning, her own grandson. It was precisely because Shen Yan was found that the second branch of the family no longer needed to inherit the title that the old lady agreed to expel the second branch from the Marquis's mansion. Thinking of these things, the second wife's face twisted with anger, her long nails digging into her flesh, almost drawing blood. Shen Yan was missing for more than 10 years. He did not die outside, nor did he fall into poverty. Instead, he transformed into the heir of the Ning prince's mansion. The old Prince Ning dared to have someone impersonate his grandson and confuse the royal bloodline. Even though Prince Ning is the emperor's uncle and enjoys the emperor's deep trust, she doesn't believe that the Empress Dowager and the royal family would agree to such a thing. More than a decade of planning was ruined in an instant. The second madam's rationality had been shattered by hatred. She gestured for her maid to come closer and whispered a few instructions to her. The maid was startled. How is this possible? If such rumors are spread and someone finds out, Prince Ning will not let his wife and husband off the hook. The old Prince Ning only has one grandson, the Prince Ning's heir. Rumor has it that the Prince Ning's heir is not the old Prince Ning's biological grandson, but the lost heir of their Pingyuan Marquis mansion. The maid is afraid that she will anger the old Prince Ning and the old Princess Ning to death. The second wife said, knowing that this is of great importance, you should handle it carefully and avoid any mistakes. The maid thought the second mistress had gone mad, but her indenture was in the second mistress's hands, and she dared not disobey whatever the second mistress asked her to do. Only after watching the maid leave did the second wife feel a little better. Rumors are rarely credible, regardless of whether they're true or not, they're spread first. Spreading rumors is easy, but debunking them is exhausting. If she guessed correctly, the heir of the Prince of Ning was indeed Shen Yan. Now that he had acknowledged his ancestry, he could forget about inheriting the power and status of the Prince of Ning's mansion. If she guessed wrong and the Prince of Ning's heir was not Shen Yan, then with such rumors circulating, the Prince of Ning's heir and the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence would definitely keep their distance from him and would certainly not do anything that would arouse suspicion. Inside the room, Shen Tang was reclining on a small couch reading a book, occasionally forking a piece of fruit and stuffing it into her mouth. The maid, Seer, came in and said, "Miss, fourth madam has arrived." Shen Tang looked out from behind the screen and saw fourth madam walk in. Shen Tang quickly closed her book and stood up to greet her. "It's almost dinner time. Why are you coming over, fourth aunt?" Fourth madam smiled and said, "The Marquis' mansion is preparing your dowry. Your third aunt and I have drawn up a list, which we just sent to the old lady for her review. The old lady had no objections and asked us to ask about your preferences. If there is anything you don't like, we can change it to something else." When the fourth madam turned around, the maid handed her the dowry list, which she took and passed to Shen Tang. Although she had already been married to Siagimo once, she still couldn't help but blush when the topic of dowry came up. Fourth madam handed over the dowry list. Although Shen Tang felt there was no need to look at it, she still reached out and took it. The list was similar to the one in her previous life, except for the changes in style and the number of items. Shen Tang scanned the list from beginning to end. "I don't dislike anything. Thank you for your hard work, fourth aunt and third aunt." Fourth madam laughed and said, "I'm overjoyed that you can have a dowry prepared for me." Shen Tang felt that the fourth madam's visit to her was definitely not just about showing her the dowry list. Sure enough, she heard the fourth madam say, "When the Princess of Jingyang left last time, she hoped to welcome you into the family next month." The old madam discussed it with the Marquis, and the Marquis said it was fine. "So the old madam asked me to come and ask you what you think." Shen Tang, why do you ask her everything? How is she supposed to answer that? If she says no, and it gets back to Siagimo, he'll definitely be unhappy and come looking for her. Saying yes would make it seem like she was eager to get married. Shen Tang blushed and said, I don't know either. It's all up to my father and grandmother to decide." The fourth wife smiled and said, "The old lady and the Marquis both know that you are a person with your own ideas, so they trust you to make the decisions. Can you please not trust her so much?" Shen Tang absolutely refused to take this idea. Just as I was wondering if there was a way to have the best of both worlds, Seer came running in, making the beaded curtain make a series of crisp and pleasant sounds. Upon seeing this, Ginkgo asked, "What's the matter that's so urgent?" Although the fourth wife is not an outsider, it makes the maidservant around the young lady seem too unruly and impatient. Seer swallowed hard and hurriedly said, "Miss, everyone outside the manor is saying that the Prince of Ning's heir is the eldest young master of our Pingyuan Marquis manor who has been missing for more than 10 years. Chapter 197. Asking for leave. Shen Tang frowned deeply. The fourth wife said, "Whose mouth did this come from? How can such an outrageous thing be spread so widely?" Shen Tang, Ginkgo, Xiao Tong. It is indeed unbelievable, but the Prince of Ning's heir really is the eldest son of their Pingyuan Marquis mansion. But not many people know the eldest young master's identity. Even Madame Jiang and the Jiang family's cousins don't know. Who spread this rumor? Shen Tang was also worried about this. Her elder brother was unable to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the family because he was afraid that Princess Ning would not be able to bear the thought of losing her only grandson. He was afraid that she would fall ill from the shock and even die. The fact that such rumors are circulating now is definitely not something leaked by the Prince Ning's residence. It could only be a problem with the Marquis' residence. If this gets to the ears of the old Princess Ning and something happens, how will the Marquis' residence explain it to the old Prince Ning and his elder brother? Shen Tang mentally went through everyone who knew her elder brother's identity. Besides her and her father, only her grandmother knew, as well as her maternal grandparents and the Prince Duan's mansion. There was no one else. All of them were grateful to the old Prince Ning for raising her elder brother and would never do something that would kill the old Princess Ning. Where exactly did the problem lie? Shen Tang couldn't figure it out. Although this step had to be taken sooner or later, it came so suddenly that she couldn't help but worry. Seeing the anger on Shen Tang's face, but even more so the worry, the fourth madam was somewhat puzzled. Tanger's reaction seemed really off. I can understand the anger, but this worry. There's nothing to worry about, right? Thinking of Shen Tang ordering the Prince of Ning to rescue people, thinking of the old lady's efforts to ease tensions with the Jiang family, and the old Prince Ning speaking to Shen Sui. Could it be that the Prince of Ning's heir is really the eldest son of their Pingyuan Marquis mansion? Songheng. Inside the house, the old lady had been bedridden for several days and was finding it too uncomfortable to lie down any longer, so she asked Wang Mama to help her up and walk around. Just as Madame Wang helped the old lady sit up, a maidservant came in and said, "Old Madam, everyone outside is saying that the Prince of Ning's heir is the eldest son of our Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion." The old lady was stunned, and she and Wang Mama exchanged a glance. How did this news get out? Although the old lady was quite happy for the news to spread, the question was, who was so considerate of her? After the old lady changed her clothes, Shen Sui arrived and asked, "Did the rumors on the street originate from Mother?" The old lady was immediately displeased. "I do hope that Yenner can be recognized by his ancestors as soon as possible, but I would not do anything that would be ungrateful and ruin Yenner's future. Shen Yan is engaged to Princess Rugia of the Duan Prince's mansion. Without acknowledging his ancestral lineage, he cannot marry Princess Rugia. Acknowledging his ancestral lineage is only a matter of time." She was already content that her grandson, who had been lost for over a decade, could be found. How could she disregard the life and death of the old Princess Ning just for a year or two earlier? The Pingyuan Marquis mansion was so heartless and ungrateful, offending the old Prince Ning. Even the Emperor would be angered by the Pingyuan Marquis mansion. This would ruin Shen Yan's future. The old Prince Ning treated Shen Yan like his own grandson. If Shen Yan stayed in the Ning Prince's mansion for a while longer, he would be more likely to be favored by the Emperor when he entered the court as an official. She wouldn't be confused about what's important and what's not. It's no wonder the old lady was unhappy to be thought of that way by her own son. Shen Sui also felt that the old lady wouldn't do such a thing, but not many people know about this. If it's not Mother, then who else could it be? At least she wasn't the only one who knew. Shen Sui, unfortunately, only suspected her own mother. It's no wonder Shen Sui thought that way. Among those in the know, she was the one most eager for Shen Yan to be recognized as a member of his clan. The old lady said, "The rumors shouldn't reach Princess Ning's ears, right? Whether or not the news reaches Princess Ning's ears is secondary now. The news has spread so widely that all the civil and military officials know about it. Tomorrow at the morning court session, the censor will definitely ask Prince Ning about this matter in front of the Emperor. If Prince Ning denies it, he will be deceiving the Emperor. Although the Emperor respects Prince Ning, he would not allow such a thing as confusing the royal bloodline. It's fair to say that once a rumor starts circulating, there are only two possible outcomes. Either Shen Yan acknowledges his ancestors and returns to the royal family, or from now on Shen Yan will truly be the heir apparent of the Prince of Ning. It's like one wave has barely subsided before another rises. The thought of having to go to bed early tomorrow gave Shen Sui a headache. Headache is good. You can ask for leave if you have a headache. The news that the Prince of Ning's heir was the eldest son of the Marquis of Pingyuan's family spread like wildfire throughout the capital and reached the ears of civil and military officials. Rumors always spread faster the more outrageous they are, but not many people believe this. First of all, Prince Ning is not the kind of person who would do anything to confuse the royal bloodline. Secondly, he went missing at the Lantern Festival when he was 4 years old, and suddenly became the heir of the Marquis's mansion instead of the heir of the Prince Ning's mansion. If that were really the case, it would be hard to say whether the eldest son of the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion was too unlucky or too lucky. However, some ministers were skeptical. After all, the Prince of Ning's heir had been in poor health in his early years and was sent out of the palace to recuperate. But when he returned, he was strong and healthy, skilled in both literature and martial arts. Moreover, he was the only grandson of his, and it was strange that he was not raised by his side, but instead spent his years on the frontier exposed to the wind and sand. Both of Prince Ning's sons have died, leaving him with only this precious grandson. Shouldn't he be raised with the utmost care and utmost respect, as if he were afraid that something might happen to him? The more strange things seemed, the more I felt that the rumor wasn't entirely unfounded. The following morning, many ministers arrived at the palace a quarter of an hour early to discuss the matter outside the Hall of State Affairs, with members of the imperial family being the most active. If Xiaohuan weren't Prince Ning's biological grandson, then the Ning prince's mansion would have no heir, and they would definitely have to adopt someone from the clan. Maybe this good thing would just fall into their laps. Many ministers were waiting to go to court to ask about Prince Ning, but when the court session started, Prince Ning did not show up. Not only did Prince Ning not come, but Shen Sui also asked for leave. The officials were speechless. However, neither Prince Ning nor Shen Sui attended court, which did not prevent them from discussing the matter. The censor reported the rumors circulating on the street to the emperor. Your Majesty, it is widely rumored on the street that Prince Ning's heir is Shen Yan, the eldest son of Marquis Pingyuan Shen Sui, who has been missing for more than 10 years. The emperor, seated on his dragon throne, asked, and then? The censor. And then, what else? The censor said, Prince Ning did not attend the morning court session, nor did Marquis Pingyuan. The emperor said, then let's wait until they attend the morning court session before asking. Such a turbulent topic, which could have stirred up a storm at any moment, was suppressed by the emperor, and all was calm. But the more this was the case, the more the officials felt something was amiss. This concerns the royal bloodline, and the emperor shouldn't be so indifferent. However, the emperor has always held Prince Ning in high esteem, so instead of guessing, it's better to wait until Prince Ning attends court and ask him directly then. As a result, Prince Ning did not attend court for 3 consecutive days. Shen Sui only asked for a day off because the emperor said to ask about it after they went to court. Only Shen Sui came, and no other ministers brought up the matter. Chapter 198. Palace Examination. Well, it's not like no ministers have brought it up. Before the morning court session, a minister asked Shen Sui a question, which Shen Sui immediately shut down with a single sentence. Today is a grand day for the imperial court to hold the palace examination and select talents. Does Lordly want to trouble His Majesty with my family affairs and those of Prince Ning? The imperial examination is the most important thing. As for whether Xiaohuan is the biological grandson of Prince Ning, Shen Sui's son, who has been lost for more than 10 years, is not in a hurry in a day or 2. Besides, it is Shen Sui who lost his son and has no children of his own. Shen Sui is not in a hurry, so why are they so anxious? After the morning court session, the palace examination would begin. The students who passed the imperial examinations entered the palace to confirm their identities and then were given the examination questions. They had to hand in their papers at dusk. The palace examination did not eliminate candidates. Apart from the top-ranked candidates, there was not much difference in the rankings, but there were still differences. Naturally, the higher the ranking, the better. Shen Tang prayed silently for her two cousins, hoping they would do well on the questions and achieve a good ranking. Sitting on the swing in the garden, gazing at the magnificent sunset, I knew the imperial examination was over. There were few participants in the palace examination, and the number of questions was also small, so the examination papers were graded very quickly. The examiners would present the 10 best papers to the emperor for review, and the emperor would then personally select the top 3 scholars, the first scholar, the second scholar, and the third scholar. The results will be released in 3 days at most, and in some cases as quickly as 2 days. With the second wife expelled from the Marquis's mansion, 90% of the troubles in the mansion were gone. Shen Tang stayed in her room reading books and doing needlework, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day the results were announced, the weather was fine, with a clear blue sky and not a cloud in sight. Since there were many people looking at the list, Shen Tang didn't leave the mansion to join in the fun. Yinxing took over the task of looking at the list and left the mansion with Seer, leaving Qiu Tong to serve Shen Tang. Yinxing and Seer went out after breakfast, and they hadn't returned by the time they finished lunch. Shen Tang was watching Qiu Tong make a knot when she heard footsteps outside. Qiu Tong said, "Yinxing and the others are back." Shen Tang looked up at the screen and saw Yinxing running in. She had run all the way back and was covered in a fine layer of sweat on her forehead. Yinxing wanted to speak, but her mouth was so dry it felt like it was on fire, so Qiu Tong quickly poured her a cup of tea. Yinxing finished her drink in one gulp, and Shen Tang asked, "How did my two cousins rank?" Yinxing grinned, her eyes sparkling, and Shen Tang knew that her two cousins must have done well on the exam. Yinxing said, "The eldest cousin got first place in the second class, while the second cousin got last place." Shen Tang. Coincidentally, this ranking swept all the second-place teams. Shen Tang knew that her older cousin was a good student, but she didn't expect him to have such a good ranking. Being first in the second class was already an excellent ranking. The next one to be ranked first was the top class, which only had 3 people. In this spring imperial examination, Jiang Mingxiu ranked 4th. Shen Tang was overjoyed for the Jiang family, as were her maternal grandparents, uncles, and aunts. Qiu Tong asked, "Who is the top scholar?" Yinxing covered her mouth and laughed. "It's that young master of the Jiang family who stepped on the young lady's foot and ranked first on the imperial examination list." Last time, Jiang Mingxiu said that he was very likely to be the top scorer this year, and sure enough, he was right. Yinxing said, "Last time a bunch of people were arresting young Master Jiang, but I didn't see it. Today, however, I did see it. Many stewards from the minister's household sent invitations to young Master Jiang, inviting him to come to their mansion to admire the flowers. Young Master Jiang was so scared that he ran away with his head in his hands." Shen Tang. They fled in panic, heads in their hands. Hearing these 4 words made Shen Tang's forehead crease with black lines. "Is this how you describe a freshly awarded top scholar?" Yinxing said, "When young Master Jiang walked in front of me, I almost couldn't help but reach out and grab him." Shen Tang raised her hand and tapped a ginkgo leaf. "Why are you arresting that top scholar?" Ginkgo grinned and said, "This servant is looking for a husband for Miss Jiang. The Jiang family has produced 2 Jinshi, successful candidates in the highest imperial examinations. If we can find another top scholar to be our granddaughter's husband, all the noble families in the capital will be green with envy." Shen Tang chuckled. "I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a wonderful thing. But it would be great if that were really the case." It was getting late, so Shen Tang decided not to go to the Jiang family to offer her congratulations and planned to go tomorrow. The next day was also a sunny day. After breakfast, Shen Tang went to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. The old lady had been bedridden for several days, but had finally recovered. Shen Tang did not pay her respects at her bedside. The old lady sat on the daybed, with the third wife sitting to her left and right. When Shen Tang entered, the third wife smiled and said, "The 2 young masters of the Jiang family did really well in the exam this time." Shen Tang said, "I didn't expect my 2 cousins to do so well on the exam." The old lady smiled and said, "The Jiang family is upright and honest. Both young masters of the Jiang family are quite good. The court needs such upright officials." For so many years, the old lady had never mentioned the Jiang family, and no one dared to mention it in front of her. So, Shen Tang was quite unaccustomed to the sudden praise of the Jiang family. Shen Tang said, "Grandmother, I'd like to go to the Jiang family to offer my congratulations later." Of course, the old lady nodded. The fourth wife said, "I'll have someone prepare a congratulatory gift right away." Shen Tang shook her head and said, "I'll go empty-handed. My father will send a congratulatory gift. For such an important event, it is only formal if the father delivers the gift." The old lady nodded. "Once you're waiting to be married in the manor, you won't be able to leave easily. Go early today and stay at the Jiang family's house a little longer." Shen Tang was also eager, so she got up. After arriving at the main gate of the Marquis's residence, they waited for a while before a servant brought over the carriage. After Inching Chiotong helped Shen Tang into the carriage, she also climbed inside. Normally, when Shen Tang visits the Jiang family, she only brings one maid. Today, both maids wanted to go to the Jiang family to share in the joy, so Shen Tang didn't show favoritism and brought them both along. The carriage arrived at the Jiang family residence without any hindrance. Upon seeing Shen Tang, the servants of the Jiang family beamed with joy. After the results were announced yesterday, old Madame Jiang was delighted and rewarded the entire household with half a year's worth of monthly allowances, so the whole Jiang family was naturally overjoyed. Sure enough, as Inching Chiodong followed Shen Tang into the mansion, the Jiang family steward handed her 2 purses. Inching Chiotong accepted them. They were heavy, and she couldn't stop smiling with joy. After entering the inner courtyard and walking about 100 steps, Jiang Ning and Jiang Li came over. Jiang Li said, "I thought my cousin would come to the Jiang family yesterday to accompany grandmother while waiting for the results to be announced, just like last time." Shen Tang said, "If I had known the results would be released yesterday, I definitely would have come." That's true. The results will be released in the next couple of days, but the exact date is uncertain. It's possible that yesterday's trip was in vain. They waited all morning yesterday, thinking that the results wouldn't be released and were about to go home. Luckily, they waited a little longer, otherwise, the whole morning would have been wasted. Jiang Li, linking arms with Shen Tang, said, "Cousin, you have no idea how happy Grandpa and Grandma were yesterday." Even without seeing it, one can imagine that the Jiang family probably hasn't encountered a single event more joyful than yesterday in its entire history. When Shen Tang arrived at Suibai courtyard, she saw old Madame Jiang sitting on a daybed. She looked radiant with joy. Shen Tang curtsied and sat down next to old Madame Jiang, reaching out for some money. "Grandmother, I also want to share in the joy of my 2 cousins." Chapter 199. Obstacles. Madame Jiang held Shen Tang's hand, patted it twice, and smiled from ear to ear. Anyone else can be missing, but Tanger can't be missing. The maid brought over a tray with a bulging purse on it. Old Madame Jiang took it and stuffed it into Shen Tang's hand. It was heavy. Shen Tang said, "It's so heavy." Jiang Li said enviously, "The one given to my cousin is the biggest one. Of course, it's also what my cousin deserves. Without her, the Jiang family wouldn't be as prosperous as it is today. This purse is full of gold seeds and peanuts. It would be just as good as filling the purse with silver notes, but the Jiang family doesn't have enough resources to do so." Shen Tang said happily, "Thank you, grandmother." Shen Tang linked arms with old Madame Jiang, while Jiang Li talked animatedly about seeing the results yesterday. Jiang Ning sat to the side, not saying a word, her ears bright red. Shen Tang saw this and said, "Cousin, why aren't you saying a word? Did the top scholar step on your foot again yesterday?" Boom. Jiang Ning, whose ears were already bright red, turned completely red, looking just like a boiled crab. Jiang Ning stamped her foot shyly. No. My cousin is just teasing me. Even if it was a joke, there's no need to blush like this, right? Something's up." Shen Tang looked at Jiang Li, who covered her mouth and laughed. "Cousin, you don't know. Yesterday when the results were announced, young Master Jiang gave you a jade pendant." Shen Tang raised an eyebrow. It seems there's a glimmer of hope that the Jiang family has a granddaughter-in-law who is a top scholar. Jiang Ning's face turned bright red, and she said angrily to Jiang Li, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to hit you." Jiang Li said, "I'm stating the facts." "What's the truth?" Jiang Ning was so embarrassed she wanted to hit Jiang Li. Jiang Li hid behind Shen Tang, and Jiang Ning stomped her foot and said, "Cousin, don't listen to her nonsense. Young Master Jiang found the talisman. I used to pray for my brother's success and wanted to return it to me. But when he was being chased, he grabbed the wrong one and stuffed the jade pendant into my hand." Jiang Li said, "The talisman I got for my elder brother to pass the imperial examination fell into the hands of young Master Jiang. In the end, he passed the examination and the results were announced. It's no use getting it back now." On the day the Prince of Jingyang's mansion sent the betrothal gifts, Madame Jiang went to the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion to visit the old lady, while Jiang Ning and Jiang Li went to the Dajia temple to pray for Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan. So they did not go with them. They went to the Jiakhang temple, and coincidentally, young Master Jiang and several classmates from Wangzhou were also going to the Jiakhang temple. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, young Master Jiang recalled the day the results of the imperial examination were announced, when he accidentally stepped on Jiang Ning. He felt guilty for stepping on the girl's foot, but since he didn't know which family she belonged to, he didn't apologize and didn't dare to visit her. He didn't expect to run into her at the Jiakhang temple, so he definitely had to apologize for his rudeness that day. It's always a little embarrassing to have your foot stepped on. Jiang Ning's palms were sweating from gripping the high school talisman. She has a habit of squeezing her handkerchief when she's nervous. She generously wished young Master Jiang success in his exams and then left. Young Master Jiang picked up the high achievement talisman. Several classmates who had been standing at a distance came over and laughed, saying, "Brother Jiang already ranked first in the provincial exam. Before even going in to pray, you've obtained a talisman for success. Surely the top scholar title will be yours." Young Master Jiang replied, "This was prayed for by that young lady, for someone else. To lose such a talisman, she must have no fate with the top scholar position," one of the classmates joked. Knowing it belonged to Jiang Ning and that it had been dropped because of his apology, young Master Jiang felt it inappropriate to throw it away, so he tucked it into his robe. Since he already had one such talisman on him, he didn't pray for another. On the day the exam results were posted, he thought Jiang Ning would go to see the list, so he went as well and brought the talisman with him. Just as Jiang Li had said, once the results were out, returning the talisman was useless. Still, he brought it along. Then the same situation as during the exam occurred again. A crowd gathered around him, wanting to invite him for tea and to admire flowers. Young Master Jiang didn't dare linger. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted Jiang Ning in the crowd. Last time, he hadn't expected they would meet again and hadn't asked which household she belonged to, so it would have been improper. This time wasn't suitable either. While trying to slip away, he fumbled for the talisman in his robe. In his haste, he made a mistake and accidentally stuffed his own jade pendant into Jiang Ning's hand. Since young Master Jiang couldn't throw away the talisman he had picked up, Jiang Ning likewise couldn't discard the jade pendant that had been mistakenly given to her. So she brought it back to her residence. The jade pendant felt like a hot potato in her hands. Jiang Ning didn't even know how many times she had blushed because of it. Afraid that Shen Tang would tease her, Jiang Ning quickly changed the subject. These past few days, there have been rumors in the streets saying that the Prince Ning's heir is actually cousin. About that matter. At the mention of this, the old Madame Jiang waved her hand and dismissed all the maids and servants from the room. This was also something she wanted to know. If not for the palace examination interrupting things, and with the old Prince Ning not attending court these past few days, the rumor would likely already have reached a conclusion. No one knew who had spread it, or whether it had reached the ears of the old Princess Ning. The old prince couldn't stay away from court forever. Jiang Ning and Jiang Li already knew that the Prince Ning's heir was indeed their cousin. Shen Tang shook her head. "I don't know either. I didn't ask father." Since the old prince hasn't been attending court, the rumor probably hasn't reached the old princess yet. The only obstacle to her elder brother being officially recognized by his ancestral family was the fear that the old princess wouldn't be able to bear the shock. Otherwise, there was nothing else to worry about. If it were any other rumor, something as significant as the imperial examinations would have overshadowed it. But this matter, it had been suppressed for a few days by father using the palace examination as cover. Now that the results had been released, it couldn't be suppressed anymore. The old prince had already been avoiding court for several days. If he still didn't attend the next day, it would be tantamount to admitting the rumor was true. If it were false, then why would he avoid court when he wasn't ill? The old Prince Ning was also troubled by this matter. It had been hidden for so long, yet suddenly spread everywhere. Fortunately, it hadn't reached the old princess's ears. He had issued a gag order, and no one dared let her find out. But paper can't wrap fire forever. On a whim, the old Princess Ning decided to go to Dazhou Temple to offer incense. Her personal maid said, "It's hot these days, and your highness isn't in good health. It's better not to go." The old princess replied, "It's not even the hottest time yet. If I don't go now, I'll have to wait until autumn." As she spoke, she felt something was off. She rarely went out. Usually, when she suggested going to Dazhou Temple, Madame Zhao would be pleased and encourage her to get out more. Why was she hesitating today? The old princess asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" Madame Zhao shook her head. No. You've been with me for decades." "I know you stutter when you lie," the old princess said. "Don't make me guess. Just tell me." Madame Zhao said, "There's really nothing. I just..." The old princess looked at her. Madame Zhao slapped her own mouth. She had never lied in her life, so when she did, she stuttered. "Are you trying to worry me to death?" the old princess said. Madame Zhao knelt down. "It's not that I won't say. It's just that the old prince issued a gag order, afraid that some rumors outside would upset you. Who would dare spread idle gossip about Prince Ning's household?" Only the two old ones and Huana remained. The old princess's heart tightened. "Has something happened to Huana?" Madame Zhao shook her head. The old princess, already in poor health, began coughing in anxiety. "Are you really going to worry me to death? I already know something is wrong. Even if you don't tell me, I will find out. Either it was kept completely secret, or once even a hint leaked, it couldn't be hidden." Moreover, the old princess couldn't stop going out forever. Bracing herself, Madame Zhao said, "We don't know who spread the rumor, but it says that the heir of Prince Ning's household is actually the eldest son of the Pingyuan Marquis' residence who was lost over 10 years ago." The old princess trembled, her face turning deathly pale. Madame Zhao panicked. "It's just a rumor, it can't be taken seriously." The old princess raised her hand to stop her. "Go summon the old prince." Chapter 200, Bitterness. Inside the study. The old Prince Ning sat at his desk, rubbing his temples repeatedly. Given his status, there were very few matters that could leave him so helpless and troubled. Using the palace examination as an excuse, he had delayed things for several days. But now he could no longer postpone it. Yet, even after all this time, he still hadn't come up with a perfect solution. Just as he was worrying, there came a knock at the door. "Come in." A maid pushed the door open, bowed, and said, "Old prince, the old princess is asking to see you." The old prince frowned. The old princess rarely sought him out. She handled all affairs of the household on her own and didn't need to consult him. Feeling uneasy, he asked, "Has something happened?" The maid hesitated. "Speak," he ordered. Gathering her courage, the maid said, "The old princess wanted to go to Dazhou Temple tomorrow to pray." Madame Zhao advised against it, and the old princess sensed something was wrong. With no other choice, Madame Zhao told her about the rumors concerning the heir. Why would she suddenly want to go offer incense? The old prince felt overwhelmed. Though he knew this matter couldn't be hidden forever, it had come too abruptly. After losing both sons and grandson, he could no longer bear any more blows. If anything happened to the old princess, he wouldn't want to go on living either. His whole body felt weak. Supporting himself on the table, he barely managed to stand before forcing himself to appear calm as he went to see her. The old princess sat on a couch, her eyes fixed on the stone floor. No one knew what she was thinking. The old prince walked over. "Why did you suddenly send for me?" She looked up at him. "Is Huaner the son of the Pingyuan Marquis?" The old prince replied, "Just rumors. How can they be taken seriously?" He sat down, then suddenly realized something was off. Turning to her, he said, "What did you just ask me?" A trace of sorrow flashed in her eyes. "Is Huaner the son of the Pingyuan Marquis?" His heart jolted. "You." Bitterness welled up inside her, and she gave a faint, bitter smile. "Do you think I wouldn't know whether Huaner is my own grandson? The day you brought him to me, I already knew." They had loved each other their whole lives. She had borne him 2 sons. She knew that in their later years, they would only have each other. After losing both sons, he was her reason to keep living, and she was his support. If either of them fell, the other wouldn't be able to go on. To hide the truth from her, he had found a child whose features somewhat resembled their grandson. With such painstaking effort, how could she bear to expose it? The lifeless Prince Ning's residence needed a bit of vitality. She had always known the truth but never said it aloud. Though their grandson had left the capital to recuperate, she had raised him herself. She wasn't so muddle-headed as to fail to recognize whether he was truly her own. Over the years, she had long treated Xiao Huan as her real grandson. Deep down, she had hoped he could stay and inherit the Prince Ning's household. But that hope rested on the condition that he was an orphan with no parents and that no one knew the truth. "I was wondering why you've been so close to the Pingyuan Marquis lately," she said. "Is it because of me that you won't let Huaner return to his ancestral family?" The old prince said nothing, which was as good as admitting it. She had expected as much. Her eyes reddened. "Huaner has had such a hard life. How can you bear it?" She had heard much about the Pingyuan Marquis' household recently. The eldest legitimate son lost at a lantern festival. The second son switched at birth and nearly buried alive. It had moved her deeply. But she never imagined Xiao Huan was actually the eldest son who had been abducted at the lantern festival, only 4 years old, cast out due to schemes over inheritance. Now that he had finally found his family, he still couldn't return to them because of her. She couldn't bear it. The old prince said, "Huaner is already betrothed to Princess Rugia. Sooner or later, he will return to the Pingyuan Marquis' household. I only feared you wouldn't be able to bear the shock, so I didn't tell you." Who would have thought the matter would suddenly spread, catching me off guard? The old princess's nose stung. "Huaner and Rugia are well matched. It's just a pity that our fortune is too thin. How wonderful it would be if you were truly our grandson. Huaner has his own family. We shouldn't let our selfishness deprive the Pingyuan Marquis' household of their family reunion. Let him return to them as soon as possible." The old prince said, "I once suggested to the Pingyuan Marquis that we could adopt Huaner as a god-grandson. What do you think?" Choking with emotion, she said, "In my heart, Huaner is already my own grandson." "He is a filial child," the old prince said. "Even after returning, he will come back often to visit us." The tears she had been holding back finally fell. She had thought this secret could be kept for a lifetime. She had cried her heart dry long ago when her 2 sons died. Seeing her weep now, the old prince felt indescribable pain. A thought that had surfaced countless times rose again, and this time, he could no longer suppress it. He stood up. "I'm going to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence." Meanwhile, Shen Tang stayed at the Jiang residence, accompanying the old Madame Jiang through lunch and lingering for another half-hour before reluctantly taking her leave. When she returned to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence and got down from the carriage, a gate servant reported, "Second miss, the old Prince Ning has come. He's speaking with the Marquis in the study." The rumor that the Prince Ning's heir was actually the Pingyuan Marquis' eldest son had been circulating for days, and even the servants were curious. The old Prince Ning was the emperor's own uncle of extremely noble status. Normally, sending someone to summon the Marquis would already be an honor, yet he had come in person. Coming at such a time, it must be about her elder brother returning to his ancestral family. Shen Tang very much wanted to go to the study and listen, but even with great courage, she wouldn't dare. Thinking that such a major matter would surely concern the old madam, she headed to Songha Hall. Upon entering, the old madam asked, "Has the old Prince Ning left?" Shen Tang shook her head. "He hadn't when I returned." The old madam said. What could they be discussing for so long? Shen Tang was surprised. Has he been here that long? Madame Wang glanced at the water clock. Almost half an hour. That long. Could it be that the old prince hadn't come about her brother's recognition? Shen Tang didn't think so. If her brother didn't return to his family, he couldn't marry Princess Rugia. Surely they wouldn't call off the engagement. Grandmother, please be patient. It shouldn't be much longer, Shen Tang said. Just as she finished speaking, a maid hurried in. Old madam, the Marquis and the old Prince Ning have left the residence together. They said if there's anything, it can wait until they return. The old madam frowned. Where did they go? The maid shook her head. As a servant, how could she dare ask where the Marquis was going? She knew neither the purpose of the trip nor when they would return. Chapter 201 Adoption. Just moments ago, Shen Tang had been urging the old madam to be patient. Now, she was the one losing patience. Shen Tang couldn't guess what Shen Sui and the old Prince Ning had gone out to do, but she was certain they hadn't gone to Prince Ning's residence. Otherwise, the old prince would have simply invited her father over directly. They hadn't even said where they were going, let alone when they would return. Since they had gone out, they likely wouldn't be back anytime soon. Shen Tang didn't have the patience to keep waiting in Singha Hall, so she stood up and said, "Grandmother, I'll head back first." The old madam didn't stop her, and Shen Tang bowed before taking her leave. Waiting in her own room was much more comfortable. She lounged on a small couch, eating fruit and flipping through a book. But this wait lasted until sunset. The evening glow painted the sky in blazing colors. Shen Tang stood in the corridor watching the fiery sunset when Seer came running in, panting. "Miss, the Marquis has returned." Finally. Shen Tang stepped down the stairs, but before she could go far, Seer caught her breath and added, "The Marquis didn't go to see the old madam. He only sent word, saying the eldest young master will acknowledge his ancestors and return to the family tomorrow." Ginkgo and Xiaodong said happily, "The eldest young master is finally returning to the family." Shen Tang was happy too. But her instincts told her things weren't that simple. If it were just a matter of her elder brother returning to the family, why would the old Prince Ning and her father have talked for so long in the study and then gone out together? Still, since the old Prince Ning allowed her brother to return, it showed that the old Princess Ning wasn't as fragile as people thought. The Ning household had saved her brother's life and raised him. Shen Tang hoped both the old prince and old princess would live long lives. She slept well that night. On the day Shen Yan was to formally acknowledge his ancestors, Shen Tang got up early and went to Songha Hall to have breakfast with the old madam. The old madam was beaming. Ever since she learned that the Prince Ning's heir was her grandson who had been lost for 15 years, she had been waiting for this day. Now that it had finally arrived, how could she not be happy? As soon as the fourth madam entered, the old madam asked, "Are the sacrificial offerings ready for Yenner's ceremony?" The fourth madam smiled. "Don't worry, everything has been prepared." The eldest young master had been missing for 15 years, yet not only had he survived, he had been raised by the old Prince Ning as a beloved grandson. Such fortune called for offerings to heaven and thanks to the ancestors for their protection. As soon as the old madam learned about the ceremony, she had instructed the fourth madam to arrange everything. The fourth madam dared not slack off in the slightest. Seeing the old madam's excitement, Shen Tang said, "It'll probably be a while before brother returns." The old madam knew this, but she simply couldn't sit still. They had to wait for Shen Sui to finish court, go to Prince Ning's residence to bring Shen Yan back, and then return at least another half hour. The old madam still hadn't seen her grandson. She only knew that his features resembled Shen Sui's, but how much resemblance there was, she'd have to see for herself. The third madam, fourth madam, and Shen Luo all waited together. Shen Tang kept checking the water clock, thinking court should be over by now, when suddenly a servant rushed in, bent over and gasping. Mama Wang quickly asked, "Has the eldest young master returned?" The servant shook his head. And no. After catching his breath, he said, "The eldest young master hasn't returned yet. The old Prince Ning has adopted Princess Rugia as his granddaughter, and has arranged for our eldest young master to marry into the Ning household." Shen Tang. Old madam. Cough, cough. The news was too shocking. The old madam tried to speak, but choked and began coughing uncontrollably. Mama Wang quickly patted her back to help her recover. Shen Tang knew things weren't that simple, and indeed, they weren't. At court earlier that day, after taking several days off, the old Prince Ning finally appeared in court. The officials, who had been holding back their curiosity, immediately spoke up once the emperor arrived, asking whether the rumors spreading through the capital were true, whether the heir of Prince Ning was actually Shen Yan, the long-lost eldest son of Marquis Pingyuan. The emperor looked at the old Prince Ning. Royal uncle, is Huaner truly the Marquis' son? The old Prince Ning replied, I dare not deceive your majesty. Huaner is indeed the Marquis' son. A collective gasp filled the hall. A royal clan member stepped forward to accuse him. Confusing the imperial bloodline, this is deceiving the emperor. The old Prince Ning remained silent. The emperor said, Royal uncle did not deceive me. I knew of this 10 years ago. After losing his son, he feared the old princess couldn't bear losing her grandson as well, so he found a child who resembled him to temporarily take his place. He asked for my permission, and I granted it. The officials were stunned that the emperor had known and approved all along. But the royal clan objected. This still confuses the imperial bloodline. More importantly, the Marquis has no other sons. The old Prince Ning should not have kept father and son apart for his own sake. If he wanted an heir, he could have adopted one from the clan. The old Prince Ning said, It is indeed my fault for delaying Huaner's return. Today is the day he acknowledges his ancestors. Additionally, I request permission to adopt a child from the royal clan. The emperor readily agreed. Do you have someone in mind? Yes, the old prince replied. Princess Rugia of Prince Duan's household. The emperor. The officials. Adopt a daughter? Daughters couldn't inherit titles or continue the family line. Was the old prince losing his mind? The emperor asked, What is your intention? The old prince said, I raised Huaner as my own grandson. He has grown on me greatly. I know the royal clan would not agree to him inheriting my title. So I will adopt Rugia as my granddaughter and take Huaner as a son-in-law. Their child will inherit my title. The court erupted in discussion. Some opposed it, arguing there was no precedent. Others supported it, saying such arrangements were common among commoners. The old prince's prestige outweighed that of the rest of the royal clan combined. When they tried to argue that Marquis Pingyuan would lose his heir, the old prince responded, The Marquis has another son who is lost, but may yet be found. If he returns, he will inherit. If not, Huaner's son will inherit both lines. Thus, both families would have successors. All that remained was the emperor's approval. The emperor asked, Is there truly no one else you prefer from the clan? The old prince replied, At my age, I no longer have the strength to raise another heir. If it is only for the sake of inheritance, it is meaningless. No legacy lasts forever. Whether my line ends with me or with my descendants makes little difference. His words were sincere. If the emperor refused, he would rather let his lineage end. Could the emperor refuse? The old prince had only 2 sons in his life, one of whom had died saving him. Knowing his stubborn nature, the emperor finally relented. I approve. Chapter 202, Letting Go. The royal clansmen were about to object again, but the old Prince Ning swept a cold gaze over them. It carried a clear message: whoever opposed him would become his enemy. Instantly, the royal clan fell silent. Although it would be difficult for the old Prince Ning to stand against the entire royal clan, there was a saying, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Whoever dared to step forward to block his plan, adopting Princess Rugia and having the Marquis Pingyuan's son marry into his household, had better be spotless in character. Otherwise, even as a member of the royal clan, they might find themselves sent to the harsh northwest to dig mines. It was the first time the old Prince Ning had used his power in court to suppress others, and it worked perfectly. Those who had opposed him the most fiercely were the first to step forward and congratulate him. Soon, all the civil and military officials followed, offering their congratulations. The old Prince Ning handled this matter personally and hadn't told the old princess beforehand. After all, he wasn't completely certain it would succeed. If it failed, it would only disappoint her. He wanted it to be a surprise. Although the old princess knew Xiao Huan was deeply affectionate and would still visit often even after acknowledging his ancestry, the fact that he would no longer live in the residence still left her feeling empty. She had slept poorly the night before and had little appetite in the morning. The table was filled with her favorite dishes, yet she couldn't eat it all. After much persuasion from Madame Zhao, she barely managed half a bowl of millet porridge. Her head throbbed painfully. Madame Zhao said, "Is your headache acting up again? Shall I call the imperial physician?" The old princess waved her hand. "I just didn't sleep well." Madame Zhao said, "Then let me help you back to your room to rest." But she couldn't even sleep at night. How could she now? Her mood was low, her eyes moist. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, wanting to ask whether Huaner had already left, but not daring to. At that moment, a maid rushed in, nearly colliding with another maid carrying pastries. "Old princess. Good news." What good news could there be? The old princess smiled bitterly. Madame Zhao asked, "What good news?" The maid said breathlessly, "His Majesty has approved our residents to adopt Princess Rugia from Prince Duan's household, and the Marquis Pingyuan's eldest son, our heir, will marry into our residence." The old princess froze, then her face lit up with overwhelming joy. His Majesty truly agreed? The maid nodded eagerly. The royal clan opposed it, but His Majesty approved it in consideration of the old prince's contributions. Madame Zhao said happily, "This is wonderful. The heir won't have to leave the residence, and Princess Rugia will also live here to accompany you." The old princess was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face. The maid added, "However, if the Marquis Pingyuan's second son isn't found, then the son born to the heir and Princess Rugia will return to inherit the Marquis's title." The old princess nodded repeatedly. "That is only right. It would mean Princess Rugia might have to bear 2 sons, but more children meant more blessings. Especially since Huaner and Princess Rugia were deeply in love, the old princess was already eager to have the betrothal gifts prepared. With her mood lifted, even her headache disappeared. Madame Zhao glanced at the water clock and said, "It's still early. I'll have the kitchen prepare more breakfast. You'll need strength to arrange the wedding." "Bring it," the old princess said. Once her spirits improved, her appetite returned. The maid quickly brought another serving of breakfast. After the old princess finished eating, the old prince returned. She lightly reproached him, "You had such plans and didn't even hint to me." He smiled. "I was afraid it might not succeed." She said, "We should thank the rumors from the past few days." Xiao Huan was not of royal blood. She could turn a blind eye, but the royal clan would not. Now that everything had been brought into the open, the matter had been properly resolved, and they could finally rest easy. The old prince nodded. She then asked, "But how should we send the betrothal gifts?" Nominally, Princess Rugia was being adopted and Huaner was marrying in. Suddenly, she realized the problem. Where should the betrothal gifts be sent? Sending them to the Marquis's residence would be like stabbing him in the heart. The old prince said, "Everyone knows the truth. There's no need to worry about appearances. Send the gifts directly to Prince Duan's residence and bring Princess Rugia over in a grand procession." She nodded, then asked, "How did you persuade the Marquis?" The old prince said, "We are both old and don't have many years left. The Marquis is still young. Huaner will have plenty of time to fulfill his filial duties in the future. After the marriage, I will ask His Majesty to assign Huaner under the Marquis, so father and son will have many chances to meet." The old prince had both saved and raised Xiao Huan. Shen Sui could hardly refuse him. Moreover, the old prince was handing over the entire Ning estate. To others, this would be an incredible blessing. Refusing it would seem ungrateful. Still, Shen Sui hesitated. After losing his son for so many years, he had only just found him again, and now he was to marry into another family. The old prince even moved to kneel, startling Shen Sui. "You value Yener so highly, it is his blessing." "I agree." "Please don't do this," Shen Sui said quickly, helping him up. After Shen Sui agreed, the old prince went with him to Prince Duan's residence. After all, Since they were nominally adopting Princess Rugia, it was proper to inform Prince Duan. Naturally, Prince Duan had no objections. His daughter was already engaged to Xiaohuan, and whether she lived in the Marquis' residence or the Ning residence made little difference. In fact, living in the Ning residence was even better, as the old princess doted on her, and the two households were only 3 streets apart. The old princess then asked, "Can the old madam of the Marquis' household bear this?" Putting herself in her place, she knew she wouldn't be able to. The old prince sighed. "This is the most selfish thing I've done in my life. In the future, let Huaner bring Princess Rugia back to stay a few days each month and fulfill his filial duties. If the Marquis' younger son is found, none of this will matter." The old princess silently prayed that the lost young master of the Marquis' household would be found soon and return to his family. Meanwhile, in the Marquis' residence, the old madam sat on the couch. Since hearing that Xiaohuan would marry into the Ning household, she hadn't spoken. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. It was no wonder she was upset. She hadn't even seen her grandson yet, and already she was told he would marry into another family. How could she possibly feel happy? Chapter 203: Acknowledging the Ancestors. The old madam's displeasure was written all over her face, and no one else in the room dared to speak. The 3rd madam and 4th madam exchanged glances countless times. They wanted to say a few words to comfort her, but feared provoking her anger. Still, in their hearts, they didn't think this was a bad thing. If the old Prince Ning didn't truly favor Xinyan, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths, using the adoption of Princess Rugia as a workaround to keep Xinyan in the Ning household and eventually pass everything to him. That was the Ning prince's residence, something 10 Marquis Pingyuan households couldn't compare to. For Xinyan, it was undoubtedly a good thing. For the Marquis' household, it wasn't bad either. Their ancestors had fought on the battlefield, shedding blood and risking their lives, only to earn a Marquis title. Now, the old Prince Ning was practically handing his princely title to Xinyan. Countless royal clansmen envied this to the point of grinding their teeth. In the future, the Ning household would firmly become the backing of the Marquis' family, and an unshakable one at that. This was a great benefit for Shen Sui, as well as for the 3rd and 4th masters. But the old madam had missed her grandson for over a decade and hadn't even seen him yet. On top of that, such a major decision had been made without consulting her. How could she not feel upset? Shen Sui had considered the loneliness of the old prince and old princess Ning, but hadn't thought about her. Yes, the Marquis' household had many descendants, with legitimate sons in each branch. But Shen Sui's younger son was still missing, and no one knew when he might be found. The 2nd branch had been expelled from the family, leaving the old madam without a single grandson by her side. She had finally awaited Xinyan's return, only for him to marry into another family. The old madam waited for Shen Sui to return. After a long wait, a maid finally came in and said, "Old madam, the Marquis has returned." Soon after, Shen Sui entered, but he was alone. "Where is Yenner? Didn't you go to bring him back from the Ning residence?" she asked. "I had 4th brother go instead," Shen Sui replied. That was acceptable, since Shen Sui and Xinyan had already acknowledged each other privately. The old madam said, "Why didn't you discuss such an important matter with me?" Shen Sui replied, "The old Prince Ning truly cares for Huaner. I couldn't bear to refuse." "You couldn't bear it, but what about yourself?" she said. "You also have a title that needs an heir." She knew Shen Sui had 2 sons, but they had to be present. One had been found, but the other was still missing. Could he be found as well? She hoped so, but hope didn't make it reality. At this point, she only knew Shen Sui had agreed to let Xiaohuan marry into the Ning household. She knew nothing else. Shen Sui said, "We've already discussed it. If Xing'er is found, he will inherit the title. If not, then Huaner's son will inherit it." Xin Xing was the name Shen Sui had given his still-missing younger son. Hearing this, the old madam's expression softened somewhat. Shen Sui continued, "After Huaner marries, the old Prince Ning will arrange for him to train under me. Our father-son bond won't grow distant. From time to time, he will also bring Princess Rugia back to stay for a few days and keep you company." The old prince had said every month, but Shen Sui changed it to from time to time, fearing that if it couldn't be fulfilled, it would only disappoint the old madam. Her expression softened even more. Keeping me company is secondary, she said. What matters is your father-son relationship. After all, he hasn't been raised by your side all these years. The kindness of upbringing often outweighs that of birth. The old prince and old princess already doted on Shen Yan. Now that the emperor had approved his marriage into the Ning household, they could do so openly. She feared that in the future, Shen Yan might only see the Ning residence as home and neglect the marquis's household. However, since the old prince had arranged for Shen Yan to train under Shen Sui, it would actually make it easier to strengthen their bond. Shen Sui cared about the old madam's thoughts, but not entirely. He turned to Shen Tang. After all, Shen Yan had been found because of her. Do you blame me for this decision? He asked. Shen Tang shook her head. No matter where Big Brother is, he is still my brother, and still father's son, and grandmother's grandson. The third madam added, Tanger is right. The old prince's affection for Yenner is his blessing, and also a blessing for our household. The old madam's anger finally dissipated. Why hasn't he been brought back yet? She asked anxiously. She craned her neck, waiting eagerly. The tense atmosphere in the room finally eased. After another quarter of an hour, a maid hurried in. Old madam. The fourth master has brought the eldest young master back. Everyone in the household except the old madam had already seen Xiao Huan. After a short while, a tall figure entered. His features resembled Shen Sui, but his noble bearing stood out unmistakably. With just one glance, the old madam knew the old Prince Ning had truly raised him as a beloved grandson. It was no wonder he couldn't bear to let him go. Her eyes grew moist. Yenner. Since this was the formal acknowledgement of ancestry, kowtowing was necessary. A maid brought a cushion. Xiao Huan knelt and kowtowed to the old madam. She resisted the urge to pull him up immediately. Only after he finished did she help him up, her voice choked with emotion. 15 years. You've finally come home. Xiao Huan's eyes were red as well. Although he had lived well in the Ning residence, loved and carefully raised by the old prince and old princess, he always knew he wasn't their true grandson. He had longed to find his real family and understand why he had been separated from them. The old prince had told him he might not have been abandoned, that he could have been lost. Either way, he had always wanted to know where he came from. Now he knew. He was the eldest son of the Marquis Ping Yuan's household, lost 15 years ago during a lantern festival. And all these years, people had been searching for him, thinking of him. The knot in his heart was finally untied. Grandmother, he called. She nodded repeatedly, tears blurring her vision. Father, he said to Shen Sui. Then he looked at Shen Tang. She spoke first, smiling. Big brother. The old madam wiped her tears. Let's go worship the ancestors. We must tell our forefathers this good news. Shen Sui rose and led Xiao Huan to the ancestral hall. The third and fourth masters, along with Shen Tang and others, followed. Normally, women were not allowed into the ancestral hall, but Shen Tang was permitted this time. After all, she was the one who had found Shen Yan, and even the matter of Shen Xing had come to light because of her efforts. Though she was a woman, she had done more than many others in the household. If she weren't qualified to enter, few would be. After the ceremony, the old madam, overjoyed, rewarded the entire household with half a year's wages. The whole residence was filled with celebration. But while the Marquis's household rejoiced, someone else was furious, so furious she nearly coughed up blood. When the news from court reached the second madam, she was almost driven to a stroke on the spot. She had spread rumors to destroy the relationship between the Ning residents and the Marquis's household, but instead, it strengthened their bond even further. Her schemes to seize Shen Yan's position as heir had backfired. She had effectively delivered him straight into the old Prince Ning's hands, granting him the position of heir to the Ning household. Her branch gained nothing and had even been removed from the family register, reduced to outcasts like rats in the gutter, despised by all. The second madam's vision darkened with rage, and she could taste blood in her mouth. Chapter 204. Burden. Aside from the second madam, the angriest people were none other than Consort Yi and Prince Qi. Especially Consort Yi, she had already cursed the second master and second madam countless times for being as stupid as pigs. They had committed something as serious as swapping identities, yet failed to keep it hidden. If they had concealed it completely, then with the current status of the Marquis Pingyuan's legitimate daughter, how much support could she have brought to Prince Qi? The Marquis Pingyuan's household was connected by marriage to Prince Jingyang's residence. The heir of Prince Jingyang was practically determined to marry Shen Tang. The daughter of Princess Jinda and her consort had been raised under the second madam. The eldest son of the Marquis's household, who had been lost for 15 years, had been raised as a beloved grandson by the old prince and old princess Ning, and was now engaged to Princess Rugia of Prince Duan's household. Marrying the Marquis's daughter would be equivalent to gaining the support of Prince Jingyang's residence, Princess Jinda, the Ning household, and Prince Duan's residence. Even if they didn't openly support Prince Qi in the struggle for succession, at the very least, they wouldn't stand against him. But now, all the dirty deeds of the second branch had been exposed. Everyone knew about them. Their reputation was completely ruined. The second master had even been demoted 2 ranks. Not only could they no longer help Prince Qi in the succession struggle, they had become a burden. Consort Yi was so furious she nearly ground her teeth to dust. While Consort Yi and Prince Qi were unhappy, Empress Su and the eldest prince were delighted and also secretly relieved. Consort Yi was favored, and Prince Qi held considerable power in court. Empress Su didn't dare imagine what would have happened if Shen Han had truly been Shen Sui's daughter and the sister of the Ning heir. If all those forces had supported Prince Qi, there might have been no chance left for her and the eldest prince. She hadn't expected that the one who helped them the most would turn out to be the second Miss Shen. It made all the effort they had spent elevating Shen Han to become the second prince's consort worthwhile. That move had been brilliant. Empress Su even faintly felt that if the eldest prince ultimately won the succession, this would be the most crucial step. It was a pity that the Marquis had only one biological daughter, and she was already promised to Prince Jingyang's heir. Otherwise, she would have directly asked for an imperial marriage decree. That alone might have angered Consort Yi and Prince Qi to death. Meanwhile, Shen Tang followed the others into the ancestral hall to pay respects to their ancestors, and afterward returned with them to Songha Hall. Along the way, maids crowded behind rockeries and trees, peeking eagerly to see what the Marquis's eldest young master looked like. Truly, comparing people only made one sigh. Many maids had also been separated from their families, but after being lost, they were sold from hand to hand and ended up as servants. Unlike the eldest young master, lost at a lantern festival, only to rise to an even more noble status. It really proved the saying, those blessed by fortune will never enter a place devoid of it. Those with deep fortune remain blessed wherever they go. Then the maids began wondering about the equally unfortunate yet resilient second young master. He had been schemed against by the second branch and nearly buried alive, only to be saved by Chunlan. No one knew where he had ended up, or whether he had suffered. After entering the room, the old madam asked Xiaohuan Yenner, "What dishes do you like? I'll have the kitchen prepare them." Xiaohuan replied, "Grandmother, I'm not picky." That single sentence made not only the old madam, but even Mama Wang's eyes sting with tears. The eldest young master had been very picky as a child, with only a few dishes he liked. Mama Wang didn't dare imagine how he had survived after being lost at the Lantern Festival before being found by the old Prince Ning. Fearing to stir up painful memories, Shen Sui hadn't asked about those past hardships, nor dared the old madam. Although there was no direct evidence yet, everyone knew in their hearts that the second branch had likely been behind his disappearance. After all, they had even tried to bury a newborn child alive. What wouldn't they do? Fortunately, Shen Tang's mother had hidden the fact that she was carrying twins. Otherwise, even the second daughter might not have survived. The eldest young master had been found because of Shen Tang, and news of the second young master had also come from her efforts. If Shen Tang hadn't survived, the first branch might have been completely destroyed by the second branch's schemes. The old madam choked with emotion. Not being picky is good. I'll have the kitchen prepare their best dishes. Shen Sui said, no need to rush. I'll take Yenner and Tanger to the Jiang family shortly. We'll have lunch there and return here for dinner. The old madam looked at him. It's right to take Yenner to pay respects to the Jiang elders, but it doesn't have to be today. I already informed them after court, Shen Sui replied. Since he had already said so, they had to go. Still, today was Yenner's day of returning to the family. Couldn't he stay in the residence? He hadn't been back for 15 years. Even if he had childhood memories, they were likely faint or non-existent. But given Shen Sui's guilt toward the Jiang family and his wife, the old madam could say nothing more. She said, then go. As for Yenner's residence, I've had stewardly prepare Qifeng Courtyard. Yenner will stay there, Shen Sui replied. Qifeng Courtyard was near Shen Sui's study and had long been empty. That works, the old madam said. I'll have Minghua Pavilion renovated as well, for when Yenner and Princess Rugia return in the future. As you wish, mother, Shen Sui said. With time running short, Shen Sui didn't delay further and set off with Shen Tang and Xiao Huan for the Jiang residence. At the second gate, a servant ran over. My lord, the Minister of War has sent gifts to congratulate the Marquis's household on the return of the eldest young master. A son lost for 15 years being found again was a joyous occasion. Colleagues naturally sent gifts. Normally, many officials would come in person, but since the family had just reunited, it would be inappropriate to intrude, so they only sent representatives. When they reached the front courtyard, they saw stewardly registering all the gifts. Shen Sui and Xiao Huan rode horses, while Shen Tang rode in a carriage with Ginkgo. In high spirits, Ginkgo lifted the curtain to look outside. Shen Tang then spotted an elderly man with graying hair, leaning on a cane. This was the second time she had seen him. When news spread that her second brother might still be alive, many people came to claim kinship, and this old man had been among them. Why had he come again? Most others had already given up after being turned away. The area around the residence had quieted down in recent days, but this old man remained persistent. Shen Tang instructed Ginkgo, later, ask why that old man keeps coming back. Chapter 205 Reunion. Yinxing had been completely focused on watching who was delivering gifts to the Marquis residence. Only after hearing Shen Tang speak did she come back to her senses. She glanced at the old man and nodded repeatedly. This servant remembers. The carriage rolled forward, and after about half an hour, it finally stopped in front of the Jiang residence. After court that morning, Shen Sui had already informed Old Master Jiang that he would bring Xiao Huan over today to pay his respects. Because of this, Old Master Jiang had taken leave and returned home early. The Jiang family's eldest and second masters, as well as Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan, were all present. Almost the moment the carriage stopped, the two uncles and the cousins came out to greet them. Shen Sui said, "These are your two uncles." Xiao Huan greeted them, saying, "Eldest uncle, second uncle." Eldest Master Jiang patted Xiao Huan on the shoulder, his eyes reddening as he said, "All these years, it is your uncle who has wronged you." Although he knew that Xiao Huan's disappearance was most likely caused by the second branch's schemes, he still blamed himself. He believed that if he had not been negligent, Xiao Huan might have escaped that disaster, and Jiang Shi would not have lost her son, nearly miscarried, and ultimately passed away in sorrow. Shen Sui said, "There is no need to mention the past." Although Yenner wandered outside all these years, it may have also served as a form of protection. The second branch had long coveted the title. If Xinyan had not gone missing back then, they might have tried again. After all, they had even managed to switch out Shen Sui's newborn son right under his nose, so harming a 4-year-old child would have been even easier. Jiang Mingxiu was 2 months older than Xinyan, while Jiang Mingyuan was 7 months younger. One called him cousin, and the other called him elder cousin. Shen Tang smiled and said, "I told you that the Prince of Ning's heir helped you because of your own merit. Now you believe me, right?" Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan were both left speechless. Who could have imagined that the Prince of Ning's heir was actually their cousin? It felt just like a dream. Second Master Jiang said, "The old master and old madam are waiting to see Yenner. Let's go inside first." Old Master Jiang had already met Xiao Huan before. If not for a servant accidentally witnessing Xiao Huan greeting him, the second madam would not have suspected his identity, nor would she have spread rumors that eventually led to his recognition. Thinking of this now, she deeply regretted it, but did not dare reveal even a single word. Otherwise, neither side would spare her. Madame Jiang had long known that Xiao Huan was her grandson, but like the Shen family's old madam, she had been unable to see him. Now that they finally met, her eyes filled with tears, and she was so emotional that she could barely speak. For 15 years, Shen Yan's disappearance had been like a heavy stone pressing on the Jiang family's hearts. Day after day, they endured suffering, constantly praying and hoping. Looking back now, time had passed so quickly that her daughter had already been gone for over a decade. Fortunately, her daughter had left behind grandchildren for them, not just 2, but 3. Old Master Jiang sighed with emotion and said, "The old Prince of Ning has raised Yen'er very well. I only hope my other grandson will have such good fortune too." Madame Jiang looked at Shen Tang and asked, "Is there any news of Xinger?" Shen Tang shook her head. She wished there were. She wanted to find her second brother as soon as possible so the family could truly be reunited, but there was nothing, not a single clue. The only lead was that he had once been hidden inside a food box and placed in a carriage belonging to a family with the surname Lin, and that he had a large birthmark on his arm. Aside from this, there was no information at all. Even so, Shen Tang firmly believed that she would find him one day. Because they had arrived at the Jiang residence rather late, it was soon time for lunch after they sat down and talked for a while. The Jiang family prepared dishes based on Shen Tang and Shen Sui's tastes, assuming that father and son would have similar preferences. They had not expected that Xiao Huan's first reunion meal after acknowledging his ancestry would be at the Jiang residence, but they understood that Shen Sui had arranged it this way out of guilt toward Jiang Shi. The meal was warm and lively, filled with laughter and conversation. Xiao Huan had never expected to have so many relatives in this world. Although the old prince and princess of Ning had always treated him like their own grandson, he had kept some distance, especially from the old princess, fearing that she would discover the truth and that he would grow too attached and be unable to leave. However, he had not known that from the moment he was first brought into the Prince of Ning's residence, the old princess had already known he was not her biological grandson. Even so, she had treated him as her own, and had even gone to great lengths to keep him by her side and let him inherit everything. He did indeed have a birthmark on his lower back, and his features resembled Shen Sui's, but he still could not help worrying that there might have been a mistake. Seeing him looking at her, Shen Tang blinked and said, "Big brother, why are you staring at me like that?" Xiao Huan smiled and said, "I'm just happy that I have a younger sister." Shen Tang smiled and replied, "Not just me, you also have a younger brother." Xiao Huan nodded. Shen Tang then asked, "Have you seen a physician about your memory loss?" He had no memories from before the age of 4, and even half of his memories from the time he wandered outside were gone. She wanted him to remember their mother, the person who had loved them the most. Xiao Huan also wanted to recover his memories so that he could confirm that this life truly belonged to him and that he was not living in someone else's place. He said, "I have seen physicians. They say that returning to places I once lived may help trigger my memories, but the chances are very small." After all, he had only been 4 years old at the time. Shen Sui placed some fish into his bowl and said, "If you cannot remember, then let it be. What matters is the future." Xiao Huan nodded. After finishing lunch and staying for a short while, they took their leave. Old Master Jiang personally saw them out. By the time they returned, even more people had come to deliver congratulatory gifts. Since there would be a family banquet in the evening, Shen Sui and Xiao Huan did not enter the inner quarters. Shen Tang went alone to Songha Hall to inform the old madam that they would come later to pay their respects. When Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Courtyard, she was exhausted and collapsed onto the couch. Xiaotong removed her shoes and massaged her legs. She felt so comfortable that she almost fell asleep, something she rarely did during the day. Just as she was about to drift off, Inqing returned. Before even entering the room, she called out loudly, Miss, I found out what you asked me to investigate. Chapter 206, The Liu Family. Ginkgo's voice was loud, and it was already too late for Qiudong to quiet her. Shen Tang's drowsiness immediately vanished. Since this concerned finding her second brother, Shen Tang sat up and asked, "Did you find out anything?" Ginkgo said, "It's just someone trying to take advantage of the situation. That old man said his young master was abandoned, apparently put into a food box and thrown away, about the same age as you." Shen Tang frowned. "Who is his young master?" Ginkgo replied, "He said it's the third young master of General Liu's residence, the military commissioner of Qianzhou." She paused for a moment and added, "General Liu of Qianzhou was investigated and his family confiscated a year ago. All of his family members were exiled to the border. If the old man's third young master really was the second young master of Pingyuan Ho Mansion, then her second brother was likely working as a laborer at the border and had been for a whole year. Many who were exiled had died along the way. To endure a whole year in such harsh conditions would be almost unbearable." Shen Tang's brow tightened. Ginkgo hurried to reassure her. "The second young master definitely won't be that unlucky. That old man broke his leg 2 years ago and was sent back to guard the old Liu residence. After the Liu family was confiscated, he heard about it and thought that the third young master might be our second young master. So he came to inform the mansion, hoping they could help General Liu seek justice. The servants said he comes every day and can't be chased away." Shen Tang asked, "Does the Liu third young master have a birthmark on his arm?" Ginkgo shook her head. The servant asked, but the old man said he didn't know. That was reasonable. Ordinary servants wouldn't necessarily know if their master had a birthmark. Even though General Liu's family was confiscated and exiled, the old servant still cared and was willing to take risks to seek help, which suggested that General Liu treated his subordinates well. Shen Tang lay back on the small couch. Ginkgo continued, "Miss, don't think too much. The eldest young master grew up under the care of old Lord Ning, living in luxury. The second young master must also be fortunate. He won't be that unlucky." Shen Tang murmured, "What if he is?" Ginkgo fell silent. She could only say, "The servant said the old man only wants the young master to help General Liu seek justice." Shen Tang, however, considered this matter more carefully. The old man must know that the mansion only needs to send someone to the border to verify the truth, and it would quickly be clear if this was really her second brother. This matter couldn't be faked. She closed her eyes, lost in thought. Hearing that the old servant came every day moved her slightly, though she still didn't know exactly what crime General Liu had committed. Shen Tang thought about asking Chen Shan to have Xia Guimo investigate, but she restrained herself. The military commissioner is a fourth-rank official, and her father surely knew about the case. Since she had not yet married, it was simpler to ask her father directly than trouble Xia Guimo. Qiudong continued massaging her legs gently. Shen Tang, just on the verge of dozing off, soon fell asleep. She slept for a full hour. If she hadn't woken up by now, Ginkgo and Qiudong would have had to call her. Upon waking, Shen Tang washed her face, redid her hair, and stepped outside. The sunset painted the sky with blazing colors, beautiful and magnificent. With some time before dinner, she wandered in the garden for a while, enjoying the flowers. When the maid came to summon her, she finally went to Songha Hall. At the courtyard gate, she saw Shen Sui and Xiao Huan approaching from afar. Shen Tang stopped and waited for them. When they arrived, she bowed and said, "Father." "And eldest brother," she added. Xiao Huan lightly nodded. They had not grown up together, and considering the near marriage arranged in the past, there was still some awkwardness between them. Shen Sui asked, "Do you need me for something?" Shen Tang replied, "I have a question for you." "Go ahead." Shen Tang said, "Father, do you know the military commissioner Liu of Qianzhou?" Shen Sui looked slightly surprised. Liu the military commissioner was already confiscated and exiled a year ago. "What are you investigating about him?" Shen Tang explained what the old servant had said. Shen Sui nodded. "This matter is widely known in the court. Military Commissioner Liu was found to have colluded with bandits in Qianzhou, plundering official shipments. When stolen goods were discovered in his residence, it angered the emperor, and he was confiscated and exiled. Shen Tang asked, colluding with bandits is a capital crime. Why wasn't he executed and instead only exiled? Shen Sui replied, as far as I know, old Lord Ning interceded for him. The emperor spared his life out of respect for Ning and commuted the death sentence to exile. Hearing this, Shen Tang instinctively looked at Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan hesitated, then said, 2 years ago, I went to Qiannou on business and met Lu's eldest young master at the residence. Although I didn't see the third young master, Military Commissioner Lu did not seem the type to collude with bandits. He paused, then continued, when he was being escorted to the capital a year ago, I happened to be passing by. Military Commissioner Lu was burning with fever, and the eldest young master was also weak. I couldn't call a doctor, so I gave them some of the healing medicine I carried with me. At that time, the eldest young master even pretended not to know me in front of the escort, saying that if there were a chance in the future, he would repay the favor, clearly trying not to involve me. Someone imprisoned and yet caring about others, it's hard to believe he would collude with bandits. Xiao Huan added, my grandfather later said he would send someone to Qianzhou to investigate. I didn't interfere further at that time. He fell silent for a moment, then added solemnly, the military commissioner was very ill back then. The border is harsh and a year has already passed. I fear the situation may not be favorable. Chapter 207, Falling Out of Favor. From Xiao Huan's perspective, considering Military Commissioner Lu's condition at the time, it was uncertain whether he could even survive the journey to the border. Not to mention the harsh conditions at the border, working in the mines under the sun and wind. Shen Sui looked at Shen Tang. Do you think the third young master Lu is your second brother? Shen Tang shook her head. I don't know, father. I only saw how persistent that old servant was, and my heart couldn't help but want to ask clearly. I keep thinking, if it really is my second brother, or even if it's not, if Military Commissioner Lu is truly innocent, heaven will see that I am doing a good deed and will allow our family to reunite soon. But do good deeds without asking about the outcome. Few could really follow that principle. Even Xiao Huan admitted he couldn't. I'll ask my grandfather tomorrow, he said. Meanwhile, the old madam saw that the three of them had not yet arrived and sent a maid to summon them. So they finally stepped into Singha Hall. It was a family reunion banquet today. Except for the second branch, which had been expelled, everyone else was present. The table was filled with dishes of all kinds, birds from the sky, animals from the land, fish from the water, everything one could imagine. The old madam felt both joy and a subtle sense of regret. If the second branch hadn't caused trouble and committed those mistakes, the whole family could have truly reunited. But she didn't dare voice that slight discomfort. That would be bad luck for the first branch. In matters concerning Xiao Huan, Shen Sui made decisions without consulting her, so she knew her place. Drunken, immortal restaurant. Xia Guimo stopped his horse and dismounted. A young attendant led him to a second-floor private room. When he opened the door and entered, he saw the Grand Prince sitting there drinking. The Grand Prince raised his cup when he saw Xia Guimo. You really kept me waiting. Xia Guimo replied, It seems your highness is in a good mood. The Grand Prince smiled broadly and poured wine for him. Not just in a good mood, I've never felt this elated before. He had been competing with Prince Qi nearly since childhood, but had never won so thoroughly. Today, when he encountered Prince Qi in the palace, the latter's expression was so terrible that it pleased the Grand Prince for half a month. Because Consort Yi and Princess Jingyang were cousins, and Consort Ye's father had died saving Princess Jingyang's father, the Grand Prince thought Xia Guimo would side with Prince Qi. But he hadn't expected Xia Guimo to seek him out to help, specifically targeting the heir of Chomping Ho. This favor was worth anything, even if it meant facing extreme danger. The Grand Prince was puzzled about the Chomping Ho heir. The same medicine that caused Prince Qi to act beastly had no effect on him. Perhaps he had become accustomed to it. Due to the urgency at the time, the Grand Prince had decided on his own to push the eldest Miss Shen toward the second prince. He had worried afterward that Xia Guimo might be upset, but Xia Guimo said nothing, only, I owe you one. A favor from the heir of Jingyang Prince, willingly delivered, he felt he had gained a huge advantage. Knowing that Shen Yi was not Shen Sui's biological daughter, but rather a swap orchestrated by the second branch, the Grand Prince had resolved to help Shen Yi secure her position as the second prince's consort, preventing Consort Yi from using the position to manipulate power struggles. He had already gained the upper hand once, but the continued victories were a brilliant move. He even felt guilty for not inviting the second prince's heir to a meal. Though Xia Guimo and the second prince were cousins, Xia Guimo had almost died in the palace as a child. Ever since, the prince never allowed the consort to bring him alone. Over the years, no matter how much the second and grand princes fought, Xia Guimo was never involved. In addition, Princess Jingyong and Empress Su had some acquaintance. When Xia Guimo sought the grand prince's help, he never suspected a trap and helped directly. Xia Guimo sat down. "Your Highness, did you summon me for something?" The Grand Prince smiled. "Can I summon you just to drink?" Those words sounded familiar. He often said the same when looking for Shen Tang. Xia Guimo said, "I don't want to cause trouble just for a drink." The Grand Prince understood his dilemma. He smiled. "Next time I'll come to you only if I need something." After a pause, the Grand Prince frowned. But somehow that sounded off, like an illicit affair. "Xia Guimo," he scowled. "Are you here to drink or to disgust me?" The Grand Prince laughed, feeling slightly disgusted himself. "Drink, drink," he said, touching his nose. Of course, the Grand Prince wasn't just here to drink. He had a delicate issue he couldn't decide on alone and wanted Xia Guimo's counsel. While they drank and chatted, Chen Qi stood by the window for fresh air. Seeing Chen Shan riding past, he whistled. Hearing the whistle, Chen Shan tightened his reins and looked back, spotting Chen Qi at the window. Where Chen Qi was, Xia Guimo was surely present. Chen Shan turned his horse toward the window and leapt in. He had thought Xia Guimo was dining with the heir of Xuani Ho and others, but instead, it was the Grand Prince. Xia Guimo said, "Report your matter." "The Grand Prince is not a stranger." Chen Shan said, "Sir, you've fallen out of favor." Xia Guimo, "The Grand Prince." Cough. The remark was shocking. The Grand Prince choked on his wine, tears springing to his eyes. Xia Guimo was luckily sober, or he would have choked as well. He slammed down his cup and ground his teeth. "How have I fallen out of favor?" Chen Shan explained, "Miss Shen Yi used to come to you for help, but now that the eldest young master has returned to his family, she goes to her own eldest brother instead." The Grand Prince. He twitched his mouth sharply. He had wondered how he lost favor. Miss Shen Yi no longer sought help from the heir of Jingyang Prince, and even the secret guards thought their master had fallen out of favor. This was just habitually helping others? He truly didn't know the heir of Jingyang Prince was like that. Xia Guimo wanted Chen Qi to drag Chen Shan away for punishment. "She goes to her own brother for help. I'm free for once." Chen Shan remained silent. Xia Guimo asked again, "What does she want Xiao Huan to help with?" The Grand Prince raised an eyebrow. It wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. Chen Shan began from the start. According to Miss Shen Yi, whether or not third young master Liu is her second brother, she wants to investigate Military Commissioner Liu's case in Qianzhou. In recent days, Xia Guimo hadn't gone to Pingyuan Ho Mansion. Shen Tang and Shen Sui had the reunion banquet, and guarding there was boring. The meal alone was enough for a quick round trip. Using this as an excuse, Chen Shan returned to the Jingyang Prince's residence, not expecting the Grand Prince to be dining there. Seeing that the Grand Prince was not a stranger, he reported truthfully. Otherwise, the young master would think the Grand Prince was untrustworthy. He dared not sabotage his master's plan. Xia Guimo knew Shen Tang had a soft heart. If she learned of this matter, she might take action, especially with the slight chance that it was her second brother. Xia Guimo looked at the Grand Prince. "If I recall correctly, it was the Left Chancellor's people who accused Military Commissioner Liu of colluding with the bandits." The Left Chancellor was Prince Qi's ally. The Grand Prince asked, "Do you want me to investigate this case?" Xia Guimo replied, "Even if you don't trust Military Commissioner Liu, you should at least trust Xiao Huan's judgment." Chapter 208, A Jar. The family banquet lasted for over half an hour before it finally ended. The old madam was in high spirits and even drank 2 cups of fruit wine. Feeling a little dizzy, She was helped back to her inner chambers by Madame Wang. The others dispersed on their own. By then, the last streak of light had faded from the sky, and the corridor was fully lit with lamps. Ginkgo and Qiu Tong carried lanterns ahead to light the way. As they stepped outside, Shen Sui said to Shen Tang, "Tomorrow we will go to pay respects to your mother. You will go as well." They had planned earlier to take Shen Tang to honor Madame Jiang, but never went. Madame Jiang had longed most to find her son. Now that Xiao Huan had recognized his lineage, they would surely go to the grave to pay respects. Shen Tang nodded in agreement and then returned to Qingyi Garden. When she opened her room door, a faint scent of alcohol wafted in. Shen Tang froze for a moment. How could there be a smell of wine in her room? Entering, she saw through the beaded curtain that a certain gentleman was sitting there drinking tea. No doubt, he had been drinking. Seeing Xia Guimo, Ginkgo and Qiu Tong tactfully turned and left, closing the door behind them. Shen Tang walked over. "So late at night, why are you?" Before she could finish, Xia Guimo came up, wrapped her in his arms and kissed her. The smell of wine hit her like a wave, and Shen Tang felt her strength faltering. This bastard. After not seeing him for days, he greeted her not with words, but a kiss. And not only that, he was shameless about it, revealing his intentions. Shen Tang felt something pressing against her lower abdomen and didn't dare move. Her whole body went weak from the kiss, nearly losing focus, before Xia Guimo finally let her go. "From now on, if you have anything, you may only ask me for help. Do you hear me?" Shen Tang blinked. She had no idea what he was talking about and looked at him blankly. "I haven't asked anyone else for help." Xia Guimo said, "You were wondering if the third young master of the demoted military commissioner Lu in Qianzhou is your second brother, right? And you want to investigate?" She was worried and wanted to look into it, but "I had my eldest brother and father investigate. They aren't strangers." That's not allowed either. His domineering attitude was infuriating. She could have asked her father, yet he insisted she could only come to him. Shen Tang stared at him. "Do you like being troubled by people?" Xia Guimo pinched her nose. "Do I look like someone who likes being troubled?" Shen Tang. And yet, he still wanted her to ask him. Shen Tang muttered inwardly when his rich voice reached her. "I only like being troubled by you." Her ears burned. Those words sounded even more intoxicating than a love confession, making her ears tingle. But he was too close, breathing intermingled, reeking of alcohol. Shen Tang asked, "How much did you drink?" "Just 1 jar," Xia Guimo said. For someone like him, a jar of wine was unimaginable. Even a jar of water would be plenty. Shen Tang lifted her gaze, looking into his eyes, more beautiful than all the stars in the sky, containing restraint and self-control. She quickly looked away, unable to stare longer. These past days, Xia Guimo hadn't avoided her. He had been afraid he couldn't restrain himself. Luckily, Pingyuan Home Mansion had agreed that Shen Tang would be married off next month. Xia Guimo sat down. "The Grand Prince will send people to investigate the case of military commissioner Lu colluding with the Qianzhou bandits." Shen Tang was stunned. How could the Grand Prince investigate this matter? She had only mentioned it that evening. "Did you drink with the Grand Prince?" Xia Guimo replied, "He treated me, I couldn't refuse." Shen Tang tried to sit opposite him, but before she could, he pulled her into his lap. This bastard seemed to enjoy holding her while talking. Outside, Madame Zhou's voice came. "Why aren't you two attending the house, but standing outside?" Ginkgo and Qiu Tong had no reply. They didn't want to stay outside anyway. Wasn't the heir of Jingnong Prince here? Madame Zhou said, "Miss will go to pay respects tomorrow. Let her rest early tonight." Hearing the words, "pay respects," Shen Tang thought of the gentleman going to her mother's grave and shivered slightly. Then she heard his gritted voice by her ear, "And you still have the face to smile?" Using Madame Zhang's dream to trick him into failing to burn paper offerings for her late mother-in-law, he had never been so embarrassed in his life. He gripped her arm tightly. Shen Tang begged, "I won't laugh, I won't laugh." She said she wouldn't laugh, but couldn't help it. The more embarrassed he got, the more she wanted to laugh. Soon, she stopped laughing, but her mouth was sealed once again. Worse, he rasped into her ear, "Can I stay tonight?" Shen Tang. Her face exploded red. Using all her strength, she broke free, pulling him from the chair to the window. It's late, you should go back. He had already trespassed by climbing the wall to see her. Coming at night was even more dangerous, and he dared to think like this? In her previous life, one encounter had left her pregnant. She did not want to marry with a child in her womb. Siagimo did not expect such a reaction. I'll just stay, do nothing. Shen Tang looked at him. Do you think I'd believe that? Fine, I'll go. Before leaving, he didn't forget one last kiss. Finally gone. If he hadn't left, she would not have lasted. Ginkgo and Xiaotong, ears pricked, heard no more movement. They cautiously opened the door, seeing only Shen Tang. They straightened and went about their tasks, Xiaotong fetching hot water from the small kitchen. Shen Tang enjoyed a relaxing hot bath. Though sleepy, she couldn't sleep once in bed. Images of her previous life with Siagimo flashed in her mind, her face heating up. She buried herself in the blanket, nearly suffocating herself. She didn't know when she had finally fallen asleep. When she woke the next morning, the sun was high, sunlight streaming through the window onto the screen in dappled golden patches. Shen Tang had planned to accompany the old madam for breakfast in Songha Hall. By this time, the old madam would have eaten, so Shen Tang ate in her room before going out. At Songha Hall, she bypassed the screen to enter and was about to step forward when fourth madam said, "Tanger, you're here. I was just about to ask you something." Shen Tang asked, "What does fourth aunt want to ask me?" Fourth madam said, "We were just discussing with the old madam the matter of your eldest brother marrying Lady Rugia. How should the betrothal gifts be given? Did the Marquis ever mention this to you?" Shen Tang shook her head. Father never mentioned it. But thinking about it, this matter wasn't easy to handle. It involved 3 families, adoption, and marriage arrangements. She recalled that her father and Elder Lord Ning had discussed it at length. These matters should have been arranged then. Shen Tang said, "When father returns, we can ask him." The old madam nodded. After Shen Sui finished court duties, he brought Xiao Huan and Shen Tang to pay respects to Madame Jiang. Shen Sui did not come to the inner courtyard, but sent a maid to relay the message. Shen Tang got up and went to the outer courtyard with Ginkgo. After waiting briefly at the gate, Shen Sui and Xiao Huan arrived. Shen Tang asked, "Earlier, grandmother asked about my eldest brother marrying Lady Rugia and the betrothal gifts. Did father and Elder Lord Ning discuss this matter?" Chapter 209, Paying Respects. That day, Elder Lord Ning came to discuss the matter with Shen Sui. After a long discussion, they couldn't find a solution that satisfied everyone, only a compromise that barely passed. Shen Sui said, "The betrothal gifts will be split equally between Ningwang Mansion and the Marquis Mansion. Your eldest brother will marry Lady Rugia in the capacity of Ningwang's heir, but no wedding banquet will be held at our mansion." Shen Tang said, "Grandmother probably won't agree." This arrangement practically meant that her eldest brother was being formally adopted into Ningwang Mansion. In fact, that was exactly what everyone in the court and the capital understood. Shen Sui knew the old madam wouldn't approve, but there was no better option. Ningwang Mansion only as Elder Lord Ning and Lady Ning. When your eldest brother marries, I, along with your third and fourth uncles, will host the guests. Your grandmother can attend as well. Both households can hold the banquet together. Since 3 families were involved, it was impossible to accommodate everyone perfectly. They certainly couldn't slight the Marquis Mansion. Besides, having the bridal sedan come to Pingyuan Home Mansion to take Xiaohuan as an in-law was something Shen Sui was unwilling to see happen, and the old madam would never agree. Shen Sui continued, "Your eldest brother's wedding banquet with Lady Rugia can be arranged a few days after your own marriage. When the household has a celebration, your grandmother will feel better about it." But Shen Tang thought her own wedding had nothing to do with her eldest brother's. They were separate matters. Still, Shen Tang trusted her grandmother would eventually accept it. To inherit Elder Lord Ning's title, sacrifices were inevitable. After all, many royal relatives had tried to get it and failed. And for her eldest brother, it didn't matter where the banquet was held. Formally, he would still be an in-law, so there was no need to fuss over details. Shen Sui and Elder Lord Ning reached an agreement. For Shen Tang, as long as her eldest brother lived a safe and smooth life, nothing else mattered. The carriages were ready. Shen Sui and Xiao Huan rode horses, while Shen Tang, with Ginkgo, left by carriage. Servants were all around. Shen Sui's voice was a bit loud, so the maids overheard and hurried to inform the old madam. The old madam's face turned green with anger. Does the Marquis mansion get no face at all? She was so upset she could barely breathe. Fourth madam hurriedly said, "Grandmother, please don't upset yourself. This matter is indeed tricky. In name, Lady Rujia is being adopted into Ningguang Mansion, and Xiao Huan becomes an in-law. Our mansion can't host a wedding. If a banquet must be held, it will have to be a sending-off feast. It's better to let Xiao Huan marry in the capacity of Ningguang's heir. A daughter's wedding warranted a sending-off banquet, but if the grandson was being adopted and they held a feast, it would make the officials laugh their heads off." Third madam said, "With Ningguang Mansion hosting the banquet and the Marquis and 2 elders attending to receive guests, it's almost the same as if our mansion held it ourselves." Fourth and third madam spoke in turn, soothing the old madam's anger. Fourth madam said, "Xiao Huan has recognized his lineage. Yesterday, many ministers sent congratulatory gifts. Today, there will be even more. Since gifts will be received, a lively feast is only fitting. It had to be done this way." In the carriage, Shen Tang leaned against the seat while Ginkgo lifted the curtain to look outside. The streets were bustling with people, noisy and lively. When Madame Jiang passed away, Shen Tang was still young. Her memories of Jiangshi were mostly from Madame Zhou's stories and from the portrait in the study. Thinking of this, Shen Tang felt that driving out the second branch from the family was far too lenient. The second branch schemed to place Shen Qi in the first branch, causing her mother's death, leaving Shen Tang motherless at such a young age. Yet, second madam still doted on Shen Qi, and Shen Tang could not bear it. She lifted the curtain and looked around. Xiao Huan glanced back just in time. "Sister, are you looking for your eldest brother or father?" "I'm looking for Chen Shan." Xiao Huan, Shen Sui. Although they knew Shen Tang had Xia Guimo's men protecting her, was it appropriate to let them handle matters in the presence of Xiao Huan and Shen Sui? Xiao Huan said, "If it's something that needs doing, your eldest brother will handle it." Before he finished, Chen Shan rode up. The master had instructed him to assist second miss so as not to trouble her eldest brother or father. Now that Shen Tang sought him out, Chen Shan needed to appear immediately, lest he be punished for negligence. Chen Shan rode closer to the carriage. "Second mission, what are your orders?" Shen Tang whispered her instructions. Chen Shan said, "Understood. I'll take care of it at once." Shen Tang followed Shen Sui and Xiao Huan to pay respects to her late mother. There was no danger, so Chen Shan could handle the matter confidently. After Chen Shan left, Shen Tang blushed slightly. "I've gotten used to ordering Chen Shan around." Seeing them still staring, she lowered her voice. "I was thinking of mother's death and felt the second branch had gotten off too lightly. I wanted Chen Shan to give them a lesson." Xiao Huan said, "From now on, leave matters like this to your eldest brother." Shen Tang. One forbade her to ask her eldest brother or father for help. The other forbade her from asking Xia Guimo. Who is she supposed to listen to? Shen Tang regretted not holding back earlier. It would have been better to wait until returning to the Marquis mansion to have Chen Shan handle it. Her impulsiveness made her act immediately, especially in matters like this. Xia Guimo had helped Pingyuan home mansion many times, including rescuing Shen Tang on multiple occasions. Even bringing Xiao Huan home safely had been handled by Xia Guimo's people. Shen Sui could hardly repay him harshly. Besides, her marriage was imminent, so it was easier to turn a blind eye. Madame Jiang was buried in a feng shui spot outside the city. The carriage moved slowly in the city, but once outside, it quickly reached the foot of the mountain in about 15 minutes. The carriage climbed halfway up, then they dismounted and walked another 15 minutes or so before seeing the grave mound. Over the past few months, Shen Sui, the certain gentleman, and the Jiang family had already visited to pay respects. The area around the grave was well maintained. Shen Sui lit incense and offered prayers to Madame Jiang. Xiao Huan and Shen Tang knelt and kowtowed, burning paper offerings in front of the grave. Seeing the tomb, Shen Sui's mind recalled the days of mutual support with Madame Jiang. His eyes reddened. I hope next time I can bring Xiao Huan to pay respects with you. They had brought many offerings. After burning for a while, half remained. Shen Sui said, You two go ahead. Your father will burn the rest and speak to your mother. Shen Tang and Xiao Huan returned first. On the way back, Shen Tang asked, I plan to go to Duanwang Mansion tomorrow. Does my eldest brother have anything to say to Lady Rigia? Xiao Huan said, She might not be at Duanwang Mansion. Shen Tang was puzzled. Then where is she? Xiao Huan said, Yesterday, according to grandfather and grandmother, she will stay at our mansion for a few days. It's just to silence the royal relatives. Of course, that was only the official reason. The real reason was that Lady Ning, Elder Lord Ning's wife, found Ningwang Mansion too quiet and wanted Lady Rigia to keep her company. Xiao Huan said, Once we return, I'll ask. Shen Tang. She even had to help her eldest brother deliver a message, yet he had to tell her where Lady Rigia was. Upon entering the city, Shen Tang said, My eldest brother will go to Ningwang Mansion. I can return myself. Xiao Huan smiled. Better to send you back to the Marquis Mansion first. Without Chen Shan, if anything happens, even the Prince of Jingong wouldn't spare me, let alone father. Chapter 210, A Lesson. Shen Tang hadn't expected her eldest brother to tease her, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Yet, the teasing also drew the siblings closer together. Halfway up the hill, they got into the carriage, and Xiao Huan escorted Shen Tang back to Pingyuanhou Mansion. Xiao Huan didn't dismount because he needed to pick up something and also to ask Elder Lord Ning about the case involving the Dazhou governor Lu Xuanfu that had been investigated earlier. Watching Shen Tang step out of the carriage, he said, Your eldest brother went ahead. Shen Tang nodded, watched Xiao Huan ride away, then stepped into the mansion. No sooner had she entered than a servant reported, Second Miss, the Emperor summoned the scholars today. Elder Young Master Jiang ranked first in the second tier. The Emperor appointed him as compiler of the Hanlin Academy. Second Young Master Jiang was appointed a bachelor scholar. Shen Tang sincerely congratulated her two cousins. Typically, the Hanlin compiler position was awarded to the top scorer or second place in the imperial exam. Even if one ranked first in the second tier, it was rare to receive this title. Shen Tang guessed that the Jiang family having two successful candidates gave them more influence, coupled with the family reputation of her maternal grandfather, Elder Jiang, which allowed an exception. So, the eldest cousin had been specially promoted, and the second cousin, though ranked last in the second tier, also received a rare appointment. Their starting point at court was higher than most, and they would likely rise rapidly in the future, achieving their ambitions. Shen Tang's steps were light, but as she entered the second gate, a maid called out Second Miss. Shen Tang stopped, turned, and saw the maid approaching, slightly out of breath. Elder Young Master Jiang came looking for Elder Young Master, but he's not here. Stewardly asked me to ask if Second Miss knows. Why would her eldest cousin come looking for her eldest brother? The second gate was not far from the main gate. Shen Tang turned back and saw Elder Young Master Jiang on horseback, having not entered the mansion. Seeing her, he dismounted. Shen Tang stepped out. Eldest cousin, what urgent matter brings you to my eldest brother? Jiang Mingxiu replied, It's not urgent. The matter is, Jiang the scholar's jade pendant is in my possession. Today, I was to return it at the palace, but in a lapse, I lost sight of him. I inquired and learned that Jiang Elder Young Master was troubled by someone and changed residence. No one knows where he stays. Some classmates saw him speaking with you on the street, so I thought you might know his whereabouts. Her eldest brother really knew a lot of people. The Dazhou governor Lu Xuanfu's eldest son, he knew him. And now the current top scholar, he knew him too. Shen Tang said, My eldest brother went to Ningwang Mansion. Cousin, you can go there to find him. Shen Tang felt it was fine for Jiang Mingxiu to visit Ningwang Mansion for Xiao Huan, but Jiang Mingxiu thought it inconvenient. I thought you were at the mansion. Since you aren't, I'll return the pendant in a couple of days when the palace holds a banquet. Jiang Mingxiu wasn't in a hurry. But Jiang Ning was impatient. Though the pendant was with Jiang Mingxiu, she wanted it returned quickly. Had it not been urgent, Jiang Mingxiu would never have come to Xiaohuan for information. Shen Tang didn't treat the pendant as particularly important. Jiang elder young master had given it to Jiang Ning himself. A few days' delay was fine. She smiled. Congratulations to both eldest and second cousins. Jiang Mingxiu scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Since the exam results were announced, he had heard countless congratulations. He didn't mind congratulations from others, but Shen Tang's words made him feel grateful and undeserving. He always thought his success was luck, thanks to his cousin's blessing. Jiang Mingxiu said, "Cousin, you're busy. I'll take my leave." Shen Tang watched him ride off before returning inside. She didn't go to the old madam but returned straight to Qingyi Garden. Ginkgo headed to the window, looking around. She hadn't forgotten that Shen Tang had asked Qinshan to give the second branch a lesson and wondered how it had been done. After peeking for a while and seeing no sign of Qinshan, Ginkgo turned back disappointed. Qinshan doesn't seem to have returned yet. That shouldn't be. Shen Tang had gone with her father and eldest brother to pay respects to their mother. That had taken half a day. With Qinshan's abilities, he shouldn't be this slow. Shen Tang guessed Qinshan had been delayed or had returned to Jingongyang Mansion. Shen Tang felt thirsty. Xiaotong poured her tea. She drank most of a cup and ate 2 red bean cakes. Then fourth maid entered. "Miss, second madam had an accident." Shen Tang. Ginkgo. Ginkgo quickly asked, "What happened to second madam?" Fourth maid said, "Second madam was enjoying the flowers in the garden. A snake fell from a tree above, nearly hitting her face. She was so frightened she ran like the wind, and when crossing the lotus pond, she accidentally fell in headfirst." She looked utterly embarrassed. The scene flashed through Shen Tang's mind. No doubt, it was Qinshan's doing. The second branch lived a few streets away from the mansion, but news of second madam's mishap had reached the main house even before Qinshan returned. Ginkgo grinned, satisfied with the lesson Qinshan had given second madam. Once bitten, twice shy. After the scare, second madam would probably never walk under trees again. Thinking of how second madam had bullied Shen Tang's own daughter, Shen Tang felt even more satisfied, more so than driving the second branch out of the mansion. Expelling them still allowed them to live in comfort. But this was a proper scare, real consequences. In a good mood, Shen Tang found the red bean cakes even more delicious. After finishing lunch and putting down her chopsticks, a knock came at the window. Ginkgo opened it and asked, "Why did it take you so long to return?" Qinshan said, "I was following second master." Shen Tang raised an eyebrow. "Following second master? Why?" Second master had been demoted 2 ranks and was now 5th rank. He didn't attend early court sessions and was insignificant. Yi Guifei and Prince Qi would not favor him. Shen Tang couldn't see why Qinshan would follow him. Qinshan said, "Second master has a concubine and an illegitimate child." Shen Tang's eyes widened. In her previous life, she had never heard of second master having a concubine and illegitimate child. Qinshan had stumbled upon it. He had been giving the second branch a lesson and intended to also teach second master a thing or two. When a servant reported second madam's fright, second master rushed out to check on her. Just as he left, a page whispered in his ear, and he hurried out of the mansion. Second madam had been frightened almost to death, and second master had to leave immediately. Qinshan wanted to see what could be more important than soothing second madam. During his follow-up, he discovered second master had a concubine. Qinshan was disappointed. After all that tracking, this was all he found. Having second master in the mansion would have allowed more leverage. Now that he was expelled, Shen Sui couldn't control him either. Shen Tang asked, "Are you sure it's second master's concubine? How could it not be?" The woman clung to second master the moment she saw him. The child called him father. There was no other explanation. It was clearly a concubine and illegitimate child. Shen Tang guessed that in the previous life, second master had concealed this from second madam or dealt with it privately to prevent rumors. Qinshan thought the information was useless, but Shen Tang found it extremely useful and gave him instructions. After finishing her orders, fourth maid entered. Miss, eldest young master is here. Chapter 211, Acquaintance. Shen Tang stepped out and saw Xiao Huan standing in the courtyard waiting for her. She walked over and called out, "Eldest brother." Xiao Huan nodded. "I asked grandfather." Grandfather sent 2 groups to Dazhou to investigate Governor Lu Xuanfu's case. The first group never returned. The second returned empty-handed. The waters in Dazhou must run deep. Shen Tang had thought the same. Even Elder Lord Ning's men couldn't return, or they came back with nothing. Something was clearly off. Shen Tang said, "Jingyang Wang's heir said that the crown prince will investigate this case." Xiao Huan said, "I will send more people to Dazhou. I also have business sending people to the border. I'll have them check while they're at it, to see if third young Master Lu is indeed the second son. That would be easy to verify. Just check if third young Master Lu had a birthmark on his arm." Shen Tang nodded repeatedly. With the crown prince investigating and you watching over things, if Governor Lu Xuanfu truly is innocent, he will be cleared of all charges. Then she asked, "Eldest brother, do you know Zheng the scholar, the top-ranked Jinka?" Xiao Huan said, "Dazhou is on the main route between the capital and the border. I've traveled there many times. I happened to save Jiang the scholar's startled horse." He paused, then asked, "Little sister, why do you ask this?" Shen Tang replied, "Eldest cousin went looking for Jiang the scholar. Some classmates told him that you knew Jiang the scholar. Shortly after you left, eldest cousin came looking for you. It's not an urgent matter that he went to see Jiang the scholar." When eldest cousin came to the mansion to look for Xiao Huan, a servant had told him immediately. He had wondered what it was about, only to discover it was over Jiang Huai. Xiao Huan said, "Since it's not urgent, I'll arrange for them to meet at Zuixianan tomorrow." Shen Tang nodded. Xiao Huan added, "Lady Rujia is at Ningwang Mansion. Grandmother also wants to see you." Shen Tang said, "Then I'll go to Ningwang Mansion tomorrow." Xiao Huan had come to Shen Tang only to discuss these 2 matters. With nothing more pressing, he left. No sooner had Xiao Huan left than Shen Luo arrived. Shen Tang smiled. "Fourth sister, how come you're here?" Shen Luo said, "Second sister, you've missed quite a bit of excitement these past few days. Events like a top scholars parade happen only once every 3 years. Shen Tang had managed to endure staying at the mansion, never stepping out to see it. Shen Luo admired her patience. It wasn't that Shen Tang didn't want to go, but doing so would mean angering Yi Guifei and Prince Qi, who had already made several attempts on her life. The streets were crowded during a scholars' parade, which made it easier for them to strike. Shen Tang suppressed her desire to go. Added to that, she was busy with matters concerning her eldest brother's recognition and her previous life's experiences. Having seen such parades before, she knew the excitement was always the same, only the people changed. So she stayed in. Shen Tang invited Shen Luo inside. Shen Luo said, "It's just the 2 of us left in the mansion. I just came from grandmother's. She said that in mid-next month, second sister will be married off. After that, the mansion will be even quieter." Though there was a 4th house, 5th Miss was too young to play with Shen Luo. Shen Tang now knew that Jingyang Wang Mansion intended to marry her off next month. She had thought it would be later in the month. Seeing Shen Luo's reluctant expression, Shen Tang smiled, "Fourth sister, you won't have long before you're married as well." Shen Luo blushed. "I'm still far from marriage." She hadn't even arranged her engagement yet. Knowing that Shen Luo liked excitement, Shen Tang smiled. "If in the future you're bored staying in the mansion and don't want to go out alone, you can visit me at Jingyang Wang Mansion, or third sister at Princess Jinmin's mansion, or even at Ningwang Mansion to see your sister-in-law." There were plenty of places to go, just not as convenient as staying at the mansion. Shen Luo nodded, watching Shen Tang sew. She stayed for half an hour before leaving. The next day, the weather was clear. Shen Tang went to Songha Hall to accompany the old madam for breakfast. After finishing and resting for a while, the maids informed her that the carriage was ready, and Shen Tang left the mansion. At the main gate, she got into the carriage and headed straight for Ningwang Mansion. Seeing it was a carriage from Pingyuan Ho Mansion, the Ningwang Mansion servants eagerly helped her with the footstool, greeting her with smiles as she entered. By the second gate, Lady Rujia came with her maids to meet her. Upon seeing Shen Tang, her face flushed, and she didn't speak at first. Shen Tang knew Lady Rugia was shy, so she teased her, "Why is your face so red? Are you hot?" Lady Rugia, already blushing, turned even redder. "Sister Shen Tang." The 4 words left Shen Tang saying, "You could have said that before, but now you can't just call me that." The surrounding maids covered their mouths, giggling. Lady Rugia's face turned crimson. She knew it was improper to call Shen Tang that, but it was out of habit. For a moment, she forgot to change. Couldn't she save her a bit of face? Blushing, Lady Rugia said, "I'll take you to pay respects to elder Lady Ning." In her previous life, Shen Tang often accompanied the Jingyang princess to visit elder Lady Ning, so she was familiar with the routine. Reaching the courtyard where elder Lady Ning lived, and passing around the flower and bird screens, she finally saw elder Lady Ning sitting on the Luohan couch. Elder Lady Ning seemed more energetic than Shen Tang remembered. After all, joyous events lifted the spirits. Seeing Shen Tang, she smiled. "So this is Huaner's younger sister, second Miss Shen Tang?" Both of Elder Lord and Elder Lady Ning's sons had passed, leaving only Xiao Huan. They had never held a grand birthday banquet, and other feasts were even rarer. This was Elder Lady Ning's first time meeting Shen Tang. Shen Tang bowed respectfully. Elder Lady Ning smiled and beckoned, "Come closer." Shen Tang walked forward confidently. Elder Lady Ning held her hands, inspecting her carefully, praising her without end. "I heard so much from Jingyang Princess before. I didn't expect Huaner's own sister to be so outstanding." Amour's judgment was excellent. Elder Lady Ning hadn't been this happy in years. Xiao Huan's full-blooded sister, betrothed to Xia Guimo's heir, Elder Lady Ning had specially prepared a meeting gift, a set of purple jade hair ornaments, stunningly ornate. Shen Tang didn't dare accept it. This is too precious." It was hardly an exaggeration to say it was priceless. Elder Lady Ning chuckled. "Just take it if you like. You all are the young ones I favor. Seeing you paired up brings me joy." Not only were they paired, but they were becoming even closer through marriage. Xiao Huan, not being of royal lineage, was secure under Elder Lord and Elder Lady Ning's protection. They worried that if they passed away before helping him secure his path, things might get complicated. With Xiao Huan as Jingyang Wang's heir and support from the Duan and Pingyuan households, his future would be much smoother. Elder Lord and Elder Lady Ning treated Xiao Huan as their own grandson. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked taking Shen Sui's inheritance and favored him without hesitation. Naturally, they considered Xiao Huan's well-being in everything. Chapter 212, The Concubine. Shen Tang didn't dare refuse the gift from the elder and accepted it with a respectful bow, thanking them. Elder Lady Ning was overjoyed with Shen Tang and couldn't hide her delight. She smiled, "You two go chat among yourselves. You don't need to stay by my side all the time." No matter how kind and generous, elders always required a measure of restraint from juniors. Shen Tang and Lady Rugia bowed respectfully and withdrew, heading to the garden to enjoy the flowers. In her previous life, Shen Tang often accompanied the Jingyang princess to visit Elder Lady Ning, so she was somewhat familiar with Ning Wang Mansion. The garden now looked much more beautiful than before, with many rare flowers added. Shen Tang noticed that most of the flowers were newly transplanted. In the past, her eldest brother had never married, and Elder Lady Ning, advanced in age, rarely left her residence. She probably hadn't cared for the garden much. The plants had been hardy, simple varieties that were easy to maintain. Now things were different. The wedding banquet for Xiao Huan and Lady Rugia was set just a few days after Shen Tang's marriage. Ministers and even the emperor would attend the wedding at Ningwang Mansion. A lifeless garden would be unacceptable. Besides, after the wedding, Xiao Huan and Lady Rugia would reside in Ningwang Mansion, hosting countless guests over time. The mansion's vitality was reflected in this garden. Lady Rugia spent a long time strolling with Shen Tang among the flowers. The heat eventually drove them to rest at the waterside pavilion. Seeing that it was getting late, Lady Rugia took her leave, reluctantly watching Shen Tang depart. On the way back to the mansion, their carriage passed in front of Zuixian Inn, coincidentally encountering Xiao Huan, Jiang Mingwan, and top scholar Jiang Huaizhi. The street was busy, with people and carriages everywhere. The carriage didn't stop, only slowed. Shen Tang greeted them briefly, and everyone went their separate ways. Back at the Pingyuan home mansion, Shen Tang went to Singha Hall and saw the purple jade ornaments elder Lady Ning had given her. Shen Luo was envious, exclaiming in awe, "Such beautiful jewelry." The old madam had anticipated that elder Lady Ning might gift some jewelry, but she hadn't expected such extravagance. Such exquisite pieces were rare in all of the capital, even counting with one hand might suffice. Elder Lady Ning was truly generous. Third Madam commented, the Emperor approved Ning Wang Mansion to adopt Lady Rugia. Many ministers brought congratulatory gifts, but Ning Wang Mansion, citing no adoption banquet, returned the gifts, saying that the guests would be invited to the wedding banquet instead. Holding a formal adoption banquet would make it improper for Lady Rugia to leave from Duan Wang Mansion. Ning Wang Mansion didn't need extra gifts and didn't want the trouble. Everyone knew Elder Lord Ning's intentions. But since the Emperor approved the adoption, the Imperial Jade Seal required acknowledgement. Gifts couldn't be refused. The ministers and officials didn't mind. Anyway, it was servants delivering the gifts. Few officials could be personally received by Elder Lord Ning. As long as the gesture was made, that sufficed. The mansion still had to host a family reunion feast. The old madam and Shen Sui discussed and set the date 5 days later. Meanwhile, third and fourth madams would be busy preparing. The old madam had wanted to inquire further, but seeing the exquisite jewelry, she found it unnecessary. Shen Tang stayed only a quarter of an hour before returning to Qingyi Court. No sooner had Shen Tang returned than fourth sister entered, reporting, second madam was frightened yesterday and had a high fever through the night. It hasn't subsided yet. She thought, a little suffering is well-deserved. Poor Chen Shan had to run a special errand for her. On the table were tribute pears. Shen Tang picked one and bit into it. The flesh was crisp, juicy, and fragrant, perfect for quenching thirst. She gave one pear each to Inxing Qiutong and fourth sister, and even asked fourth sister to deliver one to Madame Zhou. The maids were delighted, unable to hide their joy. Their mistress was generous, never scolding them. Ordinary daughters in other households wouldn't taste such tribute pears, but with Shen Tang, they enjoyed them regularly. Surely in her previous life, they had burned incense in gratitude. Knowing Shen Tang disliked second house, they were pleased when misfortune befell it. Any trouble from second house inevitably reached Qingyi Court. This time, second madam was badly frightened. She dreamt constantly of being bitten by snakes while asleep. Nightmares woke her repeatedly. Her fever fluctuated for 2 full days before subsiding. In those 2 days, second master had visited only once and didn't stay overnight. Shen Tang had considered having Qin Shan reveal second master's concubine and illegitimate child to second madam. But that effort proved unnecessary. Second madam discovered it herself. For years, unless second master was away from the capital, he never stayed elsewhere. The main residence had very few concubines. The only 2 were brought in by second madam, never daring to act out in her presence. She had always considered herself the center of second master's heart. But with Chunlan recovered, second house's misdeeds exposed, his patience had run out. After being expelled from the mansion, second madam faced humiliation daily. Recently, second master had stopped staying in her room entirely, lodging in the concubine's chambers. Second madam, jealous by nature, endured 3 days before she could no longer restrain herself. She vented her anger on the concubines, cutting one's hand and forcing another to kneel in the sun for 2 hours, tearing her knees. She believed that by punishing the concubines, second master would return to her. But instead, he took a maid and didn't return, leaving her furious. Thinking he had gone to a brothel, she recalled that Pingyuan home mansion's rules forbade sons from entering such places. Though second house had been expelled, the mansion's rules could at least guide the erring, but catching second master in the act was necessary. She sent someone to follow him and discovered his concubine and illegitimate child, already 5 years old. Learning this, second madam was furious, as if her heart had been torn. She had schemed for second master's rank and title, committing countless misdeeds, yet he openly showed affection while secretly raising a concubine and bearing an illegitimate child. With second house expelled, he no longer feigned propriety. Second madam, ruthless by nature, swallowed her anger and refrained from acting out. That night, the concubine's courtyard caught fire. Flames blazed high, but both the concubine and the child were lucky and saved. Early the next morning, the soot-covered concubine and child appeared outside second house's gate. Second master, unaware of the fire, left for the government office as usual. The child ran out, crying and holding him. "Father, someone tried to burn our courtyard last night. I almost never saw you again." The child's face was blackened with ash, tears streaming. Second master's heart ached. He didn't think to deny anything. By then, a crowd had gathered. Not only had the concubine and child been saved, but the arsonist had been caught and sent to the Dali court. Investigation revealed that second madam had ordered the fire. Second master furiously returned home, dragging the ailing second madam from her bed, striking her severely, reportedly knocking out 2 teeth. This wasn't the end. Raising a concubine carried a scandalous reputation, especially now that second master was the father-in-law of Prince Qi. Though the crown prince prevented Prince Qi from demoting Xinjia to concubine, no leniency was given to second master. The next day, impeachment documents against second master flew to the emperor like snow. The sordid deeds of second house exceeded the officials' imagination. In pursuit of rank, they harmed their own nephew. Second master raised a concubine, and second madam tried to burn the concubine and child. Even if they survived, ordering the fire was undeniable evidence. The Dali court arrested second madam for arson. The concubine pleaded for leniency, and the court had no choice but to reduce the punishment, 40 blows with a rod. The emperor sought to dismiss second master, but with Prince Qi's faction protecting him, he retained his position, albeit demoted from the 5th to the 6th rank. In just half a month, he had been demoted twice, losing 4 ranks in total, truly unprecedented. Chapter 213, Falling Ill. Shen Tang was relieved that she had decisively expelled second house from the mansion that day, preventing that rotten apple from ruining the entire household. Second house suffered their own misfortune, and Shen Tang treated it as mere entertainment. But elder madam could not. She became ill from sheer anger. Shen Tang reclined on the small couch, eating cooling mung bean soup, when fourth sister entered through the beaded curtain and reported, "Miss, elder madam has a severe headache from anger. Someone has already gone to fetch the physician." Shen Tang's good mood was instantly overshadowed. The family reunion feast at the mansion was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. With elder madam falling ill now, the planned arrangements would need adjustments. It wasn't that Shen Tang was unfilial, elder madam's illness concerned her. But truly, the illness was caused by being angry at second house, a household undeserving of concern. Shen Tang could only think that elder madam's ailment was second house's karmic retribution. The fact that elder madam became ill and caused trouble for the main house? That was more than fair. Still, as the granddaughter, Shen Tang knew she had to visit elder madam. She wasn't the only one. Third and fourth madams also came. Elder madam leaned against the main pillow, her face pale and weary, the image of illness clear. Madam Wang, attending to her, didn't know what to say. Second master had been someone she watched grow up. How could he do such things? Fortunately, the concubine and illegitimate child had been expelled before he brought them into the mansion. Otherwise, his actions would have affected the marriage prospects of the other sons. Second master's official career was effectively ruined. Even if Prince Qi eventually rose to power, he would not rely on a father-in-law who only hindered rather than helped. Elder madam didn't grieve for second master. Her worry was for her grandson Xingu, now 17. At this age, he should have been married, but with such parents, it would be impossible for him to wed into a good family. When Shen Tang arrived, the physician was already present, taking elder madam's pulse. Elder madam has always been frail. Recently, emotional fluctuations have further weakened her. She must rest and be carefully treated. Thanks to Shen Tang's timely comfort, Elder Madam hadn't succumbed to the shock of second master's expulsion. The physician wrote a prescription and departed with his medical box. Shen Tang said, "Grandmother, why bother like this? You know second house's true nature. They even buried my newborn second brother alive. How could they care about a concubine or illegitimate child? The reunion feast invitations have already gone out. Your sudden illness now will only trouble father and eldest brother." Her voice was clear, echoing through the room. The maids and attendants didn't dare utter a sound. Such words could only come from the second young lady, bold and straightforward. And she was correct. Second master and second madam were inherently corrupt. Elder madam's worry over second house was unnecessary. Since second house had been completely expelled, it was as if the son had never been born. Any lingering concern would only make eldest brother and the main house unhappy. The maids feared Shen Tang might next suggest sending elder madam to second house. When Shen Tang had expelled second house, she had already said that if elder madam missed second master or her grandson, she could spend time there herself. Shen Tang could not hold back her words. Fourth madam shook her head, warning her not to speak further, fearing elder madam's illness would worsen. Elder madam dared not be angry. Shen Tang's words were harsh but true. Second house's deeds were reprehensible, even murderous, as in burying a newborn alive. Elder madam should have no expectations for them. She only wished that second house would not harm Shen Sui or other innocents. Elder madam said, "I was temporarily angry. It is nothing serious. After 15 years of searching for my eldest son, finally finding him, the reunion feast must be festive, without a trace of disruption." Shen Tang responded, "Grandmother must recover quickly. With no matriarch in the main house, if you fall ill, honored guests will not know where to be received during the feast. It would be unfilial to disturb elder madam's rest by trying to lead people to Songha Hall while she was sick." Elder madam's illness was a matter of the heart. If she stopped worrying about second house, her mood would improve, and her health would naturally recover. Only Shen Tang dared to speak so plainly. Third and fourth madams could not. They considered that if elder madam truly fell ill, they wouldn't even know how to organize the feast. The reunion feast was the day after tomorrow. There was no time to arrange another courtyard. Elder madam looked at third and fourth madams. "Follow the original arrangements." Fourth madam nodded. "The reunion feast is important, but your health is more so. Do not push yourself." Elder madam said, "I know my own body. Let me rest in peace for a while. You may withdraw." Third and fourth madams bowed and left. Shen Tang was last to leave, calling Wang Mama over and giving a few instructions. After Shen Tang departed, Wang Mama approached the bed. "Second young lady holds a grudge against second house, not you, elder madam. She cares for your health. If your condition doesn't improve with medicine, she wants a royal physician to examine you." Elder madam's eyes reddened, but she only said, "Read the Buddhist sutras to me." As long as she avoided thinking about second house, 2 days would suffice for her recovery. Third and fourth madams walked slowly, watching Shen Tang leave. Fourth madam worried, "Is it safe to leave things as they are?" Shen Tang said, "Follow grandmother's wishes." Fourth madam thought Shen Tang's approach was somewhat stubborn. Indeed, Shen Tang was being obstinate. The reunion feast was important, especially with Xiao Huan confirmed to join Ningwang Mansion. Elder madam knew this, but Shen Tang refused to let second house ruin the event. If elder madam's attention remained on second house, she would regret missing eldest brother, and Shen Tang would ensure eldest brother would not be interfered with. By following elder madam's wishes, Shen Tang prevented any unilateral decisions. Fourth madam did not dare act independently, thinking it safer to check with Shen Sui first. Stepping out of Songha Hall, Shen Tang was greeted by fourth sister dashing over. In the sunlight, her radiant smile was dazzling. Even with elder madam ill, the mansion was somber, but here was Shen Tang, smiling brightly, unafraid of discipline. Fourth sister ran ahead, grinning, Miss Zhang's cousin has been betrothed." "Can you guess to whom?" Shen Tang, bewildered, asked, "Tell me." Fourth sister said, "The top scholar, the eldest son of the Jiang family from Qizhou. Chapter 214. Notification. Shen Tang's eyes suddenly widened. Although she had hoped that the Jiang family could have a top scholar as a grandson-in-law, she never dared to imagine it, yet now it had actually happened. A betrothal had been arranged. Ginkgo Inqing asked quickly, "Is it the eldest cousin or the second cousin?" Fourth sister replied, "The eldest cousin." No need to ask further. The one who had been stepped on and had the jade pendant given to her was Jiang Ning. The betrothal was definitely hers. But how did it come about? Shen Tang asked, but fourth sister didn't know. The messenger hadn't said more. Shen Tang's curiosity spiked. She looked at Ginkgo, who immediately said, "I'll go to the Jiang residence and find out." Shen Tang instructed, "Take some snow pears as a gift, and tell them that the day after tomorrow we'll hold the family reunion feast. Ask your cousins to come help entertain the guests." It wasn't proper to go empty-handed. The snow pears were delicious, and Elder Madam would surely like them. Ginkgo followed Shen Tang back to Qingyi Garden, then carried the box of pears to the Jiang residence. Inside, Elder Madam lay against her main pillow, eyes closed, listening as Madam Wang recited Buddhist sutras. After 2 rounds of the sutras, Elder Madam felt considerably calmer. After a 3rd round, Madam Wang took the opportunity to instruct the maids, "Prepare some rice porridge in the small kitchen and bring it here." Elder Madam hadn't eaten much in the past few days. Her body could hardly recover without food. Eating a little would help her recuperate faster. The maids went to the small kitchen, then returned, hesitant to speak. Elder Madam prompted, "If there's something to say, say it." The maid said, "The Jiang family's eldest daughter has been betrothed to the top scholar, Master Jiang." The House of Pingyuan and the Jiang family had restored relations. News of Jiang family's happy event should naturally reach Elder Madam, but given her recent illness worrying over second house, it felt almost like rubbing salt in her wounds. Elder Madam sighed, 2 scholars on the same list, and now a top scholar as grandson-in-law. The Jiang family is destined to become a prestigious household for generations. Madam Wang thought generations unnecessary. Don't forget, the Jiang family also had a granddaughter related to the princess consort of Jingyang and a grandson related to the Prince of Ning. If second master could be found, he could become a marquis. With the Jiang family's momentum, their prosperity would come swiftly. Elder Madam was genuinely happy for the Jiang family. The news of the betrothal spread like wildfire across the capital. Officials and citizens alike were envious. Having 2 successful grandchildren was already enviable, but now a top scholar joined the Jiang family. How could luck favor them so much? The grandchildren, the nephews and nieces, all of them distinguished, lifted the Jiang family's reputation several notches. Even if grandfather Zhang's official rank was modest, none would dare underestimate him in the court. Moreover, he still had 1 granddaughter and 3 grandsons whose marriages weren't yet arranged. Many ministers started plotting proposals for their own children. After Ginkgo left, Shen Tang spent time embroidering a peony. She rubbed her neck and glanced at the time repeatedly. Ginkgo had been gone a long while. Why hadn't she returned? Autumn Tongue brought her some tea. Shen Tang took a few sips when footsteps approached. Autumn Tongue said, "Ginkgo is back." Shen Tang looked toward the screen and saw Ginkgo smiling as she entered, pouring herself a cup of tea and taking a few sips. Autumn Tongue asked, "Did you find out anything?" Ginkgo nodded. It was Madame Jiang who went to propose. Master Jiang likes the eldest cousin, which is why he gave her the jade pendant. Shen Tang was stunned. Wasn't it said that Master Jiang originally intended the jade to go to Jiang Ning, but accidentally gave it to someone else in a rush? But the feel of the jade pendant and the imperial examination token were very different. The chance of a mix-up was small. If this were true, Master Zhang's pursuit skills were impressive. Moreover, as a top scholar, Master Zhang's fame spread throughout the capital. He had countless appointments. That evening, just after a meal, acquaintances came forward to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Master Jiang. Life's 4 great joys, 2 at once. How enviable." Master Jiang was utterly confused. The 4 great joys were wedding night, imperial examination success, timely rain after a drought, and meeting an old friend in a foreign land. He understood the exam's success, but the other one, where did that come from? For great joys, what did I get? He asked. The man smiled, imperial exam success and wedding night. Master Jiang blushed. Don't speak nonsense. How do I have a wedding night? The man replied, not yet, but since the engagement is settled, it's coming soon. Master Jiang was bewildered. When was I betrothed? The man, confused himself, said, haven't you heard? Everyone says you and Miss Jiang, the eldest daughter of the imperial censor's family, are engaged. Master Jiang was flabbergasted. He hadn't even realized he was betrothed. Such a matter concerned a young lady's reputation. Rumors like this wouldn't be spread casually. Without even bidding farewell to classmates, he hurriedly descended the steps and rode back to his residence. The Jiang family were a prominent household in Qizhou, just over 200 miles from the capital. By horse carriage, it would take 7 or 8 days. As Master Jiang had ranked first in the provincial exam, news spread back to Qizhou immediately. The Jiang elders held a 3-day celebratory banquet. Guests joked that Master Jiang was so talented and handsome, anyone would seek him as a son-in-law. Fearing that their son would be snatched away, the Jiang elders packed and hurried to the capital the next morning. After arriving, they arranged a residence and moved in. A few days earlier, Jiang Mingxiu had failed to meet Jiang Huaizhi and came to see Xiao Huan instead. Xiao Huan invited them to meet at Zui Xianlu. They drank and chatted, enjoying each other's company. Jiang Mingxiu handed Jiang Huaizhi the jade pendant he had been holding for several days. Jiang Huaizhi was stunned. This was a family heirloom he had lost on exam day. He had been anxious and worried about getting scolded, not knowing how to retrieve it. Now it was in the hands of Master Jiang. Jiang Huaizhi repeatedly thanked him, then asked, how did you know this jade belonged to me? Jiang Mingxiu replied, careless to an extreme. He explained, you gave it to my sister yourself. How could I not know it was yours? Jiang Huaizhi's face turned crimson. Knowing that it was a simple mistake, Jiang Mingxiu refrained from teasing him further. After all, his sister would not struggle to marry. Jiang Huaizhi's face remained red for a long time as he toasted and thanked them. Having drunk more than usual from happiness, he was led away drunk. Jiang Madam asked the servant how he drank so much. The servant explained, Master drank from joy. The servant recounted the whole story of the Prince of Ning inviting Jiang Huaizhi to drink. Jiang Madam noticed the jade pendant back on her son and asked, weren't you afraid of losing it? Why are you wearing it again? The servant replied, Master wasn't afraid of losing it. He had accidentally given it to the Prince of Ning's cousin, the Jiang eldest daughter. Today, he returned it to her. The servant spoke the truth, but Jiang Madam overthought it. Her son had realized he liked the girl. Giving gifts to someone for the first time, he was too nervous and gave the wrong one. Clearly, he liked her very much. The Prince of Ning had saved her son's life, and the Jiang family was upright. With 2 scholars in the family, the Jiang girl couldn't have been wrong. Jiang Madam immediately thought of proposing. In the evening, when Jiang Huaizhi sobered up, she asked about the eldest daughter. Embarrassed about stepping on the girl's foot and giving the wrong item, Jiang Huaizhi didn't dare to speak or join the meal. Elder Jiang considered their son shy. He had barely spoken to anyone outside his cousins. Nervousness was natural. Moreover, marriage arrangements were the parents' responsibility. Children did not need to decide. Eager to surprise her son, Jiang Madam immediately prepared gifts. The next morning, after breakfast, she went to the Jiang family. Already intending to propose, Jiang Madam was delighted to see Jiang Ning. Elder Jiang praised the top scholar endlessly. Jiang Madam smiled. Elder Madam, your compliments embarrass me. Would you allow my son to be your granddaughter-in-law? Caught off guard, Elder Jiang exclaimed, Jiang Madam, are you joking? Jiang Madam said seriously, of course not. Seeing her sincerity, Elder Jiang asked, there are many fine ladies in the capital. How could Master Jiang wish to marry my daughter? Jiang Madam smiled. Although marriages are parents' responsibility, we still hope our children will be with someone they love. The implication, Master Jiang liked Jiang Ning. When Jiang Madam proposed, Jiang Ning blushed and ran, secretly listening behind the screen with Jiang Li. Once she heard the words, she couldn't be held back and dashed away. Jiang Madam, fearing the Jiang family would refuse, praised Jiang Ning extensively. Elder Jiang finally nodded. With the betrothal settled, Jiang Madam sent word back to Qizhou, considering the engagement ceremony. She and Elder Jiang might not remain in the capital. The wedding feast location was still a problem. Master Jiang had joined the Hanlin Academy and would remain in the capital, a close court official in the future. The small residence, purchased for its proximity to the palace, was only 4 halls deep, too small. They planned to buy the neighboring property to expand the mansion. Suddenly, Jiang Huaizhi stormed in. "Mother, why didn't you inform me before going to propose to the Jiang family?" Jiang Madam smiled. "I wanted to give you a surprise. Besides, you needed to give me the chance to inform you." Surprise? It was clearly a shock. Is the betrothal really settled? You're not joking, are you? Do you not trust me to handle things? Jiang Madam said proudly. Master Jiang was a bit exasperated. I never wanted to marry Jiang Ning. Jiang Madam was puzzled. You didn't want to, yet you gave her a gift, the jade pendant? He knew something was off. He explained the mistake with the pendant to his mother. Jiang Madam said, stepping on her foot and returning her things, doesn't that show fate? My father picked up a handkerchief from your mother and said they were fated. But no further objections came. Fate could not be denied. Among all the young ladies in the capital, he stepped on her foot and picked up her lost item. Jiang Madam smiled. The eldest daughter seems suitable. Don't you like her? Master Jiang recalled Jiang Ning's shy, blushing face. His own ears turned red. I don't know. He didn't deny it outright. He must like her, at least a little. Knowing her son's shyness, Jiang Madam didn't say more. She only said, the engagement is set. You can't back out. If you don't like her now, you can gradually grow fond of her after marrying her. Chapter 215, Humble Respect. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. It was now the day of the family reunion banquet at the Marquis's residence. The weather was fine, with a clear blue sky stretching overhead. Shen Tang rose a quarter hour earlier than usual and went to Songha Hall to accompany Elder Madam for breakfast. By the time she arrived, Elder Madam had just finished washing up. Her complexion had improved significantly compared to the past 2 days. Shen Tang asked, "Grandmother, did you sleep well last night?" Madame Wang replied, "We lit some calming incense." Elder Madam actually slept through the night, which is rare for her. At her age, Elder Madam rarely needed sleeping aids, but for today's occasion, she used the incense to ensure enough rest. The maids even added more incense in the middle of the night. Elder Madam said, "It's my eldest grandson's family reunion banquet. I can't let you all worry about me spoiling it." Shen Tang helped Elder Madam out of her inner chamber. By then, the breakfast had been served, and Shen Tang sat down to eat with her. Elder Madam's spirits had lifted considerably, and she ate as much as usual. Shen Tang finally felt reassured. She could not risk Elder Madam overexerting herself just to attend the banquet. If anything went wrong, her father would be guilty of unfilial negligence. After breakfast, they rested for a while before a maid entered to announce, "Elder Madam, Madam Jiang and Miss Jiang Ning and Miss Jiang Li have arrived." Shen Tang was surprised at their early arrival. Elder Madam looked at her, and Shen Tang explained, "I invited my aunt and cousins to the residence to help entertain the guests." Elder Madam nodded. "Go greet them." Shen Tang rose and stepped outside Songha Hall. After walking a bit, she saw Madame Jiang, Jiang Ning, and Jiang Li approaching from afar. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan stayed in the outer courtyard. Upon seeing Shen Tang, Jiang Ning's face naturally flushed. Shen Tang smiled and said, "Congratulations, cousin." Jiang Ning regretted coming to the Marquis's residence, but now it was too late to leave. "Cousin, please don't tease me," she murmured weakly, like the buzzing of a bee. Knowing her cousin was shy, Shen Tang refrained from teasing. Better not to frighten her cousin away. She led Madame Jiang, Jiang Ning, and Jiang Li to greet Elder Madam. Elder Madam smiled upon seeing them. The Jiang family has been having one joyous event after another. Truly delightful news. Madame Jiang replied, it's all thanks to Tanger. But the happiest for the Jiang family was finding back Yenner. This was also Elder Madame's greatest joy. Elder Madame invited Madame Jiang to sit. Third and fourth Madame said, with Madame Jiang helping to receive the guests, we'll be much more at ease. It was still early, but gradually guests began arriving. The third and fourth Madames went out to greet the visiting ladies. The first to arrive was Prince Duan and Princess Consort Duan. Prince Duan stayed in the outer courtyard. Seeing only the Princess Consort arrive, Elder Madame glanced behind her. Where is Princess Regia? Princess Consort Duan smiled. I was going to bring her, but she's shy and felt it improper to visit today. She said she would come another day to pay her respects. Jiang Ning understood completely. Just thinking that Master Jiang might visit the Marquis's residence today made her heart race, let alone Princess Regia. Elder Madame smiled. It's natural for young girls to be shy. Princess Consort Duan sat down. Soon after, Princess Consort of Jingyang arrived. Then it was Shen Tang's turn to blush. Ever since she had mistakenly addressed her as Mother Consort, Shen Tang had been nervous about greeting the Princess Consort of Jingyang, fearing she would make another mistake. Xia Guimo also arrived, but stayed in the outer courtyard, as the inner residence was mostly women, awkward for him to enter. The number of guests was large. Soon, the inner hall was filled. Shen Tang guided the young ladies to the garden to enjoy the flowers. As the sun rose, she placed several ice basins under the trees to keep them cool. The young ladies gathered, laughing and chatting, having an excellent time. Even Shen Mo's marriage ceremony had not been as lively. Officials from both civil and military offices who could come had arrived. After all, Xiao Huan had been raised by Prince Ning. Even if they didn't want to honor the Marquis's residence, they had to honor Prince Ning. Even more unexpectedly, the usually reserved Princess Consort of Ning also came. When the maids announced it, Shen Sui was astonished, and Elder Madame even more so. This truly was a humble show of respect from the highest ranks. Prince and Princess Consort of Ning arrived together. When Princess Consort of Ning entered Songha Hall, Elder Madame rose to greet her. Princess Consort of Ning hastily supported her, saying, please sit. Elder Madame said, I didn't expect Princess Consort of Ning to come. The princess blushed. I feared I wouldn't be able to bear it. I hadn't allowed Huaner to perform the ancestral rites, but today is the family reunion banquet. I ought to come and make amends. Elder Madame replied, your words honor our Marquis's residence. Yenner's life was saved by Prince Ning, and he educated Huaner so well. We are endlessly grateful to both of you. The Princess Consort smiled. From now on, we are all one family. No need for formalities. Elder Madame nodded. Please take your seat. Normally, Elder Madame sat alone on a small couch. A small table was moved over so that the princess and Elder Madame could sit opposite each other. Princess Consort of Ning not only had a high status, but was also of senior generation. Among the guests, only she could sit in that position. Shen Tang hadn't expected her to come to the Marquis's residence, but quickly understood why, partly to show respect to her eldest brother, and partly to oversee the wedding with Princess Regia. Although her eldest brother was adopted, even if he inherited the entire Ning residence in the future, Elder Madame would still feel some resentment. Moreover, the Marquis's residence had yet to hold the wedding banquet, so today Princess Consort of Ning attending the reunion banquet gave the residence due face. Later, the two families could merge the banquets and Elder Madame wouldn't feel slighted. Ultimately, it was all for her eldest brother. Knowing how beloved her eldest brother was by the Prince and Princess of Ning, Shen Tang felt happy for him. Not every guest, however, was genuinely welcome. Some, like the Princess Consort of Shun No, the Princess of Dingen of Shunping, Princess Yonchun of Zhao, and Second Madame's natal family, were trickier. Even if she didn't truly like them, Shen Tang maintained courtesy. But some came purely to cause trouble. Shen Tang was laughing and talking with several young ladies when fourth sister came and said, Miss, Princess Consort of Qi has arrived. That one sentence wiped the smile from Shen Tang's face. Shen Tang had always believed self-awareness to be a beautiful quality, but some people had none. The second house had been expelled from the Marquis's residence, removed from the genealogy. Shen Mo, being a daughter of the second house, knew none in the Marquis's residence would welcome her. Yet, she came under the title of Princess Consort of Qi and couldn't be turned away. No doubt about it. Shen Mo was relying on her title, knowing she could do nothing to her. She deliberately came to the Marquis's residence to make trouble. Chapter 216, Radiance. Shen Mo's arrival, like the Princess Consort of Ning's coming to the Marquis's residence, was completely unexpected. The moment it was known that the Princess Consort of Qi had arrived, all the guests, whether esteemed ladies or young ladies from noble families, wore expressions of eager curiosity. After all, everyone knew that the second house had caused so much trouble for the first house and had been expelled from the Marquis's residence. Shen Mo was the second house's daughter who had been secretly inserted into the first house's care. The second house had been erased from the genealogy, and so naturally had the Princess Consort of Qi. The eldest son of the Marquis's residence had been lost during the Lantern Festival, and it was rumored that the second house had orchestrated it. Shen Sui's two sons had suffered, with neither surviving under the second house's care. Finally, after the eldest son was recovered, a lively coming-of-age ceremony was held. Anyone sensible would have stayed away from the Marquis's residence today. But considering the recent scandal, Master Shen of the second house had an illicit concubine and illegitimate child, and Madame of the second house wanted to burn them alive, one could hardly expect anything good to come from that household. It was also a pity for the Prince of Qi. Madame Yi had chosen carefully, but at the Empress's birthday banquet, the situation had slipped, giving the Princess Consort of Qi an advantage. Had the Marquis's family scandal come out a few days earlier, even with the Crown Prince's full support, she would never have become the principal consort of Qi. When Shen Mo entered the Marquis's residence, although the servants were not pleased, they dared not show it. After all, she was now the Princess Consort of Qi. Even if they wanted to resist, a guest must be treated politely. Elder Madame's smile faltered as soon as she heard Shen Mo had arrived. She tried her best to maintain composure, but a chill crept across her face. Madame Wang sighed in her heart. The eldest daughter really had been spoiled by Elder Madame and Second Madame. In such circumstances, would the second house even dare appear? Forget the second daughter, Elder Madame herself would not want to see anyone from the second house at the Marquis's residence. And yet, here was the Princess Consort of Qi. Not long after, Shen Mo entered, wearing a cloud-patterned gold-threaded gown, dazzlingly extravagant, almost as if the word noble were engraved on her forehead. But everyone knew this nobility had no substance. Master Shen was only a sixth-rank official, Second Madame had no official title, and neither Madame Yi nor the Prince of Qi were willing to grant Shen Mo the principal consort position. Especially the Prince of Qi. To marry Shen Mo, he had been soaked to the bone, escorted her home, and the Marquis's residence had exposed that Shen Mo was not a first-house daughter. Who could have believed it? The Princess Consort of Qi's greatest support was not her natal family, nor her own husband, but the Crown Prince she had fought tooth and nail against. Such a bizarre scenario was unprecedented. Although many looked down on Shen Mo, she was still the Princess Consort of Qi. Except for the Princess Consort of Ning and a few others, everyone in the room stood and bowed. Elder Madame, assisted by Madame Wang, rose. The Princess Consort of Qi comes to our Marquis's residence. Forgive the poor reception. Upon hearing this, Shen Mo's eyes reddened. She hurried forward in a few steps, supporting Elder Madame as she called grandmother. Elder Madame kept her distance. I'm afraid I cannot accept this. She stepped back, refusing Shen Mo's support. Shen Mo's voice wavered, almost in tears. Father and mother have erred, and you have punished them. I grew up under my father's care. Must you be so heartless to me? Elder Madame's face turned pale with anger. Everyone knew family scandals were not to be spread publicly, and even though much had already leaked, no one would dare air such matters in front of a full hall of guests. Thinking of the sorrowful Jiang family, who had died in despair, Elder Madame reflected on the past. Had they not struck hard against the child-swapping second house, they would have risked their own lives. It was not worth it. Elder Madame said only, the Princess Consort of Qi is of high status. Please sit and speak. Her tone remained cold and distant. From that moment on, to the Marquis's residence, Shen Emo was simply the princess consort of Qi. Shen Emo gritted her teeth, holding back tears to maintain the appearance of having suffered great injustice. She was unbearably unpleasant. Yet Shen Emo was not thin-skinned. Her presence here alone had already shown her audacity. She sat down, but elder madam never so much as glanced at her, treating her as if she did not exist. This, naturally, felt odd. After all, the second house's misdeeds had caused this estrangement. The princess consort of Qi had grown up under Shen Sui's care. The second house had maintained a sisterly relationship with her, and knowing that the heir of Jingyang would not die, she had returned the bridal sedan unoccupied out of concern for their friendship. The Marquis expelled the second house. By rights, they would not be hostile toward the princess consort of Qi, having shared over a decade of father-daughter years. Yet elder madam's attitude treated her as if she had committed some grievous crime. After sitting a while, Shen Emo grew bored. Third madam's niece invited some young ladies to the garden to enjoy the flowers, and Shen Emo got up. In the garden, Shen Tang hosted the young ladies with tea and refreshments. Fourth sister reported elder madam's attitude toward Shen Emo in full detail. It was partly expected, yet still a surprise. After all, Shen Mo's illicit affair with the heir of Changping Marquis had not been hidden from elder madam. Elder madam had forced herself to recover quickly for the banquet, even as the second house collapsed in disgrace. She would not show even a trace of affection toward Shen Emo, otherwise, she might have encouraged her father to send her back to the second house. Shen Emo had come to the Marquis's residence seeking discomfort, yet in a sense, she was asking for humiliation. Shen Tang was laughing with the eldest daughter of the right prime minister's residence when Ginkgo said, "Miss, the princess consort of Qi is coming." Shen Tang turned and saw Shen Emo walking toward her. The eldest daughter of the right prime minister's residence, Yun Yi said, "You focus on your guests. I'll go enjoy the flowers." Shen Tang smiled at her and Yun Yi left. Turning back, Shen Tang saw Shen Missouri close by. Her expression was calm, her tone perfunctory. "I didn't expect the princess consort of Qi to come to our Marquis's residence." Shen Emo replied, "I know no one welcomes me, but I'm coming regardless. No one can stop me." Shen Tang smiled lightly. "Is that really interesting?" Shen Mo's voice was cold. "If I think it's interesting, that's enough." Shen Tang found it amusing. Today, the Marquis's residence holds the family reunion banquet. Officials from all ranks are here, witnessing firsthand the estrangement between our Marquis's residence and the princess consort of Qi. Your honor shines brightly, doesn't it? Don't worry about being slandered. I'm not afraid. You. Shen Tang could always twist Shen Mo's delicate expression with just a few words. Shen Emo stepped closer. Don't think I don't know. The snake that fell upon my mother was your doing. Saving the concubine and illegitimate child, that was you too. Her guess was correct. But so what? Shen Tang toyed with her embroidered handkerchief. One life for my mother, the hardships my eldest brother endured, and my second brother's revenge. Does the second house think being expelled from the Marquis's residence erases all of that? Let your second uncle and second aunt pray for my second brother's early return. Otherwise, when I think of him, I can't help but vent my anger on them. Many young ladies were in the garden, yet they were discreet, giving them space. Still, their eyes couldn't help but glance toward the tense standoff between former sisters, now like enemies. Humans loved gossip, after all. Shen Emo had not expected Shen Tang to threaten her so openly. Her palms tingled with irritation, recalling the time Shen Tang had slapped her. She almost lost control. Shen Tang knew Shen Mo's intentions, but was letting her courage expose itself. Shen Emo dared not push further, she valued her life too much. Chapter 217, Nausea. Shen Tang found even a single word from Shen Emo revolting. She turned to leave, but after a few steps, she paused, changed direction, and walked back to Shen Emo. It's one thing if you disgust my grandmother and me, she said, standing close. But if you dare to disgust father and my eldest brother, I'll have someone shave second aunt's head. Do you think second uncle would take that chance to send her to Jingxi Nunnery? Shen Mo's face stiffened. You dare? Shen Tang smiled. If you think I don't dare, you're welcome to try. In the previous life, Master Shen had kept his concubine and illegitimate child secret with airtight precision. This time, they were exposed immediately after being expelled from the Marquis's residence. Clearly, Master Shen blamed Second Madam for the expulsion. Because Second Madam could not tolerate the concubine and child, Master Shen had even been demoted. By now, he probably wished he could peel Second Madam's skin off. Due to Shenmo's status as princess consort, Master Shen dared not act against Second Madam. But once her hair was shorn and the concubine whispered in the right ears, could Master Shen resist sending Second Madam to the Jingxi nunnery? Shen Mo had come to the Marquis's residence to stir trouble, but Shen Tang would not let her succeed. More importantly, Shen Tang feared Shenmo's visit was not merely to discuss them. Without Madame Ye's and the Prince of Qi's approval, Shen Mo could not even leave the gates of the Qi prince's residence. Shenmo's little tricks were beneath Shen Tang's notice, but Madame Ye was not to be underestimated. Shen Tang could not afford to be careless. Using Second Madam as leverage ensured that Shen Mo would think twice. Shen Tang would never allow anyone to ruin her eldest brother's family reunion banquet. Shenmo's lips trembled with anger, her perfectly manicured nails digging into her flesh, but she didn't even feel the pain. A loud drum does not need repeated striking. Shen Tang's few words were enough. She then went to host the young ladies. Shen Mo was so furious that she could hardly stand. A maid helped her into a pavilion to rest. Before her wedding, a crowd of young ladies had brought gifts and complimented her endlessly. Just a few days later, they avoided her as if she were venomous. Entering the pavilion, the seated young ladies hurried out, not wanting to be misunderstood. Shenmo's face turned green with rage. She sat in the pavilion for nearly half an hour, and no one approached her, not even the Lady of Ding'an from Shunping Wangfu or the Lady of Yongchun from Jiao Wangfu. It was almost as if she had carved the words self-inflicted humiliation into her forehead. Shenmo's anger reached a fever pitch. She felt dizzy and nauseated. Thankfully, it was time for the banquet, and the maids came to summon the ladies. For the reunion banquet, the Marquis's residence had invited 2 master chefs from Zui Xianlu. The tables were exquisite, using the finest ingredients, visually and aromatically enticing, enough to whet anyone's appetite. Fearing Shen Mo might cause trouble, Shen Tang had her seated beside her. Having grown up inseparable and soon to be the princess consort of the Jing'ang prince, it was proper protocol, and no one could object. The banquet was in the front courtyard. The women dined indoors, while the officials gathered outside. Princess Consort Ning sat with Elder Madam, accompanied by the Princess Consort of Duan, the Lady of the Right Prime Minister, and the Lady of Marquis Xianyi. In celebration, even the usually teetotal Princess Consort Ning had sipped 2 cups of fruit wine. Shen Sui and Xiao Huan went table to table, introducing the son to everyone, a formality for the ancestral recognition banquet. The first toast was to Lord Ning. Lord Ning was happy for Shen Sui and Xiao Huan, and also for himself. Xiao Huan's recognition by his ancestors cleared the way to marry Lady Rujia and allowed him to openly call Lord Ning his grandfather. A group of ministers congratulated Shen Sui, some patting his shoulder. It's a relief you finally prospered. We used to pity you, now we envy you. Shen Sui was elated and drank with every guest. The clinking of glasses filled the air, lively and raucous. The women's side was also lively, though more restrained. Shen Tang hosted the young ladies, chatting and laughing. Shen Mo sat beside Shen Tang and, for the first time in her life, felt what it was like to be invisible. Though sitting there, no one seemed to see her. At the table, aside from Shen Tang, even Jiang Ning and Jiang Li ignored Shen Mo, deliberately isolating her in the middle. The other young ladies chatted with one another, leaving Shen Mo cut off. Shen Mo somehow managed to get through the meal. Shen Tang admired her resilience. She had truly eaten her anger. Shen Mo had come to the banquet seeking irritation, and Shen Tang gladly obliged. Her stomach churned with fury, a nauseating sensation rising, and the banquet dishes seemed to repel her. Ugh! Shen Mo gagged. In an instant, Shen Tang's expression turned cold. The gagging continued in succession, almost uncontrollable. Shen Emo had no choice but to rise and run out to vomit. Even though she had the courage, she dared not vomit at the banquet. This would bring ill luck to the Marquis's residence. But as the princess consort of Qi, she would think twice before attending another banquet in impulsive fashion. Seeing Shen Emo run out, the table of women exchanged glances. Shen Tang almost wanted to throw her out of the residence. She had known Shen Mo's visit would not be simple. Shen Tang rose. I'll go check on her. You continue eating. Before leaving, she instructed Jiang Ning and Jiang Li, watch the ladies. Jiang Ning nodded. Go ahead. Feeling reassured, Shen Tang left, followed by Yinxing and Xiaotong. Outside, the maids pointed toward the courtyard's corner. Shen Tang recognized immediately where Shen Emo had gone. As she approached, she heard the sounds of retching. Shen Emo was leaning against a pillar, vomiting profusely. The maids were shocked. Why is she so sick? Could someone have poisoned her? Shen Emo considered it briefly but did not blame the Marquis's residence or Shen Tang. Shen Tang might scold her, but would never ruin Xiao Huan's reunion banquet to get revenge. But Madame Yi, who had invited her to congratulate the family, was another matter. Madame Yi disliked her. Would she really want her to die at the Marquis's residence? The thought flashed through Shen Mo's mind, her face turning pale. Still, she could not hold back her nausea and continued vomiting. Fourth Madame, seeing Shen Emo clutch her mouth and leave, followed after Shen Tang. Worried, she asked, what's wrong? Shen Tang stayed at a distance. I don't know. She suddenly can't stop vomiting. Fourth Madame had no idea what to say. Knowing the Marquis's residence did not welcome the second house, and yet she had insisted on coming, and now was vomiting. Still, a guest was a guest, especially the princess consort of Qi. Shen Tang instructed Yinxing, a royal physician should be summoned. Ask him to check on the princess consort of Qi. The physician, invited to the banquet, now had to make an impromptu visit. Shen Tang felt sorry for him. Soon, the royal physician arrived. Shen Mo's face was ashen. Without leaning on the pillar, the maids could not have supported her. The physician took her pulse standing, and when he withdrew his hand, Fourth Madame asked anxiously, Is the princess consort of Qi all right? The physician shook his head. She's fine. She's with child. Chapter 218, The Crown Heir. Shen Tang froze. Pregnant. The royal physician almost had the habit of reporting good news, and even while restraining himself, his expression made Shen Tang feel as if the world had gone dark. In her previous life, Shen Tang had been pregnant and knew what morning sickness felt like. But in the first few days, she had only felt mild nausea, not to this degree. She had assumed Shen Mo's intense nausea was simply her way of deliberately sabotaging the Marquis's family reunion banquet and causing trouble. She had never expected that Shen Emo was actually pregnant. But Shen Emo had only been married a short time. Shen Tang asked, how long? The physician replied, it's still early, so it's not very precise. It should have been conceived at the Empress's birthday banquet. Shen Mo's joyful expression faded instantly. The red in her cheeks was replaced with a deathly pallor. Shen Tang felt as though she had fallen into a pit. There was an 80 to 90% chance that the child was the son of the heir of Chongping Marquis. This crown of infamy on the Qi prince's head was cemented. There was no removing it. Shen Mo's pale face and panicked eyes drew no suspicion from anyone. After all, she was vomiting uncontrollably, so it was normal that she looked weak. Fourth Madame asked Shen Tang, should we send the princess consort of Qi home, or inform the Qi prince first? Today, only Shen Emo had come to the Marquis's residence to congratulate. The Qi prince had not appeared. Before Shen Tang could answer, the physician said, inform the Qi prince. The princess consort of Qi is experiencing some complications with the pregnancy. The maid interjected, complications with the pregnancy? How could that be? The physician said it should be due to anger. Shen Emo clutched her belly, glaring at Shen Tang. If anything happens to my child, you will answer for it. Shen Tang laughed. Your morning sickness has nothing to do with your father keeping a concubine and a bastard, or your mother's temper. Did anyone see me upset you? You. Shen Emo was so angry she felt like vomiting again. Shen Tang had only exchanged a few words with her in the garden. No one had witnessed any confrontation, and at the banquet, Shen Tang had barely interacted with her. Any blame placed on Shen Tang for the princess consort of Qi's morning sickness was completely unfounded. Fourth Madam said, "Let's first escort the princess consort of Qi to a side room to rest, and wait for the Qi prince to fetch her." At the banquet, Elder Madam was in high spirits, chatting and laughing with everyone. A maid entered and reported, "Elder Madam, the princess consort of Qi is, with child." In any family, this would have been excellent news. Yet Elder Madam's heart sank. The maid continued, "The physician says it likely occurred at the Empress's birthday banquet. She has persistent vomiting and some complications with the pregnancy. Fourth Madam has already sent word to the Qi prince." The maid's voice carried, and several tables could hear. Normally, everyone would have congratulated Elder Madam. But now, it was neither congratulations nor avoidance. Everyone looked at each other, hesitant to speak. The atmosphere was awkward. Elder Madam felt faint, her mind reeling with Shen Tang's earlier warnings about Shen Mo. The heir of Champing Marquis had taken advantage of Shen Mo, refused responsibility, and tried to push her toward the heir of Jingyang Prince. But due to complications, she ended up with the Qi Prince. If the child was conceived after the wedding, it would be one matter. But if it was from the Empress's birthday banquet, there was a high chance it was the heir of Champing Marquis. A confusion in royal bloodlines like that could be punishable by death for 9 generations. Elder Madam felt the metallic taste of blood in her throat, but forced herself to remain composed. Wang Mama called to her, and she steadied herself, continuing to host the banquet. News of Shenmo's pregnancy spread like wind through the banquet. When it reached the heir of Champing Marquis, his hand trembled as he picked up his food. Pregnancy from the Empress's birthday banquet, that meant it was 9/10 likely his child. That day, Shen Mo hadn't gone to the Daja temple. She had gone to the small courtyard instead. While changing clothes, he had been unable to resist and taken her once, then proceeded to attend the Empress's birthday celebration. Afterwards, however, he fell ill and couldn't be intimate with women again, regardless of what medicine he took. He had recently consulted over 10 physicians and taken countless remedies, all to no effect. Fortunately, although he hadn't married, he had been with other women. The child of the first young madam of the Wang family was his. If Shen Mo was carrying his child too, that was even better. 2 pregnancies, surely, not both daughters. But both his aunt and the Qi prince were displeased with Shen Mo, thinking she could not help the Qi prince in the struggle for succession. Most likely, they would not allow her to carry the child to term. The heir of Champing Marquis sat at the table, mind spinning. Those around him politely offered wine, but he didn't hear a word. Everyone at the table was silent, careful not to disturb him. Recently, he had been behaving strangely, temperamental and irritable. For days, he hadn't visited the flower houses or indulged in women. He had become obedient, almost like a different person. People speculated he must have been threatened by the masked man. Any further indiscretions could cost him his life. As the heir of Champing Marquis' retinue, they knew that the person suspended from the city wall wasn't the one who truly harmed him. That person had kicked him down a slope, breaking a rib, yet remained at large. No one knew who it was. The Marquis' residents had turned the capital upside down searching for him, but to no avail. The news of the princess consort of Qi's pregnancy sparked brief discussion but soon faded. The banquet continued as usual. Halfway through the banquet, the Qi prince personally came to fetch Shen Mo. Yet no joy was visible on his face. The Qi prince had no shortage of women to bear his children. He had no desire for Shen Mo, let alone caring for the child she carried, especially a child conceived at the Empress's birthday banquet. To him, it was shameful. Still, Shen Mo was the legitimate consort bestowed by the emperor, and she had complications with her pregnancy. With all the officials present at the Marquis' residence, even the Qi prince had to come. Public opinion was unavoidable. The Qi prince helped Shen Mo leave. As she left, Shen Mo glanced at the heir of Champing Marquis. He had been 90% certain before. Now, after that glance, he was fully convinced. Watching the Chi Prince leave, he did not know what thoughts crossed his mind, but a pleased smile curved his lips. He raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. The reunion banquet lasted an hour and a half before dispersing. Guests and hosts alike were content. Afterwards, Shen Sui and third and fourth masters escorted the guests out. Once everyone left, Shen Tang was exhausted. She intended to return to Qing Yuan to rest, but Elder Madam called for her. No outsiders were present. Elder Madam's voice trembled, the child in the princess consort of Qi's womb. Shen Tang knew exactly why Elder Madam summoned her. She did not like Elder Madam meddling in these matters. Elder Madam had no authority over Shen Mo or second Madam in the residence. How could she control anything now? Even if Shen Mo carried the air of chomping Marquis's child, what could Elder Madam do? Force her to abort? Shen Tang dismissed her with a single sentence. Grandmother, harming the crown heir is a crime punishable by death for 9 generations. Chapter 219. Rescheduling. The Pingyuan Marquisate had already removed the second house from the family genealogy. Whatever crimes Shen Mo committed could no longer affect them. Shen Mo putting a green hat on the Chi Prince wasn't something Shen Tang felt obliged to fix, but clearly, Elder Madam did not want the second house to fall into utter ruin. If Elder Madam entertained the idea of aborting Shen Mo's child, it would drag the entire Pingyuan Marquisate into the consequences, potentially destroying the second house alongside her. Even if they could carry out such a scheme flawlessly, what if something went wrong? Would Elder Madam dare to gamble? No, she wouldn't. So she shouldn't even think about it. If it weren't for fearing Elder Madam's reaction, Shen Tang wouldn't have spoken so politely. Sometimes, she thought, it wasn't worth it. The second house could act recklessly without concern for anyone. Why should she care? Elder Madam had always favored the second house, never setting rules or punishing them seriously. Any ambition the second house had was nurtured by Elder Madam herself. Thinking this way, Shen Tang's expression cooled, and some words had to be said. Grandmother, father, and my eldest brother do not need you to worry. If you insist on fretting over the second house, move in with them yourself. Otherwise, dwelling on them and worrying yourself sick, wouldn't that be unfilial to your own family? Elder Madam's face stiffened, quickly turning cold. The maids exchanged glances. Wang Mama stood nearby, wanting to speak but unsure what to say. Elder Madam could not ignore the second house. After all, the second master was her own flesh and blood. But she had asked the wrong person. Shen Tang and the second young madam had a bloody vendetta, involving the murder of brothers and mother. Showing concern for the second house in front of Shen Tang was practically walking straight into the line of fire. Fortunately, Shen Tang's temper was restrained, had it been someone else who knew what harsh words might come out. Still, Elder Madam could ask no one else. Ultimately, she simply didn't know where to stand. Wang Mama said, "Second young madam, you've had a long day. Go back and rest." Shen Tang didn't want to linger either. After a brief bow, she turned to leave. Outside the Singha Hall, Inqing glanced around and muttered, "Elder Madam really is." Inqing wanted to voice her complaints about Elder Madam, but dared not. Shen Tang said, "After today, Elder Madam won't dare mention the second house in front of me again." After all this time, Elder Madam should understand her nature. Either she doesn't speak, or if she does, she must act. By saying this, Shen Tang had reached the end of her patience. This time, it was her warning. Next time, it would be her father. Once someone moved into the second house, unless she returned herself, her father coming for her would likely only be to fetch her for a funeral. The second house's reputation was in tatters, and they risked execution at any moment. Would Elder Madam willingly throw away the Marquisite's wealth and glory to die alongside the second house? Unwilling. She needed to care less about the second house in the future, and especially not mention them a single word in Shen Tang's presence. Her second brother was still missing, with no news. Thinking of the second house, she could not help but wish misfortune upon them. Elder Madam clearly had a screw loose, assuming Shen Tang would care about the second house's well-being and asking her questions about them. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Shen Tang stormed back to Qing Yuan, full of fury. Upon entering the courtyard, she saw Fuling standing at the door, knowing someone was already inside. Xia Guimo had come to the marquee to offer birthday congratulations. He hadn't spoken a single word with Shen Tang. After leaving the marquee, he climbed over the wall, expecting Shen Tang to return soon. When she didn't, he found her later with an unhappy expression. He asked, "Who upset you?" Shen Tang replied, "Don't mention it. It's elder madam, she keeps fretting over the second house." If it were anyone else, Xia Guimo could have roughed them up. But elder madam made Shen Tang unhappy, and he had no way to help. Still, he couldn't leave it at that. Taking a roundabout approach, he said, "Should I send someone to beat the second master of the second house?" Shen Tang looked at him. "Don't kill him." Xia Guimo froze. Then he pinched her nose, indulging her. "Fine, I'll listen to you." He held Shen Tang close. "Don't be angry. We spent half a day at the Pingyuan Marquee and didn't get to speak. Talk to me for a while." Shen Tang nodded lightly, shaking off her lingering frustration. Xia Guimo liked it when she sat in his lap while talking. Shen Tang wasn't sure when he had started this habit, but after so many times, she had nearly grown accustomed to it. Thinking of the fact that she was already 27 and that she would marry him next month, Shen Tang asked, "You're taking me as your bride in mid-next month, right?" Xia Guimo nodded. Otherwise, the Marquisite's busy with the reunion banquet. The betrothal gifts have already been delivered. Shen Tang asked, "All 3 dates are in mid-month?" 12, 16, and 18. Quite the selection of dates. Shen Tang said, "Move it to the end of the month." Xia Guimo's handsome brows furrowed. Why to the end of the month? If it weren't for the first 10 days being too short notice, he would have insisted on the early dates. He would need a reasonable excuse, or else he would have punished her. Shen Tang's ears turned red. "Why, you can just move it to the end of the month. If you don't tell me, I won't change it." Even if she said nothing, he might not have agreed. But now, with a reason, she had leverage. His gaze was determined, digging for reasons. Shen Tang blushed heavily. "Can you just listen and agree without asking?" Xia Guimo laughed. "Do you think I'm that obedient? Nope. Never." Shen Tang fell silent. Xia Guimo wasn't going to let her dodge. "Come on, tell me." Her face burned, her voice low and tiny. My special days fall on those dates." Xia Guimo didn't understand at first. When it hit him, he felt like struck by lightning. His voice trembled. No way. Betrothal gifts came with auspicious dates to avoid those specific days. And he had deliberately picked them anyway. Who picked dates so close together? Normally, they'd be at least a week apart, or even a month. A certain young master had already been schooled in such matters months ago. Without that, he wouldn't have suffered so much. After so long to reach the wedding day, and now this, good things never came easy, but this was a real test. Shen Tang pleaded, "Please move it to the end of the month." In her previous life, the wedding night had been unpleasant. This time, since they loved each other, she hoped their consummation could be proper. Seeing Shen Tang's calm, misty eyes, Xia Guimo felt a tingle in his molars. Not changing it. Shen Tang looked at him. If not changed, that night, consummation was off. Absolutely off. Xia Guimo said, "I need to marry you early to be at ease. As for consummation." The words came through clenched teeth. "I'm not in a hurry. I've endured months. A few extra days won't matter." Thinking back, in their previous life, it hadn't been just months, 4 years of marriage and only one night together, under the same roof. And he had still survived, inherited his title, and fought in wars. Xia Guimo even admired himself. Shen Tang thought he was fine too, regretting even bringing up the topic. She was about to speak when he suddenly lifted her aside. "I'll ask the house if we can move the wedding a few days earlier." Before she could reply, he was already gone. Shen Tang. Wasn't he supposed to not be in a hurry? The princess consort of Jingyong returned to her courtyard. As she stepped onto the stairs, a maid said, "Your Highness, the heir has come." She had disappeared after leaving the Pingyuan Marquee, and she thought he had gone somewhere. Turning back, she saw Xia Guimo striding quickly. "Looking for mother?" He cleared his throat. "The previously chosen dates won't do. I'll marry on the 8th day of next month. The princess consort. Hadn't he chosen those dates himself? Why change now? She said, the 8th is good, but a wedding banquet can't be held that day. Xia Guimo frowned. Why not? The princess consort's expression darkened. Weren't you at the same table as the heir of Xuanyi Marquis today? Don't you know he's marrying the eldest daughter of the right minister's house on the 8th? Xia Guimo. He truly didn't know. Not only Xia Guimo, but Chui also had no idea. He knew he would marry next month, but not the exact date. He hadn't asked. Though Chuyi's wedding wouldn't conflict with his, officials and guests could not attend 2 banquets in one day. A proper wedding had to be grand. Choosing the same day as another high-profile wedding would be a deliberate slight and inappropriate. This could not be done. Even if the Jingyong and Xuanyi houses were friendly, no one would allow someone to create such conflict. Xia Guimo could only pick another date, then the 6th. The princess consort. The maids all covered their mouths, trying not to laugh. The heir was so eager to marry his bride. Even the princess consort couldn't help but smile. She had never seen her son so impatient. But she could do nothing. I want second young madam to be married soon, the princess consort said, but it still depends on the Pingyuan Marquisite's agreement. They only consented after my urging for mid-month. If you want to move it up more, you'll have to be patient for a few more days. The Pingyuan Marquisate had also prepared according to protocol. The princess consort could only shake her head. Her son was just too impatient. Chapter 220, Leaking Roof. After Xia Guimo left, Shen Tang, exhausted from a whole day, lay down on the small couch for a while and eventually fell asleep. By the time she woke up, it was already evening. The sunset clouds were a brilliant, fiery display across the sky. Shen Tang leaned against the window, watching the sun sink below the horizon, feeling an unusual sense of peace. Yinxing brought in a cup of tea and soon came back, saying, the Princess of Qi is pregnant. She had a scare, and when the Emperor found out, he rewarded her with many gifts. Shen Tang. It was only natural that the Emperor would reward Shen Luo. After all, among so many princes, Qi Wang was the only one who had married, and this was the first imperial grandson. No matter who the mother was, even if she was a concubine, the Emperor would pay special attention. Shen Luo herself didn't have that much face. The more the Emperor cared, the angrier he would be once he found out that the child was actually the son of the Marquis of Chongping. Shen Tang didn't dare imagine the kind of thunderous rage that would be. As far as Shen Tang was concerned, forget Shen Luo, Qi Wang was already half done for. In the previous life, the Marquis of Chongping spared no effort in supporting Qi Wang. This life was no different. But if Consort Yi and Qi Wang discovered that Shen Luo had colluded with the Marquis' son, they might think that the Marquis' devoted support was ultimately to ensure his own grandson would inherit. Qi Wang, already pressured step by the Crown Prince, would have even more reason to falter. Could he avoid total defeat? Not only would he fail, but that day wouldn't be far off. Yinxing brought over some pastries. Shen Tang took one and began eating. Halfway through, Seer came running in, her eyes sparkling, saying, "Miss, second master has been beaten." Shen Tang. That was fast. Shen Tang glanced at the hourglass. From the moment Xia Guimo said he would beat up the second master to vent her anger, to the moment she heard about it herself, barely an hour had passed. Yinxing didn't know that Shen Tang had ordered the attack. She blinked her eyes and asked, "Who beat the second master?" Seer shook her head. "I don't know. The second master was attacked outside the second house, just a few steps from the main gate. He was beaten badly, covered in bruises, couldn't even get up. If it weren't for the gate servant noticing the second master's horse and finding it odd, no one would have known." Lately, the second house had been losing face quite often, but to be beaten outside their own residence was even more humiliating. If it happened inside the residence, it could be concealed somewhat. Outside, with people coming and going, it couldn't be hidden. Shen Tang raised her hand to her forehead. Beating the second master outside the second house's main gate? Only Xia Guimo's people could have done it. But she had to admit, it hit the mark, her displeasure melted away. From now on, this would be the method. Whenever the dowager lady worried about the second house, She would have someone beat up the second master. She was a dutiful granddaughter. If the dowager lady liked to worry, let her worry to her heart's content. Unfortunately, this news was stopped by Wang Mama, so the dowager lady remained unaware. The dowager lady couldn't see clearly, but the servants had to. The second young miss had already suggested moving the dowager lady to the second house. If the dowager lady truly became ill out of worry, the marquis would either move her to the second house or send her away to recuperate quietly. The dowager lady rarely went out. Everything she knew came from the servants. As long as she didn't know the second house was unlucky again, she wouldn't fret. Wang Mama intercepted the news about the second master being beaten badly at their own gate, and even Shen Luo being heavily rewarded by the emperor. She also instructed the maids at Songha Hall that, from now on, any matters regarding the second house must be reported to her first. Anyone who ignored her orders, good or bad news, would be reported directly to the dowager lady. If the dowager lady got angry and fell ill, they would be punished and sent out of the mansion. Wang Mama's authority in Songha Hall was second only to the dowager lady. No one dared to disobey her. Meanwhile, the news of the second master's beating reached Shen Luo immediately. Shen Luo was resting in bed, nourishing her pregnancy. Upon hearing the news, she knew Shen Tang had done it. She was furious, wishing she could tear Shen Tang apart alive. Her face contorted, and her maid advised, "Princess, you've already had a scare during your pregnancy. The imperial physician insisted you rest. You must prioritize the child." Shen Luo forced herself to suppress the anger swelling at the top of her head. The second master and his wife could no longer support her. They were even liabilities. She could only rely on the child in her womb to turn things around. No matter what, she had to protect this pregnancy. A night of good sleep followed. The next day, Shen Tang got up at her usual time, ate breakfast in her own room, and then went to Songha Hall to pay respects to the dowager lady. The dowager lady looked pale, but wasn't bedridden, or perhaps she had reached the point where she dared not be. She gave a bitter smile. Among all the dowager ladies in the capital, probably only she had to consider her granddaughter's mood even in matters of health. Shen Tang acted as if nothing had happened yesterday, paid her respects, and the dowager lady had to pretend ignorance. After a quarter of an hour, Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden. The morning was clear, with a bright blue sky, but by evening, thick clouds covered the heavens. During the night, the wind blew wildly. In the second half of the night, the windows rattled loudly, waking Shen Tang. She couldn't sleep for a while but eventually fell back asleep listening to the rain. When she woke the next morning, it was still raining. The entire marquis residence, and even the whole capital, was shrouded in misty rain. After breakfast, the rain slowed, but it didn't stop until the afternoon. Shen Tang didn't go anywhere that day, not even stepping outside the inner room. In the evening, Seer came in. The little maid had disappeared somewhere, and Seer's dress hem was covered in mud, leaving footprints everywhere. Xiaotong's eyes ached at the sight. The floor was just cleaned. Seer looked down at her shoes, blushing. "Xiaotong, don't be angry. I'll wipe it later." Xiaotong said, "Did you hear some good news again that you had to report to Miss?" Seer smiled at Shen Tang. "The second house is unlucky again." Shen Tang. Before Shen Tang could speak, Inqing asked, "What happened to the second house this time?" Seer quickly replied, "The second house roof is leaking. Last night it rained heavily outside, and inside the second house, it was like a light rain. Not just the second mistress's room, but the second master's study was flooded. They say the second mistress just lay on her bed, watching the rain pour in all night. The second mistress had not fully recovered from the punishment by the court of justice, so she could only lie down." Shen Tang imagined the scene and laughed so hard her cheeks ached. Rain poured on a leaking roof, truly a case of misfortune piling upon misfortune. Although people say even water gets stuck in the teeth of the unlucky, Shen Tang didn't believe this was mere coincidence. Although the house had been moved into hastily without repairs, it was always guarded. A leaking roof wouldn't go unnoticed. Inqing also suspected this wasn't simple bad luck. Seer changed her clothes and shoes and returned to clean the mud. Inqing went out briefly and came back, whispering to Shen Tang, It was the day you and the young master went to pay respects to the late madam that Qinshan lifted the second house roof. Indeed, it was Qinshan. Shen Tang decisively said, "Reward Qinshan 10 taels of silver." Qinshan, Xiagimo's secret guard, had already been overqualified for protecting Shen Tang. Being sent to teach the second master and second mistress a lesson had to be thorough, otherwise it wouldn't have been worth his trip. Qinshan lifted several parts of the roof, and the second house suffered heavy losses. Of course, the dowager lady was unaware of this. After 2 days of rest, when the rain cleared, Shen Tang went to Songha Hall to pay respects again. The dowager lady's complexion had improved significantly. Third and fourth madams knew that Wang Mama had ordered the Songha Hall maids and assumed it was Shen Tang or Shen Sui's doing. They weren't foolish enough to mention the second house deliberately and had nearly lost patience with staying in the Marquis residence. Third madam said, "The wedding date for the Marquis of Xuani's heir and the eldest daughter of the right Prime Minister has been set for the 8th day of this month. Invitations should arrive in the next couple of days." Today was already the first day of the month. Thinking of how the match was arranged, Shen Tang and the others couldn't help but smile. Fourth madam said, "Although this engagement came about oddly, the heir of Xuani and the eldest daughter of the right Prime Minister are truly compatible. It's fate." Even the dowager lady couldn't help but smile. "Xing Tang, how is your dowry preparation going?" Fourth madam replied, "Third sister and I are overseeing it. The embroidery room is fine, but we're unsure if we can get everything outside the residence ready in time. We'll go out later to hurry things along." The dowager lady looked at Shen Tang. "Tomorrow, the Jingnong Wang mansion will deliver the betrothal gifts. This time, you're really getting married." The betrothal gifts were originally scheduled for yesterday but were postponed due to rain. The arrangements for mediators and match proposals could be adjusted, but once the wedding date was set, the ceremony had to proceed, rain or shine, once invitations were sent. Because of the second house and the rain, Shen Tang didn't accompany the dowager lady to breakfast in recent days. The dowager lady, upon reflection, no longer blamed Shen Tang for wanting to send her to the second house. Now, thinking of Shen Tang's marriage, her only feeling was reluctance. Although Jingnong Wang mansion was only a few streets away from the Pingyuan Marquis and visits were convenient, it wasn't the same as seeing her granddaughter every day. Although Shen Tang had previously married Xiagimo and spent 4 years at Jingnong Wang mansion, it wasn't as tense as the first time, yet she still blushed when looked at. She changed the topic. "Wasn't my elder brother's wedding scheduled a few days after mine? Will the Marquis residence have time to prepare his betrothal gifts? Will third and fourth madams manage?" Fourth madam laughed. "Old Wang and old Wang Fei of Ning know the residence is busy with your wedding. They refuse to let the Marquis residence prepare betrothal gifts. Also, splitting it between families wouldn't be appropriate." The Marquis thought and changed the arrangement. The palace officials delivered 20,000 taels to the Duan Wang mansion as the betrothal gifts. The Marquis residence's portion was supplemented by 10,000 taels from Duan Wang mansion, all for Princess Rujia's dowry. As for how much Ning Wang mansion sent and how Duan Wang mansion prepared the dowry, fourth madam didn't know. However, a list of the gifts would certainly be sent to the Marquis residence for record keeping, as this marriage involved 3 families. Betrothal gifts and dowries had to be registered with the residence authorities. In all these years, it was the first time betrothal gifts were delivered via silver notes, and the dowry as well, truly convenient. Chapter 221. In Front of the Gate. Shen Tang only stayed at Songha Hall for a short while before returning to Qingyi Garden. The next day, Jingyong Prince's mansion sent the betrothal gifts, 48 sets in total, but the dates were still the same 3 that Xiagimo had set, with no changes. When the gifts arrived, Shen Tang was at Qingyi Garden, so the matriarch didn't call her over. Fourth madam came with the list to ask Shen Tang which day would be suitable. After all, no one knew Shen Tang's private cycle except her personal maid. Both Shen Tang and Xiagimo had already mentioned the dates, but the family refused to change them. Saying it again would be useless. Shen Tang simply blushed and said, "Any day is fine." Her cycle wasn't very precise, Sometimes it came 2 days early, sometimes 2 days late. She couldn't be sure. Last month it had come on the 10th. Anyway, all the days were uncertain. Shen Tang quietly said, "I'll follow my grandmother and father's decision." Knowing Shen Tang was timid, fourth madam didn't insist on her choosing the date and took the list to the matriarch. Fourth young mistress went with fourth madam to Songha Hall and soon returned. "Miss, the wedding date is set, the 12th for the send-off." Shen Tang had guessed that would be the day. The Jingyang princess had repeatedly hoped Shen Tang would marry soon. With such a tight schedule, the matriarch wouldn't pick a later date just to keep her a few more days. On the same day, the Right Prime Minister's mansion and the Shen Marquis mansion sent wedding invitations to the Pingyuan Marquis mansion. Once they received the invitations, it was time to send the dowry. Shen Tang had recently grown close to Yunyi, the eldest daughter of the Right Prime Minister's mansion. Since Shen Tang's wedding date was very close to Yunyi's, she needed to stay home and prepare, making it impossible to attend Yunyi's send-off banquet. Visiting the Shen Marquis mansion was out of the question. The next day, Shen Tang went to the Right Prime Minister's mansion to deliver Yunyi's dowry. She was the first to arrive. Upon hearing Shen Tang had come, Yunyi came forward. "I heard you're getting married on the 12th. Is that true?" Shen Tang nodded. "I had planned to attend your send-off banquet, but I definitely can't make it now." Yunyi was a little disappointed but thought of her fiancé, the heir of the Shen Marquis, who had a very good relationship with the Jingyang prince's heir. She blushed slightly and said, "We'll still keep in touch. Missing a day isn't a problem." Shen Tang agreed wholeheartedly. Yunyi continued, "Since my wedding date is set, my parents won't let me go out. Last time I went to the mansion to congratulate someone, I had to beg them for a long time before they let me. I was just worried about being bored alone at home, and now you're here." Shen Tang smiled. "I came early. In a couple of days, when everyone comes to deliver dowries for you, the number of ladies will be overwhelming." Being the daughter of the Right Prime Minister and marrying the Shen Marquis heir meant that all the young ladies of the capital would come to deliver dowries to Yunyi. Yunyi felt a little wistful. "You personally brought my dowry, yet I won't be able to do the same for you." Shen Tang laughed. "You can't go, but it's not because you don't want to. What's the harm?" The two of them hadn't been close before, but because of the relationship between the Shen Marquis heir, Chu Yi, and Xia Guimo, they naturally grew close and felt a sense of friendship too late. Yunyi led Shen Tang to her residence. They drank tea, ate pastries, and chatted happily. Shen Tang stayed at the Right Prime Minister's mansion for more than half an hour before saying goodbye. Yunyi saw her off at the main gate and watched the carriage drive away. After leaving the street where the Right Prime Minister's mansion stood, the carriage moved forward. At an intersection, Shen Tang heard a loud crashing noise. Lifting the carriage curtain, she saw that the rope of a wood-carrying cart ahead had snapped, and the logs had rolled everywhere. The servant said, "We'll have to take another route." Shen Tang glanced at the road. Going to the right meant passing Jingyang Prince's mansion. She decisively said, "Let's go left." The servant said, "Going left will take a while." "Go." She would rather take a detour than experience the previous embarrassment, especially now that her wedding date with Xia Guimo was set. She didn't want the people of Jingyang Prince's mansion to see her leaving and mistakenly think she was visiting Xia Guimo. How awkward that would be. The servant turned the carriage to the left. The carriage curtain remained lifted. Shen Tang watched the bustling street, the calls of street vendors rising one after another. It was lively. She hadn't enjoyed strolling freely for a long time. Either Shen Nua spoiled the mood, or she had to watch out for concubine Yi and the Chongping Marquis mansion plotting against her. Even stepping outside made her anxious. Once she married Xia Guimo, she would make him accompany her for a proper shopping trip. While avoiding Jingyang Prince's mansion, she forgot that the left route passed in front of the Chongping Marquis mansion. By the time Shen Tang realized it, the carriage was almost at the main gate of the Chongping Marquis mansion. Shen Tang. She truly was a genius. Chen Shan, who was secretly guarding Shen Tang, was also stunned by her choice. If the master knew that his future daughter-in-law deliberately chose to pass in front of the Chongping Marquis's mansion, he would be furious. Fortunately, as the carriage passed the gate, a teal sedan chair stopped, and the gate servants greeted the person inside. They didn't notice Shen Tang's carriage pass by. Through the curtain, Shen Tang saw the person emerge from the sedan chair. Her brows furrowed. Wasn't that Officer Liu from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau? Shen Nua's blood-related misfortune, which Second Master didn't believe the fortune teller about, had been recalculated by Officer Liu, convincing him without doubt. Why was the Chongping Marquis's mansion inviting Officer Liu? From the way the gate servants greeted him, it was clear that Officer Liu hadn't come on his own. The Chongping Marquis's mansion had summoned him. Officer Liu's position wasn't high, but his duties were special. Perhaps he was up to some secret scheming. If she hadn't seen him, it would have been fine. But now that she did, precautions were necessary. Though the carriage passed in front of the Chongping Marquis's mansion, it returned to her residence without incident. Since it was hot, Shen Tang didn't go to Songha Hall and returned directly to Qingyi Garden. Back in her room, she went straight to the window to look outside. Qin Shan appeared. "Your Highness, do you need me?" Shen Tang said, "Check for me, why did the Chongping Marquis's mansion summon Officer Liu?" This was a rare proper request Shen Tang made to Qin Shan. Qin Shan said, "I've heard from Chen Qi that Officer Liu is very cunning. If I question him directly, he might not tell the truth. It must go through Master to ask." Shen Tang only needed to find out the truth. Who handled it wasn't important. Qin Shan meant that he would first return to Jingong Prince's mansion to inquire, which would take some time, and feared Shen Tang would be impatient. Hearing this, Shen Tang felt a little embarrassed. It was obvious Qin Shan had noticed her impatient nature. She wanted to know immediately, or she wouldn't have prompted him like this. After Qin Shan left, Shen Tang sat down and poured herself some tea. In the study, Xia Guimo sat reading. Qin Qi brought him tea. There was a knock at the window, and a figure quickly slipped inside. Seeing it was Qin Shan, Qin Qi said, "Sir, it's Qin Shan." Xia Guimo's gaze lifted from the book. "Did she send you to find me?" Qin Shan nodded. "Your Highness, the future daughter-in-law went to the right Prime Minister's mansion to deliver a dowry. Passing in front of the Chongping Marquis's mansion, she saw Officer Liu enter. She wants to know why the Chongping Marquis's mansion summoned him." Xia Guimo. He was so amused he nearly laughed. Qin Shan hadn't mentioned Shen Tang's deliberate detour around Jingong Prince's mansion, but Xia Guimo knew the area so well that he immediately understood her thought process. She would rather pass in front of the Chongping Marquis's mansion than Jingong Prince's mansion. How did this woman's brain work? Xia Guimo lost his patience entirely. "Bring Officer Liu into the residence." "Yes." Though he said bring in, the method was unusual, a cloth gag in his mouth, blindfolded. Once inside, Liu struggled, but Xia Guimo signaled, and the guards removed the blindfold. Seeing Xia Guimo, Liu's eyes widened, and he babbled, but no one could hear him. The guards removed the gag. Liu said, "Why is the Jingong Prince's heir detaining me?" Xia Guimo sipped tea. "Why did the Chongping Marquis summon you today?" Liu said, I can't tell you." Xia Guimo smiled. "Do you really think you can hide something from me?" Even if he couldn't hide it, he had to try. He wasn't dealing with Second Master, but with the Chongping Marquis. If he revealed secrets to the Jingong Prince's heir, the Marquis and his son wouldn't forgive him. Liu said, "I'm just a lowly officer. Why would the Jingong Prince's heir trouble me?" Xia Guimo toyed with a chess piece. "I brought you here, yet I didn't intend to trouble you. If you don't want to speak, fine. But if I report this to the Emperor, I wonder if he'd like to know." Liu. They tied him up, scaled walls to bring him in, and said it wasn't trouble. Liu wanted to ask, if this isn't trouble, what is? But Xia Guimo's threat was effective. As a member of the Astronomical Bureau, though not directly tied to the Chongping Marquis, the Emperor would question him if he knew the Marquis summoned him. Treason against the Emperor is punishable by death. Liu said, "There really isn't much for the Chongping Marquis to discuss." Xia Guimo smiled. "My patience is limited." Knowing Xia Guimo couldn't be fooled, Liu said reluctantly, "The Chongping Marquis issued a confidentiality order." I really can't speak. Siagimo looked at him. Don't you know only the dead can keep secrets? Lu. To avoid leaks, the Marquis wouldn't leave him alive. He could handle the chomping Marquis, but he couldn't resist the Jingyang prince's heir. Lu said, the chomping Marquis just asked me to check a birth chart. That was indeed the Astronomical Bureau's specialty. Siagimo asked, whose chart? I don't know. A smirk curved Siagimo's lips. It's for consort Qi. Lu. His eyes widened sharply. How did the Jingyang prince's heir know this? The chomping Marquis hadn't explicitly said it was consort Qi's chart. Only by combining the previously measured chart with the revealed information did he determine it was hers. Lu shivered. If the Jingyang prince's heir already knows, why ask further? Chapter 222, Didn't Leave. Siagimo tossed the white jade chess piece in his hand into the chess box. I didn't know, I was just guessing. Lord Lu fell silent. The fact that even a casual guess could be so accurate only made people more certain of how formidable the crown prince of Jingyang truly was. Siagimo's gaze swept coldly over Lord Lu. Under that icy look, Lord Lu felt a chill run through his scalp. I was saying. Start with the matter of the Marquis of Chomping's heir coming to see you. Just as Lord Lu opened his mouth, Siagimo added another sentence, making him nearly drop to his knees. The crown prince clearly knew everything, yet he went to such lengths to have him brought here. Was this not deliberately tormenting him? Lord Lu knew he couldn't hide the truth, so he spoke honestly. The Marquis of Chomping came to me. The Marquis's heir instructed me that the girl's 8 characters, Bazi, were extremely noble. That in the future, she could elevate her mother's status, and her mother could become the model of the realm. When I entered the Marquis of Chomping's residence, the Marquis gave me the 8 characters to read, and I reported his instructions word for word to the Marquis. In fact, Lord Lu also found the situation strange. It was odd enough that the Marquis of Chomping wanted him to read the Qi princess's Bazi, but that the Marquis's heir wanted him to excessively flatter her, implying that without the Qi princess, the Qi king could never ascend to his position, was confusing. The son was asking him to deceive his own father. Lord Lu didn't understand it. Because he didn't understand, he was even more careful not to spread the matter. When something is abnormal, there must be a hidden motive. Now, with the crown prince of Jingyang having brought him here and even guessing that he was calculating the Qi princess's Bazi, Lord Lu realized this was no ordinary matter. When immortals clash, it's better for small fry like them to stay far away, lest they suffer along with it. Siagimo knew about the affair between the Marquis of Chomping's heir and the Qi princess. He also suspected that the Qi princess was carrying the heir's child. With an opportunity to confuse the royal line, or even position his own child in such a place, the Marquis's heir would certainly not let it slip. The Marquis of Chomping's heir knew better than anyone how much consort Yi and the Qi king despised the Qi princess. 9 times out of 10, they would not let her bear the child safely. Only if the child could benefit the Qi king in the struggle for succession would consort Yi abandon her plan. When he heard that the Marquis's residence had requested the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, Siagimo already guessed part of the truth. When Lord Lu revealed that it was about calculating the 8 characters, it confirmed it. The Marquis's heir was misleading his own father so that the Marquis could tell Consort Yi. But Consort Yi wasn't someone who believed whatever the Marquis said. Nor could the Marquis's heir bribe the entire Imperial Astronomical Bureau, especially with the presence of wandering fortune-tellers outside the residence. Siagimo tapped his hand on the small table. Qinqi noticed Lord Lu hesitating and asked, Lord Lu, what else are you hiding? Siagimo looked at Lord Lu. Lord Lu hurriedly replied, I am hiding nothing from the Crown Prince of Jingyang, it's just that. He paused, then continued, the Marquis's heir isn't entirely deceiving the Marquis. The Qi princess's Bazi truly indicates the fate of becoming the model of the realm. But in the past few months, from my nightly observations of the stars, many people's fates have shifted. Before the shift, the Qi princess was indeed fated for greatness. Afterward, her fate is uncertain. I do not know why this deviation occurred, or whether it will shift back. He revealed everything he knew, which made everyone in the room shiver. Qi looked at Xia Guimo. He was one of the few who knew that after Shen Tang's death, she had been reborn. In her previous life, it was the Qi king who sat in that position, and the model of the realm was the Qi princess. After Shen Tang's rebirth, she had altered the fates of many people, which confirmed Lord Lu's words. It is said that Lord Lu of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau is cunning, yet truly skilled, and indeed his reputation was not exaggerated. Xia Guimo looked at Lord Lu. Is this why you would rather offend me than anger the Marquis of Chomping? Lord Lu's face showed embarrassment. The Qi King was fated to sit in that position, and the Marquis of Chomping would inevitably hold great power. How could he dare to offend them? However, now that everyone's fates had become uncertain, he devoted himself to studying the matter day and night. As long as he stayed within his role, no matter who occupied that position, no one would target a minor official like him. Lord Lu said, "As a lowly official, I cannot offend anyone. I hope your highness can forgive me. Escort Lord Lu out of the residence properly." Lord Lu thought he could leave on foot, but even a proper escort meant climbing over the walls. However, this trip wasn't wasted. Qi threw him a pouch containing 20 taels of gold. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau isn't a lucrative post. Salaries are low. 20 taels were more than a year's wages. The Crown Prince of Jingyong was generous indeed. The Marquis of Chomping's heir sought Lord Lu's help yet gave no reward at all. After Lord Lu left, Qin Shan returned to the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence and reported everything to Shen Tang. Shen Tang had always thought the Marquis of Chomping's heir was a decadent, useless man, but now she saw he had cunning and ambition. She could almost foresee the day when Consort Yi and the Marquis would come to blows. The marriage date of Shen Tang and Xia Guimo was set. The Marquis's residence prepared her wedding in full swing. The day before the coming-of-age banquet at the Right Prime Minister's residence, the wedding invitations were sent to the civil and military officials. Shen Tang did not attend the coming-of-age banquet at the Right Prime Minister's residence, nor the wedding banquet at the Marquis of Shuani's residence. But even if she didn't attend, Xia Guimo went. The Shuani Marquis's heir, Chui, was getting married, and as his good brother, how could Xia Guimo not attend the wedding banquet? Not only did he attend, he also had to participate in the traditional wedding night mischief. After Chui and Yun-Yi completed the ceremony and were sent into the bridal chamber, Xiao Sun and the eldest son of the Minister of War, Lu Li, brought them to the banquet. Drinking from table to table, everyone ended up quite drunk. To avoid affecting the bridal chamber, later the Shuani Marquis's wife replaced the wine with water. Chui still hiccuped from it. After 7 rounds of drinking, Chui could not drink more and pretended to be drunk, having the servants carry him back to the bridal chamber. He wasn't entirely pretending, he was a little tipsy, but not to the point of collapsing. In his bright red wedding robe, Chui returned to the bridal chamber and saw Yun-Yi sitting on the wedding bed, waiting for him. The red robe made his face even redder. Chui sat beside Yun-Yi and, following the wedding attendant's instructions, lifted her veil and drank the nuptial cup. While there were outsiders, it was fine, but once everyone left, the two grew increasingly nervous. Although they had been intimate before, they were still not familiar with each other. The thought that they, two people who barely knew each other, were about to do the most intimate thing in the world made them extremely embarrassed. Especially Chui, since his hastiness had led to this marriage. Now that he had brought the young lady home, on their wedding night he had no reason to avoid consummation. If he dared not, his father would punish him severely. Still, after reading the books the night before, he was somewhat excited. After a long silence, "You." They spoke simultaneously. "You first." Again, both spoke at the same time. Yun-Yi, blushing, said nothing. Chui asked, "Do you want something to eat?" Yun-Yi shook her head. She wasn't hungry, she had eaten earlier. Another silence followed. Yun-Yi sat upright, staring straight ahead. Chui turned his head to look at her. The more he looked, the more he found her face pleasing. The images in his mind stirred him. He hooked his hand under her chin and kissed her. Not satisfied with just a kiss, he fell onto the bed. Then, An untimely voice exploded in flustered, "No, we haven't left yet." The promised wedding night mischief? They came in and plopped onto the bed without even finding them, thinking they would reveal themselves. They hadn't even realized anyone was there. How much fake wine had they drunk? They had nearly hidden all over the room, yet none of them noticed. Such haste in consummation. Even monkeys wouldn't be this hasty. It was embarrassing for everyone. It was Luli who spoke. His voice startled Chu-yi and Yun-yi into sitting upright. Both faces burned bright red. Luli left, face flushed. Then Xiaosun and a few other young noblemen who usually played pranks arrived. Xiagimo didn't come. His own wedding was in a few days. Chu-yi would return the favor tenfold when the day came. One less prankster wasn't a problem. Seeing people emerging from corners and even the cabinets. Chu-yi. Yun-yi. Yun-yi felt she wanted to die from embarrassment. Chu-yi wasn't faring any better. So many people in his room, and he had been thinking only of consummation, yet hadn't noticed at all. If there weren't so many people, he might have wanted to silence them. It was too shameful. They would be laughed at forever. When Xiaosun and the others left, they couldn't hold back and laughed. Their raucous laughter reached the room, and the temperature of Chu-yi and Yun-yi's faces rose. Some of them, while alive, might as well have been dead on their wedding night. They laughed until bending over. In fact, when Chu-yi kissed Yun-yi, they had wanted to leave, but the scene was so awkward no one dared speak. They waited for others to start or for the kissing to finish. When it didn't finish, leaving was inevitable. Xiaosun said, "Good thing I trusted him. Does this look like someone who doesn't want to marry?" Luli said, "Those who aren't impatient are frantic already." Brother Gimo literally wears eagerness on his face. When he marries, will you still prank his wedding night? He already had a mental shadow. So embarrassing. Even among brothers, it was bad enough. Later, when seeing the eldest daughter of the right prime minister's residence, it would be mortifying. Xiaosun said, "This wedding night prank happens only once. Miss it and it's gone." "That's true," Luli agreed. They went to the banquet laughing and joking. Xiagimo and Xiaohuan were drinking. Seeing them return, Xiagimo glanced at them and raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you going to prank the wedding night? Why are you all running back like frightened rabbits?" Xiaosun. Luli. Those eyes were sharp indeed. They were, in fact, running away. Xiaosun wanted to say something, but everyone was around, and even with no outsiders, he didn't dare. Can't say, afraid Chu-yi would hold a grudge. Xiagimo's mouth twitched. Saying it would make no difference now. Xiaosun. Chapter 223. Getting dressed. After the Shen Marquis finished hosting the wedding banquet, there were only 3 days left before Shen Tang's marriage. On this day, many young ladies of well-known families came to present additional wedding gifts to Shen Tang. The younger sister of the Prince of Ning and the wife of the Prince of Jingong, as well as anyone who had exchanged a word or two at previous banquets, all came. Since only Shen Luo from the Marquis was there to receive and see off guests, it would have been impossible to manage alone. The Jiang sisters, Jiang Ning and Jiang Li, had arrived early to help. Both brought gifts for Shen Tang. Jiang Ning brought a double-sided embroidered folding screen she had made herself, exquisite in every detail, while Jiang Li presented a beauty fan, embroidered with none other than Shen Tang herself. Both gifts were given with great care. Shen Tang was delighted, unable to put them down, and had the maids take them away for safekeeping. Jiang Ning and Jiang Li chatted with Shen Tang when a maid came in from the waterside pavilion and reported, "Miss, third young lady has come to present her wedding gift." Although the maid reported promptly, Shen Tang did not see Shen Ran until half an hour later. A few days earlier, the Marquis had hosted a family reunion banquet. The Grand Princess Jinda and her husband, the chief consort, came to offer congratulations, but Shen Ran did not. It was not that the Grand Princess Jinda held her back. After all, the Grand Princess and her husband were present. Shen Ran simply could not come. It was hot outside, and the Grand Princess's household feared Shen Ran would be affected by the heat, so they had placed many ice basins indoors. As a result, Shen Ran caught a chill, developed severe nasal congestion, and could not go out, so she had to stay home and rest. When Shinran came to the marquise, she would naturally first pay respects to the old madam. Although the old madam loved Shinran slightly less than Shenluo, she still did not treat her less kindly than Shen Tang. Since they had not met for a long time, a proper conversation was unavoidable. Shinran wore a cloud-patterned brocade dress, with cuffs and hem trimmed in gold and silver thread. In the sunlight, it reflected a faint radiance, dazzling yet not blinding. Whether it was wealth or love that shaped her, the Shinran returning to the Grand Princess Jinda's residence was a completely different person from the one staying at the marquise. Seeing Shen Tang, Shinran smiled warmly and greeted her kindly. "Second sister, congratulations." Shen Tang asked, "Are you fully recovered?" Shinran said sheepishly, "It was such an important day, the family reunion banquet, and I couldn't come to offer my congratulations." "Second sister, please don't be angry with me." Shen Tang chuckled. "You couldn't come. It's not that you didn't want to." In the scorching summer, others suffered from heat stroke, and she caught a chill. How embarrassing. However, Shinran said, "Mother will no longer restrain me from returning to the marquise. From now on, I can come back whenever I want." The Grand Princess Jinda had no objections to Shinran visiting the marquise, only dissatisfaction with the second master and second madam. Now that the second branch had been expelled from the marquise, she naturally had no reason to prevent Shinran from visiting. Shen Tang nodded. "Although second aunt is selfish, grandmother truly loves you. She will be very happy if you visit her often and chat with her." The old madam not only loved Shinran, but had even saved her life. If the second branch had not gone too far, the Grand Princess Jinda and her husband would not have been so strict. Since Shinran had not returned for a long time, she had endless things to talk about with Shen Tang. She also helped attend to the young ladies who had come to present wedding gifts, keeping herself busily occupied. It was unbearably hot, so Shen Tang did not invite the young ladies to the garden to enjoy the flowers. Instead, they stayed in the waterside pavilion, talking comfortably, with ice basins providing relief. The day before, the young ladies were hosted in the waterside pavilion. The next day, it was the viewing pavilion. Since many young ladies arrived at once, Shenluo, Jiangning, and the others were not tired. Before long, it was the day of the departure banquet. This banquet was held for Shen Tang, but she could only stay in her boudoir, unable to go anywhere. The Qingyi garden was far from the front courtyard, and the lively sounds of the festivities could only be faintly heard. In her previous life, she had married Xia Guimo to bring good fortune, in a rush, and had not even had a departure banquet. She did not know this was what the anticipation of marriage felt like. When the banquet ended and the guests were sent off, fourth madam arrived at Qingyi garden. The sky was already dark. Red lanterns hung along the corridors, casting light onto the red double happiness characters pasted on the walls, creating a festive atmosphere. Hearing fourth madam arrive, Shen Tang rose to greet her. "Fourth aunt, you've been busy all day. Why are you coming to see me at this hour?" Fourth madam walked over, followed by a maid carrying a tray. On the tray was a fairly large box. Feeling guilty toward the Jiang family, fourth madam had been particularly fond of Shen Tang in recent years. Since the fourth branch was of concubine origin, it had always lived cautiously and could not offer much help. But thinking that Shen Tang would be married the next day, fourth madam felt reluctant to part with her. The main house had no matriarch to educate Shen Tang, so fourth madam had to take on that role. Although fourth madam had the heart to teach, Shen Tang was shy and embarrassed to learn. As soon as the topic was raised, Shen Tang blushed and stammered, "Fourth aunt." Fourth madam also felt awkward. If she explained too lightly, Shen Tang might not understand, too direct, and it was hard to say. Fortunately, it was not something Shen Tang absolutely had to master. "All right, fourth aunt won't say more. You can read tonight. If you don't understand, the Prince of Jingong can teach you later." After all, men tend to pick things up naturally. It did not matter if Shen Tang did not understand, as long as the Prince of Jingong did. As fourth madam left, she reminded again, "Remember to read. You can't not know anything." Shen Tang thought this. "I have been married once before. How could I know nothing? But only a little, of course. Knowing what was in the box, Ginkgo and Xiao Tong covered their mouths to giggle. Shen Tang glared at them. The two maids quickly said, "Tomorrow is your wedding. We heard it will be tiring. You should rest early, Mississippi." After the maids left and closed the door, Shen Tang, cheeks flushed, placed the box on the small table by the bed. Thinking that Kuei Shui had not yet arrived, maybe she could endure until the wedding night. Shen Tang looked around like a thief, making sure no one was watching, then took the box down. Even though it was meant for her, why did she have to be so sneaky? She opened the box. Inside were 2 picture books. From the outside, they looked ordinary, like normal books, but flipping casually to any page revealed endless spring scenery. Halfway through, a person would already feel parched and flushed. And that was just the books. Beneath the box was an entire set of porcelain figurines in various poses, lifelike in every detail. Shen Tang dared not look any further, hurriedly putting everything back in the box and burying herself in the covers. At this moment, Xia Guimo should also be receiving instruction, making her heart burn even more. Yes, what Xia Guimo had learned, the prince and princess did not know. At that time, a certain young master had been unconscious. Who would have thought that while they were anxiously waiting, their son was preparing for the wedding night to fulfill his wishes? If the son could not do it, he would certainly have to be taught. The Prince of Jingyang was not suitable for teaching. When he married, his grandfather only gave him some books. The Prince of Jingyang did not even show up, sending a few books via secret guard. That completed the task. A certain young master did not even glance at them, just shelved them. To be precise, he threw them up there. Tomorrow, the wedding night would not allow consummation, and at such a passionate age, looking at such picture books late at night was asking for trouble. As usual, Xia Guimo practiced swordsmanship, bathed, and went to bed. On the eve of marriage, one needed to sleep early, but Shen Tang could not sleep at all, even staying up half an hour later than usual. Just as she was finally asleep, Ginkgo and Xiao Tong woke her. Shen Tang turned over and said, "Let me sleep a little longer." Ginkgo, Xiao Tong. The 2 maids doubted their mistress had even fallen asleep, seemingly forgetting it was her wedding day. If she did not get up soon, she would be late. Ginkgo said, "Miss, wake up." Shen Tang replied, "It's still early." Xiao Tong said, "It's not early. You really have to get up." Madame Zhou came in to wash Shen Tang's face. Seeing her still in bed, she said, "Why haven't you woken her up? The 10 complete madam will arrive soon. Don't let people laugh at us." Ginkgo and Xiao Tong exchanged glances and each grabbed an arm, forcing Shen Tang to sit up. Shen Tang felt weak and almost collapsed. Madame Zhou shook her head and said, "Wash her face with cold water to wake her up." Xiao Tong wetted a cloth and wiped her face. The icy touch made Shen Tang shiver, and she finally woke up. Ginkgo and Xiao Tong helped Shen Tang sit on a stool, and Madame Zhou plucked the fine hairs from her face. In her previous life, these steps had been skipped. Shen Tang experienced it for the first time, and it truly hurt. But after it was done, Ginkgo touched her face. Shen Tang's complexion, already fair and smooth, was now as tender as a peeled egg, irresistible to touch. After washing, Shen Tang wanted to pour herself some tea, only to find no cup on the table. Fearing that drinking water might necessitate using the restroom, which would be inconvenient in the bridal sedan, she was not allowed to drink. Eating was also prohibited until after the ceremony at the Prince of Jingyang's residence. This was not a wedding, it was torture. In such hot weather, going hours without water would make one parched. Shen Tang looked at Ginkgo and Haidang. "Can I just have a sip?" The 2 maids shook their heads. "Just for today, miss, you'll have to endure." Before they finished speaking, the 10 complete madam arrived to dress Shen Tang. Seeing her, Shen Tang's eyes widened in surprise. "Aunt." It was none other than Madame Jiangda. Shen Tang had not expected that the 10 complete madam summoned to dress her would be her Aunt Jiangda. The 10 complete madam was naturally perfect in all respects. Madame Jiangda and her husband were devoted to each other, with no concubines, 2 children, her son passing the imperial exams and her daughter promised to a top scholar. Her parents-in-law were kind, her maternal family harmonious, and both parents alive. Truly worthy of the title 10 complete madam. More importantly, she was Shen Tang's aunt, making the relationship closer. Inviting Madame Jiangda to dress Shen Tang had been fourth madam's suggestion. The old madam approved, and fourth madam specially went to the Jiang residence to invite her. Madame Jiangda smiled. It's also my first time dressing a bride. Jiang Ning and Jiang Li were also present. Jiang Li covered her mouth and laughed. Aunt has been practicing on me and my older sister these past 2 days, many times. Shen Tang felt warm in her heart. She sat at the dressing table as Madame Jiangda brushed her hair repeatedly, speaking auspicious words with each stroke. When the hairdo was complete, Shen Tang's eyes were red, and Madame Jiangda's eyes were red as well. Chapter 224. A Joyful Marriage. Shen Tang helped Jiang Ning avoid being tricked. The Jiang family, with its glory of having 2 Jinshe graduates in the household, owed much of its success to Shen Tang. Madame Jiang, deep in her heart, treated Shen Tang as if she were her own daughter. Because of feeling Madame Jiang's care and affection, Shen Tang imagined that if the Jiang matriarch were still alive, this would be how she would have helped her get ready for her wedding. Madame Jiang wiped the corner of her eyes and then used an embroidered handkerchief to wipe away Shen Tang's tears. She smiled and said, "All right, on such a happy day, there's no need to cry." Jiang Li, tilting her head to one side, said, "But aren't we supposed to cry when the bride leaves her family?" The more she cried, the better. Madame Jiang gave Jiang Li a playful glare, helped Shen Tang into her wedding dress, and then said, "The bridal sedan won't arrive for a little while. You can put on the phoenix crown before stepping out, there's no rush." In her previous life, after getting dressed, Shen Tang had put on the heavy phoenix crown and sat on the bed waiting for the sedan to arrive. Even before stepping into the sedan, her neck ached as if it wasn't even her own. Madame Jiang, being experienced in marriage, knew how hard it could be for a bride, and since she cared for Shen Tang, she naturally tried to minimize her suffering as much as possible. Madame Jiang went to help the fourth madam greet guests. Today's visitors were fewer than yesterday, but some people still came to witness the ceremony. Jiang Ning and Jiang Li stayed to accompany Shen Tang. Jiang Li whispered, "Cousin, are you nervous?" Shen Tang shook her head lightly. She wasn't marrying just anyone, she was marrying Xia Guimo, the man she had married in her past life. How could she be nervous? The Jingyang prince's residence was no stranger to her. After all she had experienced, she felt more anticipation than fear. She hoped that in this life, she could grow old together with Xia Guimo. As for the Marquis residence, her elder brother had returned, the scheming second branch had been expelled, and as long as Prince Qi didn't ascend to power, the second master would never pose a threat. She no longer had to worry about her father being harmed. The only regret was that her second brother had not been found. Still, this life, with her elder brother escorting her to the bridal sedan, she was already fully content. Jiang Ning and Jiang Li had expected Shen Tang to be nervous and wanted to comfort her, but no matter how hard they looked, they could see no trace of anxiety on her face. Jiang Li asked directly, and indeed, their observation was correct. Their cousin was not nervous at all. Jiang Li admired Shen Tang from the bottom of her heart. To leave the place she had grown up in and live in a completely unfamiliar place, how could one not be nervous? Even thinking about it made Jiang Li anxious. But remembering that the heir of Jingyang Prince's residence had saved Shen Tang several times, secretly protected her, and had done much for her, it was normal that she remained calm. Jiang Li hoped that they would be as fortunate as their cousin. Shen Tang sat on the bed for quite a while, her legs almost numb, before a maid came to report, "The bridal sedan has reached the front street. It will be here in a quarter of an hour, no, half a quarter of an hour." Finally, it had arrived. Shen Tang wasn't anxious to get married, it was the waiting that was exhausting. She was thirsty. In this blazing heat, to be denied water, how could anyone do that? Barely half a quarter of an hour later, the sound of firecrackers and Suona trumpets could be faintly heard from the front courtyard. Ginkgo exclaimed, "The Jingyang Prince's bridal sedan has arrived." But even though the sedan had arrived, it would still be some time before Shen Tang could leave. Naturally, the groom would be tested a little. Although Xiao Huan and Xia Guimo were already acquainted and got along well, no matter how close, it was impossible to take his sister away without passing through the approval of her eldest brother. Besides Xiao Huan, there were Jiang Mingxiu, Jiang Mingwan, and Xia Guimo's future elder brothers-in-law, the crown prince and others brought by Xiao Huan. A group of noble young men blocked the gates of the Pingyuan Marquis residence completely. The scene was rather intimidating. Xia Guimo sat on his horse, looking at Xiaosun and Luli. "Which side are you on?" Xiaosun shrugged. "What choice do I have? He's my future brother-in-law." Thinking of Xia Guimo as the future brother-in-law of his own future brother-in-law made Xiaosun want to laugh. Luli said, "Do you even need to ask?" "Of course, we stand with the bride." Looking at his own side, Xia Guimo saw that besides Qinqi, there was no one to help him. He had never expected such a roadblock. After all, last time, when he wasn't around, the sedan almost took Shen Tang away. But no matter how many blocked him, he wasn't afraid. "Then let's have the challenge," he said. Although Xiao Huan was at the front, the first challenge came from Jiang Mingxiu. Xia Guimo was asked to compose a poem praising Shen Tang on the spot. Was this really a challenge? Clearly, it was just an easy task. Xia Guimo composed a poem immediately, praising Shen Tang to the heavens. Jiang Mingxiu had to raise his thumb and said, "Future cousin-in-law, you have an eye for the best." Jiang Mingxiu stepped back, and Jiang Mingyuan took over. This time, Xia Guimo had to compose a poem praising Shen Sui. Xia Guimo. The challenge was unmistakable. Xia Guimo gritted his teeth and flattered his future father-in-law. As the poem reached Shen Sui, a stack of black lines seemed to fall from his forehead. He had seen people flatter others before, but never like this. It was almost enough to topple someone. The others in the room laughed so hard that their shoulders shook. With just these two poems, the heir of Jing'ang Prince's residence had shown remarkable talent in domestic diplomacy. After poems, there were couplets and then archery, with challenges of all sorts. But the trickiest of all, aside from flattering his father-in-law in poems, was identifying vegetables. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Moreover, the heir of Jing'ang Prince's residence would have no idea which way the kitchen doors faced. How could he know what these similar-looking vegetables were called? Xia Guimo was genuinely stumped, but this wasn't insurmountable. He didn't know, but among the onlookers, many did. Qinqi raised a 10-tael silver ingot from his bosom. "Whoever helps our heir overcome this challenge, this ingot is theirs." "I will. I will." The shouts rose repeatedly. Luli had been proud of stumping Xia Guimo with his question, only to be dumbfounded immediately. Even if there were many blockers, the groom could still get help. For just a few vegetables, Qinqi pointed to someone who promptly named them all. At this point, all blockers had to yield and let Xia Guimo enter the residence. As Xia Guimo entered, a maid ran to report to the matchmaker. The matchmaker entered the room and said, "The groom has arrived. The bride should go bid farewell to her parents for raising her." Madame Jiang came in, helped Shen Tang put on the phoenix crown, and then covered her with the veil. Xiao Huan came in to carry Shen Tang. Shen Tang had never been carried before. Although it was her elder brother, she climbed onto his back. Xiao Huan carried her and said, "Little sister, you're too light." She was already heavy enough. "Thank you very much." Xiao Huan carried Shen Tang to the Senghe Hall. Shen Sui and the matriarch were there. The matriarch lifted Shen Tang's veil, and Shen Tang saw tears at the corners of her eyes, filled with reluctance to let her go. Shen Sui was even more emotional. He loved her the most in the residence. Shen Tang thought she wouldn't cry, but when it came to leaving her family, tears flowed uncontrollably. Shen Tang knelt to bid farewell. After she bowed, Shen Sui helped her up. Xia Guimo entered and said, "Little son-in-law will often accompany my wife to visit you." Xia Guimo was not a man of empty words. If he said it, he would make it happen. The matriarch looked relieved. The matchmaker said, "It's time to leave." Shen Sui's eyes were red as she reluctantly covered Shen Tang with the veil and softly said, "Take her away." Xiao Huan came to carry Shen Tang out, but Xia Guimo said, "I'll do it myself." He didn't carry her on his back, but scooped her up in his arms. Caught off guard, Shen Tang was startled. Fortunately, her veil hid her flushed, shocked expression. This rascal! Shen Tang was both embarrassed and annoyed. "At least give me a heads up before you pick me up." Eek! Shen Tang. Everyone in the room. Shen Sui, unwilling to let go of his daughter, was taken aback by the unexpected eek, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Xia Guimo carried Shen Tang outside. Although his walking pace was normal, holding a person made it seem faster. Xiaosun and Luli were still at the gate. Seeing Xia Guimo emerge with Shen Tang, Luli said, "Why is Guimo brother walking so fast?" "Afraid the Pingyuan Marquis won't let him take her away." Xiaosun suppressed a laugh. After all, the empty bridal sedan had to be carried back once. Such concern is understandable. Shen Tang's face burned with embarrassment, thankful for the veil hiding her. Xia Guimo carried her to the sedan, helped her inside, and lifted the curtain. A cool breeze swept over her. Inside, Shen Tang realized that the sedan had an ice basin. The refreshing coolness made her feel as if her heart was filled with honeyed sweetness. As the sedan was lifted, the dowry followed. One by one, the dowries were carried out of the Marquis residence, endless in number. The Master of Ceremonies announced not only the dowries prepared by the Marquis residence, but also 36 items from the Prince Ning residence, 24 items from the Princess Jinda residence, 18 items from the Crown Prince's residence, 18 items from the Jiang family, 8 items from the Empress. Even after the sedan had moved 2 streets away, half of the dowry had yet to leave the Marquis residence. It truly was a glorious, red-draped procession, a grand wedding. Not to mention Shen knew even princesses could not compare. No one dared say the Pingyuan Marquis residence had overstepped. Chapter 225. The ceremony complete. In her previous life, Shen Tang married Xia Guimo. Because it was a marriage for auspicious purposes, they were in a rush and many of the formalities were simplified. Normally, the bridal procession would have made a full circuit of the capital, but in her previous life, she was taken straight from the Pingyuan Marquis to the Jingyang Prince's mansion. She spent less than half the usual time in the bridal sedan chair and endured far fewer hardships. This time, she intended to follow every step properly, without skipping a single one. Ice basins were placed inside the sedan chair, making it less hot, but the phoenix crown pressing on her neck was truly uncomfortable. Shen Tang tried to remove it, but failed and had no choice but to give up. Sitting in the sedan chair and feeling it jostle along the road, she realized she had never known herself to have such patience. Halfway through the bridal procession, suddenly, a series of loud bangs startled Shen Tang. Had they arrived at the Jingyang Prince's mansion already? Shen Tang lifted the curtain and asked, "Are we there?" Yinxing shook his head. "Too early. Someone must be deliberately causing trouble, throwing firecrackers into the procession." Yinxing was worried. If the dowry were damaged, the loss would be huge. Shen Tang frowned. There were only a few people in the entire capital bold enough to bring bad luck to the Jingyang Prince's mansion. Shen Tang suspected it had something to do with Shen Ya. Last time, when she married the Qi Prince, much of her dowry was ruined, and the Marquis didn't compensate her. Xia Guimo rode over and asked, "Were you frightened?" Shen Tang shook her head. "I'm fine." Xia Guimo felt relieved. It would be okay if the belongings were damaged, but he didn't want his wife to be scared. Qinshi had already gone to investigate who was causing trouble. The bridal procession continued, and soon Qinshi returned. "We've caught a few people throwing firecrackers and had them taken for questioning. Fortunately, today the dowry was carried by soldiers who weren't frightened, so the bride's dowry wasn't damaged." Shen Tang's dowry was indeed substantial. On top of the dowry prepared for Shen Nia at the palace, she added 30% more, along with the dowry left by the late Lady Jiang. Shen Tang intended to give half to her elder brother Xiao Huan, but he refused. There was also the additional dowry from the Jiang family. Just having the marquisate servants carry it was barely enough. To prevent mishaps, in case a wealthy family brought extra dowry and there was no one available to carry it, it could have caused serious trouble. Shen Sui selected a few hundred soldiers from his ranks, dressed them in servant attire, and no one could tell the difference. The streets were lined with spectators, and seeing firecrackers thrown from rooftops made many hold their breath for Shen Tang. Clearly, someone intended to disrupt the procession, and if chaos ensued, the losses could be unpredictable. Yet the firecrackers only caused a momentary scare. The procession quickly stabilized and continued as if nothing had happened, stepping over the firecrackers. Everyone watching was impressed and began to suspect this display might have been deliberate, like the earlier rough ride in the sedan, a show of intimidation. After this minor chaos, the ice in the basins had melted, making the sedan warmer. Coupled with her thick wedding attire, Shen Tang was truly feeling the heat. Just as she was about to give up, Inqing's voice came through. "Miss, only 15 more minutes to the Jingyang prince's mansion." Finally, they were about to arrive. If not, she might become the first bride in the capital to suffer from heat stroke. The wedding date for Princess Rugia and her elder brother should be set in the coming days. She must remember to remind him to replace the ice basins for Princess Rugia halfway through. After enduring for a while longer, Inqing said, "Miss, the Jingyang prince's mansion is in sight." The mansion was grand. Even after reaching the entrance, it took another half a teacup's worth of time for the sedan to come to a complete stop amidst the cacophony of firecrackers and Suona horns. After so much jostling, even though the sedan stopped, it still felt like it was moving. Xia Guimo dismounted, and the master of ceremony shouted, "The groom shoots at the sedan. Bride, step down." A servant brought him the arrows. Xia Guimo took them and grabbed 3 more. 3 arrows were shot at once. They struck the sedan steadily. Xia Guimo tossed the bow to the servant. Without waiting for the wedding lady to speak, he moved forward to lift the curtain. Shen Tang sat upright in the sedan and saw a strong, knuckled hand reach in. Blushing, she handed her hand over. The rough hand grasped her soft palm and lifted her out. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she was scooped up and held horizontally. The poor wedding lady tried to hand over the red silk cloth, but ended up holding nothing. She had handled over 100 weddings a year, yet had never seen a groom so reluctant to let the bride take a single step on her own. The master of ceremonies was a bit flustered, but he adapted quickly, spouting auspicious words without missing a beat. Over the fire basin. Across the horse saddle. These were normally steps the bride would take herself. Xia Guimo carried her over each, the embroidered robe keeping the flames at bay. Seeing this, Yun Yi turned to look at Chui, who had come to watch the ceremony. Chui looked innocent. "At that time we weren't close yet. Even if I wanted to, I didn't have the courage." Yun Yi's face turned red. Seeing her elder brother, Yun Dasae, glance over, she quickly moved with her maid to a different spot. Seeing Xiaosun and Luli watching, Chui couldn't cool his face either. He wanted to run away, but Luli stopped him. "You didn't serve as a roadblock at the Pingyuan Marquise. I thought you wouldn't come to the Jingyang prince's wedding either." That day had been too embarrassing. Chui hadn't dared leave the house for days. If it weren't for Xia Guimo's wedding, he wouldn't have come out at all. He didn't even know where he could hide. Just thinking about it made him want to sink into the ground. He had never done anything so shameful in several lifetimes. Luli laughed. "It's no big deal. Just embarrassment. You'll get used to it." Chui. Some comfort is worse than none. Chui didn't look away as he watched Xia Guimo set Shen Tang down and take the wedding silk from the wedding lady. One bow to heaven and earth. One bow to the elders. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. Escort the bride to the bridal chamber. The newlyweds were escorted from the wedding hall to the bridal room amidst the crowd. After they left, Luli patted Chuyi's shoulder. "What does it feel like to get married?" "To get married?" Chui thought for a moment. It could only be felt, not described. He glanced around and whispered, "I'll tell you, brothers, marriage feels wonderful. I regret not marrying sooner." Xiaosun patted his other shoulder. "Be clear, though. Is it better marrying Miss Yun, or would any girl have been fine?" Yoon Das-hye was there and looked over. Seeing the look from his brother-in-law, Chu-yi quickly said, "Do I even need to answer?" "Of course, the wife I chose myself is the best." Yoon Das-hye averted his gaze. Chu-yi pretended to choke Xiaosun. "I'm speaking heart to heart with you, and you still try to trick me." Xiaosun asked, "Is marriage really that interesting?" Chu-yi replied, "I'm just warning you. If you don't believe me, you'll regret it later." Xiaosun was tempted. They were about the same age. Now Chu-yi and Xia Guimo were married. Xiao Huan's marriage was coming soon, and he and Luli hadn't even settled their engagements. It was about time they paid attention. Luli said, "Let's go get Xia Guimo for drinks. If we wait too long, he'll be in the bridal chamber." Chu-yi didn't want to take it personally, but he really felt like hitting someone. He knew that if he didn't, the story would eventually become public knowledge. Chapter 226. The Bridal Chamber. As for Shen Tang, wearing the heavy phoenix crown, she had walked a long way before finally reaching Xia Guimo's Qixing Pavilion. Inxing had supported her along the way, but once inside the room, it was Xia Guimo who helped her. He helped her in, and then seated her on the wedding bed, while the master of ceremonies' voice echoed from outside. Newlyweds seated on the wedding bed, bringing joy and blessings to the house. Xia Guimo sat down next to Shen Tang, but as soon as he did, a series of crackling sounds came from beneath him. Anyone unaware might have thought he had sat on firecrackers. He reached to lift the bedding and see what was causing it, but before he could, Chu-yi and Xiaosun came in and, without a word, pulled him out. As they left, they didn't forget to address Shen Tang, still wearing her phoenix crown. "Brother Guimo goes to accompany the wine first. He'll be back soon." Before the words had even finished, he was gone. Shen Tang. She knew the brothers were close. And she also knew the groom had to accompany the drinking ritual. But couldn't he at least lift the bridal veil before leaving? She was both hungry and tired, her throat dry as if smoking. Swallowing the dryness, she said, "Can I at least have some water now?" Inxing and Xiaotong, feeling sorry for her, quickly poured her some tea. Shen Tang lifted the veil and drank the tea in one gulp. More. Inxing poured another cup, and Xiaotong brought some pastries. Shen Tang took a chestnut pastry and ate it through the veil. The flaky crumbs fell onto her wedding dress, and Inxing quickly brushed them off. The wedding ladies and a few maids stood nearby, watching silently. Perhaps it had become commonplace, after all, in this scorching heat. Sitting in such a heavy phoenix crown for over an hour was probably the first time a refined lady like Shen Tang had truly suffered. One pastry wasn't enough to satisfy her hunger. She ate another, and the more she ate, the hungrier she felt, wanting to devour everything in sight. After 2 pieces, she still wanted more. The wedding lady coughed, and Shen Tang withdrew her hand. But she couldn't resist for long and reached into the bedding to find a few dried longans. Crack. The sound of the longans breaking was unusually loud in the quiet bridal chamber. The wedding lady and the maids nearly suffocated from holding back their shock. There was no coughing from Shen Tang, so she continued. Longans and red dates came alternately, though there weren't many to be found, hardly enough to satisfy her hunger. The red wedding candles burned quietly, and the sounds of the celebration from the courtyard reached her faintly. All she could do was wait patiently. And wait she did, for nearly half an hour. Her bottom had gone numb when she finally heard voices outside. Congratulations to the heir, wishing the heir and his bride a son soon and a lifetime of happiness together. Reward. Through the veil, Shen Tang saw a pair of Qilin boots approach. The wedding lady continued speaking auspicious words, and the maids carried a tray. Xia Guimo took the wedding scale and lifted the veil. Beneath it, the face she had seen countless times looked even more beautiful in the flickering candlelight than the peonies swaying in the morning breeze. His gaze burned, and Shen Tang's face involuntarily flushed. They were so familiar with each other, why did she still feel shy? Xia Guimo put down the wedding scale and sat beside her. Thinking of the earlier cracking sound when he had sat down, he asked, "Did you eat the things under the bedding?" "I finished them." Xia Guimo. Only then did he notice the longan shells and date pits on the footstool. The wedding lady laughed. "Eat much, have many children, 2 and 3 years." Shen Tang's face turned crimson. If she had known, she wouldn't have eaten. The maid brought the nuptial wine. Shen Tang and Xiagimo each lifted a cup. In her previous life, Xiagimo had been unconscious, and they had never shared the nuptial wine. Though she had been married before, many of the rituals were new to her. Linking arms, Shen Tang drank the wine in one gulp. The wedding ladies smiled, having finished the nuptial wine. May the couple be loving and harmonious for all eternity. Go receive your rewards now. Xiagimo spoke, and the wedding ladies smiled broadly, offering a few more auspicious words before leaving and closing the door. The bridal chamber was now only for Shen Tang and Xiagimo. With no one else around, Shen Tang no longer felt reserved. My neck hurts so much. Xiagimo helped her remove the phoenix crown and massaged her neck, then asked, "Are you hungry?" Could she not be hungry? The few small snacks she had eaten earlier had long been digested. Shen Tang got up to eat, but as soon as she picked up her chopsticks, Xiagimo stopped her. "All this has gone cold. I'll have someone prepare it fresh for you, it'll be here soon." If it would be ready soon, she could wait a little longer. Xiagimo went out to give instructions. Shen Tang poured herself tea. He wrapped his arm around her waist, just as he leaned in to kiss her, when a knock sounded at the door. Interrupted, Xiagimo frowned. "What is it?" "The meal has arrived," the maid replied. She knew it would be soon, but not this soon. "Come in." Shen Tang stepped back, slipping from Xiagimo's embrace before the maid entered, a motion she had already practiced. Xiagimo chuckled. Now that she was his wife, she wouldn't get away so easily. The maid removed the cold dishes, replaced them with hot ones, arranged the bowls and chopsticks, and withdrew. 8 dishes, colorful, fragrant, and flavorful, and all of Shen Tang's favorites. Shen Tang sat down, picked up her ivory chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. She looked at Xiagimo. "Aren't you going to eat?" A smile poured from his eyes. "I'm full from wine." Shen Tang assumed he wasn't hungry, so she ate without restraint. But 8 dishes were too much. She was full after half. After eating, they just sat there, looking at each other. Xiagimo glanced at the hourglass. It was still early. Since they couldn't consummate the marriage yet, what could they do to pass the time? Shen Tang hesitated. Should she tell him about the issue with her kwai water not yet arriving? Before she could speak, Xiagimo said, "How about a game of chess?" Shen Tang. Outside, the few people who had learned from Chuyi's lesson, waiting to prank the bridal chamber, were all. Black lines seemed to form a stack on their foreheads. What? Playing chess on the wedding night? How addicted to chess must he be? Xiagimo sat on the small couch. Seeing he was serious, Shen Tang silently sat opposite him. Outside, a row of heads peeked through the screen, watching them play chess. They couldn't stand it anymore. Shaosun climbed through the window, followed by Chuyi, then Luli and Yundashi. Pressing their heads to the screen, their mouths twitched. "We're trying to stop people from disturbing the bridal chamber. This isn't necessary, right?" Shen Tang. Xiagimo. Shen Tang looked at Chuyi and the others. "I don't play well. Do you want to play with him instead?" The group. They exchanged glances. "Excuse us." They all jumped out the window the same way they had entered. Xiagimo looked at Shen Tang with a mock-grieving gaze and pulled her into his arms. "Nothing can be done on the wedding night yet. You'll have to make it up to me later." This rascal. When she asked to change the date before, he hadn't said this. Like a punishment, he nibbled her earlobe, making Shen Tang go weak all over. She whispered softly, and the man froze, hearing her. "What did you say?" "I didn't get my kwai water." Xiagimo's eyes lit up. "You mean, we can consummate the marriage?" Shen Tang's ears burned bright red. She hadn't even nodded, yet she was scooped up horizontally in his arms. Chapter 227. Infuriating. Shen Tang was scooped up, startled, and instinctively wrapped her arms around Xiagimo's neck. A playful smile flickered in his eyes. "I won't drop you." He couldn't bear to and didn't dare to. Perhaps Shen Sui wouldn't dare hit him, but Xiao Huan certainly would. His eyes sparkled with a fierce, burning intensity, making Shen Tang's face feel like it was on fire. Embarrassed, she buried her face deeper into his chest. Xiagimo laid her down on the bed. The dates, peanuts, longans, and lotus seeds scattered in the bedding had already been cleaned up by the maids while Shen Tang was eating. Otherwise, setting them down now would have caused a commotion akin to firecrackers going off. He leaned over her, his callous fingers brushing her face. It felt incredibly smooth, like warm jade, irresistible to touch. Her delicate lips, glistening with moisture, were like cherries washed by spring rain, tempting and provocative. Shen Tang blushed furiously at his gaze. She raised her hand to cover his face, her voice soft. "Don't look at me like that." Before she could finish, her hand was seized and pressed above her head. A deep swallow, and he kissed her, unable to restrain himself any longer. Although they had kissed many times before, this moment was entirely different. Previously, restraint was required, but today, there was no need. Shen Tang no longer held back either, responding to his kisses with equal fervor. They kissed, inseparable and intense. Her mind grew hazy under his kisses, and her heart felt soft, like spring water melting inside her. His eyes, more beautiful than the stars in the night sky, looked only at her. The way he treasured her made her heart swell with a sweetness like ripe peach. His hands wandered, igniting sensations that flowed through her body. Having experienced intimacy in her previous life and recalling the lessons from last night's reading, she understood what was about to happen and eagerly anticipated it, hoping for closeness and intimacy. She even actively tried to tug at his brocade robe, but her clumsy efforts drew a rebuke. "Stop making things messy." How was she making things messy? She knew exactly what she was doing. In her past life, thanks to him, she had learned quite well. Gimo removed his bright red wedding robe and tossed it onto the small couch, then began to undress himself. Shen Tang, embarrassed, couldn't look, but then a familiar sensation appeared, making her body stiffen. It had arrived. Not early, not late, but at the worst possible moment. She felt as if she might become the first bride on her wedding night to be choked to death. Gimo was about to undo her waist bindings, but Shen Tang pressed his hand down. He looked at her. "What's wrong?" She felt like dying. Her tongue tangled. "We can't consummate the marriage." Gimo. He didn't understand. Shen Tang covered her face and said, "The Kwai water has arrived." Gimo. Truly. He nearly spat blood in shock. He grabbed her hand away from her face, his throat itching. "You're not lying to me?" What kind of time was this to be lying? If she had tricked him on the first day, he might have forgiven it, but not now. Shen Tang, embarrassed and flustered, stammered, "I'm not lying, it's real." If she had known this would happen, she might as well have continued playing chess with him. But now it wasn't too late. She said, "Do you want me to keep playing chess with you?" Gimo, fuming so much his chest hurt, growled, "You might as well just try to kill me with anger." In recent days, he had already resigned himself to a wedding night of holding his warm, fragrant wife without consummation. Then she tells him he can, and just when his excitement peaks, she dumps a cold bucket of water over him. This woman was clearly trying to torment him deliberately. Seeing Shen Tang with a slightly wronged expression, he felt an itch at the root of his teeth and bit her. First the lips, then the earlobe, and finally, he got off the bed and strode out. Shen Tang called after him, "Where are you going?" A gritted, angry voice came, "To take a cold shower." Which groom on their wedding night would go take a cold shower? Probably no one but him. Surely, couples with strong feelings consummate the marriage. Couples without? They wouldn't bother, and certainly wouldn't need a cold shower. Several maids and older women were lurking outside, listening. The heir and his bride have a strong bond. They've eaten. The marriage should be consummated. Why was it so quiet? Shouldn't there have been thunder and fire? After waiting, the door creaked open. A gloomy face appeared, nearly scaring the women out of their wits. Gimo glared at them and walked straight out. The maids and older women exchanged looks. Did the heir leave? Had the marriage been consummated or not? No, with the wedding robe off, it had definitely happened. But that was too fast. The heir was strong and fit. How could his body fail him? That shouldn't happen. Realizing the heir's grim expression, the women's hearts skipped a beat. They had uncovered the secret that the heir could be silenced and scattered in terror. Only Yinxing and Qiutong remained, looking at each other cluelessly. Shen Tang felt a little apologetic, but still confident. She had warned him the timing was poor, consummation couldn't happen. It wasn't her fault, he insisted. Shen Tang got out of bed. For days, she had been waiting for the Kwai water, especially today, preparing in case it arrived in the sedan chair. She didn't want to soil her wedding dress and embarrass herself. Behind the screen, she removed her heavy, gold and silver embroidered wedding dress. By the time Xia Guimo returned from his cold shower, Shen Tang was already lying in the inner room, almost asleep. That shameless man. He truly had no temper left. Recalling her previous life, she endured such days for 3 or 4 years. She admired her own patience. Xia Guimo lay on the outer side of the bed, careful not to crowd her sleeping space. Shen Tang shifted inward. Seeing this, he frowned. Do you want to sleep against the wall? No. Come here. Shen Tang instantly regretted it. There was nothing to worry about. She had just invited trouble for herself. She moved closer, and they lay stiffly on the bed. Shen Tang closed her eyes, pretending to sleep, but this position wasn't comfortable. Seeing that Xia Guimo didn't move, she turned slightly, resting the back of her head against him. This position was much more comfortable, but just as she settled, she was scooped up again. It was like a human furnace pressing against her. She instinctively struggled a bit, but a muffled groan came from behind. Don't move. After soaking in a cold shower, all her small struggles were futile. Shen Tang could feel something pressing against her thigh. She could stay still, but whispered, sleeping this close, aren't you hot? Her voice was soft, and a faint fragrance teased the senses like an aphrodisiac. Xia Guimo tightened his arms around her waist, one hand wandering beneath her clothes. Shen Tang quickly grabbed his hand. Don't move either. Before she could finish, he bit her earlobe. Not consummating the marriage, is that not allowed either? Her heart ached at his pouty, whining tone. She had no choice but to let go. Xia Guimo held her tightly. Shen Tang thought this wedding night was less intense than in her past life, but he didn't fuss further. Soon, he got up and left again. Shen Tang. Chapter 228. The noise, or lack thereof. In her previous life, Shen Tang had always thought Xia Guimo simply liked taking cold baths, even in the dead of winter. Turns out, it had all been because of her. Curled up under the covers, Shen Tang felt deeply guilty. Outside, the maids were on night duty. Seeing Xia Guimo come out again, they were confused. Why was the heir going in and out repeatedly? He had never been like this before. Could it be he drank too much? But even so, why stay in the bath for so long? Nanny Yun, who served the princess consort, came over. The maid hurried to greet her. Nanny Yun asked, did the heir and the young madam consummate the marriage? Even as she asked, she felt it was a pointless question. Given how eager the heir had been to marry, how could they not have consummated it? She didn't know what the princess consort was worried about, insisting she come check personally. The maid shook her head. I don't know if they did. Nanny Yun frowned. How could you not know? No noise. The maid shook her head again. Earlier, everyone listened for a long time. There wasn't much sound. I've been guarding outside and didn't hear anything either. The heir just went to the bath again. Again, meaning he had already gone once before. Why would the heir leave the bride alone in the bridal chamber and keep going to the bath in the middle of the night? If the marriage had been arranged by the prince and princess consort and the heir was unwilling, then the concern would be understandable. But this was the bride he insisted on marrying. Nanny Yun preferred to believe that Xia Guimo was simply being considerate, thinking Shen Tang had been exhausted from the wedding and didn't want her to suffer more. Nanny Yun waited in the courtyard for a while, but when Xia Guimo still didn't come out, she left. As soon as she left, Xia Guimo came out of the bath. He returned to the room and saw Shen Tang sleeping soundly. Sighing, he lay down in the outer room. After lying there for a while, just as before, he moved behind her and pulled her into his arms. Shen Tang was pretending to sleep. Being held like that, she didn't even dare move, but even if she didn't move, the man behind her couldn't restrain himself. Her face burned, her breathing grew tense. Siagimo murmured, "Can't sleep." It wasn't that she couldn't sleep, she felt she should wait for him. Turning to face him, she whispered, "Last night I read some illustrated manuals. There are other ways. Maybe I could help you." Her hand reached out, but just as it was about to touch him, he caught it and pressed it against his chest. His gaze was full of helplessness. "Stop tormenting me. Go to sleep." Shen Tang was truly tired. Nestling into a comfortable position in his arms, she quickly fell asleep. The dragon and phoenix wedding candles continued to burn. Siagimo looked at the person in his arms, gently rubbing her hand. After a long while, he too fell asleep. A peaceful night passed. Shen Tang slept so well she didn't even dream. She didn't feel out of place, nor did she toss and turn in an unfamiliar home. The person beside her was familiar, the place was familiar, even the maids in Qixing Pavilion. She knew all their names. But because she slept early, she woke early, at least a quarter of an hour earlier than usual. When she woke, she was alone in bed. Hearing movement in the room, Inqing and Xiaotong came in with a wash basin. Shen Tang stretched and asked, "When did he get up?" Knowing she meant Siagimo, Inqing replied, "The heir has been up for half an hour. He's practicing martial arts in the courtyard behind the study." Shen Tang knew he had the habit of training every morning and even before bed in her previous life. No need to ask, his diligence was probably because of her. Her abdomen felt slightly uncomfortable, and she quickly got out of bed and went behind the screen. After taking medicine for 3 months, her monthly cycle was no longer as painfully unbearable as before, though it would likely take another month or two to fully recover. Behind the screen, Shen Tang changed out of her stained clothes. Worried she might have soiled the bedding, she was about to ask Inqing to clean it when someone entered. Inqing greeted Nanny Yun. Why was Nanny Yun here? Nanny Yun asked, "Where is the young madam?" Inqing gestured behind the screen. "She's changing." Shen Tang, not yet fully dressed, called out, "Is something the matter, Nanny Yun?" Nanny Yun smiled. "Nothing. The princess consort asked me to come take a look." With a glance from her, the maid behind her stepped forward to check the bedding. The ceremonial cloth, placed under the bedding, had been tossed aside, clean and unstained. The maid showed it to Nanny Yun. Nanny Yun frowned deeply and whispered, "Check again." The maid searched further and found a few traces of blood on the bedding. Nanny Yun. Nanny Yun glanced at it, then smiled toward the screen. "It's still early. After breakfast, you and the heir can go pay respects to the old madam. I'll take my leave now." Shen Tang responded, "Inqing, see Nanny Yun out." As Nanny Yun left, another servant, Madame Zhao, was scolding a maid. "What nonsense are you whispering about so early in the morning?" Noticing one of them had been on night duty, Nanny Yun asked, "What's going on?" Madame Zhao pulled her aside and whispered, "This maid has a loose tongue. She suspects the heir and young madam didn't consummate the marriage last night." Nanny Yun said they did. Madame Zhao was surprised. "They did?" Nanny Yun replied, "There was proof, no mistake." Madame Zhao hesitated. "What is it?" Nanny Yun asked. Lowering her voice, Madame Zhao said, "The maid kept watch all night and didn't hear a single sound from the room. The walls weren't soundproof, louder voices inside could easily be heard outside. If they had consummated the marriage, there should have been some noise. If not the people, then at least the bed. And when the heir came out earlier, he was clearly undressed. That dangerous speculation surfaced again." Madame Zhao didn't dare say outright that something might be wrong with Siagimo, but she recounted everything they had overheard. Nanny Yun felt as if the sky had collapsed. No sound, yet consummated. Didn't that mean the heir wasn't capable? Newly married, yet he wasn't clinging to his bride at all. This was far too abnormal. Even the prince, disciplined as he was, had neglected duties for a whole month after marrying. Nanny Yun hurried off. Such a major matter couldn't be kept from the princess consort. Meanwhile, Shen Tang finished changing and came out. Inqing blushed as she said, "Young madam, Nanny Yun came to check the ceremonial cloth." Shen Tang's heart skipped a beat. The cloth had been clean. What if they misunderstood her? Anxious, she waited until Siagimo returned and said, "Nanny Yun just came to check the cloth." What should we do? Xia Guimo replied, if mother asks, just tell the truth. Shen Tang asked, are you sure she won't misunderstand me? He pinched her nose. The way you called her mother, she probably thinks we'd have a child before even getting married if we could. Shen Tang. This was the most embarrassing moment of both her lives. No one must ever bring it up. Especially not with such misunderstandings. Seeing Xia Guimo's mischievous smile, Shen Tang lifted her foot and stomped hard on his. Ow, just married and already trying to murder your husband, he exclaimed. Chapter 229. Serving tea. It would have been better if Xia Guimo hadn't said anything. After he did, Shen Tang ground her foot even harder onto his. With her little strength, murdering him was impossible. If he so much as lifted a finger, she wouldn't know where she'd end up. Sure enough, Xia Guimo simply stretched out his arm and scooped her up. It just so happened that a young maid bringing in breakfast saw the scene. Shen Tang's face flushed red, and the maid, who had never seen such a thing before, blushed even harder, standing there in a fluster, unsure whether to pretend she hadn't seen anything and enter or retreat first. Shen Tang patted Xia Guimo's shoulder. The maid is here. Put me down quickly. Are you still going to step on my foot? He asked. No, I won't. Only then did he set her down. Shen Tang's face burned, and the maid hurriedly placed the dishes down without daring to say a word before quickly retreating. In the entire Jing'ong prince's mansion, no, in all of the capital, everyone knew how much the heir doted on his wife. If he didn't cherish her so deeply, he wouldn't have gone to propose again after being rejected once. No one dared slight the person dearest to his heart. Shen Tang and Xia Guimo sat down to eat breakfast together. He picked up a jade dumpling for her. She placed a spiced meat bun in his bowl. The atmosphere was warm and sweet, like honey blending into oil. After breakfast, Xia Guimo took Shen Tang to the Wutong courtyard to pay respects to the old madam of the Jingyang prince's mansion. The moment they stepped out, Xia Guimo took her hand. Shen Tang froze slightly as he led her down the steps. Her ears turned red as she tried to pull her hand back. I can walk on my own. She wasn't a child, why did she need to be led? But with her strength, she couldn't break free if he didn't let go. Embarrassed and annoyed, she said, people will laugh at us. Xia Guimo replied, I'm holding my own wife's hand, who dares laugh? Unable to pull away, Shen Tang resigned herself. But seeing the maids around them covering their mouths and giggling, her face grew hot enough to fry pancakes. This man, being affectionate endlessly in private was one thing, but acting like this outside too, her face wasn't that thick. Though, it seemed to be getting thicker very quickly. Along the way, every maid and servant who saw Xia Guimo holding her hand as they headed toward the Wutong courtyard glanced over, their eyes full of curiosity and envy. They all wanted to see what kind of woman had captivated the heir so completely. After passing through winding corridors and walking for quite a while, they reached a lush bamboo grove. The Wutong courtyard was quiet and elegant, though the old madam herself loved liveliness and enjoyed having the younger generation pay their respects morning and evening. Today was the day for the new bride to serve tea. The main hall was filled with people. The old madam sat on a luohan couch. The prince and princess consort were present, as well as consort Jiang. The second, third, and fourth masters and their wives were all there, along with the younger generation. Shen Tang knew all of these people, but she was unfamiliar with this atmosphere. In her previous life, when she married Xia Guimo, their wedding night had been unpleasant. He had been injured and poisoned, weak in health. She had come alone to serve tea and had been subjected to many difficulties, scalding tea trays, uncomfortable kneeling mats, mocking and disdainful gazes. But now, everything was completely different. It made sense. She was no longer the vicious younger sister who had stolen her elder sister's marriage. Instead, she had once refused the marriage even at the cost of offending the Jingyang prince's mansion. She was not only the legitimate daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis, but also deeply cherished by her father. Her full-blooded brother was the heir of Prince Ning, and her future sister-in-law was Princess Rugia of the Duan prince's mansion. She had even saved Princess Rugia's life. Most importantly, Xia Guimo's attitude toward her. Since he valued her so much, no one else dared treat her poorly, at least not openly. Hand in hand, Xia Guimo led Shen Tang inside. All eyes turned to them. His appearance was flawless, and Shen Tang was delicate and beautiful. Walking in together from the sunlight, they looked perfectly matched. The second madam smiled. Finally married her into the family. It wasn't easy. The bridal sedan went to the Pingyuan Marquis twice before bringing her back. She couldn't understand it. The heir had always been proud and aloof. Yet the bride had once preferred widowhood over marrying him, and not only did he not get angry, he insisted on marrying her anyway. With so many noble ladies in the capital, why had he set his heart on her alone? Shen Tang blushed, unsure how to respond. Xia Guimo gently rubbed her hand and said, "It wasn't easy, but it suits me better this way. Tanger married me for me, not for the status of the Jingyang prince's mansion." No one could refute that. Back then, when the marriage was first arranged, the bridal sedan had returned empty, shocking all the guests. Shen Tang had refused even knowing she wouldn't become a widow, clearly showing she didn't care about the mansion's power or status. The old madam gestured for them to proceed. A maid brought a kneeling cushion. Shen Tang knelt carefully, recalling her past experience, but this time, there was no trick. The cushion was fine, the tea tray normal, and the old madam's expression was gentle. "You and the heir are united by mutual affection. I hope you will soon bring prosperity to the Jingyang prince's mansion." Her gift was a pair of gold bracelets set with red gemstones, exquisitely crafted. "Thank you, old madam," Shen Tang said, blushing. Next, she served tea to the prince and princess consort. The prince gave her a jade rui, while the princess consort gave her a set of hair ornaments. Though the princess consort appeared gentle, Shen Tang couldn't help but feel she seemed distracted, as if preoccupied with something. After them came consort Jiang, the mother of the second young master, Xia Guin. She was the princess consort's cousin, and had become the prince's concubine due to a drunken mistake early in the marriage. That incident had caused a lasting rift between the prince and princess consort. In her previous life, consort Jiang had taken every opportunity to mock Shen Tang. But this time, she sat quietly, not daring to say a word. Chapter 230. The Test. Though she was called a consort, she was still, in essence, a concubine. As the heir's wife, Shen Tang technically didn't need to serve her tea, but consort Jiang was also the prince's cousin and thus an elder, so she had to be treated differently. When the former old madam passed away, the prince had still been young. When the old prince went to war, he entrusted the young prince to the Jiang family. Later, when the prince grew older, he was taken along to the frontier. Because of this, the Jiang family had shown him kindness. Combined with the incident from years ago, the prince felt guilty toward consort Jiang and often turned a blind eye to her overstepping boundaries. But while the prince tolerated it, Xia Guimo did not. It was precisely because of the prince's indulgence toward consort Jiang that the father and son were not particularly close. Whenever Xia Guimo was present, consort Jiang behaved much more cautiously. Shen Tang served her tea. Consort Zhang's expression was indifferent as she gave a jade pendant as a gift. After that came the second master and his wife, then the third and fourth branches of the family. Each gave her a gift. Once the elders were done, the younger generation came forward to greet her one by one, and Shen Tang responded politely. The prince still had matters to attend to in the military and said, "Now that the tea ceremony is finished, everyone may disperse." The second and third masters left with him. Xia Guimo said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take Tanger back." Shen Tang bowed and took her leave, leaving Wutong courtyard with him. He continued holding her hand. Shen Tang said, "Aren't you hot?" Her palm was already damp with sweat. "You'll get used to it," he replied. As they walked, he asked, "It's still not too hot yet, do you want me to take you around?" Shen Tang shook her head immediately. She had lived in the Jingyang prince's mansion for 4 years in her previous life. She knew every corner well. There was no need for him to show her around. Besides, given her current condition, it wasn't very convenient. "Let's go back," she said. Xia Guimo agreed, and the two of them chatted as they walked back to Qixiang Pavilion. Behind them, the princess consort watched, her brows tightly furrowed. Nanyun also looked worried. The way the young madam walked didn't resemble someone who had consummated her marriage. Could it be that the heir really? The princess consort pressed her forehead. I feel dizzy. Summon an imperial physician. Nanyun immediately understood. Imperial physician Du is said to specialize in that area. Shall we invite him? Yes, invite him. After giving instructions, Nanyun accompanied the princess consort back. Meanwhile, when Shen Tang and Xia Guimo returned, he tried to follow her into the room, but she stopped him. Go read in the study. I won't. Newly married, and you expect me to read? How could books compare to you? This scoundrel, he hadn't said a single sweet word in 3 years in her past life, and now he spoke them so easily. Shen Tang couldn't handle it. Then, come later. Xia Guimo frowned. Why won't you let me in? Because I need to change clothes, she said, blushing. He leaned close and whispered, perfect. Let your husband help you change. His warm breath brushed her neck, making her panic. She quickly slipped inside and shut the door. Xia Guimo, the maids in the courtyard. Just moments ago, they were all affectionate, and now they were arguing? And the young madam dared to shut the air out on her second day of marriage? Xia Guimo tried the door. It was locked. With nowhere else to go, he headed to the study. After changing, Shen Tang had Yinxing open the door. She drank some tea, but seeing he hadn't returned, she went to find him. He was reading. Not wanting to disturb him, she turned to leave, but his voice stopped her. Come here. You're reading, I won't disturb you, she said. He sighed. If His Majesty knew I finally married you, only to bury myself in books the very next day, he'd probably grant me the title of top scholar. Shen Tang. She walked over. With one arm, he pulled her onto his lap. Fortunately, Yinxing and Xiaodong had the sense to leave and shut the door behind them. Shen Tang struggled slightly. Just sit and keep me company, he said. Are you sure you can focus like this? Consider it a test of my self-control. She had nothing to say. She was curious whether he could pass this test. In less than half a teacup's time, his breathing grew uneven. He coughed lightly. Tea. Seeing through him, Shen Tang took the opportunity to move away under the pretense of pouring tea. She was about to return to her room when a maid rushed over. Young madam, the princess consort suddenly felt dizzy and has summoned an imperial physician. Shen Tang's heart jumped. She turned to look at Xia Guimo, who was already walking over. I noticed during the tea ceremony that mother seemed distracted. Could she have already been unwell then? She's always been healthy, why would she suddenly feel dizzy? Let's go take a look, he said. They hurried to Peony Courtyard. From afar, they saw the steward leading the physician in. When they entered, the physician was already checking the princess consort's pulse. Not wanting to disturb him, they waited silently. When he finished, Xia Guimo asked, How is my mother? Physician Du replied, She's simply fatigued. A few doses of medicine and some rest will suffice. Nanyun escorted him to write the prescription. Xia Guimo said, You've worked hard, mother. The princess consort shook her head. I'm happy to have welcomed your wife into the family. Yesterday was hot, I stood outside all day. I may have gotten heat stroke. Since the physician is here, why not have him check you and your wife as well? I'm not that fragile, Xia Guimo replied. There's no need. It's better to check, she insisted, her tone slightly urgent. He frowned. Yes, it had been hot, but as someone trained in martial arts, he wouldn't collapse from a bit of sun. Why was she so insistent? And not just for him, Nanyun even dismissed all the servants. Shen Tang sensed something was off. She glanced between them. Physician Du said, The heir is young, don't avoid treatment out of embarrassment. Xia Guimo. Shen Tang. The princess consort added, Physician Du is highly skilled. Even if there is an issue, it can be treated. Xia Guimo's face darkened. I'm not ill. Why must I see a physician? The princess consort opened her mouth but couldn't bring herself to speak. Finally, Nanyun awkwardly explained, the heir and young madam were said to have consummated the marriage last night, but the maids on night duty didn't hear any noise. Xiagimo frowned at first, then understood, and his face turned green. Shen Tang wished she could disappear. The princess consort added, "Physician Do specializes in." Xiagimo exploded. "There was no noise because we didn't consummate the marriage at all." Chapter 231. The Misunderstanding. Xiagimo's angry voice rang out, followed by a deathly silence. The princess consort looked stunned. Nanyun was even more so. They hadn't consummated the marriage? The princess consort's voice trembled, almost losing its tone. How could you not have consummated it? Amor had been so eager to marry her. How could he not consummate the marriage on the wedding night? And hadn't Nanyun said she saw blood? If they hadn't consummated it, then where did that come from? She looked at Nanyun, who was equally confused. Xiagimo was so angry he didn't want to explain, but had no choice. "She's not feeling well. We'll do it in a few days." The princess consort and Nanyun both looked at Shen Tang. Shen Tang's face turned red as a ripe tomato. Why did she always end up in such embarrassing situations? It was all this man's fault. She had told him to delay the wedding, but he refused. Now that he was being misunderstood as incapable, was he satisfied? In a small voice, she said, "I wanted to postpone the wedding to later in the month, but my husband didn't agree." The princess consort suddenly remembered. Her son had indeed come to her about moving the wedding date forward. But the 8th day had already been taken by another family, and there hadn't been enough time to prepare earlier. She hadn't realized it was because of this. She glared at Xiagimo. "Couldn't you have postponed it a few days?" A bride was already exhausted from the wedding, and on top of that, she was unwell. He truly didn't know how to be considerate. But since the marriage had already happened, there was no point scolding him now. Instead, she turned her attention to Nanyun. Following tradition, she had checked for signs of consummation. How could such a mistake happen? She had worried all night and even summoned an imperial physician. Nanyun was extremely embarrassed. The maid had checked, and she had only glanced from afar without looking closely. The maid, inexperienced, couldn't distinguish between blood from consummation and other stains, leading to this misunderstanding. It really shouldn't have happened. Seeing Xiagimo's furious expression, Nanyun felt even more uneasy. Imperial Physician Du, standing nearby, was equally awkward. He had wondered why the heir didn't seem like someone with that kind of problem. So it had all been a misunderstanding. "Well, since the heir is fine, I'll take my leave." But Xiagimo still looked displeased. The princess consort said, "Since the physician is already here, he might as well take a look." In an instant, someone's face turned pitch black. Shen Tang's lips twitched. Only the princess consort could say such a thing without consequences. If it were anyone else, there might already be bloodshed. Xiagimo grabbed Shen Tang's hand and was about to leave, but she said, "Mother is worried. Since you're fine, just let him check your pulse. It'll put her mind at ease." His mother wasn't angry enough yet, and now this woman was adding fuel to the fire. Were they trying to anger him to death on the 2nd day of his marriage? Still, Shen Tang pulled him to sit down. He had no temper left and let her place his hand in front of the physician. Physician Du examined him carefully. Among all the imperial physicians, he specialized in this area. After a long while, he withdrew his hand. The princess consort asked, "There's no problem, right?" "There's a slight issue," he said. Xiagimo's face turned green. Through clenched teeth, he said, "I have no problem." The physician smiled. "You've been abstinent for too long. There's excess internal heat." "Xiagimo." He said nothing more. The physician glanced at Shen Tang and added with a smile, "Since it's inconvenient these days, keep the diet light. Chrysanthemum tea would be good. No need for medicine." He stood, picked up his medical kit, and bid farewell. Nanyun escorted him out. Xiagimo looked at his mother. "Are you satisfied now?" The princess consort felt a bit embarrassed herself. She had been worried her son might have behaved improperly before marriage, but instead, he hadn't even consummated it after bringing her home. Knowing her son's temper, and that there wouldn't be a second chance to ask, she decided to push through the awkwardness. "As long as there's no problem, you may go back." Xiagimo stormed off. Shen Tang bowed and followed. The princess consort muttered softly, "He's definitely upset. Go comfort him." Whether she could actually calm him down was another matter. Shen Tang nodded and hurried after him. But his strides were too long. By the time she reached the courtyard gate, he was already far ahead. Even jogging, she couldn't catch up. After chasing for a while, she gave up and deliberately cried out, "Ah!" Whether she fooled Xiagimo or not, she definitely fooled Inqing. "What's wrong, my lady?" "I twisted my ankle," Shen Tang said. Xiagimo didn't stop. Shen Tang glared at him. When Inqing tried to help her, Shen Tang stopped pretending, but just as she was about to walk normally, Xiagimo turned back. "Help me a bit," she said quickly. He walked over. "Did you really twist it?" "Yes." She put on a pitiful expression and immediately regretted it. Because he lifted her into his arms. He had carried her yesterday too, but she'd been veiled then. Now everyone could see. Blushing, she said, "I was pretending. Put me down." Too late. She couldn't break free, so she had no choice but to let him carry her. Passing by the lotus pond made her nervous. Noticing, he asked, "What?" "Afraid I'll throw you into the pond." She knew he wouldn't, but in her previous life, he had once frightened her like that. Ever since, she couldn't help but feel uneasy passing that spot with him. She said nothing. "Then hold on to me tighter," he said. She already felt embarrassed being carried. How could she hold him tighter? People will laugh. But Xiagimo didn't care about being laughed at, and no one dared laugh at him anyway. Shen Tang, however, did care. She had just married into the family. Twisting her ankle so soon made her seem too delicate. Servants whispered and stared. With no other choice, she softened and pleaded for a long time before he finally set her down. But though he let her feet touch the ground, he didn't release her waist. Leaning close to her ear, he murmured, "You heard the physician, too much abstinence leads to excess heat." Her ears turned crimson. "I'll make you chrysanthemum tea when we get back." She was clearly playing dumb. "That won't be enough," he said. "You'll have to steep yourself in it too." The nearby maids flushed and quickly hurried away, though not too far. They still peeked from behind rocks and trees. As Consort Jiang returned from the old madam's place, she saw the scene and scoffed. The princess consort is unwell, yet they're acting like this in public, utterly improper. A maid beside her said, "They're pretending to be affectionate, and the princess consort is pretending to be ill." Consort Jiang frowned. "What do you mean?" The maid whispered, "They said the heir and his wife consummated the marriage last night, but no one heard any movement. The princess consort got worried and specifically summoned physician. I heard she even dismissed all the servants just now. The less someone has, the more they try to show off." Their excessive affection made it obvious. They were covering up the fact that the heir wasn't capable. Consort Jiang couldn't quite believe it, but that didn't stop her from feeling pleased. Chapter 232. Taking over. When Shen Tang and Xiagimo returned to Qinxiang Pavilion, it was almost time for lunch. The two of them ate together. After lunch, Shen Tang began a busy afternoon. Her dowry had already been stored away the day before. Madame Zhou brought the inventory list for her to review. Shen Tang had already looked over the betrothal gifts from the Jinnan prince's mansion and the dowry from the Marquis household, but on the day of her wedding, many nobles had sent additional gifts out of respect for her elder brother Xiaohuan. Even the Empress herself had sent 8 sedan loads of gifts. It was truly a substantial amount. Just the additional gifts alone exceeded 100 sedan loads, unprecedented in the capital. And these weren't merely decorative items, they were genuinely valuable, enough for Shen Tang to live in luxury for several lifetimes. Looking at the list, Shen Tang felt both happy and troubled. Madame Zhou smiled. "With so much dowry, why isn't the young madam happy?" Shen Tang replied, "There's too much. How am I supposed to repay all these favors?" Madame Zhou chuckled. "Not many of these need to be repaid personally. When their families marry off daughters in the future, the Marquis will send return gifts. You won't need to handle it yourself." Most of the generous contributions came from Prince Ning's residence, Princess Jinda, and Prince Duan's household. Prince Ning's family gave generously out of respect for Xiaohuan. It was all within the family, so no need to be overly formal. If repayment was needed, Xiaohuan would handle it. As for Princess Jinda and Prince Duan's family, their gifts were expressions of gratitude for Shen Tang saving their daughter, so those didn't need repayment either. The most troublesome part, however, was the 8 sedan loads sent by the Empress. Madame Zhou didn't know much about court politics, but she had heard about the fierce struggle between the first prince and second prince for the position of crown prince. Shen Tang had already fallen out with Shen Han, so the Pingyuan Marquis household would never side with the second prince. But the second prince's mother, Consort Yi, was cousins with the princess consort, and they were said to be very close. Just thinking about all these tangled relationships made Madame Zhou's head spin. Shen Tang herself hadn't expected the Empress to send her gifts, let alone so many. She went to the study to ask Xia Guimo about it. The Empress sent me 8 sedan loads of gifts. If she sent them, just accept them, he said. Well, she couldn't exactly return them anyway. What I don't understand is why she would send them, Shen Tang said. I've met her a few times, but I've never done anything for her. Those matters were handled by you and the first prince. Xia Guimo smiled. There are 2 reasons. First, to slap Consort Yi in the face. Second, to win you over. Shen Tang laughed. What do I have that's worth winning over? Embarrassing Consort Yi made some sense, but did it really require such extravagant gifts? While she was still thinking, Xia Guimo pulled her into his arms. The Empress may not need to win me over, but she definitely needs to win you over. She was talking about serious matters. Why was he being so unserious? He pinched her nose. What kind of person do you think the Empress is? Of course, she understands the power of pillow talk. Shen Tang. Her face immediately turned red. She had never tried to influence him that way, but she couldn't deny he had a point. The 2 times Xia Guimo had beaten up the heir of the Chomping Marquis, both were because of her. Others might not know, but the Empress and the first prince did. Previously, in the eyes of the court, especially the Empress and the first prince, Xia Guimo had been aligned with Consort Yi and the second prince. But now, because of her, he had fallen out with the Chomping Marquis family, and the Pingyuan Marquis household had expelled the second prince's newly married consort's family from their clan. With her marriage, it would have been strange if the Empress hadn't sent a generous gift. Since the Empress had openly shown goodwill, she would certainly protect Shen Tang in the future when she entered the palace. Having clarified the matter, Shen Tang was about to leave, but Xia Guimo wouldn't let her. I still have things to handle, she said. What could you possibly have to do? He replied. Just as she was about to answer, Qiutong entered. Seeing Xia Guimo holding Shen Tang, she turned her back and said, Madame Zhou sent me to inform the young madam that the princess consort has asked Madame Li to return to Peony Courtyard. This was serious business. Shen Tang struggled again, and this time Xia Guimo let go. After she went out, Madame Zhou said, I'm not sure what the princess consort intends. Shen Tang replied, she's doing this to avoid putting me in a difficult position. Madame Li has already organized everything here. You are my steward, and having 2 stewards could lead to disagreements. By sending Madame Li back, everything here will now be under my control. Now that she had married Xia Guimo, she would spend the rest of her life here. Back at her family home, she hadn't needed to manage household affairs, but now she had no choice but to take over. In her previous life, the princess consort had also recalled Madame Li after her marriage, leaving another steward to manage things. Later, that steward offended Xia Guimo and was beaten to death, and he had requested Madame Li back. During the 2 years Madame Li had served her, Shen Tang had indeed lived comfortably. But now, with Madame Zhou by her side, things would be different. Shen Tang gave Qiutong a few instructions before she left. Soon, Madame Li arrived. Behind her, a maid carried a tray with account books and keys. The princess consort has asked me to return, Madame Li said. These account books and keys are now yours, young madam. There's no need to leave so quickly, Shen Tang said. There was reluctance in Madame Li's eyes. When the princess consort sent me here, she said I would return once the heir married and had someone to care for him. That time has come. She had said the same thing in the previous life. Qiutong returned with a pouch and handed it to Shen Tang, who then placed it into Madame Li's hands. What is this? Madame Li asked. I cannot disobey mother's wishes, Shen Tang said, but if Qinxiang Pavilion ever needs you, I'll ask my husband to bring you back. Back then, Madame Li had been reluctant to leave the princess consort. Now, she was reluctant to leave Xia Guimo. Tears welled in her eyes. With Madame Zhou managing things now, she likely wouldn't have the chance to return. Still, Shen Tang's words warmed her heart. Madame Li handed over the account books and keys to Madame Zhou. There isn't much to manage here. If there's anything unclear, just send someone to ask me. Madame Zhou nodded. With reddened eyes, Madame Li bowed to Shen Tang and left. When she returned to Peony Courtyard, she wiped her tears and then remembered the pouch Shen Tang had given her. She opened it. The contents made her freeze in shock. Inside was a gold bracelet, 3 gold peanuts, and 10 gold melon seeds. It was far too much. After 10 years of service, she hadn't saved this much herself. Chapter 233. Reward money. Could it be that the maid had taken the wrong reward money? Mama Li felt that no matter how careless a maid might be, she wouldn't make such a big mistake. Besides, this pouch was specifically used to hold reward money. If she had still been outside Qinxiang Pavilion, she would have gone back to ask about it. But now that she had already reached outside the princess consort's courtyard, Mama Li went in. Inside, the princess consort was drinking tea. Seeing Mama Li enter with reddened eyes, she smiled and said, "Are you reluctant to part with Moer?" Mama Li wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. After serving the heir for over 10 years, coming back all of a sudden, I do feel a bit reluctant. But we're still in the same residence. It's not as if I won't see him again. It's just... At this point, Mama Li trailed off. The princess consort asked, "Just what?" Mama Li said, "When I came back, the young madam rewarded me with quite a lot of things. I'm not sure if there was a mistake." Mama Li poured out the contents of the pouch, her palm filled with gleaming gold, dazzling to the eye. The maids and older servants in the room all widened their eyes. Not only them, even the princess consort was momentarily stunned. Then, as if thinking of something, she smiled. "Since it's a reward from the young madam, just accept it." Mama Li said, "But this is too much." So much that she had gone from being reluctant to leave the young master to feeling reluctant to leave the young madam instead. Nanny Yun laughed. "Our young madam doesn't even care about the prince's power. How could she begrudge such a small amount?" That was true. Among all the noble ladies in the capital, who didn't want to marry the heir? Thinking back a few months ago, when the heir needed a bride for a joyous cure, and the young madam had the bridal sedan of Prince Jingyang's residence carried back empty, Mama Li recalled how she had scolded her several times. Now, holding the heavy gold bracelet in her hand, she felt unworthy of receiving it. Since the pouch had been given to her by Shen Tang, and the princess consort also told her to accept it, Mama Li kept it with peace of mind. Having just moved back, Mama Li still had many things to arrange, so she went off to busy herself. Nanny Yun poured tea for the princess consort. "The young madam is indeed generous." The princess consort smiled. Everyone is happy with her rewards. Mama Li had managed Qinxiang Pavilion diligently, and the princess consort had seen it all. Precisely because she did such a good job, Shen Tang would have had no excuse to replace her with her own stewardess. It was always more reassuring to have one's own people handling things. If Shen Tang had dismissed Mama Li, the princess consort wouldn't have been pleased. To avoid that situation, she simply played the bad role herself and called Mama Li back. But now that Mama Li had returned, the princess consort found it difficult to decide what position to give her. After all, Mama Li had managed the entire Qinxiang Pavilion. She couldn't very well have Nanny Yun give up her position. The princess consort had planned to reward her generously to appease her, but her own reward wouldn't have had the same effect as Shen Tang's. After Mama Li returned, her trusted maids from Qinxiang Pavilion brought over her belongings. Having lived there for 10 years, she had accumulated quite a lot. Just her clothes alone filled 2 large chests. Several maids, their eyes brimming with tears, felt it was unfair to her. Mama Li didn't do anything wrong. Just to make room for the young madam stewardess, she was called back. Mama Li said sternly, "No nonsense." The maid replied, "I'm not wrong." Mama Li said, "The princess consort's arrangement is good for both her and the young madam. The young madam is kind-hearted. In the future, when I'm not there, you must listen to the young madam and Madame Zhou. Do you understand?" The maid's eyes red said, Mama Li has been wronged, yet you're still speaking for the young madam? Mama Li replied, what grievance have I suffered? With grievances like mine, others wouldn't even get the chance. The maids were bewildered. Had Mama Li gone mad? When they learned that Shen Tang had rewarded Mama Li with a large gold bracelet, along with gold peanuts and melon seeds, and that the princess consort would surely give her something as well, their sympathy vanished. This wasn't suffering at all. This was like being struck by a windfall from the heavens. Mama Li instructed her trusted maids, stay in Qinxiang Pavilion and serve the young madam well. She will treat you generously. But if you slack off or act deceitfully and get punished, no one will be able to protect you. Remember that. The maids nodded. After giving them more instructions and finishing arranging her belongings, the maids returned to Qinxiang Pavilion. The princess consort rewarded Mama Li with 10 taels of silver and a pair of silver bracelets. As there was a vacancy in the small kitchen, she had Mama Li temporarily fill the position, with plans to assign her something more suitable later. Having received so many rewards in a single day, Mama Li was overjoyed. Forget managing the small kitchen, even if she were made a menial servant, she would have no complaints. Meanwhile, after Mama Li left, Shen Tang reviewed the account books. In her previous life, she had been focused on seeking a divorce, so all matters of Qinxiang Pavilion had been handled by Madame Jiang, and she rarely intervened. Mama Li's accounts were clear and orderly. Just as she had said, there was little to manage, so no special handover was needed. By the time she finished a rough review, it was already evening. The small kitchen brought in the meal, and Xia Guimo returned to the room for dinner. After they finished eating and had just set down their chopsticks, a maid came in. Young madam, Nanny Yun has arrived. Soon, Nanny Yun entered. Shen Tang said, at this hour, has mother sent instructions? Nanny Yun held a list. Tomorrow is the day for the young madam's return visit. The princess consort has prepared the return gifts and asked me to bring the list for you to check, in case anything is missing. Shen Tang said, I can prepare the return gifts myself. How can I trouble mother? Nanny Yun smiled. Naturally, the prince's residence should prepare them. Shen Tang glanced at Yinxing, who stepped forward to take the list from Nanny Yun and handed it to Shen Tang. Compared to her previous life, when the princess consort had already prepared generous gifts, this list was even more lavish. Shen Tang said, this is too much. Nanny Yun smiled. If nothing is missing, I'll have Steward Zhou prepare everything according to the list. Shen Tang nodded. Nanny Yun took her leave. Shen Tang glanced at Xiaodong, who brought a pouch. Shen Tang handed it to Nanny Yun. Thank you for making the trip at this hour. A servant could not refuse a master's reward and, of course, wouldn't refuse. Nanny Yun accepted it graciously, thanked her, and left. After leaving Qinxiang Pavilion, Nanny Yun opened the pouch. Inside was a gold ring, 1 gold peanut, and 4 gold melon seeds. Though not as much as Mama Li's reward, it was enough to make Nanny Yun beam with delight. After all, Mama Li had truly suffered a grievance. She had not. Nanny Yun put on the ring. Originally, a junior maid could have delivered the gift list to the front courtyard, but she had personally made the trip. After dinner, Xia Guimo went to the study to read. By the time he returned, Shen Tang had already bathed and gone to bed. The young lord truly regretted not postponing the wedding till later in the month. Holding such a soft, fragrant beauty in his arms yet being unable to touch her was simply too frustrating. That night, he took cold baths again and again. Watching Shen Tang sleep so soundly, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 234. Concern. She slept well through the night. In the early morning, Shen Tang woke up and sat on the bed, stretching lazily. Yinxing and Xiaodong came in carrying copper basins to help her wash and get dressed. After having breakfast with Xia Guimo, Shen Tang brought Yinxing with her to Wudong Courtyard to pay her respects to the old madam. As she walked around the screen and entered the room, she immediately noticed several surprised looks directed at her. Shen Tang thought perhaps her attire was improper, or there was something on her face, so she asked, Fourth aunt, why are you looking at me like that? Fourth madam smiled. Yesterday, I saw the heir carry you back to Qinxiang Pavilion. I thought you had sprained your ankle and wouldn't be able to come pay respects to the old madam today. Shen Tang's face flushed red, and inwardly she cursed Xia Guimo a couple of times. Just as she was about to explain, second madam spoke up. It's good that the heir and his wife have a close relationship, but there are still many unmarried young ladies in the household. As newlyweds, you may do as you please in your own room, but outside, you should be more mindful. Both the second and fourth branches were born of the old madam. Hearing second madam's words, Shen Tang glanced at the young ladies present, each of them blushing deeply. Second madam's words were far more explicit than Xia Guimo carrying her. Shen Tang found it difficult to refute her, so she could only nod with a red face. I think so too, but my husband doesn't listen. Perhaps second aunt could help me scold him later. This was what Shen Tang truly thought, but clearly second madam didn't take it that way. Her expression darkened slightly. She believed Shen Tang was mocking her for picking on the weak, not daring to criticize Xia Guimo and instead finding fault with her. Second madam took a sip of tea and said nothing more. Shen Tang stepped forward and bowed to the old madam. Then she said, "Today is my return visit. My husband asked me to go back early, so I will take my leave now." The old madam lazily lifted her eyelids, and Shen Tang turned and left. Back at Qinxiang Pavilion, a maid from the front courtyard came to report that the carriage was ready. Xia Guimo then accompanied Shen Tang on her return visit. In her previous life, even after his injuries had healed, Xia Guimo had accompanied her, let alone now. Not only did he accompany her, he even sat with her in the same carriage. As soon as he got in, Xia Guimo pulled Shen Tang into his arms. Shen Tang said, "When I went to pay respects today, I was scolded because of you, and you still won't behave properly." Xia Guimo frowned. "What did they scold you for?" Shen Tang replied, "For carrying me back in the garden yesterday." Xia Guimo said, "You sprained your ankle. If I didn't carry you, should I have carried you on my back instead?" Shen Tang was speechless. He could have just supported her. Besides, she hadn't actually sprained her ankle. Xia Guimo said, "You don't need to pay attention to what they say." She didn't want to, but those words were still unpleasant to hear. The ladies of Prince Jingyang's residence might not be as vicious as second madam, but none of them were easy to deal with. And considering her previous life, when consort Jiang had colluded with noble consort Yi, she couldn't let her guard down. Shen Tang tried to move back to her seat, but Xia Guimo pressed a hand on her waist. "Just sit like this. I'm not going to do anything." Even if he didn't, she could still talk sitting beside him. But he refused to let go, and Shen Tang couldn't break free. Afraid of wrinkling her dress or messing up her hair, she could only go along with him. However, Xia Guimo soon regretted it. Not for the reason one might think. Not because the position was tempting, but because when the carriage passed an intersection, another carriage suddenly came charging from the side. It couldn't fully avoid the collision and struck theirs. Caught off guard, Shen Tang lurched forward and slammed into Xia Guimo, her forehead hitting his nose. He inhaled sharply in pain. Qin Chi rode up and asked, "Are the heir and young madam all right?" Shen Tang covered her forehead. Xia Guimo asked, "What happened?" Qin Chi replied, "It was the carriage from the Shen family's second branch." Shen Tang lifted the curtain and saw that the carriage that hit them had veered off and crashed into a tea stall. It was indeed second madam's usual carriage. What bad luck on such a happy day of her return visit. Fortunately, the prince's residence carriage was sturdy. If it had been damaged, they wouldn't have been able to go back today. Second madam's carriage had been forced to stop after hitting the tea stall. She got out, disheveled and in a sorry state. When she saw Shen Tang, her expression twisted with anger. Though Shen Tang felt it was unlucky, seeing second madam like this made her think, unless she didn't care about her life, she wouldn't deliberately crash into them. If second madam had wanted to die, she could have taken all the blame and ended her life back then. Shen Tang might not have been able to drive the entire second branch out of the marquis residence. Second madam valued her life too much for that. But Shen Tang didn't believe this was an accident either. As she was thinking, the embroidered handkerchief in her hand was suddenly taken away. Turning back, she saw Xia Guimo tilting his head back, his nose bleeding. Startled, Shen Tang said, "How did it get so serious?" "We should see a doctor." Xia Guimo replied, "It's not that serious. It'll stop in a moment." The carriage was blocking the road, so the servant continued driving forward until they stopped in front of the Pingyuan Marquis residence. Almost as soon as the carriage stopped, Xiao Huan came out to greet them. Shen Tang got down first, and seeing her reddened forehead, Xiao Huan asked, "What happened?" Shen Tang said, "Our carriage was hit by the second branch's carriage. I accidentally hit my husband's nose." If her forehead had caused that much damage, how serious must his injury be? Seeing Xia Guimo come out holding his nose, Xiao Huan asked, "Brother-in-law, are you all right?" Xia Guimo shook his head. "The bleeding has already stopped." Since they had arrived, they naturally went inside. Xiao Huan invited them in. As they stepped over the threshold, Shen Tang whispered, "Bet you won't dare sit in a carriage like that again next time." Her expression clearly said, "Serves you right for not listening to your wife," which made Xia Guimo grind his teeth. "Heartless woman. If I hadn't blocked it for you today, you would have slammed straight into the carriage." If he hadn't insisted on holding her, her forehead wouldn't have hit anything at all. But thinking about the direction of the collision, her forehead might have been fine, but the back of her head wouldn't have escaped injury. Still, she didn't have many enemies who could have been targeting them today. Shen Tang pondered all the way to Songhe Hall. Inside, the old madam sat on the couch. Shen Sui, the third and fourth masters, as well as their wives, were all present. Seeing Shen Tang, they also asked about her forehead, so she had to explain again. Upon hearing it was second madam, the old madam's face darkened. Shen Sui also looked displeased, though less obviously. "As long as you're fine. Serve the tea." She didn't need to kneel, so no cushions were prepared. After serving tea in a round, they sat down to chat. Before long, Xia Guimo left with Xiao Huan to play chess in Shen Sui's study. After he left, the old madam asked Shen Tang, "Are you getting used to living in Prince Jingyang's residence?" Shen Tang nodded lightly. Shen Luo said, "Second sister, you don't know, these past 2 days, grandmother has been thinking about you constantly, worried that since it's your first time leaving the Marquis residence, you might not be used to living there." They were all people who had gone through it. They knew what it felt like to marry into a strange place. Even in her previous life, Shen Tang had needed several days to adjust. Shen Tang said, "I've made grandmother worry." Chapter 235. Be careful. The old madam knew that Xia Guimo treated Shen Tang well, but Prince Jingyang's residence wasn't inhabited by Xia Guimo alone. Wherever there were people, there would inevitably be open and hidden struggles, especially in a place as complicated as that residence, far more so than Pingyuan Marquis household. Still, in large aristocratic families with many members, such things were unavoidable. Although Shen Tang had said a few irritating things before, now that she was married, even returning home once wasn't easy. Any lingering displeasure in their hearts had long been washed away by reluctance to part. With Shen Luo and fifth Miss Shen Shi from the fourth branch present, the room was filled with laughter. Since it was her return visit, there was naturally a return banquet. When it was time to eat, Xia Guimo and Xiao Huan came back, and the whole family sat around one table, enjoying the meal heartily. Halfway through the meal, a maid came in from outside, holding a large red, gold-embossed invitation. She reported, "My lord, the Ning Prince's residence has sent word that the wedding date for the eldest young master and Princess Rugia has been set for the 28th of this month." The old madam looked at fourth madam. "Wasn't it said to be the 22nd? Fourth madam also found it strange. The old princess consort of Ning did intend that date. The maid said, "It seems it clashed with the wedding date at the Jinda Grand Princess's residence, so it was postponed a few days." As she spoke, she handed over the invitation. "On the 22nd, the eldest young master of the Huaihua General's residence will marry third miss." Shen Ran and young master Su of the Huaihua General's residence had long been intimate. Logically, she should have married earlier, but the Jinda Grand Princess and her consort had long been without children and had never prepared a dowry. Having finally found her daughter, the Grand Princess was unwilling to see her married off hastily. After discussing with the Huaihua General and his wife, They agreed to proceed properly with all the formal steps. Though the Huaihua general's residents wished to bring Shen Ran in sooner, they couldn't bear to separate the mother and daughter so quickly after their long separation. Moreover, it was agreed that after the wedding, young Master Su would stay with Shen Ran at the Grand Princess's residence for a period before returning, so they followed the Grand Princess's wishes in everything. The marriage had already been delayed long enough and couldn't be postponed further. Xiao Huan's wedding to Princess Rugia was only delayed by a few days, so there was no need to compete over dates. Besides, Shen Ran was still considered part of the Pingyuan marquis household. The maid handed the invitation to the old madam. Shen Tang smiled. "Congratulations, elder brother." Xiao Huan, usually steady in temperament, couldn't help but have his ears turn red. Raising his cup, Xiao Huan said, "It's all thanks to you, little sister." That was no exaggeration. If Shen Tang hadn't asked him to save Princess Rugia, she would have thrown herself off that bridge. If she hadn't survived, Shen Tang wouldn't have learned that Xiao Huan had been lured to Yanqi Lake, nor helped him avoid Shen Han's scheme. Otherwise, his reputation would have been ruined long ago. Shen Tang also raised her cup of fruit wine, and Xia Guimo accompanied her in a toast. Cups clinked and laughter filled the air. The meal lasted for more than half an hour before ending. Afterward, they sat and chatted briefly before Shen Tang and Xia Guimo took their leave. Xiao Huan escorted them out. Xia Guimo helped Shen Tang into the carriage, then got in himself. Shen Tang looked at him. "Aren't you riding a horse?" Xia Guimo said, "My horse is at the residence." Shen Tang fell silent. His horse might be at the residence, but if he wanted to ride, there were plenty available. Xia Guimo sat down, while Shen Tang sat to the side, lifting the curtain to wave goodbye to Xiao Huan. Only after the carriage had gone far out of sight did she lower the curtain. Xia Guimo reached out and pulled her onto his lap. Shen Tang looked at his still slightly reddened nose. They say one learns from experience, but apparently he had already forgotten what happened earlier. "You still dare?" Xia Guimo said, "It's not like something will happen every time." Besides, he wasn't used to not holding her. Shen Tang said, "What if it does?" Xia Guimo pinched her nose. "Can't you think more positively?" "Forget I said anything," Shen Tang replied. Xia Guimo didn't believe they could be so unlucky, and truthfully, neither did Shen Tang. But sometimes, disbelief didn't matter. When they passed the same spot where the earlier accident had occurred, Shen Tang was chatting with Xia Guimo when the carriage suddenly stopped with a sharp pull on the reins. If Xia Guimo hadn't grabbed her waist in time, she would have fallen off his lap. Still shaken, Shen Tang asked, "What happened this time?" The reply didn't come from the coachman, but from Chen Qi. "Not sure what's going on, but the heir of Chomping Marquis residence is riding in great haste. If we hadn't stopped in time, we would have collided with him." Shen Tang lifted the curtain and saw that the usually bustling street was in chaos, people and horses in disarray, because the heir of Chomping Marquis residence was galloping recklessly. What urgent matter could require such haste? And the direction he was heading was neither toward his own residence nor the imperial palace. Nothing like this had happened in her previous life. Shen Tang found it strange. She looked at Xia Guimo, who instructed Chen Qi, "Go find out." Chen Qi acknowledged and left. The coachman resumed driving, but not long after, the carriage stopped yet again. This time, it was at a slower pace. The coachman said, "My lord, the heir of Shuani Marquis residence has come." Before he finished speaking, there was a knock on the carriage. Shen Tang quickly moved to sit aside. Xia Guimo lifted the curtain and saw Chu Yi on horseback. "Do you need something?" he asked. Chu Yi shook his head. "I'm not the one looking for you. My second uncle asked me to pass on a message. Be careful of your second younger brother." Why would the second master of Shuani Marquis residence send such a warning through Chu Yi? Xia Guimo asked, "Why would he say that?" Chu Yi replied, "Originally, my second uncle just wanted me to remind you. But after my persistent questioning, I finally got the truth out of him. Last time, when the Shin's second branch's carriage crashed into yours, it was your second brother, Xie Guin, who arranged it. My second uncle saw it with his own eyes. Back then, When Shen Tang asked Xiagimo to help block the second master from being promoted to Assistant Minister of Revenue, Xiagimo had instead helped Chu Yi's second uncle secure the position. Second Master Chu had always remembered that favor. Normally, he wouldn't interfere in family conflicts, especially not something like this. But since he had witnessed it personally, he felt he couldn't stay silent. What if Xiagimo remained unaware that his own half-brother harbored ill intentions? After much internal struggle, he decided it was better to give a subtle warning. But while he wanted to be subtle, his nephew was the type to dig to the bottom of things. Chu knew his uncle wasn't one to meddle, especially in such matters, so he kept pressing him with questions. Finally, he said, "If you don't tell me the reason, what am I supposed to say if the heir of Prince Jingyang asks me later? Do you want him to come ask you directly?" Second Master Chu was exasperated. "Then just pretend I never said anything." Chu replied, "Uncle, once you've said it, you can't take it back." He angered his uncle so much that the latter nearly wanted to beat him. Birds of a feather flocked together. Since Xiagimo and Chu were such close friends, it wasn't impossible he'd come asking in person. With no other choice, Second Master Chu finally told him everything. Chapter 236. Sparring. Shen Tang had already guessed that Second Madam wouldn't risk her own life just to crash into them. As Shen Han's mother, if anything happened to her, it would surely affect Shen Han's mood, and in turn, the child she carried. If the heir of Chomping Marquis wanted to scheme against her and Xiagimo, he wouldn't use Second Madam as a pawn. That made his suspicion much smaller. But no matter what, Shen Tang had never expected that it was actually Xiagimo behind it. Xiagimo's expression darkened slightly. He said to Chu, "Help me thank your second uncle." Chu waved it off. "It's nothing. I'll be going then." After Chu left, Xiagimo lowered the carriage curtain. Shen Tang looked at him. "Have you found any evidence of Consort Jiang and noble Consort Yi communicating in secret?" In her previous life, Xiagimo had died on the way back to the capital. With no heir, the title passed to his younger brother, Xiaguin. Since Consort Jiang and noble Consort Yi had long been colluding, the princess consort's death in that life was likely connected to them as well. But during the 4 years Shen Tang had lived in Prince Jingyang's residence, she had never known of any dealings between the two. In public, noble Consort Yi even favored the princess consort and suppressed Consort Jiang, who appeared meek and bullied. Shen Tang had told all of this to Xiagimo. Since it concerned his mother, he would naturally take it seriously. Xiagimo shook his head. "I haven't found anything. Perhaps it hasn't reached that stage yet." That was possible. Noble Consort Yi still hoped the princess consort would persuade the prince to support her and the second prince in the struggle for succession. It wasn't yet time to discard the tool after use. But in this life, she already knew Xiagimo wouldn't support the second prince, so her alliance with Consort Jiang would likely happen sooner. The carriage continued forward, and after about a quarter of an hour, they arrived back at Prince Jingyang's residence. After getting down, Xiagimo helped Shen Tang out, and the two walked inside. As they entered the inner gate, they saw Xiaguin approaching them from afar, smiling. Elder brother, sister-in-law. If not for Chuyi's warning, no one would have guessed he was the one plotting behind the scenes. Xiagimo patted his shoulder. "Big brother should thank you." Xiaguin's gaze flickered for a moment. Why thank me?" Xiagimo said, "You helped your sister-in-law vent her anger by teaching second Madam Shen a lesson." "I know." Panic flashed across Xiaguin's face, and he stammered, No, I didn't." Xiagimo said calmly, "It's been a while since we brothers sparred. Let me see how much your martial arts have improved." With that, he struck down hard on his shoulder. Xiaguin felt as if the bone there was about to shatter. He tried to dodge, but if Xiagimo wanted to beat him, how could he possibly escape? Shen Tang stood to the side, watching as Xiaguin was sparred with first a punch to the eye, then to the face, then the chest, the back. Finally, with a kick, Xiaguin was sent flying like a kite with a snapped string, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to even get up. Looking down at him, Xiagimo said coldly, "If there's a next time, it won't just be a beating." He extended his hand. Shen Tang stepped forward and took it, and the two of them left together. Farong courtyard. Consort Jiang was eating bird's nest soup. A maid rushed in, lifting the curtain in panic. "My lady, this is bad." The heir used sparring as an excuse and severely beat the second young master at the inner gate. Consort Zhang's anger flared instantly. She set down the bowl and stood up. On her way to see Xia Guin, she met a servant helping him back. Seeing her son's bruised and swollen face, she was filled with rage. She wanted nothing more than to tear Xia Guimo apart. Distressed, she said, "Have you called a doctor?" The servant replied, "Someone has already been sent." Xia Guin tried to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the bruises at the corner of his lips pulled painfully, making him gasp. Consort Jiang said anxiously, "Don't speak. Go back and apply medicine first. The heir has bullied you like this. I will make your father punish him." When the prince returned from the military camp, Consort Jiang immediately went to complain. "My lord, you must discipline the heir. Today, under the pretense of sparring, he beat Ener so badly his face is bruised and he can't even speak." The prince frowned and looked at Steward Zhou. "Is this true?" Steward Zhou nodded. "Yes, but the reason for the heir's anger is unknown." Consort Jiang said, "My lord, you must uphold justice for Ener." The prince had heard such words countless times. Consort Jiang might not be tired of saying them, but he was tired of hearing them. All these years, every beating Ener has received from Emor, has any of them been without cause? At these words, Consort Zhang's face turned green. "My lord, are you so biased toward the heir? Ener is your son too." The prince's face darkened. Whatever conflict exists between them, since Emor has already beaten him, the matter is settled. If you insist I intervene, it means this matter is not over. You're asking for another beating in return. If I don't comply, then I truly would be biased as a father. Think it over. If you still insist, have Steward Zhou send someone to summon the heir." With that, the prince left for his study. Consort Jiang stood there, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Servants around them watched, and Steward Zhou remained waiting at the side. Feeling humiliated, she snapped at him. "Didn't you hear the prince? Go summon the heir to Qinxiang Pavilion." Given the heir's temperament, beating the second young master in public clearly showed he wasn't afraid of the prince's intervention. Consort Jiang might not fully understand the heir, but she knew her own son well. The prince feared conflict between the heir and Consort Zhang's faction the most. He had already made his stance clear, yet she still insisted, asking for trouble. Steward Zhou had no reason to stop her. He instructed a maid, "Go invite the heir." The maid went to deliver the message, while Consort Jiang went to wait in the study. The prince was handling military affairs. She stood there, not daring to interrupt, but the longer she waited, the angrier she became. Just as her patience ran out, Xia Guimo entered, his tone displeased. "Father, why did you summon me?" The prince glanced at Consort Jiang. She stepped forward. "Ener is your brother. How could you be so ruthless as his elder brother?" Xia Guimo smiled. "He can still complain? Looks like I went too easy on him." Consort Jiang was nearly driven mad with anger. She stepped closer to the prince. "My lord, listen to what he's saying. He beat Ener so badly he can't even speak, and he still claims he was lenient. He wants to beat him to death." The prince looked at Xia Guimo. "What did Ener do to provoke you?" Xia Guimo cast a glance at Consort Jiang. "The reason he had her come complain is simple. He wants to know who told me what he did. I can reveal the person, but only if father investigates thoroughly and allows me to break one of his arms." Chapter 237. Unexpected Incident. As Xia Guimo spoke, he poured himself a cup of tea, inhaling its fragrance calmly. His demeanor clearly said, "If you insist on punishing your son, go ahead. I will fully allow it." Consort Jiang trembled with rage. "My lord, it's one thing for the heir to threaten me, but he dares threaten you as well?" Xia Guimo extended his arm. "If I were to falsely accuse my second brother, this arm would be his. I am not afraid. But do you dare insist on having father investigate fully?" Consort Jiang gaped in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. Xia Guimo slammed his teacup heavily onto the table. The clatter made her heart skip a beat. The princess consort may reason, but the heir was a reckless man. If displeased, the cup could easily shatter over her. He said coldly, I wanted to let this slide, just a beating to teach him a lesson. But he didn't repent. He dragged this to father, hoping to twist the truth. If I don't get an explanation today, he won't be able to get out of bed for half a month. With that, he got up and left. After Xia Guimo exited, consort Jiang finally spoke. My lord, look at him. The prince picked up his documents, his tone cold. Go kneel in the Buddhist hall for 2 hours. Consort Zhang's face went pale with disbelief. She stomped in anger. My lord. The prince's gaze grew impatient. An arm for an arm. If Emoer dares to wager, why don't you? Consort Zhang's eyes darted away. The prince continued, this matter is already settled, yet you refuse to let go. If you don't kneel, be prepared for Emoer to beat Ina again. Her eyes reddened in fury. So you let the heir bully Ina like this? The prince's glare on the document froze her blood. She dared not utter another word and left, full of grievance. Inside Qinxiang Pavilion, Shen Tang was eating fruit. Yinxing looked worried. My lady, the heir beat second young master, won't the prince punish him? Shen Tang shook her head. No. Her tone left no room for doubt. Yinxing asked, are you sure, Madam Heir? After all, spending years in Prince Jingyang's residence had taught her enough to have such confidence. Because the prince had been forced to marry his cousin, consort Jiang, he felt both guilty to his consort and to consort Jiang. Usually, he would avoid disputes between them. If avoidance failed, he handled things fairly. In the case of Xia Guimo and Xia Guin, the prince would do the same. He would not favor anyone. Consort Zhang's little schemes were no match for Xia Guimo. If not for her being the prince's cousin, she would have suffered countless times over. Thinking back to Xia Guimo's previous life, schemed against by noble consort Yi and the second prince, leaving the Jingyang prince residence in consort Zhang's hands, Shen Tang felt a flush of indignation. Seeing Shen Tang unconcerned, Yinxing and Xiao Tong felt relieved. After finishing the fruit, Xia Guimo returned. As he entered, a maid came in, panting. My lord, the prince has punished consort Jiang to kneel in the Buddhist hall for 2 hours. Consort Jiang had brought trouble upon herself. Xia Guimo only gave Xia Guin a beating, a small punishment to teach a lesson. Yet consort Jiang insisted on reporting, trying to get him in trouble. Clearly, she was living too comfortably. The maid bowed and left. Another maid appeared, standing outside the beaded curtain. My lord, Madam Heir, the princess consort is here. Shen Tang rose immediately. Xia Guimo set down his tea, and they went to greet the princess. Just as they reached the curtain, she entered. What happened? Why did you fight with second young master? Xia Guimo replied, he helped me with a small matter, so I guided him a bit as thanks. The princess scolded him with a frown. Consort Jiang isn't so easily fooled. If second young master helped you, he wouldn't also get beaten. Knowing the princess wouldn't be tricked and that she had come to Qinxiang Pavilion to ask, Xia Guimo explained, this morning, on the way to Pingyuan Marquis residence, a runaway carriage hit us. It was the work of my second brother. The princess's expression darkened. She glanced at Shen Tang's slightly reddened forehead. So this injury came from that? Shen Tang nodded lightly. It's nothing serious, mother. No need to worry. Good, nothing serious. Since Shen Tang and Xia Guimo were unharmed, Xia Guin had been beaten, and consort Jiang punished, the princess said no more. She glanced at Yun Momo. Yun Momo understood. She sent a maid to the Buddhist hall to supervise. Without supervision, consort Jiang would not have obeyed the tower kneeling. Now she would be made to kneel properly. Consort Jiang knelt on the cushion, teeth clenched in fury. She hadn't discovered who told Xia Guimo and had also suffered a setback, no wonder she was angry. After leaving, Xia Guimo drank his tea. A knock came on the window. Enter. The window creaked open and Chen Qi, who had gone to check on the Chongping Marquis heir, returned. He reported, the heir of Chongping Marquis rode recklessly in the street. He was rushing to the Wang family. To the Wang family? Shen Tang's voice rose. Chen Qi nodded. The Wang family's eldest young mistress fell on the bridge in their garden and lost the child she was carrying. No wonder the chomping marquis was in such a hurry. After Siagimo had drugged him, he was no longer rational. The marquis was the only child, responsible for continuing the lineage. The Wang family's eldest young mistress was almost certainly carrying his child. No matter the gender, the child's safety was critical. But how could she have been so careless? The Wang family treated her carefully. She flaunted herself because of her pregnancy, and the Wang family dared not oppose her. The child was her leverage. For months, they had endured endless frustrations. Now, this accident happened. Shen Tang thought this through. Qinchi added, the eldest young mistress accident wasn't entirely an accident. Shen Tang stared at him. Qinchi continued, today, second Madam Shen went to the Wang family. She got into an incident in the street, her hair disheveled, face injured. The eldest young mistress mocked her, and within half an hour, she fell in the garden. Second Madam Shen was ruthless. The Wang eldest young mistress had tolerated her husband's affair to avoid offending the chomping marquis family. Now, with second Madam carrying the marquis' child, the only child, the marquis would never harm her. Still, why let her confront the Wang family? The Wang family had long suffered months of humiliation. The young mistress' fall didn't just lose the child in her womb, she also bled heavily. The Wang family feared being unable to explain to the Changping marquis and immediately called doctors. Thankfully, her life was saved, but in the future, she would no longer be able to conceive. Chapter 238. Making a statement. Shen Tang held no affection for the Wang eldest young mistress. Now that she had lost her child, and had once caused chaos by flaunting her pregnancy, humiliating the Wang family, Chongping marquis was not the type to dwell on past kindness. Once she lost her utility, he would surely discard her like a worn-out shoe. From now on, her life in the Wang family would be one of suffering, a living nightmare. Truly, evil begets its own punishment. The redness on Shen Tang's forehead had fully subsided after a night's rest, though pressing it lightly still caused a faint ache. After breakfast, she took Yinxing to Wudong Courtyard to pay respects. Yesterday, they had gone quickly. Today they stayed a little longer, to avoid being accused, as in her previous life, of unwillingness to get close to them. But genuine warmth was hard to summon. Just as she began to greet the matriarch, second Madam asked, why did the heir hit second young master so badly yesterday? Curiosity was natural, but that she asked without letting it spread suggested she didn't want others to know, and still sought an answer from Shen Tang. Shen Tang shook her head. Second Madam frowned. Not willing to say? Of course she wasn't willing to. Shen Tang replied, I don't know. Fourth Madam looked surprised. But you watched the heir beat second young master, how could you not know? Shen Tang explained, I asked my husband. He was angry and didn't tell me. I didn't dare press. Consort Jiang knows, so you can ask her when she comes to greet the matriarch. Second Madam commented, Consort Jiang kneeled in the Buddhist hall for 2 hours. She won't recover in 2 or 3 days. Shen Tang replied calmly, if you really want to know, ask her when visiting. That would be appropriate. The words didn't sit well. Consort Jiang had injured her knees, not merely a normal wound. Visiting her could be interpreted as gloating or as disagreeing with the prince's punishment. Second Madam had not offended the princess before, so why did the new heir's consort speak with such subtle sharpness? There was a hidden sting in her words. Second Madam fell silent. The matriarch glanced at Shen Tang and set her tea down. The heir and second young master fought at the second gate. You, as the heir's wife, stood by and did not stop them. 2 martial artists fighting and she, powerless, was expected to intervene. Shen Tang thought the remark absurd. If the goal was to pick a fight, the matriarch could have said so directly. Shen Tang said, they were sparring, how could I interfere? Second Madam scoffed, sparring. A wave of reproach came crashing down. Second Madam and Fourth Madam's favorite pastime was stirring trouble, encouraging Consort Jiang to inconvenience the princess consort. Shen Tang had witnessed it many times in her past life. Shen Tang's long lashes twitched slightly. I don't understand fighting. If my husband says it's sparring, then it is. As the new heir's consort, recently married, her husband's word came first. No one could contradict her. That one sentence left second madam speechless. Shen Tang added, I don't know why my husband hit second young master. But after it happened, consort Jiang complained to father. Father didn't punish my husband, he punished consort Jiang. Clearly who is right is obvious. Yet your words sound like you're defending second young master and consort Jiang. Second madam indeed sought to defend consort Jiang, but Shen Tang directly exposed it. Flustered, she replied, I had no such intention. There are rumors that the heir beat second young master because of you. I asked just for your sake. You just entered the household. If they quarrel because of you, your reputation suffers. What concern for her? Shen Tang's tone remained calm. I wasn't aware yesterday was the first time the heir and second young master fought. If she were blamed for brotherly strife before marriage, surely fights had occurred previously. Second madam did not expect Shen Tang, usually mild in temperament, to be so sharp-tongued. Several times, she was left unable to respond. The matriarch interjected, enough. Since father has handled this, there's no need to discuss it further. Early words would have saved face. Today, second madam was caught off guard. With the princess absent, no one supported her, so she had no reason to linger. Shen Tang prepared to leave. As she rose, a maid brought tea. The matriarch asked, Has your brother's wedding with Princess Rugia been set? Shen Tang paused, then replied, Yesterday. The marriage will take place on the 20th of this month. Third madam smiled. Unexpected. The Ning prince's heir, skilled in both literature and martial arts, is your brother. How enviable. Second madam commented, but they didn't grow up together, bonding may not be deep. Second madam's words were so foolish that even Yin Xing, standing behind Shen Tang, felt like smacking her. She had spoken nonsense since arriving. Shen Tang stayed silent, letting out only a soft laugh. Fourth madam asked, What are you laughing at, princess consort? Shen Tang replied, Nothing. I only considered refuting second madam's words, but realized it was unnecessary. Whether my brother and I have a close bond is no one else's business. I don't need others to believe in our deep sibling bond. Second madam's face darkened further. Her words were ill-intentioned. Shen Tang's calm response only emphasized second madam's meddling. That soft laugh irritated more than 100 words could. Have some tea, the matriarch said neutrally. Shen Tang sipped, but the tea tasted faintly bitter, different from before. She decided to be cautious. Pouring the tea onto her embroidered handkerchief, she handed it to Qin-Chi. Qin-Chi was flustered, unsure what to do. He dared not take the princess consort's handkerchief. Xia Guimo glanced at Shen Tang. What's wrong with the handkerchief? Shen Tang explained, the tea in the matriarch's room tasted different from before. I'm concerned, so I poured some onto the handkerchief for Qin-Chi to have a doctor examine. Chapter 239. Offspring. Investigate. Only after Xia Guimo gave the order did Qin-Chi dare take the handkerchief to examine it. Xia Guimo stood, looping an arm around Shen Tang's waist. Go pay respects. Did they bully you? Shen Tang shook her head. Just some bickering. I'm used to it. Xia Guimo said, later, we'll figure out a way so you don't have to go daily. Shen Tang also wished to avoid the morning and evening visits, but she knew it was unlikely. The matriarch excelled at turning a blind eye. The real troublemakers were second and fourth madam. Being the late emperor's gift to the old prince as a secondary consort, the matriarch didn't often interfere unless matters got too extreme. Shen Tang knew she needn't worry Xia Guimo overmuch. Shen Tang shook her head. Even so, they can't touch me. Though she said this, Xia Guimo had finally brought her home. No one could dare bully his beloved. Xia Guimo added, It's not too hot today. I'll accompany you for a walk in the garden. Shen Tang replied, I know the garden well. He pinched her nose. Just because you know it, does that mean I don't accompany you? She teased, besides, no one in the mansion knows you're familiar with it. You've been here several days, yet you haven't shown me around properly. That wouldn't do. Indeed. Her position in Jingyang Prince Mansion depended on his attention. The more he valued her, the less the household dared to underestimate her. Shen Tang nodded lightly. Xia Guimo took her hand, and they left the study together. Jingyang Prince Mansion was grand, bestowed by the Taizu Emperor and expanded by the old prince, beyond even many princely residences. It was midsummer, the garden blooming riotously, a spectacle of vibrant colors. Willows swayed by the lake, their branches skimming the water, rippling golden reflections like shattered sunlight. Though the day was mild, a short walk caused a fine sheen of sweat on Shen Tang's forehead. She knew the stroll was more a display for the mansion. The household would see that the new heir's consort was the prince's heart's desire. The flowers were secondary. After some time, they returned to the serene fragrance pavilion. Qinqi had returned. Xia Guimo asked, "Any problems?" Qinqi nodded. "There's a sterility-inducing poison in the tea." A chill ran through Shen Tang and Xia Guimo. Had it been an abortifacient, she might have been angry, but sterility poison? The cold surged from her heart through every limb. Seeing their expressions, Qinqi hurried to explain, "The dosage is light. The doctor said it would take 20 to 30 doses to have a permanent effect. 1 or 2 servings won't cause serious harm." 20 or 30 doses sounded like a lot, but Shen Tang visited the matriarch daily, taking tea each time. In a month, the poison would take effect. In her previous life, their relationship hadn't been close. Now, though favored, someone aimed directly to destroy her ability to bear children. If she could not conceive, their future together was at risk. Once Xia Guimo took a concubine, resentment would fester. Wang Fei and the prince were a warning. Shen Tang's eyes reddened with fury. Xia Guimo's expression darkened even more. They had yet to consummate their marriage, yet someone dared target his heirs. Qinqi suggested, "This must be reported to father immediately." Shen Tang looked at Xia Guimo. "Based solely on the handkerchief, father cannot punish the matriarch. If she turned it around, I'd be the troublemaker right after marrying in." The only way to act was to catch them red-handed, leaving no room for defense. For 3 consecutive days, Shen Tang rose after breakfast and went to Wutong Courtyard to pay respects to the matriarch, sitting and chatting briefly with Second Madam and the others, sipping tea before leaving. One day, she went as usual with Yin Xing. Second and Third Madam were present, discussing Wang family affairs. Third Madam said, "I heard the Wang eldest young mistress went mad, claiming the child in her womb is the Chongping Marquis heir's." The Chongping Marquis heir was notorious. The gossip might not be entirely false. Second Madam glanced at Shen Tang. Had she not fallen into the water, the eldest daughter of the young Count wouldn't have married into the Wang family, ending up so pitiful. Truly lamentable. How did the Wang eldest young mistress fall into the water? She had pushed Shen Tang, whose grasp led the other girl into the lake. Second Madam made it clear, Shen Tang caused the accident. Shen Tang ignored it, bowed to the matriarch, and sat down. A maid brought tea. Third Madam curiously asked, "A noble lady like you, how could you swim?" Shen Tang explained, "I learned specifically. At the start of the year, I drew a lot at Daja Temple, predicting I'd face water danger. I spent a fortune to counter it. The divination said that learning to swim would protect me, so I did. Better safe than sorry." The prophecy had indeed worked. On that day, had she not known how to swim, the person rescued from the lake would have been Shen Tang. Or rather, Xia Guimo jumped in too. Because Shen Tang could swim, he wasted no effort rescuing her alone. Even if she couldn't swim, Xia Guimo would ensure her safety. Yet the eldest daughter of Yongning Count was less fortunate. Having shared how she learned to swim, the conversation lost momentum. Shen Tang sipped tea. Fourth Madam asked, "Why hasn't Wang Fei arrived yet?" Just then, a maid entered. Wang Fei had urgent matters to attend. She said she'll come later. Fourth Madam asked, "What urgent matter?" The maid explained, early this morning, Yon Momo suddenly couldn't move her arm. Wang Fei was worried, called a doctor to treat her. Yon Momo, the most trusted attendant of Wang Fei, had served her faithfully for decades. Wang Fei's concern was understandable. Visiting the matriarch could wait. After Yun Momo was treated, Wang Fei would come. Shen Tang needn't go. Shen Tang sat, absent-mindedly scratching her neck and hands. At first, just a scratch, but soon it became uncontrollable. Third Madam looked over, shocked. Why your face? Shen Tang was confused. What's wrong with my face? She glanced at Yinxing. Yinxing cried out, Princess Consort. Your face, it's covered in red rashes. Chapter 240. Poisoned. Everyone in the room stared at Shen Tang. Her skin, normally as white as creamy jade, was now covered in vividly red rashes. Shen Tang couldn't stop scratching her neck and arms, the itch unbearable, tears welling from the irritation. The ladies exchanged worried glances. How could she suddenly break out in so many rashes? The matriarch spoke urgently, quick, send for the imperial physician. Yinxing interjected, the doctor is still at Wang Fei's place and might not be done. Let's have him see the princess consort first. A maid hurried to deliver the message. Third Madam asked Yinxing, has your mistress ever had such rashes before? Yinxing shook her head. Never. The matriarch's eyes flicked over Shen Tang, who kept scratching her arms. Even she felt itchy just watching. Her gaze fell on the teacup, her expression darkened. Take the princess consort back first, she suggested. But no one moved. Shen Tang continued to scratch, oblivious. This had happened under the matriarch's watch. With a maid summoned to fetch the physician, Shen Tang would be treated in Wutong courtyard. The matriarch had no choice. The matriarch glanced at the maid, who reached for Shen Tang's teacup, but Yinxing quickly grabbed her hand. What are you doing? All eyes turned toward the maid. Pale, the maid stammered, I was going to replace the teacup for the princess consort. Yinxing snapped, look at her. She's itching like mad. Don't touch anything she's eaten. Nothing she's consumed is to be moved. Her words almost revealed the truth. They suspected the tea was poisoned. The household already had doubts. Shen Tang's uncontrollable itching only confirmed them. The maid trying to move the cup proved it further. A newly arrived princess consort being poisoned? With rashes like this? The reputation of Jingong Prince Mansion would suffer greatly. Shen Tang ignored everyone, scratching her neck. When her neck reddened, second Miss Xiaowei approached. Sister-in-law, don't scratch your face. You'll be scarred. Grabbing Shen Tang's hand, Xiaowei pretended to stop her from scratching, but in reality, she hoped to make Shen Tang struggle and knock over the teacup. Shen Tang didn't resist. Don't touch me. What if it's contagious? Her words were enough. Xiaowei dropped her hand as if holding a hot coal. Rashes generally weren't contagious. It was either poisoning, an allergy, or something worse. No one wanted to risk it. As Xiaowei stepped back, someone bumped into her from behind, sending her stumbling toward Shen Tang's small table. Crash. A sound of breaking porcelain rang out. Xiaowei shouted, who did that? Xia Shu timidly answered, I didn't expect you to turn suddenly. Shen Tang sat watching them feign clumsiness. Xiaowei got up from the broken table and saw Yinxing holding the teacup Shen Tang had drunk from. Looking down, she saw only the dessert plate shattered on the floor. Her face turned green with anger. At that moment, a maid called out, The prince is here. How did he get here so fast? Everyone looked toward the screen, and Xia Guimo strode in. Seeing him, Shen Tang's tears, long held back, finally spilled. Xia Guimo's face darkened in worry. What happened? Why do you have so many rashes? Shen Tang shook her head. I don't know, it itches so much. She reached to scratch, but Xia Guimo caught her hand. Don't scratch. The doctor will be here soon. Yinxing held the teacup, looking at Shen Tang. Princess consort, what shall we do with this cup? Shen Tang quickly explained to Xia Guimo, keep this teacup. After the rashes appeared, the maid first tried to take it away. Earlier, second Miss nearly knocked it over. If Yinxing hadn't stopped her, it would have been ruined. Their eagerness to destroy the cup revealed the truth. Xia Guimo's gaze went icy. Leave it on the table. I'll see who dares touch it. Yinxing carefully set the teacup down. The matriarch, seated on the arhat couch, clutched her prayer beads tightly. After a moment, urgent footsteps sounded outside. This time, Wang Fei entered, followed by a doctor. Seeing Shen Tang's red, rash-covered face, Wang Fei's eyes filled with concern. Let the doctor see what's wrong immediately. The doctor placed his medical kit and took Shen Tang's pulse. She wanted to scratch, but Xia Guimo held her hands. She squirmed in her chair from the unbearable itch. After a long check, Wang Fei asked, "Why these rashes suddenly?" The doctor said, "The princess consort has been poisoned." Poisoned? Voices rose in alarm. The matriarch demanded, "How could the princess consort be poisoned?" Yin Xing suggested, "Doctor, please check whether the tea was poisoned." She handed the teacup to him. The doctor took it, sniffing carefully. The matriarch's voice sharpened, "Doctor, inspect it thoroughly. Don't miss a thing." Her cold tone sent shivers down the doctor's spine. He instinctively glanced at Xia Guimo. Shen Tang hadn't expected the matriarch to openly threaten the doctor. Skilled in medicine, he was no fool. Here in Wutong Courtyard, if the tea had a problem, the matriarch's hand was inevitably involved. He hesitated. Wang Fei noticed and said firmly, "Speak plainly. If you cannot examine it properly, I'll find another physician." The doctor replied, "The princess consort's rashes are indeed linked to this teacup." Xia Guimo asked, "Linked how?" The doctor explained, "Has the princess consort been taking a gestation tonic?" Shen Tang said, "Only some restorative herbs, no gestation tonic." She looked at Yin Xing. Yin Xing shook her head. "I don't know. The medicine was given by the matriarch, instructed for after you and the prince had been together. Taken after their union, it must have been gestation tonic." Shen Tang's face flushed. She'd just married Xia Guimo, had no rush to conceive. The tonic caused the rashes? The doctor nodded. The tonic alone wouldn't cause harm, but the tea contained sterility-inducing poison. Combined over several days, it triggered these rashes. Sterility, poison. Shen Tang's face drained of color. She almost collapsed. Wang Fei was furious too. Had the maid not held her up, she might have fallen. She glared at the matriarch, voice trembling. How could there be sterility poison in the princess consort's tea? The matriarch's fingers tightened on her prayer beads. The room fell deathly silent. Chapter 241. Grievances. Wang Fei's voice was sharp, but the matriarch's was even sharper, her gaze darker than anything Shen Tang had ever seen. The already terrified maid shivered violently, her face drained of color. Her knees gave way, and she collapsed with a thud. I didn't know." The matriarch's cold voice cut through. "You brought the tea to the princess consort, and you didn't know?" Shen Tang recalled from her previous life in Jingyang Prince Mansion that the maid, Shen Tao, came from a well-off family. Her father was a second-rank steward in the outer courtyard. She had a younger brother, and her life was comparatively comfortable among the mansion staff. The matriarch's words were clearly meant to pressure Shen Tao into taking all the blame. But poisoning Shen Tang to cause such rashes was not something that could end with just one maid. Shen Tang said, "I've only been in Jingyang Prince Mansion a few days. I barely noticed this maid before. I have no grudge against her. Why would she give me sterility poison? What does my ability to bear children have to do with a maid?" Anyone using sterility poison was after wealth and status. Xia Guimo, the heir, would pass his title to second young master Xia Guyin if he remained childless. If anything happened to Xia Guyin, the title would remain with the second branch. Shen Tang paused, then added, "Such a rare, tasteless sterility poison isn't cheap. A maid's wages aren't enough to buy it." The matriarch's expression stiffened. Everyone in the room exchanged glances. The maids found Shen Tang's reasoning sound. She had just married into the mansion, visited Wutong Courtyard only for formal greetings, and had never spoken with Chen Tao. There was no reason for Chen Tao to harm the princess consort. With the meager wages of a maid, she couldn't afford anything extravagant, let alone sterility poison. However, the tea had indeed been brewed and served by Chen Tao. Shen Tang's restraint in not blaming her, even speaking on her behalf, prevented Chen Tao from being immediately beaten to confess her mastermind. The matriarch clutched her prayer beads tightly, her eyes sweeping from Chen Tao to Shen Tang. If the princess consort doesn't believe Chen Tao intended to harm her but suspects she was directed by someone, then take her away and beat her. Chen Tao's blood ran cold. Even Shen Tang, who had witnessed much cruelty, felt chills at the matriarch's words. She had thought the people of Jingyang Prince Mansion were cruel, but perhaps not as ruthless as Second Madam. Stripping away the mask of civility revealed a terrifying truth. The matriarch tossed her prayer beads onto the small table. "What are you waiting for? Take her away." Two older women seized Shen Tang, limp and trembling, and dragged her out. Neither Shen Tang nor Xia Guimo intervened. The matriarch was openly forcing Shen Tang to take the blame. She clearly wasn't worried Shen Tang would implicate her. If Shen Tang confessed, her family would suffer. A filial daughter would surely sacrifice herself to protect them. The matriarch had every confidence. In this situation, no one tried to reason with Shen Tang. It also served as a warning to the other maids and household women about the consequences of serving the matriarch. As Shen Tang was dragged out, Shen Tang finally spoke, "Do not beat Shen Tang to death." Tears streamed down Shen Tang's face as she stared at the matriarch one last time before being dragged away. The sound of the rattan sticks cracking echoed through the hall. Yin Xing went outside to watch. No matter how much she asked, Shen Tang clenched her teeth. "I don't know. I really don't know." The blows were harsh and heavy. After about 20 strokes, Shen Tang was bloodied and fainted. Yin Xing shouted, "She's passed out." "Stop." The women wielding the sticks ignored her. They continued until Shen Tang, in agony, barely regained consciousness. She tried to speak to Yin Xing, but could not utter a single word. Her hands lifted, then fell heavily. A living, breathing human being had died before their eyes. Even though Shen Tang had played a part in the poisoning, Yin Xing could not remain indifferent. She silently thanked her lucky stars for having a master like Shen Tang, who never ordered harm to others and would not force her to take the blame. The older woman checked Shen Tang's nose for breath. "Useless. Less than 30 strokes and she's dead." Fuming, Yin Xing stormed back inside. The matriarch picked up her prayer beads and casually asked the older woman, "Did she confess anything?" The older woman shook her head. "Nothing. She only said she didn't know." The matriarch turned to Shen Tang and Xia Guimo. "The tea was sent by the palace. Pursuing it further will not benefit you." A clever ploy. She eliminated the maid and shifted the blame to the palace, keeping herself above suspicion. But they weren't easily fooled. Xia Guimo looked at the doctor, who had tried to leave, check the other teas in the mansion. "I want to see if anyone else was given sterility poison. If everyone had been poisoned, the palace could be implicated. If only Shen Tang's tea contained poison, then it was either the matriarch acting alone or in collusion with the palace. The matriarch couldn't escape responsibility." The doctor, reluctant to get involved in the mansion's internal politics, wanted to leave after confirming the poison. But Qin blocked him, forcing him to witness the household's disgrace. Finally, after inspecting all the teas, the doctor shook his head. "Only the princess consort's tea contains sterility poison, Your Highness." Before the doctor finished, the prince entered. He had already been informed about the poison. He asked Xia Guimo, "Have you discovered who ordered the maid to harm the princess consort?" Xia Guimo replied, "The matriarch claims the tea was sent by the palace. We are still investigating any palace involvement." They checked all the teas served in Wutong Courtyard. Only Shen Tang's tea contained sterility poison. The matriarch looked at the prince. "I've been married to the late prince for over 30 years. I've never harmed you. Now you suspect I poisoned the newly married princess consort? Send me and the second and fourth branches out of the mansion if you like." Her words grew sharper with each sentence, feigning indignation. The maid who brewed the tea was dead. Even if Shen Tang knew, she could not implicate the matriarch. To commit such harm and then act so righteous, threatening others, Shen Tang had seen this only once in her life. She didn't speak, just scratched herself continuously. The prince asked, "Has the doctor prescribed anything?" Xia Guimo said, "Why prescribe? If not for the rashes, we wouldn't even know until later. We must identify the culprit first, otherwise, it could happen again." The prince said, "The princess consort need not go to Wudong Courtyard to pay respects to the matriarch until this matter is resolved." This ordeal had finally served its purpose. Shen Tang no longer had to endure the daily humiliation of formal visits. Chapter 242. Getting beaten. The matriarch was the late emperor's appointed wife, so no one dared to slight her. But with the issue of the sterility poison, the prince used it as an excuse to exempt Shen Tang from the daily morning and evening courtesies, and no one could object. Shen Tang continued scratching at her neck, and Wang Fei, heart aching for her, said to Xia Guimo, "Take Tanger back." With the maid dead and the matriarch still unexposed, staying any longer in Wutong courtyard would only make Shen Tang suffer more. Xia Guimo scooped Shen Tang up effortlessly. Once outside Wudong courtyard, Shen Tang quickly took the antidote. Although her nails were neatly trimmed, repeated scratching had broken the skin in several places. Her snowy white skin was streaked with scratches, shocking to see. Back at Xian, the itching on her neck and arms subsided. Yinxing said, "That maid, Chun Tao, said something as she died. It seemed directed at you, princess consort." Shen Tang was curious. "What did she say?" Yinxing replied, "She said, 'I'm sorry.'" Yinxing was certain. Not only did Chun Tao's lips form those words, but her eyes also conveyed them. The matriarch had ordered the maid to poison Shen Tang. Once discovered, instead of saving her, she threatened the maid with her family's lives, forcing her to comply. Shen Tang, despite wanting to expose the matriarch, had tried to spare the maid's life. This showed more compassion than the matriarch ever could. The maid, fearing for her family, dared not reveal the matriarch's involvement. Feeling guilty, she told Yinxing sorry. Thinking of that maid, Yinxing said, "Princess consort, you developed all those rashes, and only one maid died. Does this mean the sterility poison issue ends here?" "And here?" "Impossible. That was sterility poison. It could have ruined her life. It could have turned her and Xia Guimo from mutual affection to hatred. If they just let it go, they would be far too easy to bully." Shen Tang looked at Xia Guimo. "Can I have my elder brother give you a beating?" Xia Guimo's forehead twitched. "Fine. Have your brother come." Yinxing and Xiutong stood by, dumbfounded. Shen Tang instructed Yinxing, "Go back to the marquis residence and tell my elder brother that someone poisoned me. Have him come to the mansion to back me up." Yinxing wanted to advise against it, but with the prince's consent, what could she say? Such a serious matter required informing both the marquis and the eldest young master. Otherwise, people might think the elder brother and princess consort were estranged. Yinxing returned quickly, and Xiaohuan arrived even faster. Hearing Xiaohuan's arrival, Xia Guimo went out to meet him. Shen Tang followed a few steps behind. As she stepped outside, she saw Xiaohuan grab Xia Guimo by the collar. "When you married my sister, what did you promise? You said you would protect her for life. And now?" Only a few days after she married, someone tried to poison her. Xiaohuan was genuinely furious. Even knowing Shen Tang hadn't actually ingested the sterility poison, he was enraged that the Jing'ang Prince mansion dared such a cruel act while she had to live under the same roof. Xia Guimo tried to explain, but before he could speak, Xiaohuan's fist struck him. Xia Guimo took the punch, blood trickling from his mouth. Xiaohuan wasn't satisfied and continued striking. Shen Tang cried out, "Elder brother, not the face." But Xiaohuan ignored her, hitting only the face. Brotherly understanding prevailed. By the time the bodyguards intervened, Xia Guimo's face had been thoroughly beaten, making even bystanders wince. "Until you find out who tried to harm Tanger, I will not forgive you," Xiaohuan said, turning to Shen Tang. "Are you all right?" Shen Tang shook her head lightly. "It's fine. It was discovered early, so the damage isn't severe. With some rest, it will heal." "Sorry to worry you," Xiaohuan said. "Not just me, father and grandmother are worried too. If I hadn't stopped myself, father would have come too. I'm glad you're all right." Xia Guimo, battered and bleeding, now had to host his brother-in-law for tea. News of Xiaohuan beating Xia Guimo spread like wildfire throughout the mansion, even reaching Wang Fei, who was heartbroken but understood Xiaohuan's anger. Shen Tang had been in the mansion only a few days, and to be targeted with sterility poison so soon, it was reasonable for Xia Guimo to bear some responsibility. Yun Momo asked the maid, "Was the prince seriously hurt?" The maid replied, face bruised and battered. Yun Momo exclaimed, "How could Ning Wang's prince strike so severely?" Wang Fei noticed Yun Momo's expression. Something was off, but the maid left before Wang Fei could question further. Once alone, Wang Fei whispered, causing her brows to knit tightly. Xiao Huan only drank a cup of tea before leaving, not wanting the matriarch or Shen Sui to worry. Shortly after Xiao Huan departed, Wang Fei arrived. Seeing Xia Guimo's bruised face, she asked, "What happened?" Xia Guimo replied, "Mother, what do you want to know?" Wang Fei said, "About the sterility poison. Yun Momo already told me." Since the maid's secrecy failed, Xia Guimo didn't hide it from Wang Fei. A few days ago, Tanger noticed her tea tasted odd. "We discovered sterility poison." Yun Momo pretended to be ill so the doctor could catch it in the act. Shen Tang apologized, "Sorry for not informing you earlier, mother, and causing you worry." Wang Fei, though deeply concerned, calmed down upon learning Shen Tang hadn't actually ingested the poison. "It's fine. Next time, at least inform me immediately." Shen Tang obediently nodded. Wang Fei looked at Xia Guimo's face. Was this deliberate? Xia Guimo touched his swollen face as a maid entered, saying, "Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to the palace." Meanwhile, in Wutong courtyard, the matriarch sat on the Luohan couch, her expression as dark as ink. A maid hurried in. "Madam, the princess consort's elder brother knows about the sterility poison and came to the mansion to beat the prince." The matriarch only frowned slightly. But when another maid reported that the emperor summoned Xia Guimo to the palace, her expression changed dramatically. "The prince has been summoned," she stammered. The maids were taken aback. "When the emperor summons you, there's no way to refuse." Indeed. Xia Guimo not only went, he rode to the palace with a bruised and battered face. His shocking appearance, combined with his status as the Jingyang prince, instantly became the talk of every tea house and tavern in the capital. Only a few days after his wedding, the heir of Jingyang Prince Mansion went from a display of splendor to a beaten, bloodied spectacle. Before Xia Guimo even entered the palace, news of his beating by Xiao Huan spread. Xu Yi was stunned. "Xiao Huan beat him? How's that possible?" "This rumor is outrageous," said Xiao Sen. An insider whispered, "Can you guess why Ningguang's prince beat Jingyang Prince's heir?" "Isn't it obvious?" "It must be about the princess consort," someone said. "Exactly," the insider continued. "The princess consort had just married the Jingyang Prince heir when someone put sterility poison in her tea. Ningguang's prince was furious that Jingyang Prince's heir failed to protect her." Everyone gasped. "Who tried to poison the princess consort?" The insiders shook their head. "They didn't find out. Even after investigation? It's not that it couldn't be found, but some matters in noble families are complicated. Sometimes it's not about inability, but fear of consequences." Hearing this, it was clear there was much more to the story. Pressed further, the insider whispered, "The poison was placed in the tea the princess consort drank when visiting the matriarch in Wutong courtyard." He paused, bending down and lowering his voice. "The maid who served the tea was beaten to death. The prince wanted to investigate further. The matriarch claimed the tea came from the palace. If the Jingyang prince investigated, the matriarch claimed suspicion and simply threatened to expel her and the second and fourth branches from the mansion." "Tell me, how could this be investigated further?" "The Jingyang prince's matriarch wasn't just any stepmother, she was the late emperor's appointed wife. If the prince expelled her, it would disrespect the late emperor. Best to let things lie. Every household has its difficulties. Even the Jingyang prince, with all his troops, has to worry about affairs within his own mansion." Chapter 243. Behind the scenes. The sterility poison was extraordinarily cruel, and with Shen Tang having just married into the family, news of the incident spread like wildfire, placing the Jingyang Prince Mansion's matriarch squarely under scrutiny. No maid could have dared to administer such a deadly poison on her own. It wasn't a matter of failing to confess, once dead, there's no witness, but truly, a lowly maid wouldn't risk such a thing. She barely earned enough to feed herself. How could she buy something to feed someone else? This was clearly linked to the matriarch. Stepmothers were rarely virtuous, especially one who had borne 2 sons and a daughter. Would she calmly allow her rank to be inherited by others? The Jingyang prince, with high status and power, couldn't move against her directly. So she targeted the softest target, the wife of the heir. The matriarch of the heir, appointed by the late emperor himself, had a heart so cruel it was extraordinary. She didn't even wait for the prince to act, she spoke first. These rumors inevitably reached the Jing'ang prince mansion. Fearful of angering the matriarch, no one in Wutong courtyard dared speak out. But silence didn't prevent the matriarch from asking questions. With the prince showing up on the streets with a battered face, could people resist gossiping? The matriarch gripped her Buddhist prayer beads. Speak. How are people talking about this on the streets? The maid stammered, afraid to reply. The matriarch's icy glare swept over her. Didn't you hear me? Do you want to be beaten? Her eyes fixed on a particular maid. You speak. The maid regretted not hiding. If she didn't answer now, she would face the same fate as Chun Tao, who had been beaten to death. Her trembling voice finally said, Outside, they say your ladyship is ruthless, willing to harm others to secure the prince's rank, like with the second branch of the Pingyuan Marquis, to harm the heir's wife. Even though the matriarch expected no praise, hearing it firsthand still made her face collapse. Her tightly clenched prayer beads cracked under her grip. Years of reputation were being destroyed in an instant. Anger overtook her. She smashed a fine porcelain teacup, worth 10 taels of silver, onto the floor. The shards cut the maid's foot, staining her sock with blood. The maid gritted her teeth, too afraid to cry out. The matriarch's anger made her lightheaded, her vision darkening. She had thought that by letting the maid die and blaming the palace for the tea, the matter would end. But Shen Tang's elder brother came to beat the prince, and the emperor summoned the prince to the palace, exposing the family scandal for all to see. The Pingyuan Marquis mansion had expelled the second branch. If Shen Tang and her allies had orchestrated it, she would be next. Protected by the late emperor's marriage decree, the matriarch still feared that if her reputation was ruined, and the old prince returned to petition for a divorce, the emperor and empress dowager might agree. Her head spun with fury. Wu Mama quickly helped her back to the inner chambers to rest. Meanwhile, Xia Guimo, summoned by the emperor, rode to the palace. Normally, his reputation alone sufficed, but today his bruised face made him less recognizable. The palace guards initially didn't recognize him, or couldn't believe the battered man before them was the Jing'ang prince. Stopping him, a guard asked, "Can it really be His Highness the Prince?" Xia Guimo ignored the guard and rode on. The guard speculated, could it have been the Jing'ang king? A father beating a son seemed plausible, but this was extreme. He hadn't committed any crime, and he had just married, some face should have been left for him. The guard assumed the king had beaten him. The emperor, upon seeing Xia Guimo's bruised face, thought the same. Shocked, he frowned. What happened? Did the Jing'ang king strike so severely? Xia Guimo touched the bruises around his eyes. It wasn't my father, your majesty. Not? The emperor's voice rose. Then who struck you? This prince held grudges, and even the emperor needed to tread carefully. Pushing the matter, Xia Guimo replied, it was Ningguang's prince. The emperor furrowed his brow. Ningguang's prince? He is usually mild-tempered. To provoke him enough to strike? Unusual indeed. The emperor asked, why did he hit you? Xia Guimo explained the sterility poison incident, including the matriarch's claim that the tea came from the palace, preventing further investigation. The emperor's face darkened. He instructed eunuch inform the empress. In future, there's no need to give the Jing'ang prince mansion matriarch separate rewards. Xia Guimo then asked, Your Majesty, why did you summon me? He had just married, so being summoned meant something important. The emperor poured tea, asking, have you been close to the second prince lately? Xia Guimo replied honestly, I have been secretly supporting the second prince. The emperor and eunuch froze secretly? For something so conspicuous, Xia Guimo still called it secretly. The emperor said, you are forthright. Xia Guimo said, since your majesty knows, hiding it would betray your trust. The emperor glanced at him. Among my sons, why support the second prince? Xia Guimo explained, you asked me to investigate the Marquis of Chongping. Among the court officials, only the second prince truly wants to see Changping overthrown. Since Yi Guifei and my mother are cousins, I cannot act openly. The second prince can do the work on my behalf. The emperor and eunuch exchanged glances. Supporting the second prince openly was false, using him to get things done was the truth. The emperor raised his hand to his forehead, unsure what to ask next. Xia Guimo said, "Is this why your majesty summoned me?" The emperor waved him off. "Nothing else. You may go." As he bowed, he added, "The second prince now has his own residence. The first prince, being older, still resides in the palace." "When will he receive his own residence?" The emperor and eunuch were speechless. Xia Guimo boldly pressed the issue. The emperor noted, Ningguang's prince was still too gentle. Xia Guimo didn't even look back, hurrying out. Chapter 244. On the contrary. After leaving the imperial study, Xia Guimo rode toward the palace exit. Midway, he ran into the first prince, who held a folding fan and eyed Xia Guimo's battered face. "The palace staff said you were beaten. I didn't believe it. Turns out it's true." Xia Guimo glanced sideways. "I'm beaten, and you're happy about it?" The first prince grinned. "I don't know. I just can't help it. If this weren't the palace, I'd punch you," Xia Guimo thought. "Who gloats over someone else's injuries?" The first prince laughed for a while, then asked, "You just got married, so why did the emperor summon you?" Xia Guimo replied, "The emperor already knows about our secret collaboration." The first prince's smile froze. "Father, how could he know?" Of course, he shouldn't have asked. The emperor's spies were everywhere. Even a public dinner wouldn't escape his notice. "Did he say anything?" the first prince asked. Xia Guimo shrugged. "Nothing, just invited me to drink." With that, he left, leaving the first prince puzzled. Later, after leaving the palace, Xia Guimo encountered the Qi Wang, Prince Qi, on horseback. Qi Wang stopped abruptly. "Almost didn't recognize you. What happened to you?" Xia Guimo remained silent, letting his aide Qin Qi briefly explain the reason for the beating. "Did you just leave the palace?" Qi Wang asked, probing again. Another tried to discover what the emperor had asked of him. Though Xia Guimo held no official post, he was often summoned by the emperor. No one knew why, and Qi Wang had tried many indirect ways to find out, yet Xia Guimo never gave a hint. Now, as the Jingyang prince and son-in-law of the Pingyuan marquis, brother-in-law to the Ningguang's prince, every move of Xia Guimo attracted scrutiny. Xia Guimo patted his horse. "It's nothing urgent. Someone let the emperor know about the first prince inviting me to dinner. He asked if I was supporting him secretly." Qi Wang's expression froze. Absolutely the truth, no one could doubt it. But it was just a meal with the first prince. How could father think this way? Qi Wang argued. "If anyone, it should be suspected I'm the one being supported. Someday I'll invite you." "We haven't had a proper drink together in ages," Xia Guimo said. "After the first prince invites me, then it'll be your turn." Qi Wang's expression stiffened. The first prince's dinner had already caught the emperor's attention. Qi Wang dared not risk further disobedience. Xia Guimo said, "I have to return to administer medicine. Farewell." A nudge of his horse, and he rode off. Watching him leave, Qi Wang's guards whispered, "Does the Jingyang prince mean he's telling the king he's already allied with the first prince?" Qi Wang muttered, "I've never fully understood him." Even if Qi Wang couldn't, he knew Xia Guimo had anticipated that he let the emperor know about the first prince's dinner. Xia Guimo directly confirmed it, not hiding a thing. Previously, Xia Guimo had some restraint. Now, he acted openly. Knowing Xia Guimo's nature, Qi Wang realized the prince's actions were not rash, but calculated and tacitly allowed by the emperor. If Xia Guimo fully decided to support the first prince, Qi Wang's own chance at succession would be further diminished. A cold glint passed through Qi Wang's eyes. His guard advised, "Better go to the Pingyuan marquis residence now. Don't keep the marquis waiting." Qi Wang rode to the Pingyuan marquis study. Inside, a snow-white pigeon landed on the window. An aide captured the bird, took the message tied to its leg, and handed it to the marquis. The marquis opened the letter, frowning. Qi Wang asked, "What is it?" The marquis replied, "Someone is again investigating the case in Qianzhou. Governor Lu's collusion with bandits and the robbery of official ships. Over the past year, anyone sent to Qianzhou either never returned or was bribed. This case should have been closed long ago. But someone refused to let it drop. Once Governor Liu, exiled to the frontier, learned the investigation continued, he instructed others to interfere. Some may already be dead. Reading the letter, the Marquis felt a subtle unease. Who is so relentless in pursuing this matter? Meanwhile, Siagimo rode into the palace and then returned to the residence, still sporting a bruised face. Shen Tang had already prepared the medicine. Seeing it on the table, Shen Tang coaxed him to sit, looking like a doting wife. "I'll tend to your wounds." Siagimo commented, "Your brothers and you really are ruthless." Shen Tang teased, if my husband can't protect, someone I care about, I'd make him pay too." She checked his body. "Any injuries besides the face?" "Your brother only hit my face. Everything else is fine," Siagimo said. The wounds were obvious but superficial. A few days of care would heal them. Shen Tang applied the medicine carefully. "Why did the Emperor summon you?" Knowing Siagimo helped the Emperor in secret, she still wanted to know what urgent matter required him, newly married, to act personally. Siagimo had concealed nothing from the Qiwang before. Shen Tang deserved the same. Her heart skipped a beat. "The Emperor doesn't want you supporting the first prince?" "On the contrary." Shen Tang's eyes widened. "The Emperor wants you to support the first prince?" Siagimo explained, "The Emperor tasked me with investigating the Marquis of Chongping. Clearly, he didn't want me backing Qiwang. I admit, I've been quietly supporting the first prince." The Emperor said nothing, tacitly allowing it. Shen Tang had assumed the Emperor's instructions were to prevent Qiwang from gaining power. She didn't realize the Emperor never intended to name Qiwang as heir. She looked at Siagimo. "The Emperor favors Consort Yi so much. How can you be certain he never considered making Qiwang crown prince?" Siagimo pinched her nose. "Your husband may not understand the Emperor, but he knows his own father. The Emperor favors Consort Yi, who is my mother's cousin. Father doesn't meddle in succession, leaving my mother in a delicate position. It all speaks for itself." Chapter 245. Clingy. This was a perspective Shen Tang hadn't considered, but when Siagimo spoke, it made perfect sense. The prince held significant military power and enjoyed the Emperor's trust, so he would naturally be able to read the Emperor's intentions. If the Emperor had any desire to make Qiwang heir, the prince would be involved, especially given the relationship between the queen and Consort Yi. But in the previous life, the Emperor never showed favor for the first prince. More importantly, if Consort Yi and Qiwang had succeeded back then, the throne would have ended up in their hands. If the Emperor truly favored the first prince, he wouldn't have doted on Consort Yi so much. The previous fiasco at the Empress' birthday banquet, where Qiwang ran into trouble and the Empress' authority crumbled, proved that clearly. The Emperor had been helping Consort Yi suppress the Empress and the first prince. Shen Tang simply couldn't grasp the Emperor's reasoning. Siagimo chuckled softly. "An heir must be tempered. Without capability, taking the throne brings disaster. Within 3 days, the Emperor will formally grant the first prince a residence. Then you'll see my guess was right." Shen Tang raised an eyebrow. "What if he doesn't?" Siagimo drew her close into his embrace. "Don't worry. Your husband doesn't guess wrong." His warm breath brushed her neck, his voice husky. "It's already been 8 days. 8 days? Shen Tang froze before realizing what he meant. Her face turned crimson. It hasn't even been 7 days yet." Siagimo looked mournful. "So long. Tomorrow, it'll be fine," Shen Tang whispered, voice barely audible. Thinking about their previous intimate encounter in her past life, Shen Tang felt both fear and anticipation, a swirl of conflicted emotions. Her cheeks burning, she tried to stop her mind from wandering, but he pressed on. "Tomorrow, I need to visit Princess Jinda's residence to deliver the dowry. I have to go busy myself." Since she was married, Princess Jinda had given her a generous dowry. Shen Rant's dowry needed to match. She had to choose carefully from the storage. But Siagimo didn't release her, clinging to her a while longer. The next morning, Shen Tang awoke as usual, savoring a moment in bed before facing the dilemma of paying respects. Normally, she would first greet the old madam, which exempted her from visiting the princess's residence. The prince had only excused her from the Wutong court, There was no mention of skipping the princess. She'd have to wait until the princess returned to her residence before offering her greetings. Silver Ginkgo and Chiotong entered with copper basins. Silver Ginkgo approached. "Madam, the old madam has fallen ill." "Ill?" That wasn't surprising. The step-old madam had tried to poison her with the infertility potion. Her cruelty was infamous. The old madam cared for her reputation, so this turn of events would surely anger her. Even if upset, Shen Tang had no intention of visiting today. She wasn't a doll to tolerate anyone's mood. Shen Tang got out of bed, finished washing, and Xia Guimo returned. She applied medicine to his injuries, then they sat to breakfast together. After breakfast, Xia Guimo retreated to his study, leaving Shen Tang idle. She began embroidering, estimating when the princess would return so she could pay her respects. At the peony courtyard, the princess had just returned. Seeing Shen Tang, she smiled. "Why are you here?" "I came to pay my respects, mother." Shen Tang bowed. The princess waved it off. "There's no need to come every day." The princess wasn't as formal as the old madam, likely because the old madam, not being the prince's biological mother, valued respect and protocol more. Morning and evening salutations were a way to assert authority over the younger generation of the Jing'ang prince's household. Shen Tang replied politely, "It's proper to pay respects." Had it not been for the step-old madam's constant scheming against her, Shen Tang wouldn't have minded stopping by to hear the latest capital gossip. Shen Tang assisted the princess into the courtyard. The princess asked, "Has Amour's injury improved?" Shen Tang nodded. "Much better." Knowing it was a ruse, the princess wasn't too concerned about Xia Guimo's superficial injuries. His skirmish had placed the old madam under scrutiny and likely caused her sleepless night. A doctor had been called to the residence. If the old madam hadn't fallen ill, the princess wouldn't have planned to visit Wutong Court these past few days. Inside, a maid brought tea. Yun Mama whispered in the princess' ear. She looked at Shen Tang and asked, "You haven't consummated the marriage yet?" Shen Tang shook her head. "Why not?" the princess inquired. Shen Tang regretted visiting, her face flaming. Yesterday, it was the last day. With Xia Guimo's temperament, she thought the step-old madam would have caused a fuss if they had. The princess instructed Yun Mama, "Prepare things at the Qinxiang residence this afternoon." Shen Tang wanted to refuse, but couldn't utter a word. Unable to stay, she stood. "I need to deliver dowry to Princess Jinda's residence. I'll return first." Before the princess could respond, Shen Tang practically ran off. The princess mused that she had worried Xia Guimo would harass Shen Tang before the wedding, but he had been patient for several days after the marriage. Back at Qinxiang residence, Shen Tang had tea while a maid reported the carriage was ready. She then took Silver Ginkgo to leave. Just as she stepped out, a maid in a pale blue dress descended from a carriage. Seeing Shen Tang, the maid hurried, "Madam." It was Green, Shen Ran's maid. Shen Tang smiled. "I was heading to Princess Jinda's residence." "Why are you here?" Green replied, "The county princess heard Madam was poisoned and broke out in a rash. She wanted to visit, but so many young ladies have been delivering dowry these past days. She couldn't manage, so she sent me instead." Shen Tang reassured her, "I'm fine now." Green beamed. "She'll be thrilled to know you're bringing the dowry in person." The Jing'ang prince's residence was only a couple of streets away from Princess Jinda. Many ladies had already arrived with gifts. The servants, seeing the Jing'ang prince's carriage, knew Shen Tang had come. They helped her out courteously. Green led Shen Tang to the garden. At the garden gate, Shen Ran came out to greet her. Seeing Shen Tang, she beamed. The maid said second sister was coming. "I didn't believe it. I didn't expect you'd really come." Shen Tang smiled. "You're marrying soon. Of course I must deliver your dowry." Shen Ran asked, "Second sister, are you all right?" Shen Tang shook her head. "I've taken medicine. I'm fine. Otherwise, I couldn't have come." Chapter 246. Breaking the Rumors. Shen Ran nodded repeatedly. "Second sister, it's good that you're fine. Those rumors yesterday scared me to death." She linked arms with Shen Tang as they entered the garden. "Fourth sister is also here, helping me entertain the young ladies." Princess Jinda and her husband had only one daughter, Shen Ran. Shen Luo had come early to help manage the guests. Apart from cutting ties with the second branch, Shen Ran maintained even better relations with the rest of the Ho residents than before. The garden bloomed with flowers, the young ladies laughing and chasing each other, their voices bright and cheerful. Shen Luo hadn't expected Shen Tang to come either. Big brother came back from the Jingyang prince's residence yesterday and said you were fine. I thought he was just trying to reassure grandmother. Shen Tang replied calmly, just some rashes. The medicine's done its work, nothing serious. Shen Ran frowned with lingering concern. After taking the infertility tea for a few days, are you really okay? Yesterday's incident had spread like wildfire. Today, the young ladies were still whispering about it, as if second sister had been harmed so badly she could never conceive. At the Ho residence, Shen Sui had no children, so the issue of heirs was widely discussed. Shen Ran had grown up knowing how serious it could be to have no offspring. Shen Tang reassured them, the problem was caught in time. The damage isn't severe. Don't worry. Shen Ran exhaled in relief. Without second sister, her life might have been completely ruined. She might never have been reunited with her biological parents. She didn't want Shen Tang to face any harm. The young ladies hadn't expected Shen Tang to appear. Those who had been gossiping earlier blushed deeply, afraid Shen Tang might overhear them. Seeing that Shen Tang was unharmed, they murmured among themselves, the Jingyang prince's daughter-in-law is blessed. No dirty tricks can harm her. Then they wished Shen Tang and Xia Guimo an early blessing of children, an awkwardly flattering comment for someone about to consummate their marriage. Since Shen Tang was fine, she naturally helped Shen Ran entertain the guests. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the air. Princess Jean doted on Shen Ran, giving her the best of everything. Even the fruits and pastries served to guests were from the imperial kitchens, and for the upcoming wedding banquet, she had called in imperial chefs to prepare exquisite treats. The young ladies sipped tea and nibbled delicate pastries in the pavilion, laughter echoing. A small maid in a pale yellow dress hurried over, panting. County Princess, His Majesty decreed during this morning's court that the first prince has been granted the title of Yuwang and given a residence. He may select an auspicious date to establish his mansion. Upon hearing this, the young ladies immediately began speculating. One curious young lady asked, when the emperor initially refused the first prince's request for a separate residence, why did he suddenly agree now? They shook their heads, earrings jingling in unison. The emperor's intentions were unfathomable. Another asked, did the emperor not grant the first prince a marriage along with the title? It was a meaningless question. If a marriage had been granted, the maid would have reported it. Granting a title and a residence usually came together. The emperor had granted the title without a marriage, strange indeed. Shen Tang recalled Xia Guimo's words, if the emperor granted the first prince a title and residence within 3 days, his speculation was correct. It had only been a day, yet the decree was already issued, proving Xia Guimo's prediction right. Shen Tang couldn't hide her excitement. With the emperor favoring the first prince, supporting him became much easier. This time, Consort Yi and Qiwang had no chance of claiming that position. Shen Tang sipped her tea, enjoying the young lady's cautious speculations. Though they spoke carefully, aware of the sensitivity surrounding politics, the atmosphere remained lively. Just then, a maid arrived. County Princess, the Jiang family's 2 daughters have come to deliver your dowry. Shen Ran hurriedly set down her teacup to greet Jiang Ning and Jiang Li. Shen Tang also rose, and as she walked a few steps from the pavilion, the 2 young ladies approached. Seeing Shen Tang, they were in disbelief. Jiang Li, in particular, thought her eyes were deceiving her. Cousin? Shen Tang smiled. It's me. Jiang Li's eyes widened. Aren't you? I wanted to wait until after delivering the dowry to come visit you at the Jingyang prince's residence. Delivering dowry was a joyful occasion. Shen Tang, still recovering, needed to be cautious, so she came first to Princess Jinda's residence before visiting the Jingyang prince's residence. They hadn't expected to see Shen Tang at the princess's residence. Shen Tang said, I'm fine. Since everyone outside is spreading rumors about me, I thought this was a perfect chance to clear them up while helping third sister deliver her dowry. Jiang Ning said, Grandfather and grandmother were furious when they heard about it, and so worried too. Shen Tang replied, "I'll pay my respects to my maternal grandparents in a few days." Both nodded repeatedly. Shen Ran guided Jiang Ning and Jiang Li in entertaining the guests. Not just today, tomorrow, the princess's household would host the wedding banquet and invited them to help again. The two gladly agreed. Shen Tang had originally planned to stay briefly, but with everyone enjoying themselves, she ended up having lunch at Princess Jinda's residence. By the time she returned to the Jingong prince's residence, the sun was nearly setting. Ascending the steps, she entered Chenxiang residence and paused, noticing the red ribbons on the trees and the double happiness characters on the doors. It was as if she had returned to the day of her marriage to Xia Guimo. The courtyard was decorated exactly as on her wedding day. Inside, the room displayed dragon and phoenix candles, not yet lit, and towering stacks of wedding pastries. Everything red filled her vision, coloring her cheeks crimson. Suddenly, someone embraced her from behind. The scent of pine filled her nose, a strange warmth spreading through her body. Xia Guimo's voice, tinged with mock grievance, whispered, "Finally, you remembered to come home." Shen Tang froze. She knew she was late, but the tone was so mournful it sounded as if she intended to abandon her husband. Softly, she said, "I went to Princess Jinda's residence to deliver third sister's dowry. I couldn't possibly neglect it." "Not so certain," he murmured. Shen Tang frowned, turning to Xia Guimo. "The first prince has been granted the title of Yuang and given a residence. Was that because of you?" Xia Guimo replied, "Just a small test to gauge the emperor's intentions." Sure enough, it was his handiwork. Shen Tang hadn't realized he was trusted so much by the emperor, able to influence decisions so easily. Xia Guimo chuckled. The title and residence weren't granted this fast without preparation. The emperor must have drafted the decree long ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened so suddenly. That made sense. Still, the sudden issuance of the decree would have caught Consort Yi and Shi Wang completely off guard. Chapter 247. The First Night. Not only did this catch Consort Yi and Shi Wang completely off guard, it happened without a single hint beforehand. The emperor issued the decree straight from morning court. By the time Consort Yi received the news, everything was settled. Although the first prince's promotion was inevitable, the timing made all the difference. If the emperor had granted him a marriage along with the title, Consort Yi wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But the prince hadn't married yet, and he received a title and residence, treatment even the second prince hadn't enjoyed. How could Consort Yi not feel unsettled? Lately, she and Shi Wang had been dealing with one frustrating incident after another. Previously, Shi Wang had pressured the first prince into silence. Now, the first prince was pressing back, leaving them flustered. Before, the first prince had tried to leverage the second prince's marriage to claim the title in order of seniority, but was suppressed. He had given up on that thought, only to suddenly have it granted after all. Consort Yi desperately wanted to figure out what had occurred these past days to make the emperor change his mind. Until she knew, she could not eat or sleep. By the time Shen Tang returned to the Jingyang prince's residence, it was already late. She sipped some tea to rest, and her maid soon brought in dinner. Shen Tang and Xia Guimo sat down together, but despite eating at the same table these past days, tonight's atmosphere was noticeably different. Shen Tang's chopsticks hovered indecisively. She picked at her rice like counting grains. Xia Guimo noticed and offered, "Is tonight's meal not to your taste?" Shen Tang replied, "Not very hungry." Her appetite was always modest. After all, she had eaten several pieces of pastry at Princess Jinda's residence earlier, and with the way he looked at her, her cheeks stayed warm, making it even harder to eat. Xia Guimo said, "Even if you're not hungry, you should still eat half a bowl. I'll have the kitchen prepare a late-night snack for you." Shen Tang shook her head. "No need. Better to have it ready, just in case," he insisted. She said nothing further. Nevertheless, she obediently ate half a bowl. When Xia Guimo put down his chopsticks, Shen Tang said, "I'll take the maids for a walk in the garden." She could no longer stay in that room a moment longer. Xia Guimo glanced out the window at the sunset. Shen Tang took Yinxing to the garden while Xia Guimo went to the study. She stayed until the last streak of sunset disappeared. Beyond that, Xiao Tong would have to carry lanterns to guide her back, so she returned to Qinxiang residence. After reading a few pages, the maid brought her hot water, and Shen Tang got up to take a bath. The large tub was filled with flower petals. Soaking in the water, all her muscles relaxed, pores opening. Suddenly, the maid called out, "Young master." Shen Tang froze. She was still bathing. How could he just come in? Through the screen, she saw a vague silhouette. Her cheeks immediately flamed. She had expected Xiagimo, but he didn't approach her. He sat on the bed, engrossed in a book. Why not just read in the study? Why come here? Shen Tang's face burned hotter at her own overthinking. The water had cooled, and Yinxing and Xiao Tong hadn't come to replenish it. Knowing they were now married, and today was their first night together, her shyness reminded her of the past, making her laugh at herself. Shen Tang rose from the tub, dressed, and stepped out from behind the screen. Xiagimo was still reading so intently, and Shen Tang's curiosity got the better of her. Approaching, she noticed a familiar-looking box on the bed. She instantly recognized it as the treasure box given to her by the fourth madam. Who had taken it out? Her face burned with embarrassment. She rushed to grab the book, but Xiagimo easily avoided her. "No peeking," she scolded. She tried again, but Xiagimo caught her by the waist. "If it's on the bed, it wasn't meant for me. Or, did you put it there for yourself to see?" Heavens only knew whether it had been Yinxing or Xiao Tong who placed it there. Shen Tang knew she couldn't deny it now. Her thin robe left hints of skin visible, and the glow of the red candles made her look even more enchanting. Unable to deny it, she still attempted to snatch the book, intending to toss it far away. In their scuffle, the box tipped over, spilling porcelain dolls across the bed. Shen Tang's embarrassment surged. She pushed Xiagimo with all her strength. Unprepared, he fell backward, but she ended up collapsing onto his chest as well. Their eyes met. The air became charged with intimacy. Shen Tang tried to get up, but her waist was held down. She leaned closer, only to pull back just in time. Xiagimo chuckled lowly. "Is my wife impatient?" Who was impatient? Clearly, it was him. Shen Tang glared, but he leaned in for a possessive kiss. His dominating kiss took her breath away, leaving her weak and dizzy. Just as she could no longer resist, he flipped them over, changing their positions. The bed canopy fell, robes and garments scattered. Porcelain dolls tumbled across the footstool and onto the floor. Outside, the maids pressed their faces against the door, blushing furiously. A cough. They turned to see Yun Momo arrive with other maids. The maids hastily moved aside as Yun Momo ascended the steps, intending to listen for a moment and then reassure the princess. But one side of her ear caught no sound at all. The maids exchanged glances. Yun Momo whispered, "How long has it been?" "Not even half a teacup's time." Her heart sank. Half a teacup of time? For a young master of his age, that was indeed brief. Yet the imperial physician had confirmed he was fine. Poor young master, knowing a crowd was eavesdropping outside, usually Qinchi would have sent them far away. But with his reputation at stake, he had to endure, trying to perform well, only to discover, first time, there's nothing to perform. Frustrated and fuming, he ground his teeth when he heard stifled laughter. "You dare laugh?" Shen Tang immediately stopped. I'm just used to it." The first time in her previous life had been the same. The second time, it had been lethal. Thinking of that, Shen Tang felt his silent punishment coming. She wished she had laughed less. Slower. Outside, Yun Momo's heart sank completely. She prepared to leave and report to the princess to summon another physician, but the room's sounds resumed. Yun Momo pressed herself against the door, listening for half an hour before finally leaving reassured. Chapter 248. Scolded. The next day, Shen Tang woke up close to noon. She had been woken by hunger, and the moment she moved, it felt as if someone had set off firecrackers under the covers. Her bones creaked and cracked, leaving her startled. She hadn't slept a wink all night. All because she had laughed once the previous evening. The bastard had practically worn her out. Her whole body felt soft and weak, unable to muster any energy. But one particular spot wasn't so sore. Groggily recalling that Xia Gimo had applied some medicine, she wasn't sure what it was, but it had worked well. Shen Tang wanted to eat, but couldn't bring herself to get up. Yinxing and Xiaotong had been waiting outside the door all morning. Hearing some movement, Yinxing hurriedly pushed the door open. Seeing Shen Tang leaning against the large bolster, she said, "Young madam, finally awake." Shen Tang asked, "What time is it?" Yinxing replied, "About 1:15 p.m. Shen Tang realized it was quite late. She had never slept until noon in her life. Luckily, she didn't have to pay respects to the old madam, or she'd have been scolded. She snapped, "Where's that bastard?" Yinxing and Xiaotong fell silent. Indeed, the young madam had been so thoroughly bullied that she even scolded the young master in front of them. Yinxing answered, "Half an hour ago, the first prince sent an invitation for young master to dine with him. Young master has already left the residence." Shen Tang was fuming. That bastard had drained her completely last night, leaving her half alive, yet he could casually leave the house as if nothing had happened. When she realized that Xia Gimo got up at his usual time to practice martial arts, fully energized, she had no words left. Leaning on a small couch to rest, hunger finally won. Shen Tang threw back the covers and stood up, legs so weak she almost collapsed. She silently cursed a string of expletives at the young master in her mind. Meanwhile, Xia Gimo rode to the engagement at the Dayu Tower. Upon arrival, guards at the staircase led him upstairs. Inside the private room, the first prince stood by the window, fanning himself and watching the street below. Hearing the door open, he turned to see Xia Gimo enter. The first prince smiled. "I was wondering why you hadn't accepted my invitation. Turns out I owe you such a huge favor." He folded his fan and bowed. "Thank you." Xia Gimo reached to support him, but a sudden sneeze escaped. The first prince blinked. "Caught a chill?" he asked. "Got scolded," Xia Gimo replied. The first prince froze. Who dared scold him? Considering the bruises on his face weren't fully healed, few would dare hit him, let alone scold him. Xia Gimo said, "My wife." The first prince laughed. Spanking is love, scolding is care. Xia Gimo couldn't help but like that. Soon, the 4 attendants filed in, carrying 9 dishes and a soup, along with 2 jars of fine wine. The first prince poured wine for Xia Gimo. Yesterday's morning court had been an emotional roller coaster for the first prince. A routine council meeting had been interrupted when eunuch and produced a bright yellow imperial edict, demanding he kneel. The first prince had assumed it was a marriage decree and worried it was consort Yi seeking revenge, forcing him to marry a mismatched princess. He had almost defied the edict. But the decree was for his promotion to Yuang and the opening of his residence. His previously low spirits instantly brightened. Although this was good news, the first prince still wanted to know why the emperor suddenly approved what he previously forbade. Not daring to ask directly, he questioned Eunuch In, who at first refused. After some persistence, Eunuch In revealed how the emperor thinks, "I truly don't know. Lately no one helped you request to open your residence. But yesterday, the Jingyang prince's heir mentioned it to the emperor, saying it would be inconvenient for the first prince if he needed to visit you in the palace." The first prince was not foolish. This clearly meant it was thanks to Xia Gimo. Thinking of how Xia Gimo had arranged the banquet before leaving the palace, the first prince immediately arranged a proper dinner to thank him. Yet, before long, Xia Gimo sneezed 7 or 8 times. The first prince's lips twitched. Although spanking is love, scolding is care, the Jingyang prince's wife seemed to be a little extreme in her care. Beaten by the young master, scolded by the princess, Xia Gimo seemed pitiful, yet oddly happy. The first prince looked at Xia Gimo, who complained, "Why are you staring at me?" The first prince coughed lightly. "Honestly, I'm curious what you did to be scolded so badly." Xia Gimo replied, "If you're that curious, I could urge the emperor to arrange a marriage for you." "No, don't." The first prince shuddered at the thought. So many ministers failed to persuade the emperor to open his residence, yet Xia Gimo could do it. What if he convinced the emperor to grant a marriage as well? Though the prince's marriages were political tools, he secretly hoped his own could be a genuine match. Observing how much the emperor favored consort Yi, he wished for a consensual union for his princess. Resisting curiosity, he shifted the conversation back to court affairs. Meanwhile, Shen Tang got out of bed and sat at her dressing table. Looking into the bronze mirror, her skin glowed, delicate and tender, a clear sign of the love she had just received. Her neck bore red marks, and even heavy layers of powder couldn't conceal them. Resigned, she gave up, putting on a whatever happens, happens expression. After washing up, the maid brought breakfast. This black-bone chicken soup was specially prepared by the princess, so young madam should drink more, the maid said. Shen Tang thought, it's just our wedding night. Does it have to be made so public? Still, she obediently ate, recalling how in her previous life, her first night with Xia Guimo almost ended in disaster. This now seemed trivial in comparison. Once she finished, Xiao Tong brought a bowl of dark, thick medicine. Shen Tang froze. What's this? Xiao Tong said, it's a gestation medicine. Shen Tang blinked. She had only pretended to take gestation medicine before, explaining the rash. She hadn't actually needed it, why would she drink it now? Moreover, she had just consummated the marriage. She wasn't in a rush to conceive. Shen Tang whispered, where did this come from? Xiao Tong replied, this morning, Yun Momo came by and specially instructed us, along with Yinxing, not to forget giving young madam the gestation medicine. I said there was none, but after Yun Momo left, the princess sent over a few doses. Chapter 249. Not allowed. Shen Tang's head sank as she waved her hand. Take it away and throw it out. Xiao Tong didn't move. It's already brewed. Young madam, you should drink it. Shen Tang glared at her. She dreaded taking medicine above all else. The pain from her injuries was unavoidable, but if she didn't take medicine, she'd have to endure it directly, and she wasn't unable to conceive, so there was no need for gestation medicine. She understood the princess consort's eagerness for grandchildren. In her previous life, the princess consort had been overjoyed when she found out Shen Tang was pregnant. Shen Tang herself had hoped her previous child could return. But pregnancy was such a hindrance. Once she was pregnant, she couldn't leave the house. Although the big matters were handled by Xia Guimo and her brother, she wanted to contribute her part. This medicine? Shen Tang absolutely would not take it. Seeing her determination, Xiao Tong dared not argue and left, carrying the tray, glancing back every few steps. Reaching the beaded curtain, she saw Xia Guimo enter and called back, young madam really won't take it? No, I won't. Take it away. Xia Guimo walked through the curtain. What is this? Xiao Tong hesitated, then told him truthfully, it's gestation medicine sent by the princess consort for young madam. Xia Guimo picked up the bowl and waved his hand. Xiao Tong hurriedly carried away the empty tray. Placing the medicine on the table, Xia Guimo said, gestation medicine sent by mother consort shouldn't be harmful. He assumed Shen Tang refused it because she feared tampering. She had only just married and had been warned against possible contraceptive or abortive poisons. Shen Tang looked at him. I don't want to have a child yet. Xia Guimo's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Why not? He had always wondered what their child would look like, especially after learning from her that they had lost a child in the past. He wanted a child, but hadn't expected her reluctance. Shen Tang gazed at him. I want to wait until all our enemies are dealt with. I'm scared. Her fear wasn't just words, it showed in her eyes. Xia Guimo's heart ached. He didn't have memories of the past life, but Shen Tang did. Given how poorly he had treated her previously and how their child had been lost, her fear of repeating history was understandable. He stroked her face. If you don't want to take it, you don't have to. Shen Tang nodded. Then I'll have the maid switch it to contraceptive medicine. Xia Guimo froze. He had only agreed to her refusing gestation medicine, not that she would take contraceptives. This is pushing it too far. If he didn't know she had willingly married him, he'd suspect she had no intention of having his child at all. He groaned. Medicine is potent. I can't allow you to discard gestation medicine. That's hard to explain to mother consort, let alone taking contraceptives. Shen Tang argued, if I don't take contraceptives, how can we prevent pregnancy? We'll never be apart again after this. In her past life, she got pregnant easily with just one night. Now, not planning for a child, she firmly refused medicine. Without contraceptives, she'd inevitably get pregnant, and she knew it. But for the young master, this was unbearable. His recent awakening to intimacy had him greedy for more. Her plan to avoid pregnancy by abstaining was laughable to him. Shen Tang frowned, regretting speaking aloud. She couldn't secretly drink it either. As the mansion was full of guards, she couldn't hide it from him. Xia Guimo said, there must be a compromise. I'll ask the imperial physician. Shen Tang's ears went red. Ask the physician? How could you even ask about this? Shameless. Not allowed. The voice brooked no argument, rarely domineering. Yet his gaze lacked the necessary threat. Instead, he chuckled, nibbling her earlobe. Still sore. Her eyes started around. After last night, beyond the first time, every encounter had been fiercer than the last. When she had complained of hunger, he had sent food, and then insisted on moving around to prevent indigestion. She had begged repeatedly for mercy. Now he dared ask if it hurt? Shen Tang turned her face away. Xia Guimo said, if medicine will help, I'll ask the physician for more. Shen Tang froze, voice trembling. You asked the physician? Early this morning, I went myself. His voice, soft and mellow, carried a faint scent of wine. Shen Tang felt her blood rush to her face, nearly exploding on the spot. Oh. She was frantic. How could you go ask the physician? Xia Guimo replied calmly, I wouldn't dare give you any medicine unless the physician approved. There were plenty of healing medicines in the mansion, but the injuries were delicate. He couldn't risk it. Only he could handle it himself, not the guards. Shen Tang wanted to strangle him. He asked the physician for medicine for the wounds caused by intimacy. Wouldn't the physician know she had been hurt? How could he do such a thing? Good looks, thick-skinned, really. She angrily pushed him toward the door. Go read in the study. I want to sleep a bit more. Perfect, I'll sleep too. He had only slept half an hour in the morning. Accustomed to his routine, he woke after exercise but couldn't sleep again. Shen Tang saw he had no intention of sleeping, yet he lay on the bed first. She tried to pull him up, but her strength was no match. Effortlessly, he pulled her down onto him. His arms wrapped around her. Before she could react, they were inside the inner chamber. The movements were smooth, flowing like water. Shen Tang struggled, but Xia Guimo held her close. Let's sleep like this. She was indeed exhausted. Considering he hadn't slept all night, he deserved rest. Being sensible, she didn't insist he go to the study. The scent of wine and pine wafted to her nose. Her eyes soon closed. Shen Tang fell asleep quickly, while Xia Guimo, unused to afternoon naps, held her in his arms, thinking for a while, then succumbed to sleep as well. Outside, Xiao Tong carried the tray and waited by the door. Not hearing any movement, she didn't dare enter. She wondered if the young master had persuaded the young madam to take the gestation medicine. After all, they were close, and the princess consort was eager for a grandson. It would be good if the young madam could have a little prince soon. With nothing else to do, Xiao Tong sat in the corridor, idly picking up a colored cord and braiding knots. Chapter 250. Soft-shelled turtle. Shen Tang slept until the sun had set. When she woke, she found herself alone in bed. Xia Guimo had gotten up some time earlier. After another short nap, she finally felt less exhausted. She washed up, and the kitchen staff brought in the dinner. Xia Guimo returned to share the meal with her. At noon, Shen Tang had drunk the black-bone chicken soup specially prepared by the princess consort. Now, for dinner, there was a more nourishing dish, soft-shelled turtle soup. Shen Tang's eyes twitched at the sight. Xia Guimo thought it was meant for her and served her a bowl. Shen Tang bit her chopsticks and said, "This is for you, not me." "I don't need it," he replied. Shen Tang looked at him. "The kitchen made black-bone chicken soup for me at noon. You can ask the maid." Looking to the maid, she confirmed, the princess consort instructed that every half-month, the young master should have a soft-shelled turtle soup to nourish him. Xia Guimo's face darkened immediately. Soon, his mother would drive him mad with worry. First, she suspected he was ill and called a physician. Then she had spies during their first night together, and now she was making soft-shelled turtle soup. Did she really think he was that fragile? Shen Tang took the bowl he'd served her and placed it in front of him. Drink slowly. Xia Guimo glanced at her. Don't regret this. His eyes carried a certain implication, making Shen Tang hurriedly take the bowl back. She wouldn't dare drink it. After surviving half the night, she wasn't ready for more nourishment. She drank her own bowl of turtle soup, then served herself a second, leaving the rest for the maid to take away. After dinner, Xia Guimo put down his chopsticks and pulled Shen Tang to her feet. Where are you taking me? She asked. To the garden for a walk, he said. You slept all afternoon. This will help you sleep tonight. Indeed, she had hardly woken all day, except for that brief lunch break, so she might have trouble sleeping at night. They strolled in the garden until dusk. The maids in the yard couldn't help giggling at the sight, but thankfully, the couple was unaware. Otherwise, Shen Tang would have scolded Xia Guimo mercilessly. Returning home didn't help much. Shen Tang stayed up reading at her usual bedtime, wide awake. Meanwhile, Inqing and Qiu Tong, who had kept watch after Madame Yun left last night, were utterly exhausted, yawning nonstop from lack of rest. After a hot bath, Shen Tang sent them off to rest. Lying in bed, staring at the silk curtains, she was lost in thought. Xia Guimo returned a bit later than usual. Hearing his footsteps, Shen Tang quickly turned over, facing the bed, pretending to sleep. He undressed and lay down beside her, flat on his back. After a while, he said, "Are you trying to suffocate yourself?" No reply. He rolled over, holding her from behind. Shen Tang couldn't maintain her act. My injuries aren't healed yet. This woman, what did she take him for? Tonight, I won't touch you, he reassured her. Relief washed over her. If only he'd said that earlier. Still, the position was insecure. Shen Tang tried to shift for comfort. Though she had already gotten used to sleeping while held, she couldn't adjust successfully. Sleep like this, he said. After a long while, thinking he had fallen asleep, Shen Tang tried to move, but suddenly, something pressed against her. She froze, pretending to sleep. Xia Guimo's breathing grew heavier. What's wrong? Can't sleep, she murmured. His warm breath brushed her neck. Want to move around? I'm asleep, she exclaimed quickly. He frowned, just teasing. I won't break my word. She turned to him and snuggled closer, trying to find a comfortable position. No sooner had she settled than he pinned her down and covered her mouth. Shen Tang was dazed. When he shifted his position, she shouted in frustration, "Villain." How am I a villain? He asked. You promised tonight, no bullying. I did, but you made the first move, of course I respond. Shen Tang. That scoundrel. Who made the first move? Realizing she hesitated while turning to embrace him, she knew he had misunderstood. She tried to deny it, but Xia Guimo wouldn't let her speak, covering her mouth again, drawing her close. He intended to stop soon, but Shen Tang instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. He bit her ear and asked, "Is this okay?" The nerve. He had set her ablaze and then asked permission. Blushing, she whispered, "Take it easy." Only once, he murmured. Springtime seemed endless. Even the moon outside hid behind clouds in embarrassment. The next morning, Shen Tang woke late, not yet lunchtime, but the sun was high. She skipped paying respects to the princess consort and, after breakfast, took Inqing out. Passing the garden, they saw fourth madam hurrying toward the Wutong courtyard, moving as if something urgent had happened. Shen Tang only glanced, remembering that in her previous life, the second and fourth branches had rarely faced trouble. Both had smooth careers. When Shen Tang had been forced to die by Shen Xia, the elder masters had already attained high ranks. The princess consort's poison hadn't affected Xia Guin. She didn't know if the second branch had ever tried to seize the title from him after he inherited the Jingyang Wang mansion. She shook her head decisively. This life, no one would scheme against Xia Guimo. The title would not pass to Xia Guin, and certainly not the second branch. Entering the peony courtyard, Shen Tang immediately understood why fourth madam had rushed out. A maid reported to the princess consort, "Last night, Minister of War Fan suddenly fell ill and passed away. The Minister of War held a fourth-rank official position. In her previous life, after Minister Fan died, the Fourth Lord was promoted to that position. Clearly, Fourth Madam had rushed off to discuss the matter with the matriarch. Madam Yoon asked, Minister Fan was healthy. How did he suddenly die? The maid shook her head unaware. Shen Tang knew Minister Fan had a weak stomach. One night he took too many cold foods, vomited blood on a concubine's belly, and died at home. The Fan family covered it up, but the Fourth Lord had unearthed the truth. Shen Tang approached, and the princess consort's face lit up. Tanger, you're here. Shen Tang's ears reddened. Coming to pay respects. I'm late. Her voice was so soft the princess consort could barely hear. Knowing Shen Tang had slept all day yesterday, the princess consort smiled. It doesn't matter. I don't fuss over such things. Chapter 251. Valuing Loyalty. Shen Tang knew the princess consort had a gentle temperament. In her previous life, even when her relationship with Xia Guimo had been strained, the princess consort had never made things difficult over minor matters. Now, her conscience pricked her. She had only been in the mansion a few days, and while it was understandable that she hadn't yet paid respects to the matriarch, skipping a visit to the princess consort could give rise to gossip about her disrespecting the elders of the Xia household. The princess consort waved at Shen Tang, and Shen Tang sat beside her. Just as the princess consort opened her mouth, a maid in a pale blue gown entered and bowed. Princess consort, the matriarch requests your presence. The princess consort frowned. She had only just returned from paying respects. Why would the matriarch call her again so soon? Before the princess consort could respond, Shen Tang whispered, it should be fourth uncle wanting the Minister of War position, asking mother consort for help. In her previous life, the fourth branch had approached the princess consort for the same purpose, to sway the prince, even dragging the princess consort into court politics to curry favor with noble consort Yi, all to help the fourth branch. The same scheme was being attempted this time. The poison incident had only happened a few days ago, and they were already trying to pressure the princess consort again. The princess consort hadn't expected the matriarch's summons to concern this, but considering the situation, it seemed plausible. The Fourth Lord had languished at a fifth-rank position for years, compared to the powerful and accomplished First Lord, and the competent Second Lord. The Fourth Lord was mediocre at best. Though the Xia family held considerable influence, real power rested with the prince, not the second or fourth branch. The matriarch would not miss an opportunity to elevate her favored son. The princess consort, still angry over the poison incident and aware of the risk of drawing trouble from Xia Guimo, replied, Tell the matriarch I'm busy with urgent matters. I'll visit when I have time. Whenever that might be, she thought, it could be that afternoon or tomorrow. Wutong Courtyard. The matriarch sat on the Luohan couch, a cup of tea in hand. Rising steam obscured her face, revealing nothing of her thoughts. Fourth Madam shifted impatiently. Previous vacancies hadn't gone her way, but they weren't critical. The Minister of War position, however, seemed tailor-made for the Fourth Lord, if only Minister Fan hadn't died so suddenly. The princess consort had been visibly displeased over the poison incident. Her anger hadn't yet subsided. The Fourth Lord couldn't rely on the prince. Soon, a maid entered. Madam, the princess consort says she is busy and cannot see you at the moment. The matriarch's brows tightened. When will she come? The maid shook her head. She said she'll come when she has time. Normally, a single messenger sufficed. Today, the Fourth Madam's patience was thin. Many were vying for the position. If someone else seized it first, they would have to wait for the next opportunity. Meanwhile, Shen Tang had finished speaking with the princess consort and was about to return to Xinxiang Pavilion. Just as she rose, a maid announced, Princess consort, Fourth Madam has arrived. Shen Tang stepped back and sat again. The maids and attendants were astonished, and the princess consort couldn't help but smile. Shen Tang's earlier suspicion, that the matriarch had summoned her regarding the Fourth Lord's ambitions, was now confirmed with Fourth Madam's arrival. Fourth Madam entered, and the princess consort feigned ignorance. Fourth sister-in-law, what brings you here? Fourth madam said, "The eldest sister-in-law is busy and cannot go to the matriarch. I have urgent matters and hope you can assist." The princess consort lifted her teacup. "What do you need me to help with?" Fourth madam smiled. Minister of War Fan passed away suddenly. My husband desires that position and hopes the prince will assist. The princess consort replied coolly, "If he seeks the prince's help, he should go directly to the prince. Why involve me?" Caught off guard, fourth madam quickly added, "Previously, the prince didn't help. This chance is rare. If the eldest sister-in-law could speak a good word, the prince would surely agree." The princess consort smiled faintly. "The poison incident hasn't been fully investigated. Even the prince has asked twice. I have my hands full with my own responsibilities. Matters beyond my scope, I dare not interfere. Let the fourth lord speak directly with the prince." If speaking directly worked, there'd be no need to involve her. The prince's position required extreme caution. A mediocre fourth lord in power would be of no benefit. Even meritocracy had its limits. No matter how fourth madam pleaded, the princess consort remained unmoved, passing the responsibility to the prince. Fourth madam, frustrated, tried again, this time signaling Shen Tang. Shen Tang, however, ignored the gestures. Inching rolled her eyes internally. Fourth madam had been clever in plotting against the young mistress before, but now wanted her help. Shen Tang wouldn't oblige. Shen Tang not only refused to assist, but pretended ignorance. Fourth aunt, what's wrong with your eyes? Fourth madam felt a surge of anger. Her signals had gone unnoticed. How could someone of the Pingyuan Ho's daughter's status not understand an eye gesture? Shen Tang wasn't incapable of reading it, she simply refused to. She wasn't going to help fourth madam with her scheming. Fourth madam tried one last appeal. If the princess consort won't help, perhaps the young mistress could ask the young master to speak to the prince. Shen Tang smiled faintly. Fourth aunt, don't joke. You've forgotten I have my own fourth uncle. If I were to ask my husband to help, it would be for my own fourth uncle. If I helped the fourth lord and the matriarch found out, she'd surely scold me for overreaching. Fourth madam's face stiffened. The Minister of War is fourth rank. Fourth lord is only fifth rank. How dare he hope for that position? Advancing even one rank was difficult. Jumping two was near impossible. She could have said no directly, but instead she tried to manipulate Shen Tang. Shen Tang's voice was calm yet firm. If I were to weigh my husband and my in-laws more heavily than my own family, as the Xia household demands, fourth aunt, why not let me sever ties with the Pingyuan Ho altogether? Chapter 252. Closeness and Distance. Fourth madam had not expected Shen Tang to respond so bluntly and was momentarily stunned. Once she realized, her expression darkened further. She turned to the princess consort. I'm still an elder. Does the eldest sister-in-law let the young mistress speak to me this way? The princess consort replied calmly, there is a difference between kinship and outsiders. The young mistress is only married to Xia Gimo. The Xia household didn't raise her. For fourth sister-in-law to demand that she always prioritize the Xia family is excessive. It's no wonder she spoke so firmly. Eldest sister-in-law. Fourth madam had not anticipated that the princess consort would defend Shen Tang. She protested, I've been sisters-in-law with the eldest sister-in-law for over a decade. I've never asked her for anything. Shua will soon come of age. This would benefit her marriage prospects. A small favor like this, and she refuses. For once, a trace of impatience broke through the princess consort's usual gentle expression. The prince doesn't like me meddling in such matters. Fourth sister-in-law, don't put me in a difficult position. Seeing the princess consort resolute, fourth madam shifted her stance. If the eldest sister-in-law won't speak to the prince, then perhaps ask noble consort Yi. You and she are cousins. If you say a word, she will surely help. The princess consort's expression grew colder. Some words were inconvenient for her to say herself, but Shen Tang could relay them. Fourth aunt, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for mother consort? Noble consort Yi schemed for the second prince's succession. Even father didn't intervene, and mother consort didn't dare visit the palace. Yet you ask her to arrange a position for the fourth lord, something he could achieve himself by speaking to father. Why make mother consort uncomfortable? Shen Tang's clear voice echoed in the room. Fourth Madam's neatly manicured fingers dug into her palm. She wasn't ignored. No one assumed she was mute. The princess consort looked at Shen Tang with some emotion in her eyes. It's impressive that you've only just married in, yet you can so thoughtfully consider the difficulties I face. The words praised Shen Tang while subtly rebuking Fourth Madam. Though Shen Tang had only been married a few days, Fourth Madam had been sisters-in-law with the princess consort for over a decade. Shen Tang knew the princess consort's predicament. Fourth Madam's complaint was purely selfish. The princess consort, unwilling to deal further with Fourth Madam, thought of the poison incident. She had maintained harmony with the matriarch and other branches for years, yet the poison had been an irreparable offense. Helping the Fourth Lord now would only hinder Shen Tang and Xia Guimo. She could never compromise her grandson's interests for the sake of the fourth branch. I still have matters to attend to. I won't keep you, fourth sister-in-law, the princess consort said. Visits to the princess consort from Fourth Madam were rare. The head steward was always fair. Normally, matters of the second and fourth branches were relayed by the matriarch. Today, Fourth Madam came in person and was sent away. She could vent her frustration only in silence. Wutong Courtyard. The matriarch sat on the Luohan couch, fingers slowly moving her prayer beads. Second Madam, seated nearby, noticed Fourth Madam's flushed face and asked, "Didn't you go to see the princess consort? Why the long face? She wouldn't help." Fourth Madam plopped down. The princess consort refused to speak to the prince. She wouldn't go to noble consort Yi either. What's worse, the young mistress insisted on speaking for her own fourth uncle, Shenxi Lao Yi, competing with our fourth lord for the Minister of War position. The poison incident had passed only a few months. Persuading the princess consort might have been possible before. But now, just days later, any attempt was naturally refused. After all, the poison had threatened her own grandson. Second Madam chuckled. Shenxi Lao Yi wants the Minister of War position too? That's overreaching. If father won't help the fourth lord, he certainly won't help Shenxi Lao Yi either. Fourth Madam understood that Shen Tang had merely used her fourth uncle as an excuse to refuse, not a real ambition. Advancement from fifth rank was already difficult. Jumping 2 ranks was nearly impossible. Because Shen Tang's excuse was polite, Fourth Madam's anger intensified. She looked to the matriarch. Such a rare opportunity, what a waste. Back at the princess consort's residence, after Fourth Madam left, the princess consort asked Shen Tang, "Did you really want to help Shenxi Lao Yi get that position?" Shen Tang shook her head. "My fourth uncle is only 5th rank. Rising is nearly impossible. I only used him as an excuse to decline Fourth Aunt's request." The princess consort understood that Shen Tang spoke merely to refuse, though if Shen Tang had seriously wanted it, the princess consort could have mentioned it to the prince. After a while, Shen Tang took her leave. Outside the peony courtyard, Inqing asked, "Fourth Lord and Fourth Madam usually care for the young mistress. Why didn't she ask the princess consort for help? Do you think advancing 2 ranks is easy?" Shen Tang tapped Inqing on the head. "The fourth lord is trusted by father. He will steadily rise in time. There's no need to rush. I just married in, I shouldn't push for this so soon. Even advancing 1 rank is hard, let alone 2. Fourth Madam tried to indirectly involve the princess consort, but the prince would not lightly recommend anyone. Shen Tang had no need to burden the princess consort. She valued the kindness shown by the first branch. Once Xia Guimo secured the position for the eldest prince, there'd be no need to petition the prince. He alone sufficed. Inqing, rubbing her sore head, realized the difficulty of advancement. She admired the fourth lord and Fourth Madam's integrity and truly wished them well. Shen Tang didn't dwell on it, and neither did Inqing. They strolled in the garden before returning home. Just as they reached the entrance of Xinxiang Pavilion, a maid came out. "The young mistress has finally returned." Shen Tang asked, "What happened?" The maid giggled behind her hand. "You were at the princess consort so long," the young master asked twice. "He sent me to fetch you." Blushing, Shen Tang assumed Xia Guimo had urgent matters and went to the study. Seeing her, Xia Guimo asked, "Why take so long paying respects to mother consort?" Shen Tang explained, Minister of War died. Fourth Lord hoped for promotion. Fourth Madam came to request Mother Consort's help, so I stayed a while. Xia Guimo frowned. Father won't help. Last life he did. Xia Guimo interrupted, this time, if he tries to intervene, I'll spoil it for him. Shen Tang trusted Xia Guimo to handle that. She asked, why did you call me? To grind ink for me. Chapter 253. Writing Together. Shen Tang had thought Xia Guimo wanted to speak about something urgent, but it turned out he only needed ink prepared. She didn't mind, there was no pressing matter in Xinxiang Pavilion. With Mother Zhou managing the household and the maids obedient, she had nothing to worry about. So she set about preparing the ink for him. Time passed quickly. Between paying respects to the princess consort and strolling through the garden, Shen Tang spent a long while in the study, grinding the ink to a thick consistency. Yet, Xia Guimo hadn't written a single character before the maids came to summon them for lunch. Fortunately, Xia Guimo's inkstone remained perfect, never drying out in summer nor freezing in winter. After lunch, they could resume their work. Shen Tang spent the entire afternoon in the study. By the time she left, her waist ached slightly from sitting so long. Yes, the romantic interludes of the day had left their marks, her morning and afternoon had been a blur of intimacy. Shen Tang had refused any daytime indulgence, but persuasion won out. With the outgoings for the Jean de Princess wedding tomorrow, she needed to rest early. Despite her resolve, she ended up completely spent, but at least Xia Guimo kept his promise. After some affection that evening, he didn't trouble her further, allowing a full night's sleep. By morning, she felt unusually refreshed. At the Jean de Princess residence, Shen Tang and Xia Guimo were asked to help receive guests, and the princess consort was invited as well. After breakfast, Shen Tang accompanied the princess consort to the carriage, while Xia Guimo rode on horseback. The ride from Jingyang Prince's residence to the princess home was short. With few people on the road, it took only 15 minutes. Upon arrival, Shen Tang stepped down first, supporting the princess consort. The housemaids greeted them warmly. The Jingyang princess and the young mistress have arrived. Please enter. Inside, the Jean de Princess herself approached, smiling brightly. I'm so glad you came to help receive guests, otherwise, my husband and I would barely manage. The princess consort returned the greeting with a smile. Congratulations, princess. The Jean de Princess had never imagined she would marry off a daughter in her lifetime. Yet she was not sad, thanks to the understanding of General Huaihua and his wife. Shen Ran would spend 6 months at her husband's home accompanied by Su Dasha. In just 2 days, her daughter would return with her husband, keeping the household lively and cheerful. Grateful to Shen Tang and Xia Guimo, the Jean de Princess had sent a personal invitation to the prince and princess consort, asking them to assist with receiving guests at the wedding. The princess consort and the Jean de Princess entered the inner courtyard, chatting along the way. Shen Tang followed behind. Suddenly, she heard the sound of hooves. Yinxing turned, delighted. Young mistress. It's the eldest young master and Prince Duan's son. Shen Tang looked back to see Xiao Huan and Xiao Sun dismounting from their horses, accompanied by Chu Yi, heir of the Marquis of Shuani, and Lu Li, eldest son of the Minister of War. Shen Tang had worried Xia Guimo would be bored at the front hall, but now the party had arrived. In just a few days, her eldest brother would marry the Princess Rugia. With her second brother absent and no news of whether the exiled third master of the Lu family was truly her second brother, Shen Tang longed for confirmation rather than lingering in uncertainty. She didn't turn back. As she retracted her gaze, the princess consort and Jean de Princess had already walked ahead. Shen Tang quickened her pace, but soon separated from them, led by a maid to Shen Ran. Shen Ran, in her bridal chamber, blushed at something the maid had said. Shen Tang smiled. Why so red, third sister? Shen Ran covered her face. Second sister, are you mocking me? Shen Tang shook her head. Not mocking, envious. You marry and still remain with the Jean de Princess and her husband. How lucky. Shen Ran replied, shyly. It's the Jingyang prince who keeps second sister in his heart. That's what makes me envious. Today was Shen Ran's wedding reception. She couldn't appear publicly, so Shen Tang kept her company. Soon, Jiang Ning, Jiang Li, and Shen Luo joined them, and the room filled with laughter. Only Shen Tang stayed in the bridal chamber. The others helped entertain the young ladies in the garden. Shen Ran, curious, asked, "Second sister, how did you feel when you married?" Shen Tang hesitated. Across 3 weddings and 2 processions, her emotions had differed each time. The first, nervousness and reluctance to leave the Ho residence. The second, a mix of nostalgia and anticipation, nervousness minor. She smiled. "Tomorrow, when you cry at your wedding, I bet you won't manage to shed a tear." Shen Ran stomped in embarrassment. She had asked seriously, and second sister teased her instead. Yet Shen Ran worried, what if she couldn't cry at all? Inxing covered her mouth to giggle. "Prepare some chili water, guaranteed tears." Shen Tang nodded. "Seems that's the only way." Shen Ran chased Shen Tang in mock anger. After some fun, a maid announced, "Dinner is ready. Young mistress of the prince's residence, please attend." Shen Ran looked reluctant. Shen Tang teased, "Tomorrow, I'll wait for you at General Huihua's residence." Shen Ran's embarrassment nearly pushed Shen Tang out of the room. Smiling, Shen Tang followed the maid to the banquet, arriving almost last. The wedding was in full swing, high officials, family, and friends mingling, clinking glasses, all in festive cheer. The reception lasted over an hour. After helping see guests out, Shen Tang and Xia Guimo took leave of the Jean de princess and her husband. Shen Tang looked around. "Where's mother consort?" Xia Guimo replied, "She and father have already returned." Shen Tang asked, "We came together in the carriage. How do I get back?" Xia Guimo chuckled, "Would I ever leave you behind at the Jean de princess residence?" Outside, the groom's attendants had already brought the horse. Xia Guimo helped Shen Tang mount, then mounted himself, and the two rode together. Shen Tang, living through 2 lifetimes, experienced riding a horse for the first time. The wind rushed past her ears, exhilarating and freeing. Chapter 254. Grateful Returns. The Jean de Princess residence was so close to Jingyang Prince's mansion that Shen Tang barely had time to enjoy the ride before they arrived. From a distance, she saw a soft sedan chair at the mansion gate, and second madam stepping out. When Shen Tang and Xia Guimo entered the inner courtyard, fourth madam hurried over. For some reason, she now wore a radiant smile, though it dimmed slightly upon seeing Shen Tang and Xia Guimo. "Once this is settled, I must thank second sister properly," she said. Her tone suggested that the position of Minister of War, Bingbo Longjun, for fourth uncle was almost guaranteed. Shen Tang glanced at the 2 ladies, second and fourth madam, as they walked toward Wutong Courtyard. She instructed Inxing, "Find out where second madam went." Inxing nodded and hurried off. Shen Tang and Xia Guimo returned to Xinxiang Pavilion. Xia Guimo went to the study, and Shen Tang had a cup of tea before Inxing returned with news. "Second madam went to the palace today, but I don't know whom she went to see." If second madam went to the palace, it was undoubtedly to petition Yi Guifei on fourth uncle's behalf. Shen Tang smirked inwardly. She hadn't wanted the princess consort to be troubled, but she hadn't anticipated second madam going straight to Yi Guifei, bypassing her. After the scandal of Wudong Courtyard and the poisoned incident, the capital buzzed. Xia Guimo had faced the emperor with a bruised face. There was no way Yi Guifei hadn't heard. Yi Guifei, being the princess consort's cousin, could now help fourth uncle secure the position of Minister of War. This would make the princess consort appear unnecessary in the matter, which suited Shen Tang just fine. Later, she could tease the princess consort. Yi Guifei wouldn't be able to deny it, and even someone as dominant as Yi Guifei would notice. The next day was Shen Ran's wedding. The sky was clear, with not a cloud in sight. Shen Tang and Xia Guimo didn't need to arrive early. By the time they did, most guests had already arrived. The groom's procession was returning. Shen Tang lingered in the outer courtyard for a while, listening to the boisterous firecrackers and Suona horns. All the customary wedding rituals proceeded smoothly. Shooting the flower sedan chair, helping the bride down, crossing the fire pan, stepping over the saddle, bowing to heaven and earth, entering the bridal chamber. General Huihua and his wife were beaming. They had worried over their son's marriage, but now a perfect bride had arrived, beautiful, talented, and well-born. Pride and envy filled them. No parent could ask for more. The Huaihua family's fruit wine was exquisite. Everyone praised it. Even Shen Tang, who rarely drank, ended up half a pot deep. At first, she felt nothing, but the wine soon hit her. When the feast ended, Shen Tang staggered slightly, cheeks flushed. Xia Guimo noticed immediately. "Have you been drinking?" Shen Tang giggled. "The fruit wine is too good." Xia Guimo shook his head, smiling, and helped her onto the carriage. They had come together by carriage, so naturally returned together. Shen Tang's drunken state made him uneasy to leave her to the maids. Xia Guimo had never seen her drunk. Shen Tang had never been drunk before and didn't realize what it would do to her. As he helped her settle, she pouted, "Why didn't you let me sit in your lap today?" Before he could respond, she perched herself in his lap anyway, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing close. Xia Guimo's patience wore thin. Blood was stirred. Wine had loosened his restraint. He grabbed her hands gently. "Behave, don't tease me." After much effort, he freed his neck from her clinging hands, only for her to cup his face with a gaze full of intoxication. The thought struck him. If she drank fruit wine like this, he had to try it himself. Before he could react further, she pressed her lips to his. Normally he took the initiative, but today she did, in the carriage. Xia Guimo was nearly undone. He muttered, "Kiss me again, but don't regret it later." Drunk as she was, Shen Tang barely registered his words and continued pressing kisses, hands wandering playfully. Every action she had endured from him previously was now reciprocated. Xia Guimo gritted his teeth, drew the carriage curtain, and instructed, "Take the western loop of the city before returning." Qinqi, the driver, was confused. Why circle the city when the young mistress was already drunk? It would take at least an extra half-hour. Yet he dared not question the order and followed along. Inside the carriage, heat rose. Fortunately, the noise of the streets and rolling wheels masked everything. By the time the carriage returned to Jingong Prince's mansion, Shen Tang had passed out. Xia Guimo's expression was satisfied, though a clear bite mark marked his neck. No one outside could guess what had happened inside, except for the maids, who couldn't help but giggle. The young mistress of the prince was sharp-toothed indeed. Xia Guimo carried Shen Tang inside. Seeing her asleep, Mother Zhou asked Yinxing, "Wasn't the young mistress at General Huaihua's for the wedding? What happened?" Yinxing replied, "She's fine, just a little drunk." Drunk, yet perfectly fine, the scene was rare. Which household had a young master and young mistress returning from a wedding this way? Mother Zhou asked, "How much did she drink?" Yinxing responded, "Only half a pot of fruit wine." Mother Zhou was incredulous. Half a pot of fruit wine could do this? Shen Tang's tolerance must be extraordinarily low. Chapter 255. Sobered up. Xia Guimo carried Shen Tang back to her room. Mother Zhou scolded Yinxing, "The young mistress can't hold her liquor. You should have warned her not to drink so much fruit wine, now she's a laughingstock." Fortunately, the old madam wasn't the prince's biological mother. Coupled with the poisoned incident, the young mistress didn't need to pay respects, or she'd have been punished to copy household regulations, almost unavoidable in such circumstances. Yinxing wanted to explain that she didn't realize Shen Tang's tolerance was so low, though in this case, it wasn't merely a matter of drinking ability. The Huaihua general's fruit wine was exceptional. Yinxing reported, it wasn't just the young mistress who got drunk. Several young ladies were dizzy too. Miss Zhao from the Ministry of Works household was even worse. She hit her forehead against the wall and left a huge red mark. The young mistress only started staggering outside General Huaihua's mansion and passed out in the carriage. Mother Zhou relaxed slightly, thinking she was the only one drunk. Knowing others fared worse eased her worry. Yinxing was about to help Shen Tang when Xiaodong appeared, sending a maid to fetch hot water. Soon, Xiaodong carried a basin into the room. Shen Tang lay in bed, cheeks still flushed. Xiaodong set the water on the bedside table. "I'll help the young mistress freshen up." Xia Guimo waved his hand. "You may leave." Xiaodong and Yinxing, glancing back repeatedly, exited. When Shen Tang woke, the sky blazed with fiery clouds. Inxing and Xiaodong, cleaning the room, noticed movement on the bed and hurried over. Shen Tang struggled to sit up. Inxing asked, "Do you have a headache, young mistress?" "Drunks often do." Shen Tang's head was fine, but her body felt awkward. Flashes of memories raced through her mind, and her already red face burned crimson. That scoundrel. How could he in the carriage? If Xia Guimo hadn't been there, she might have actually hit him. And then she recalled it was her who had been so forward. Just as she sat up, hearing Xia Guimo's footsteps, Shen Tang ducked under the covers like an ostrich, leaving Inxing and Xiaodong stunned. After all, she'd only been drunk, why act so shy? He had carried her all the way back. The two maids, reading the situation, quietly closed the door. Shen Tang buried herself under the covers, mortified by her own boldness, sitting in his lap, clinging, kissing. She wished she could just vanish. Xia Guimo sat on the bed, tugging at the covers. Shen Tang clutched them tighter. He chuckled, eyes twinkling, planning to suffocate yourself? She'd only had half a pot of fruit wine, how had she thrown all restraint to the wind? She swore to never drink again. He smiled, "If you liked the Huaihua General's fruit wine so much, I can ask Suda to get some." Shen Tang yanked the covers over her flushed face. "No, I won't drink fruit wine again." Xia Guimo stifled a laugh. Shen Tang balled her fists. "You're laughing." He straightened his face, though his eyes betrayed him. "Didn't you like being in my lap in the carriage?" Shen Tang froze. Who could admit that? Especially remembering the carriage winding through the streets. She muttered, "A gentleman keeps his composure. How could you?" Xia Guimo smiled wickedly. "Who told you I'm a gentleman?" She realized he truly was a rascal. "I'll never be able to face anyone again if they knew." He pinched her nose. "So it's that you were worried about." "I thought it was that you didn't like it." She felt like she might go mad. Hiding under the covers, she wished she could disappear entirely. Seeing her flushed, Xia Guimo said, "I'll leave. The maids will help you get up." Once he left, Inxing and Xiaotong returned. Shen Tang lowered the covers. The maids didn't know why her face was so red. Inxing said, "The young master treated you so well, not only carrying you all the way back, but refusing to let us help you." Shen Tang turned redder. No wonder her body felt odd, she'd been dosed. Leaning weakly against the pillow, she listened as Inxing mentioned, "Who hit their forehead?" "Miss Zhao from the Ministry of Works," Inxing replied. Shen Tang had no idea, but realizing someone else had been worse off eased her embarrassment slightly. The Huaihua General's fruit wine was really that potent, otherwise, they wouldn't have all been so intoxicated. The next day, when Shen Tang went to pay respects to the princess consort, she barely dared approach. The princess consort smiled. "You were drunk yesterday?" Shen Tang whispered, "A little. I embarrass myself." The princess consort laughed. "Their fruit wine is strong. I drank several cups too. No harm done." Shen Tang vowed again, "I'll never get drunk again." Lady Yun stepped in, smiling. "You know why the Huaihua General's fruit wine is so potent?" Shen Tang and the princess consort looked at her. Lady Yun explained, "Madame Huaihua enjoys drinking and makes the wine herself. It's sweeter and stronger than most tavern wines. You young ladies couldn't handle it. Half a pot was more than enough." Several girls were drunk yesterday. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. Having fellow young ladies in the same situation made the embarrassment bearable. After a brief visit, Shen Tang took her leave. The princess consort had matters to attend, and Shen Tang had to prepare for the next day's dowry delivery at the Duan Prince's mansion. Chapter 256. Change of Address. After Shen Tang got married, the Duan Prince's residence had sent generous dowry gifts. Now that Rujia County Princess was about to marry Shen Tang's own elder brother, Shen Tang naturally couldn't be stingy in return. She carefully selected a gold and ruby headdress set and placed it in an exquisite jewelry box. The next morning, after breakfast and paying respects to the princess consort, she brought Xiaodong with her to the Duan Prince's residence. There were only 4 days left until her brother's wedding on the 28th. Thinking about it made Shen Tang both excited and impatient. As soon as the carriage from the Prince Jingyang's residence stopped, a servant at the gate called inside, "Quick! Inform the county princess. The young madam from Prince Jingyang's residence has arrived. He hurried down to set a footstool, being extremely attentive. After all, Shen Tang was not only Rujia's savior, but also her future sister-in-law, making their relationship even closer. Led by a maid into the inner courtyard, Shen Tang soon saw Rujia approaching. The closer she got, the redder her face became. Rujia instinctively wanted to call Shen Tang sister, but the word stuck in her throat because Shen Tang beat her to it. I suppose it's not improper if I start calling you sister-in-law now? Rujia's face flushed even deeper. She wanted to protest, but the wedding was only days away. Technically not yet married, but still. Seeing her embarrassment, Shen Tang laughed. I'm just teasing. Here's the dowry gift I prepared, see if you like it. Rujia opened the box and saw the luxurious headpiece. This is far too valuable. As long as you like it, Shen Tang replied. Compared to what your family gave me, this is nothing. Rujia shook her head. That's different. Still, they would soon be family. There was no need to be so particular. As they walked and chatted, Rujia sighed. It's a pity I couldn't attend the Huaihua General's banquet yesterday. I heard it was lively. Better that you didn't, Shen Tang smiled. Otherwise there'd be one more drunk person. Rujia loved fruit wine. Even Shen Tang couldn't stop drinking it, so Rujia definitely wouldn't have fared better. They laughed together. Many noble ladies had come to deliver gifts, including Yun Yi. Rujia wondered aloud if Miss Zhao would come. Just then, a maid reported that Miss Zhao couldn't attend due to her injury and had sent a servant instead. She's too embarrassed to come, the maid explained. Yun Yi laughed. Half the girls were drunk yesterday. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Still, Miss Zhao insisted she wouldn't leave her house for days. The group spent time in the garden, chatting and laughing before Shen Tang took her leave. Yun Yi left with her, sharing a carriage part of the way before getting off at the Ministry of Works residence. Shen Tang didn't get down. As their carriage moved on, Xiao Tong suddenly said, "Why is the heir of the Duan prince standing outside that wall?" "Are you sure?" Shen Tang asked. Xiao Tong lifted the curtain. Shen Tang looked and indeed, it was Shaoxin pacing outside the wall. Then, right before their eyes, he climbed over it. Shen Tang. Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong covered her mouth, laughing. Could he be in love with Miss Zhao? That's possible, Shen Tang said. But if so, why not propose properly? As heir to the Duan prince, his proposal wouldn't be rejected. Yet he hesitated outside the wall, and Miss Zhao refused to attend the gift-giving ceremony. Something didn't add up. The carriage moved on. When they returned to Prince Jingyang's residence, a servant rushed forward with news. Your ladyship, word just came. The emperor has appointed your fourth uncle from Pingyuan Marquis' household as assistant minister of war. Shen Tang. Xiao Tong. Shen Tang blinked in disbelief. My fourth uncle? That's impossible. She had only used her uncle as an excuse to refuse helping fourth madam. She never actually expected him to get the position. She hadn't asked the princess consort. Hadn't spoken to Xia Guimo about it. And yet, it was done. Just like that. Chapter 257. Recommendation. Shen Tang, overjoyed for her fourth uncle and aunt, hurried back to Qinxiang Pavilion. Knowing Xia Guimo was in the study, she went straight to him, eyes shining. Did you help my fourth uncle get the assistant minister of war position? She asked. Xia Guimo shook his head. Not me. Shen Tang froze. Not you. If it had been him, he wouldn't have denied it. I didn't even know you intended for him to get that position, Xia Guimo explained. Only the princess consort knew of Shen Tang's idea. Shen Tang guessed, mother did know and even asked if she should mention it to father, but I didn't allow it. Could it be that she approached father to help my fourth uncle? Xia Guimo thought that unlikely. If you didn't ask, then probably not mother. Shen Tang also felt it wasn't her mother. The princess consort would know the fourth master was aiming for that post, and that fourth madam had approached her. She wouldn't think he could rise 2 ranks so quickly. Even if she asked the king, it would put him in a difficult position. The princess consort likely wouldn't have done it. If not Xia Guimo, not the princess consort, then who? Shen Tang couldn't believe there was no one advocating for her uncle. The emperor wouldn't have thought of him on his own. Seeing Shen Tang struggling to figure it out, Siagimo said. I've already asked around. We'll know soon enough. Sometimes, when you can't guess, you just have to inquire. At Wutong Manor, the matriarch sat on the Luohan couch, expression dark. Second and fourth madams sat at her sides. Third madam was also present. Second madam frowned. Fourth madam looked grim. Second madam had gone to the palace to ask noble consort Yi to help fourth master's promotion. She thought the position was already secured, but it ended up with the fourth master of Pingyuan Marquis' residence. Her own husband didn't get promoted, yet Shenxia rose 2 ranks. Fourth madam was furious, practically tasting blood in her mouth. She wondered if it had been Siagimo's doing. Why help an outsider before family? Pouring tea to calm herself, a maid announced, "Matriarch, second master is here." Second master entered. The matriarch asked, "Was it Siagimo who recommended fourth master?" Second master shook his head. "Not him." Fourth madam was shocked. "If not Siagimo, then who?" Thinking of Siagimo having recommended second master before, her expression worsened. Could it be the heir prince? Second master hesitated. The matriarch pressed, "What happened?" "During court today, someone from Prince Chi's side recommended fourth brother. Prince Yu stepped forward and officially endorsed him. Whether the heir asked Prince Yu to help, we don't know." Prince Yu. Even Shen Tang was stunned hearing this from Chen Qi. Siagimo was also surprised. Why would Prince Yu think to endorse her fourth uncle? He had other reliable candidates for the post. Chen Qi explained, "On the way back, we happened to see Prince Yu. He said he'd have you invite him to dinner, so I asked why he would recommend fourth master. It turns out it was because of second madam." Shen Tang. Siagimo. Chen Qi detailed the whole story. Just then, a maid knocked. "Young master, young madam, the matriarch asks you to come see her." Clearly, it was about fourth master missing a position he thought was his. After the self-administered, childless medicine incident, Shen Tang hadn't stepped into Wudong Manor, but she and Siagimo strolled in casually. Before entering, the atmosphere already felt tense. Inside, the matriarch glared from the couch. Besides the illegitimate third house, everyone's expression was grim. Second and fourth masters were also present. Siagimo asked, "With everyone here, why are we being summoned?" The first to speak was second master. "Did you ask Prince Yu to recommend fourth master of Pingyuan Marquis?" Siagimo calmly replied, "Better not to pry, second uncle." Shen Tang glanced at him. The matriarch had summoned them exactly to ask this, yet he refused and teased them. It made her even more curious. Second master pressed, "Is it really you?" "Not me," Siagimo said. "It was second madam who asked for Prince Yu's help." Second madam was shocked, pointing at herself. "Him? I've never met Prince Yu, let alone ask him to help fourth master." Siagimo explained. "Second madam asked mother to help, but mother refused. Then you submitted the petition to the palace to request noble consort Ye's help. You told her Shen Tang wanted our help, which provoked Prince Yu's interest. He acted immediately." Shen Tang added, "Fourth uncle needed to rise 2 ranks to reach the assistant minister of war post. I hoped, but never spoke publicly. When mother asked, I denied it. Truly, this was all thanks to second madam." Her voice rang clearly in the quiet room. Second madam squirmed in her chair. She hadn't expected her trip to the palace to end up helping an outsider, Pingyuan Marquis' fourth master. She had even accepted gifts from fourth madam in the palace. Her plan backfired spectacularly. She finally blurted out, "The heir prince is close with Prince Yu. It's one thing to ask for help, but why stir trouble?" Chapter 258. Personal Connections. It was perfectly normal that the second madam didn't want to admit it. After all, no one wants to accept that they messed things up and ended up causing trouble instead of helping. Siagimo chuckled, "If second aunt insists on giving me the credit, then I'll accept it." The second madam was truly infuriated, practically spitting blood from anger. Second master's face was also grim. He looked at Siagimo with icy eyes. "You and Prince Yu are very close?" Siagimo replied casually, "I'm curious. Who told you, second uncle and second aunt, that I am so close with Prince Yu?" The second madam said, "You were dining at the Yue Pavilion with Prince Yu." Do you think anyone could hide that? Xia Guimo smiled faintly. We were dining together at Dayue Pavilion. Can that really be called a private friendship? My interactions with Prince Yu are completely above board. His words were like poison. Everyone in the room was left speechless, unable to respond. Someone who openly admitted everything when the emperor asked, are they really afraid of being labeled as very close friends? That was taking themselves way too seriously. The Grand Madam fiddled with her Buddhist prayer beads. Prince Yu and Prince Qi are fighting bitterly over the heir apparent's position. Concubine Yi and your mother were cousins, and Concubine Ye's father even died trying to save your maternal grandfather. You're so close with Prince Yu, aren't you worried about hurting Concubine Yi and Prince Qi's feelings? This statement wasn't just alarming to Xia Guimo. Shen Tang's ears practically grew calluses from hearing it. Concubine Yi could secretly harm Xia Guimo, and the princess consort, bound by gratitude to her father, would have to side with Concubine Yi unconditionally. It was disgustingly manipulative. Xia Guimo chuckled and looked at Second Master. I'm not concerned about Concubine Yi or Prince Qi's feelings. In fact, I have a bit of a dilemma here and thought I should ask Second Uncle for advice. Second Master asked, what dilemma? Xia Guimo said, I'm curious who recommended Fourth Master Shen. I sent Shen Qi to inquire, and on the way back, he ran into Prince Yu. Prince Yu asked Shen Qi to pass a message to me, inviting me to dinner to thank him. So for this dinner, Second Uncle, should I accept the invitation or not? Just tell me and I'll follow your instructions. Second Master's face stiffened. Xia Guimo lifted his teacup, waiting for Second Master to speak. Shen Tang wanted to laugh, but couldn't. The pressure was unbearable. Xia Guimo was essentially putting Second Master into a hot pan. The Grand Madam had just said that being close with Prince Yu could hurt Concubine Yi and Prince Qi, but Prince Yu helped Fourth Master Shen Tang's uncle, by inviting Xia Guimo. Xia Guimo had no reason to refuse. If Second Master forced him to decline, Prince Yu might find out, and Xia Guimo could easily tell him that Second Master said he shouldn't be so close. Would Prince Yu then take it out on Second Master? But if Xia Guimo went, it was fine. The cold feelings of Concubine Yi and Prince Qi would also land on Second Master. Xia Guimo wasn't a patient man. After 2 sips of tea, he asked, Second Uncle, have you decided whether I should accept or pretend I don't know? The Second Madam suggested, you could invite both Prince Yu and Prince Qi together. Good idea, Xia Guimo praised. Second Master scolded sharply, what a terrible idea. Fearing Xia Guimo would follow through, Second Master hurriedly added, you absolutely cannot invite them together. If Prince Yu invites you, you can't refuse. With our Jingong Prince Mansion's influence, it's natural for Prince Yu to try to win people over. I trust that the heir apparent would not put the princess consort in an unjust position. Xia Guimo said, anything else? If not, we'll just go back for lunch. The Fourth Madam was furious, but couldn't say a word. When no one spoke, Xia Guimo stood. Shen Tang looked at the Second Madam, wanting to speak but hesitating. Xia Guimo grabbed her hand. Second Aunt, you gave me the credit. If anyone should be thanked, it's me. The Second Madam was so angry that her vision darkened. Xia Guimo took Shen Tang out to the Wutong courtyard. Shen Tang couldn't help laughing at the Second Madam's face, full of pent-up anger with nowhere to vent. Meanwhile, Shen Tang happily returned to Qinxiang Pavilion with Xia Guimo. The news of Fourth Master's promotion to Ministry of War official reached the Pingyuan Marquis. At first, no one believed it, then they couldn't believe it, and finally, they were overjoyed. The Fourth Master was born of a concubine. He was now Shen Sui's most trusted aide. The Fourth Madam's household management was fair and never mistreated servants. Everyone in the household welcomed the promotion. The Grand Madam was also pleased, though she couldn't help thinking about Second Master's repeated demotions, casting a shadow over her mood. Still, promotions were always happy events. Especially since the Fourth House was reliable, and Fourth Master always deferred to Shen Sui. The Grand Madam also gave face to the Fourth House, generously distributing 3 months' salary to the household staff so everyone could share in their joy. When the good news reached the Pingyuan Marquis, the Fourth Madam was at Dazhao Temple praying for blessings. A servant rushed to inform her, but she didn't believe it. A double promotion? She thought she must be dreaming. She never imagined it could be this good. The servant said, "It's such an important matter." How could we lie? Prince Yu recommended fourth master at court. Though the fourth madam found it hard to believe, she knew no one would joke about this. After finishing her prayers, she hurried back to the marquise. Upon her return, Shen Sui had just returned from the military camp. The Grand Madam asked him about Prince Yu's recommendation for fourth master. Learning that fourth master Shen also sought the Ministry of War position and had asked Prince Chi for help, the fourth madam worried. "I wonder if this will involve Tanger." The Grand Madam scolded sharply. "Tanger was only married a few days, and you're trying to poison her future? The people of Jingyang Prince Mansion don't care whether our Pingyuan Marquis is pleased or not. Promotions depend on merit. Just because fourth master Shen is involved, does that mean we shouldn't allow him to rise?" The fourth madam, scolded, didn't dare to argue. Grand Madam is correct. After Shen Tang and Xia Guimo left, the Grand Madam also scolded the second madam. "Why did you bring up the heir apparent's wife in front of concubine Yi?" claiming she wanted to help fourth master Shen get the position. Although the second madam insisted that Xia Guimo was stirring trouble, he had grown up under their watch. If he truly asked Prince Yu for help, he wouldn't deny it. The second madam could not sit still. Concubine Yi asked why it wasn't the princess consort who came to the palace for help. I had no choice but to answer. She never expected that there were people in Concubine Ye's palace connected to the Empress, and that her words would reach the Empress's attention. Prince Yu, after all, was a royal prince. Even if the heir apparent didn't approach him, he still helped fourth master Shen secure a post without fearing a loss of status. The second madam said, even if the heir apparent and Prince Chi weren't very close before, at least they didn't openly interact with Prince Yu. I heard concubine Yi had made things difficult for the heir apparent's wife several times. It must be connected. On the day the heir apparent's wife married, the Empress gave 8 sets of wedding gifts, while concubine Yi gave nothing. The Grand Madam's eyes darkened. Concubine Yi had watched the heir apparent grow up, so she knew he wouldn't always obey the princess consort. She could manipulate the princess consort with the debt of gratitude for saving her father, but she couldn't control the prince, and certainly not the heir apparent. Concubine Yi had enjoyed imperial favor for over a decade. Surely she knew the power of whispered advice. Why would she target the heir apparent's wife? That would only push the heir apparent further away. Chapter 259. The thank you gifts. Either don't oppose the princess consort at all, or if you do, be decisive. Don't leave yourself exposed to hidden dangers. If concubine Yi knew the Grand Madam felt this way about her, she would have been infuriated to the point of spitting blood. After all, she had gone to great lengths to prevent Shen Tang from marrying Xia Guimo, exhausting every possible method, even risking her own son, but she had failed. Not only had she failed to stop the marriage, she had also offended Shen Tang and Xia Guimo to the point that Xia Guimo no longer cared about concubine Ye's father's debt of gratitude toward the princess consort. He openly supported the crown prince. When the second house was expelled from the family, all the civil and military officials already knew the fourth house was fair and reliable. Later, when Shen Sui entertained colleagues, he always included fourth master Shen, demonstrating how highly he valued him. The fourth master Shen was born of a concubine. In Shen Sui's heart, he was like a younger brother. Now, in the Pingyuan Marquis, the household gifts were managed by fourth madam. With fourth master Shen's double promotion, officials sent congratulatory gifts to celebrate his new rank. Fourth madam was busy receiving and sending off visitors, only arriving at Jingyang Prince Mansion near evening. When the maid reported her arrival, Shen Tang felt a little dazed. She rose to greet her and, stepping out of Qinxiang Pavilion, saw fourth madam approaching from afar. Shen Tang asked fourth aunt, "Why are you here at this hour?" Fourth madam smiled broadly. Fourth aunt wanted to come early, but she's been busy all day. I only had a free moment now. Your fourth uncle needed your help to be promoted to Ministry of War official, so fourth aunt could not fail to come and thank you. These past days, third and fourth madams had been busy beyond measure. Xiao Huan was about to marry Princess Rugia, and the wedding banquet was being held at Ning Prince Mansion. Only Ning the Elder and his consort were present, and a banquet is always exhausting. Since it was said to be a joint hosting, they had to put on appearances accordingly. Ning Prince Mansion provided funds and manpower, while third and fourth madams helped prepare. The Pingyuan Marquise was a bit far from Ning Prince Mansion. Third madam went early and returned late, and fourth madam had to entertain the visiting noblewomen, so this was the only time she could visit Jingyang Prince Mansion. Shen Tang said, "Fourth aunt, you're so busy, why come here? We're family, there's no need for formalities. Besides, I didn't ask anyone to help my fourth uncle's promotion." Fourth madam was surprised. "You didn't ask anyone? Then it must have been the princess consort." Shen Tang shook her head. "My husband didn't either." Fourth madam's face showed disbelief. "If not you, then how did Prince Yu recommend your fourth uncle?" Fourth madam didn't know about Xia Guimo's private dealings with Prince Yu, but the fact that Empress Su had sent 8 sets of wedding gifts to Shen Tang on her wedding day was known not only to fourth madam, but throughout the capital. No one doubted that fourth Master Shen's promotion was due to Shen Tang and Xia Guimo. They were the reason. Shen Tang smiled. "It's a bit complicated. After all, someone tried to harm me with poison, and we still don't know who did it. Fourth aunt wanted the princess consort to intercede with Prince Yu or even asked me to have my husband recommend fourth uncle. I stalled her with the excuse that if I could, I would have asked my husband to do it. No one believed that anyway." Then second madam went to the palace to see Concubine Yi. Perhaps Concubine Yi wasn't eager to help. So second madam provoked her using my supposed recommendation to push Concubine Yi. I was also surprised that fourth uncle was promoted to Ministry of War official. Fourth madam hadn't expected that fourth master's double promotion came about this way. She laughed. "Well, your fourth uncle really lucked out this time." Fourth madam handed the thank you gifts she brought to Shen Tang. Shen Tang said, "Fourth aunt, please take these back with you." Fourth madam chuckled. "I'm just teasing. Even if I don't understand the court, I know Prince Yu doesn't help casually. He recommended your fourth uncle because of you and the princess consort. It's a favor that must be repaid. Even if your fourth uncle is promoted, he can't reach Prince Yu's level. That favor still belongs to you and the princess consort. You helped, and you shouldn't suffer a loss." Fourth madam insisted on giving the gifts, and Shen Tang felt overwhelmed. If it weren't for fourth aunt and Chunlan, my mother would still be restless in her grave. Helping fourth uncle is the right thing to do. Fourth madam handed the gifts to Yinxing. "It's late now. I need to leave early tomorrow to go to Ning Prince Mansion, so fourth aunt will take her leave." Fearing Shen Tang would insist on sending them back, fourth madam left without looking back. Shen Tang had no choice but to accept them. This time, fourth madam brought many items: a set of head ornaments, a pair of mutton fat jade bracelets, an inkstone, and a calligraphy painting. She had come so late to deliver them, showing how delighted fourth Master Shen was about his promotion. This promotion truly exceeded Shen Tang and the Pingyuan Marquisate's expectations. It was almost like a gift falling from the sky. In the evening, Shen Tang and Xia Guimo sat down to eat. After the meal, Xia Guimo went to the study, and Shen Tang prepared to snack in the courtyard. Just as she was about to go out, Seer entered. "Princess consort, second madam injured her foot and has called a doctor." Shen Tang asked, "How did second madam hurt her foot?" Seer whispered. Apparently she was so angry she smashed a teacup. The broken pieces bounced back and cut her foot. Shen Tang. Truly, some people are so unlucky that even drinking water can get stuck in their teeth. In the south courtyard, second madam sat on the Luohan couch, her ankle bleeding profusely. The wound had already been dressed before the doctor arrived, otherwise, who knows how much blood would have flowed by then. The doctor had been called because second madam's head hurt from all the anger. After taking her pulse, the doctor said, "Madam, your headache is caused by anger. I'll prescribe medicine to calm your mind and body. Take it for 3 to 5 days, and it will be fine. You must maintain a calm mindset while taking the medicine." Maintain a calm mindset? She considered herself lucky not to have died of anger already. She had gone to the palace to request concubine Ye's help, Fourth Madam had sent her a pair of gold hairpins, yet things hadn't worked out. Second Madam nearly had her maid return the hairpins, but Fourth Madam accepted them. By accepting them, Fourth Madam made it clear she was annoyed with Second Madam's incompetence. Second Madam didn't think it was wrong to mention that Shen Tang wanted to help Fourth Master Shen. Concubine Yi had failed to help Second Master before. Provocation might make her try harder, but who knew that the Empress would hear it too? She had gone to the palace, flattered Concubine Yi, and in the end didn't gain a single benefit. Even the 10,000 taels of silver she had sent to Concubine Yi were gone to waste. The task failed, and Fourth Master Shen hadn't spent a single coin, yet was comfortably promoted. Already furious from the day, Second Madam now heard that Fourth Madam had brought gifts to thank Shen Tang. The anger boiled over, she smashed a teacup to vent, and the cursed teacup fought back. Second Madam felt her vision darken with rage. She had been married into Jingyang Prince Mansion for nearly 20 years, and had never been humiliated like this. This anger, she could not swallow it. Chapter 260. The Magpie. The next day, Xia Guimo held a banquet at Deyue Pavilion to thank Prince Yu. When Xia Guimo arrived at Deyue Pavilion, he happened to see Chui and Luli riding by. Seeing Xia Guimo, Chui first looked up at the sky and then said, "Is the sun rising from the west today? Brother Guimo didn't accompany your wife, but came to Deyue Pavilion to eat." Xia Guimo replied, "Prince Yu recommended my wife's fourth uncle. I'm inviting him to dinner." Chui said, "More people make a meal lively. Luli and I will just join in." Xia Guimo looked at the two of them. "Are you sure you want to crash this meal? Not every meal is one you can casually join." Chui and Luli exchanged a glance and then laughed. "Prince Yu is the host. If he invites you, we wouldn't dare. But if you invite Prince Yu, why wouldn't we dare?" Xia Guimo didn't mind them joining. With their company, Prince Yu would enjoy the meal even more. The three of them entered Deyue Pavilion together, going up to the second-floor private room. After about 15 minutes, Prince Yu arrived. Pushing the door open, he saw Chui and Luli there as well. He was momentarily stunned, but quickly smiled. "The heir of Jingyang Prince is truly thoughtful." Xia Guimo said, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't invite them, it was a coincidence. They knew I was inviting you and just wanted to join in." "Prince Yu." Chui and Luli raised their cups toward Prince Yu. "Prince Yu, you don't mind if we join, do you?" Prince Yu smiled and lifted his cup. "The more, the merrier." Prince Yu had always admired Xia Guimo, envied how harmoniously he got along with the Jingyang Prince and his son. One could scold the son by hand, and the other could speak back freely. In front of the emperor, he himself had to be cautious, yet this father-son bond was enviable, though likely unattainable in his lifetime. Xia Guimo also had Chui and Xiaosun, brothers in all but blood, who were fiercely loyal. In the struggle between Prince Yu and Prince Qi for the crown, many ministers had already taken sides, but some, like the Jingyang Prince, the Marquis of Xuani, and the Minister of War, had not. Both princes had tried to win their support, but to no avail. So when Prince Yu recommended Fourth Master Shen, prompting Xia Guimo to invite him to dinner, along with Chui and Luli, it was no coincidence. Although it seemed like a casual meal, everyone knew it was far more than that. If he could win over the Jingyang Prince, the Marquis of Xuani, and the Minister of War, having their counsel and backing, the Crown Prince position would be nearly guaranteed. As they drank, Chui said, "Good thing we crashed this meal. The heir of Duanwang is too slow." Before he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Xiaosun entered. "You call me slow? You two just came to crash a meal I was supposed to host." The next day, Duan Wang's household would hold the pre-wedding banquet, and the day after, the wedding. Xiaosun had invited Chui and Luli to serve as road-blocking officers for his sister, ensuring she wouldn't be easily taken by Xiao Huan. Chui and Luli expected Xiaosun to host them for a meal, but unexpectedly, Xia Guimo invited Prince Yu as well, so everyone ended up together. Prince Yu smiled, "I've never been a road-blocking officer before." Xiaosun immediately raised his cup. "If I can get a prince to act as a road-blocking officer, Duan Wang's household will save face." "Prince Yu, would you honor us?" Prince Yu clinked his cup. "For this occasion, I'll join in. They drained their cups. Xiaosun wanted to toast Xia Guimo, but Xia Guimo said, "Don't get any ideas." Chui commented, "Xiao Huan is Brother Guimo's brother-in-law. If Brother Guimo tries to cheat, he'll probably end up sleeping in the study after the wedding banquet." Xia Guimo nodded. "You should listen to him. He's been through it and knows the ropes." Chui. Blood almost sprayed from his mouth. He had just revealed he had been sent to sleep in the study. Xiaosun and Luli laughed uncontrollably. Even Prince Yu's shoulders shook from amusement. Luli even revealed some awkward details about the wedding night to Prince Yu. Chui almost had to silence him on the spot. The meal was full of laughter and chatter. Prince Yu had never enjoyed a meal like this before. Even the previous dinner with just Xia Guimo hadn't been this fun. Indeed, meals are livelier with more people. In the blink of an eye, it was the day Xiao Huan would marry Princess Rugia. The weather was clear, with a vast, cloudless sky. Shen Tang woke a quarter hour earlier than usual to help at Ning Prince Mansion. After breakfast, she and Xia Guimo headed there. By the time Shen Tang arrived, Shen Sui was already there, along with 4th Master and 4th Madam. 3rd Madam and the Grand Madam had not arrived yet. Ning Prince Mansion was decorated with lanterns and banners. The servants wore smiles on their faces. It was impossible not to be happy. The heir was marrying Princess Rugia. The elderly prince and princess were overjoyed, even awarding the entire household a full year of monthly allowances. It had been too long since Ning Prince Mansion had been so lively. With the heir and his consort in place and more young princes and princesses to come, the household could only imagine the joyous days ahead. Ning the Elder's consort smiled warmly, having awaited this day for so long. Seeing Shen Tang, she looked at her like a granddaughter. Were it not for fearing that the Pingyuan Marquis might worry she'd lead Xiao Huan or Shen Tang astray, she might have even wanted Shen Tang to call her grandmother. Shen Tang greeted Ning the Elder's consort. A maid entered shortly after to announce, "Grand Madam, Madam Shen has arrived." After half a cup of tea, the Grand Madam arrived. Ning the Elder's consort stood to greet her. "Finally, you're here." Given Ning the Elder's consort status, she stood to receive the Grand Madam, giving her full respect. The Grand Madam felt slightly intimidated. "I don't deserve this." She laughed. "We are both Xiao Huan's grandmothers." "Sit, please." On the Luohan couch, Ning the Elder's consort and the Grand Madam sat on either side, truly on equal footing. 3rd Madam smiled. "Earlier, while I was escorting Grand Madam out of the marquee, a magpie flew to the main gate, chirping nonstop, a very auspicious sign. Magpies are birds of good tidings. Where magpies sing, happiness follows." 4th Madam said, "There must be great joy at our marquee." 3rd Madam nodded. "That's exactly what I thought." 4th Master's double promotion didn't even summon magpies. On the way to Ning Prince Mansion, I wondered what news could be so big that it startled a magpie to announce it first. A thought flashed in Shen Tang's mind, making her inexplicably excited. Could it be they found second brother? For the Pingyuan Marquis, finding the long-lost second young master Shen Xing, missing for over 10 years, would indeed be truly joyous news, especially during the time the eldest son, Shen Yan, had married into another family. The Grand Madam said, "Tanger always speaks wisely. I hope the magpie brings news of your second brother." Ning the Elder's consort added, "When magpies announce joy, it won't be slow. Perhaps today will bring good news." Shen Tang nodded, praying silently in her heart. Guests arrived continuously. 3rd and 4th Madams busied themselves greeting them. Shen Tang, Shen Luo, and Shen Ran helped as well, keeping fully occupied. Even Shen Shi was there, but being young, she was kept close to the Grand Madam, forbidden from wandering about. Shen Tang welcomed the young ladies, her face nearly stiff from smiling. Then a maid reported, "The bridal sedan chair has reached the front street. It will arrive in a quarter of an hour." Ning the Elder's consort and the Grand Madam went to the front courtyard. The young ladies followed to watch. Firecrackers exploded as the bridal sedan chair stopped at Ning Prince Mansion's main gate. Xiao Huan dismounted, ready to shoot arrows, and helped Princess Rugia down from the chair. Just as he took the bow, The sound of horse hooves approached. A young servant rode up, tightening the reins. Young master, second young master has been found.